Chapter 545. The Seventh Princess. Chu Yunyan, please. No need for such formalities, said Yun Ruoyue, hastily drawing closer to the Princess of Zhao. Eager to evade the spotlight of the grand hall, several of the princess's close friends rose to greet Yun Ruoyue. As many young ladies and matrons present seldom ventured outside, and were thus oblivious to the happenings beyond their confines. Upon hearing that Yun Ruoyue was a renowned healer, a wave of interest sparked within them to forge connections with her. Observing the gathering of women, Chu Xuancheng chose to withdraw from their conversation, joining the other gentlemen outside to bask in the refreshing air and admire the snow. The moment he departed, disappointment washed over the young ladies, for the sight of such a handsome man was undeniably captivating. The Princess of Zhao immediately took Yun Ruoyue's hand and, in a conspiratorial tone, remarked, "Just now, it was the Li Prince who escorted you in. I sensed a certain closeness between you two. Has your relationship improved? Are you now in love?" The surrounding companions eagerly chimed in. "Indeed, dear sister of the Li Princess. The Li Prince personally brought you here, unlike my own, who, upon encountering his drinking companions, hastily retreated to boast outside. How unlike the Li Prince, who truly knows how to cherish others by personally accompanying you. Personally escort her in? I hardly noticed that," came a sharp retort. "Wasn't the Li Prince merely passing through? Furthermore, if entering together signifies affection, then what of the Li Prince's concubine, Nangong Ro? If the Li Prince truly cherished the Li Princess, how could he have wed Nangong Ro with such pomp, surpassing the ceremonies of marrying a wife?" At that moment, a caustic voice emerged from the crowd. All heads turned to see the speaker was none other than the Emperor's favored daughter, the seventh princess, Chu Yunyan. Beside her sat Su Changxiao, clad in crimson, who fixed an icy glare upon Yun Ruoyue, as if intending to consume her whole. "Yunyan, please refrain from such remarks." Su Changxiao feigned caution, nudging the seventh princess as the attention of the crowd shifted toward them. The seventh princess cast a disdainful glance at Yun Ruoyue, disregarding Su Changxiao's subtle prompt, and coldly declared, when the Li Prince entered, he did not exchange a single word with her. Upon his departure, he did not even bid her farewell. His lack of acknowledgement clearly indicates that he does not regard this princess at all. How then can you all claim he cares for her? Upon hearing this, the crowd suddenly grasped the situation. Indeed, the Li Prince had recently taken a concubine under the formal marriage rites. If he truly cherished his legitimate wife, he would never have married a concubine in such a manner. This was an evident affront to the legitimate wife. Rumors had long circulated that the Li Prince and his wife had been married for a year without consummation, and that their first union was only achieved through the wife's administering of a potion, revealing his profound distaste for her. Thus, it was clear that the Li Princess was not favored. She was indeed a discarded consort. Noticing the crowd's acceptance of her words, the seventh princess continued. Many couples enter the palace appearing harmonious and loving. However, the true nature of their relationship remains a mystery to all. Within the confines of the royal palace, appearances must be maintained, particularly with so many eyes upon them. However, let there be no misunderstanding. The one whom Prince Li truly holds dear is another. With this, she returned to her seat, choosing silence thereafter. Upon hearing these words, Su Changxiao was momentarily taken aback, her complexion flushing with embarrassment. Chapter 546. The willful seventh princess. She cast a sharp glance at the seventh princess, signaling her to refrain from speaking recklessly, lest she invite unwarranted gossip. The others, upon hearing her words, inevitably began to speculate about Su Changxiao. While the true subject sat amongst them, no one dared to voice their thoughts. Yet their minds raced with conjecture. Who among them did not know that the woman cherished by Prince Li was none other than the Princess of Jin, Su Changxiao? It was common knowledge that Su Changxiao had forsaken Prince Li to marry the Jin Prince, a choice that had driven Prince Li to drink heavily in despair. Now, sympathy for the Princess of Li intensified, for she was not the one who held Prince Li's affections. She was merely a nominal consort. Yun Ruoyue, caught off guard, realized she had become the center of the storm, the focal point of others' discussions. Resigned, she rubbed her forehead, lamenting her misfortune. The Princess of Zhao, witnessing the seventh princess publicly deride her benefactor, shot a reproachful glance at her. "Seventh princess, the Princess of Li is your sister-in-law. Must your words be so unkind?" "I merely speak the truth. Where is the malice?" replied the seventh princess. "As for you, Princess of Zhao, what concern is it of yours? Do you have the right to leap to her defense? Tell me, After so many years of marriage to the Zhao prince, have you conceived? The word struck the Princess of Zhao, leaving her speechless, for this was a topic she dreaded above all. Married for 3 years, she had yet to bear a child, an issue she feared confronting. Her cheeks flushed with indignation at the 7th princess's words, yet she found herself unable to retort. The 7th princess raised an eyebrow in triumph. Your own porridge remains warm, yet you dare to stomp about here. After 3 years of marriage to the Zhao prince, you have yet to lay an egg, surely. Even a sow would have given birth by now. If you cannot conceive, perhaps the Zhao prince should take a concubine to bear him an heir. You are utterly outrageous. The Princess of Zhao's chest heaved with fury as she glared at the 7th princess, yet her status left her powerless to retaliate. Usually eloquent, she found herself at a loss for words, the 7th princess having struck a nerve, leaving her to simmer in silence. Her motivation for defending the Princess of Li had stemmed from a desire to shield her from mistreatment. How could she assist her benefactor if she herself lacked strength? Yet, unexpectedly, she found herself rendered mute by the 7th princess's taunts. Observing the situation, Yun Ruoyue stepped forward, pulling the Princess of Zhao behind her. She positioned herself protectively in front of her, then suddenly winked at the 7th princess. 7th princess, by age, you must be around 16 this year. Why have you not yet married? Have you not encountered someone to your liking? If you delay another 2 years, you might find yourself a spinster. In truth, Yun Ruoyue had not intended to bring age into the conversation, but the 7th princess's bullying left her no choice but to return the favor in kind. The unwed status of the 7th princess has long been a source of inner turmoil for her. Her capricious and headstrong nature has thwarted any potential matrimonial arrangements, as she has yet to find a suitor who meets her expectations. Although she holds the esteemed title of princess, those who find her demeanor intolerable are not to her liking, and those she deems acceptable are often deterred by her haughty disposition. Thus, she has been persnickety in her choices, searching for a suitable consort from the age of 13 to 16, yet still without success. Most of the young men she had previously dismissed have since married, uniting with daughters of noble houses, enjoying harmonious lives filled with mutual respect and affection. Meanwhile, she remains without a match. Initially, her numerous selections garnered attention, but as her criteria grew excessively demanding, interest waned. Consequently, when the emperor sought to arrange a match for her, suitors became increasingly reticent. Many worthy young men have since avoided her, fearing the entanglements she might impose, and they shy away from any discussions of marriage. A consort without power or influence must continually appease a temperamental princess, a prospect that dissuades those from influential families. The young men, possessing commendable attributes, would rather wed a suitable lady from a respectable family than risk the complications of courting the once coveted princess, who has now become akin to a hot potato that no one wishes to handle. Upon hearing Yun Ruoyue address her concerns, the 7th princess shot her a cold glare, incredulous that this woman, known for her poor reputation, would dare to mock her. Was she not a cowardly, unassuming figure, easily bullied? How audacious to confront a princess! She retorted sharply, "What business is it of yours when I marry? Mind your own affairs." Yun Ruoyue smiled, suggesting that since the princess was so concerned about their family's matters, it was only fitting that they reciprocate by inquiring about her own lifelong pursuits. By the way, princess, there are many distinguished young men present today. Have you taken a liking to any of them? If so, do share, and we shall offer our counsel. Hearing this, the 7th princess's expression darkened. It was common knowledge that these young men were evading her. Her reputation preceded her, and having been overly selective, they had ceased to engage with her. Lady Li's comment was a clear jab at her, yet the princess could find no fault in it, and could only glare furiously at Yun Ruoyue. Also, 7th princess, Yun Ruoyue continued, I heard the emperor was testing you on your poetry skills. How have you fared? What rank did you achieve in the women's class? Would you care to share your masterpieces with us? We would love to admire your work. At the mention of poetry, the 7th princess felt a wave of frustration. It was a topic she loathed. Rendered speechless by the inquiry, she could only glare at Yun Ruoyue in anger. What's wrong, 7th princess? Are you not well versed in poetry? If not, it's no matter. I can teach you. Allow me to explain. Crafting poetry requires attention to form, intent, and rhythm, such as the alternating tones of level and oblique sounds. I've heard your girl's school is nearing graduation, and with exams on the horizon, you must seize this opportunity to study diligently. Otherwise, should you fail to achieve a commendable rank, the emperor may become displeased. Well, I have previously learned all of this. It is quite simple. Would you like me to teach you? Yun Ruoyue continued to smile. The seventh princess felt a chill run down her spine upon hearing these words, and she abruptly stood up in anger. This princess has a stomachache and needs to use the restroom. I have no time to waste with you. With that, she hastily summoned her maid and rushed away. Though Yun Ruoyue maintained her smile, it was a source of dread for the princess. This woman was terrifying. The questions she posed instilled great fear within her. How dare she inquire about her marital status and even her studies? She despised discussing both topics, as her academic performance was abysmal and her struggles with marriage were well known. The mere thought of being questioned about her grades or rankings sent shivers down her spine. Seeing the seventh princess storm off, Yun Ruoyue felt a sense of relief. The Princess Zhao beside her immediately brightened with a radiant smile. Sisterly Wangfei, you are truly remarkable. How did you come up with this strategy to deal with her? It is indeed effective. Look, she has fled in anger. If she dares to speak ill of me again, I shall employ this tactic against her. Chapter 548. Su Changxiao discovers Yun Ruoyue whispered, to strike a snake. One must aim for its weak spot. You know her vulnerabilities, simply exploit them. However, as soon as the seventh princess reached the entrance of the grand hall, her face flushed, and she gasped, Su Changxiao, what are you doing here? When did you arrive? The response was silence from the man. Upon hearing the name Su Changxiao, everyone turned their heads in unison, only to behold a strikingly handsome figure clad in crimson, exuding an aura as vibrant as blossoming peach trees, standing coldly at the entrance of the hall. The moment Yun Ruoyue heard that name, her heart sank. She sensed trouble and swiftly turned around. Upon turning, she was met with the sight of the stunning man, whose fox-like eyes scrutinized her from head to toe. His gaze was frigid, cruel, and piercing, reminiscent of the biting chill of winter and the fallen leaves of autumn frost. He stared at her unwaveringly, causing her heart to race with anxiety. Su Changxiao must have discovered her true identity. Hey Su Changxiao, what exactly are you staring at? Do you not see this princess standing before you? The seventh princess's cheeks flushed as she waved her hand in front of his eyes. Do not obstruct this young master's view. Su Changxiao replied coldly, his handsome face exuding an otherworldly allure. His sharp rebuke left the seventh princess feeling wronged as she bit her lip. Following his gaze, she realized he was fixated on Yun Ruoyue. So, Su Changxiao does not wish to become her consort because he has feelings for Li Wangfei. Otherwise, why would he be staring at her so intently? It seemed she had uncovered Su Changxiao's secret. Just as she prepared to confront him, the man, with a frigid demeanor, turned and exited, leaving her no opportunity to voice her thoughts. Once Su Changxiao departed, Yun Ruoyue finally exhaled a sigh of relief. His gaze had been as menacing as that of a venomous serpent, and she had genuinely feared he might devour her whole. As he hastily left, Su Changxiao was enveloped in disbelief and shock. He had just overheard someone mention that the Princess Li had entered the palace. Recalling how she had once saved his life, he resolved to greet her and express his gratitude, while also attempting to mend their relationship. However, upon reaching the grand hall's entrance, he was taken aback to find the very Princess Li, surrounded by a throng of admirers, the celestial being he had long yearned for. The sight of her visage, which had often graced his dreams, sent a torrent of emotions surging within him. Excitement, shock, disbelief, and a sense of betrayal all coursed through his veins. Unbeknownst to him, the dream lover he had so desperately sought was none other than the Princess Li, the one who had healed him. She was both distant and near, yet he remained oblivious. She, on the other hand, had been aware of his search and infatuation, concealing her identity behind a veil, leading him to a state of stunned silence as he exited the grand hall, as if deprived of oxygen, paralyzed by the revelation. He stood there, motionless, as if doused with a bucket of cold water, his entire being rendered numb and rigid. He had never fathomed that the woman he adored most dearly was, in fact, the same maiden he had once held in disdain, the young lady of the Xiang residence. Reflecting on the lengths he had gone to for her affection, nearly starving himself, he felt an overwhelming urge to leap into a lake, consumed by embarrassment. How humiliating it was to have once looked down upon this ugly girl, bullying and belittling her, only to find himself hopelessly enamored before her now. It was a striking slap to his own face. Meanwhile, Yun Ruoyue, upon seeing Su Changxiao leave, prepared to visit the Empress Dowager. Having exchanged pleasantries with the others, she was eager to assess the Dowager's recovery. Chapter 549. Deceived by the Young Master. The princess consort was not permitted to bring maidservants into the palace unless under special favor. Hence Yun Ruoyue ventured out of the grand hall alone, intending to find Xuancheng and accompany him to see the Empress Dowager. After searching the vicinity to no avail, she resolved to make her way to the Shokong Palace, confident in her knowledge of the route. Before departing, she left a message for Princess Zhao, instructing her to inform Xuancheng that she awaited him in the Dowager's quarters upon his return. As she approached a rockery, suddenly, a figure clad in red emerged before her. The apparition, draped in flowing crimson, with cascading black hair, striking features, and eyes like cold stars, was none other than Su Changxiao. "Ah, why did you sneak up on me like that? You nearly frightened me to death," Yun Ruoyue exclaimed, glaring at him in irritation. "Yun Ruoyue, you deceived me. You are that beauty, are you not?" Su Changxiao stepped forward, his gaze piercing and cold, fixated on her. How dare this woman trick him and lead him in circles? Since Su Changxiao had already uncovered the truth, Yun Ruoyue chose to no longer conceal it. She raised an eyebrow. "And if I am? You admit it. You are well aware that I was searching for you. Why deceive me?" Su Changxiao's eyes blazed with indignation, angered by the mockery he had endured. "What business is it of yours? Why should I consider your feelings?" Yun Ruoyue replied coolly. It was quite amusing. Why should she not play tricks on Su Changxiao? After all, he had tormented her in the past. Her mischief was but a trifling retaliation compared to the wounds he had inflicted upon her. "You dare to deceive and toy with my emotions." Su Changxiao's face flushed with rage, his voice icy cold. Yun Ruoyue let out a disdainful laugh. "Su Changxiao, you truly overestimate yourself. What do you mean by saying I have deceived and toyed with your feelings? Have I ever made you any promises? I am a married woman. You ought to keep your distance. Moreover, I have yet to settle the score for the pain you inflicted upon me in the past, and now you come seeking me. If we are to settle accounts, let us start from the moment you bullied me, and count each transgression until we see who owes whom." Su Changxiao was momentarily taken aback by Yun Ruoyue's reproaches. Indeed, he had tormented her on numerous occasions. In comparison to his current actions, those past deeds were nothing short of heinous. Thus, it was clear that he owed Yun Ruoyue, not the other way around. His face turned crimson, filled with remorse as he gazed at her, and said, "I am truly sorry for my actions towards you in the past. I promise I will never bully you again. If anyone dares to harm you, I will certainly protect you." Su Changxiao believed that such words would evoke gratitude from Yun Ruoyue, perhaps even tears of appreciation, for she had previously pleaded with him that if he ceased to torment her, she would be forever grateful. However, to his dismay, Yun Ruoyue regarded him with utter disdain. Crossing her arms and raising an arrogant brow, "Do you think I would believe the apology of a crocodile? If I were still as unattractive as before, would you still apologize to me?" With that, she turned and walked away, her demeanor as frigid as the air around them. This world is indeed one that judges by appearances. Su Changxiao had always bullied her because of her looks, finding amusement in her supposed ugliness. Now that she had transformed into a beauty, he sought to pursue her. How shameless! Realizing the depth of Yun Ruoyue's resentment, Su Changxiao hurried after her. "Little Yeye, what is a hungry fish? Is it a fish that is starved? Little Yeye?" At this endearing term, Yun Ruoyue nearly retched. She shot him an angry glare. "Do not call me that, and do not follow me. Otherwise, I shall not be kind. Yeye, you are my dream girl, my beauty. Isn't Li Wang uninterested in you? Everyone says you are not favored. Why not part ways with him and marry me instead? Rest assured, I would never disdain you. I shall bring you home, treating you to the finest delicacies, allowing you to be the most cherished noble consort. What do you say?" Su Changxiao spoke with a cheerful grin, appearing innocent and harmless, not at all resembling the villain described in rumors. Yun Ruoyue gazed at him in disbelief. "Who instilled such confidence in you? Making you think I would ever marry you? You think I would not disdain you? Well, I do. You disdain me? You actually dare to disdain me?" Su Changxiao looked utterly incredulous. How could she, a woman he had once scorned, now cast such disdain upon him? It felt as if an arrow had pierced his heart. Yun Ruoyue found amusement in the situation. "What is wrong with disdaining you? Please, do not be so full of yourself. A despicable narcissist like you, who delights in bullying others, deserves my contempt. And I consider it a mercy. If murder were not a crime, she would genuinely wish to avenge herself upon him." Recalling the multitude of grievances he had inflicted upon her in the past, she felt a deep-seated loathing for him. The words of Yun Ruoyue stirred a tremor in Su Changxiao's heart. When this woman unleashed her fury, she truly became a force to be reckoned with. As she attempted to walk away, he seized her by the arm. Did I truly torment you so severely back then? Are there countless shadows lurking in your heart? Upon uttering this, he gazed skyward in remorse, tears glistening in his fox-like eyes. If that were indeed the case, then he had been utterly inhumane in those days. The mere thought of the time he had deliberately unveiled her veil in public, exposing her to ridicule for her perceived ugliness, ignited a fierce desire within her to strike him soundly. He had a penchant for frightening her with snakes, frogs, caterpillars, and mice, sending her into frantic scurries. He would hurl firecrackers her way, seeking to terrify her. One night, while returning home with a pot of soy sauce for her mother, she was startled by Su Changxiao and his cohorts masquerading as ghosts. Overcome with fear, she cried out for mercy, yet they continued their antics, donning their ghastly masks. During her time at the girls' academy, Su Changxiao had even surreptitiously placed worms and dirt in her meals, causing her to lose her appetite for a time. Such incidents were numerous and had become shadows that haunted her throughout her life. Now, upon encountering Su Changxiao, only anger surged within her. Thus, she coldly nodded yes. You relentless specter, release me. The audacity of him gripping her arm made her wish to administer a tranquilizer to him. I will not let go. I harmed you in the past, and I must apologize, Su Changxiao insisted earnestly. Seeing him still clinging to her arm, she gritted her teeth, poised to bite down on his arm. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind rushed towards Su Changxiao, and sensing imminent danger, he promptly released Yun Ruoyue. As he turned, he beheld a stone-blue figure swiftly advancing towards him. Chapter 551, The Prince's Jealousy. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Prince Li. Your Highness, please do not misunderstand. I share nothing with the Princess of Li. I merely sought to apologize, Su Changxiao hurriedly explained, as he perceived Chu Xuancheng approaching with palpable fury. He was not incapable of contending with Chu Xuancheng, but he wished to prevent any misconceptions regarding Yun Ruoyue and his relationship. Is the Princess of Li someone you can touch? Chu Xuancheng's voice resonated like the thunder of collapsing heavens, crashing into Su Changxiao's heart. Following his furious outburst, he unleashed a barrage of palm strikes towards Su Changxiao. Each strike emanated a formidable force, uprooting the rocks and flora within the imperial garden, while Su Changxiao, akin to a nimble sprite, evaded with great agility. Though he remained unscathed, the effort to dodge was strenuous. Chu Xuancheng, the god of war, with a mere flick of his wrist, sent Su Changxiao tumbling into disarray, fleeing in desperation. Yun Ruoyue feared that if the confrontation continued, the imperial garden would be utterly destroyed. She hastily intervened, urging Chu Xuancheng to cease hostilities, asserting that the other party had indeed not harmed her. He merely sought to apologize for past grievances. When enraged, Chu Xuancheng exhibited formidable strength, akin to the Iron Fan Princess fanning the flames of the Mountain of Fire. Upon hearing Yun Ruoyue's words, he finally halted, worry etched upon his face as he approached her to inspect her well-being. He truly did not touch you? His anger had been ignited previously when Zhang Heng had acted improperly towards her, and now, the audacity of Su Changxiao to approach her stirred a fierce protectiveness within him. Yun Ruoyue quickly shook her head. No, how could he dare to touch me? Then how did you come to know each other? Chu Xuancheng narrowed his eyes coldly. Noticing that Yun Ruoyue appeared unscathed, he began to relax. She stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Your Highness, do you not recall? It was you who sent Princess Li to treat my ailments. We became acquainted during the treatment. Su Changxiao swiftly interjected to extricate Yun Ruoyue from her predicament. He was keenly aware that he could not disclose the circumstances of their meeting within the palace. Despite his mischievous nature, he understood the importance of discretion. Above all, he valued his life and feared for it. Should the Li King discover his intentions towards his wife, he would undoubtedly come at him with a blade. Did I send her to treat you? Chu Xuancheng looked at Yun Ruoyue in confusion, his expression darkening. Is what you say true? When did I send her to attend to your ailments? It seemed there was indeed some truth to her words. Approximately a month prior, Su Changxiao had been afflicted by lovesickness, suffering greatly, prompting Su Ming to send someone to the royal residence to request his assistance. He had gone at that time, informing Mo Li to relay the message to her. Surely you were aware of this? Did Mo Li not inform you? Yun Ruoyue scratched her head, inquiring. Come with me. Chu Xuancheng grasped Yun Ruoyue's hand firmly, leading her away. His icy gaze turned menacingly towards Su Changxiao, filled with hostility. Consider yourself fortunate this time. Should there be a next, I shall show no mercy. Su Changxiao merely smirked coldly, a hint of mischief curling his lips. Were it not for Xiaoye, I would not deign to acknowledge you, Chu Xuancheng. For her sake, I shall endure. With a flourish of his garments, he departed in a bold crimson attire, exuding defiance. Chapter 552. Breaking your legs after pulling Yun Ruoyue into a secluded area, Chu Xuancheng regarded her with a chilling gaze. Emoli never forgets anything. Even if he were to forget himself, he would not fail to report to me. You are fully aware that Su Ming is my sworn enemy. Yet you treated his son? And you have been in clandestine communication with Su Changxiao? At this juncture, he clenched his fists tightly, his eyes glinting with icy fury as they swept over Yun Ruoyue. Confronted by his intense anger, she defiantly met his gaze, her voice steady. Yes, I treated him without your consent. So what? I am a physician, and it is my duty to heal. If you were ill, I would assist you as well. Do you comprehend who he is? His entire family is comprised of those I despise. After Chu Xuancheng concluded his words, he suddenly grasped Yun Ruoyue's chin, his eyes ablaze with unfathomable fury. Yun Ruoyue, with a gaze as fierce as a wild beast, fixated on him. Asserting that this was their affair and did not concern her, his hatred for them did not obligate her to share the sentiment. You, Chu Xuancheng bit out. But then he abruptly lowered his head and captured her lips in a domineering kiss. With her lips sealed, Yun Ruoyue felt as if she were a fish gasping for breath. She attempted to strike at him with her small hands. Yet her strength paled in comparison to his overwhelming power. After what felt like an eternity, Chu Xuancheng relinquished the kiss. As he pulled away, Yun Ruoyue forcefully pushed him, catching him off guard and causing him to stagger back 2 steps. She had assumed he would evade her or that her push would lack force. Instead, she realized how potent her earlier strength had been. Why didn't you move aside? Yun Ruoyue hesitated, pondering whether this fierce man might retaliate against her push. Chu Xuancheng's gaze turned cold as he regarded her. Her ability to push him indicated he had not been on guard. If he were wary of her, how could she ever approach him? I warn you, you are the princess consort of Li. Without my consent, you are not permitted to treat others, he declared imperiously. Do not allow any of my enemies to recover. And if I refuse? Yun Ruoyue retorted icily. His domineering nature was truly astonishing. Did she not even possess the freedom to heal others? If you refuse, I shall have no choice but to break your legs to prevent you from leaving. Chu Xuancheng responded with an air of authority. Fuming, Yun Ruoyue picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at him. On what grounds do you impose such restrictions? My freedom to leave is my own. The stone was swiftly intercepted by Chu Xuancheng, his speed and precision remarkable. Simply because I am your husband, he stated, his voice as frigid as ice. Yun Ruoyue stamped her foot in frustration, vowing to find a way to divorce this man one day to reclaim her freedom. Having said his piece, Chu Xuancheng turned towards the Shokong Palace, and with no other choice, she followed suit. Were it not for the Empress Dowager, she would have been reluctant to be in his presence. Before long, they arrived at Shokong Palace. After several days of recuperation, the Empress Dowager was able to rise and walk. Since taking Yun Ruoyue's medicine, her health improved day by day, allowing her to regain her strength, though she remained somewhat frail. Thus, she could attend the palace banquet today, relieved to see the Empress Dowager's recovery. Yun Ruoyue reminded Granny Shui to ensure the Empress Dowager took her medicine on time. Even if her condition improved, the medication could not be discontinued for months, or else her health would deteriorate. Granny Shui earnestly promised to care for the Empress Dowager, alleviating Yun Ruoyue's concerns. Chapter 553. The banquet commences subsequently. Yun Ruoyue, Chu Xuancheng, the Empress Dowager, and the Crown Princess proceeded to the Taihe Hall to partake in the palace banquet. Upon entering the hall, they discovered that Emperor Han Yuan, the Empress, and envoys from various nations had already arrived. In the Grand Hall, upon the arrival of the Emperor and Empress, all those present promptly rose to pay their respects, exclaiming, "Long live the Emperor! Your Majesties, please be seated. Today is the new year. There is no need for formality. Feel free to relax," the Emperor Han Yuan remarked with a smile. He quickly approached the Empress Dowager, saying, "Mother, I am overjoyed to see your health restored. Xuancheng, Ruoyue, assist the Empress Dowager to her seat." "Yes, Your Majesty," replied Yun Ruoyue and Chu Xuancheng, guiding the Empress Dowager to the prominent position at the head of the hall. The Empress Dowager glanced around with delight, proclaiming, "Today is a festive occasion. Let us celebrate together. Please, do not stand on ceremony. Have a seat and enjoy your tea and wine." After enduring prolonged illness, She had not participated in such festivities for several years. Now, with her health significantly improved, she could join her younger relatives in merriment, which filled her heart with joy. Once the emperor and empress were seated, he noticed that Xuancheng and Yun Ruoyue and the princess were still standing beside the empress dowager. He affectionately smiled at them, as well as at the nobles and ministers present, saying, "Xuancheng, Jiu, my dear nephew, beloved niece, please do take your seats." Before the royal relatives and foreign emissaries, Emperor Honyuan displayed great affection towards the Chu siblings. Having perfected this faade over the years, he executed it with remarkable ease. "Thank you, uncle," Chu Xinshan responded, bowing with respect before leading the others to the intricately carved chairs on the emperor's right side. To demonstrate his care for the late emperor's children, he consistently preferred to seat the Chu siblings beside him, signifying his special favor. Thus, their seats, while just below the empress dowager, emperor, and empress, were elevated above the rest, fulfilling the emperor's need for public validation. Fearing accusations of neglecting the late emperor's offspring, the emperor reveled in showcasing his affection for the Chu siblings at every banquet. By placing them nearest to him, he aimed to convey that he had always treated the late emperor's children with exceptional kindness, a privilege that even his own offspring did not enjoy. This way, he hoped to earn praises for his benevolence, establishing himself as a commendable ruler. While Emperor Honyuan delighted in this pretense, Chu Xinshan allowed him to maintain the charade, never exposing the truth. Accepting the elevated position afforded to him, he settled comfortably, holding a fine porcelain wine cup and calmly surveying the assembly below. Meanwhile, the princes and nobles seated in the lower rows eyed the Chu couple and the princess with envious hearts, particularly Prince Jin, who, alongside Su Changxiao, sat coldly in the center, igniting a fierce jealousy as they observed the esteemed Li Wang couple. Seated at the left side below, they were denied even the foremost positions, reserved for elder royal uncles and consorts. Despite being the eldest son of the empress, Prince Jin found himself relegated to a corner of the crowd, an indignity he found deeply frustrating. Only after the emperor and others had taken their seats did the remaining guests dare to settle down. Chapter 554. The Crown Prince of the Tiansheng Kingdom. At this moment, the Emperor Honyuan glanced towards the position of the left envoy, prompting everyone to follow his gaze. To the left sat a row of individuals from various foreign nations, dressed in an array of peculiar garments. Subsequently, an envoy from the state of Chu stood and began to introduce the dignitaries from several nations who had come to extend their New Year greetings. Among them were tributary states that had already submitted to the state of Chu, including the Eastern Lin Kingdom and Fuyu to the east, the Northern Tiansheng Kingdom, Xinbei, and Beimao, the Western Shuiyue Kingdom, Yalong, and Persia, as well as the Southern Wuxi Nanman and Nanyi, in the vast expanse of the Qingyun continent. The most powerful states are the state of Chu, the Eastern Lin Kingdom, the Tiansheng Kingdom, and the Shuiyue Kingdom, all situated in the Central Plains. However, one must not underestimate the smaller nations and tribes, as they are capable of launching invasions when least expected. The state of Chu and the Tiansheng Kingdom, being the closest and most formidable nations in recent years, are engaged in a tumultuous relationship marked by both trade and conflict, epitomizing a love-hate dynamic. Once the envoy concluded the introductions of the various dignitaries, his gaze fell upon the most prominent figures seated at the forefront of the left row, a handsome and noble prince and a stunningly beautiful princess. He ceremoniously announced, "Your Majesty, this is the Crown Prince Feng Lingtian of the Tiansheng Kingdom, renowned for his exceptional martial prowess, and this is the 5th Princess Feng Wu, celebrated as the Desert Princess, who is not only a gifted singer and dancer, but also adept in horsemanship and warfare, a true heroine among women." The envoy had previously provided only a brief overview of the nations. Now, it was imperative to clarify the identities of the visitors. Undoubtedly, the most distinguished among them were the Crown Prince and Princess of the Tiansheng Kingdom, while the representatives from other nations were merely officials. The Tiansheng Kingdom had sent its Crown Prince to honor this palace banquet, signifying the importance they placed on this occasion. However, those with keen insight would recognize the true purpose of Feng Lingtian's visit to the state of Chu. It was inconceivable that he would risk coming to Chu without cause. His ambitious nature and ruthless tactics made it evident that he was there to probe the state of Chu's vulnerabilities and ascertain whether the formidable god of war, Chu Xuancheng, was truly deceased. Initially, Feng Jinya had believed that Chu Xuancheng was indeed dead, and that the figure before him was merely a stand-in. Yet, upon observing Feng Lingtian's demeanor, he realized that Chu Xuancheng sat there exuding an aura of authority and majesty, his entire being radiating nobility and dominance. His gaze was as deep as the ocean, harboring an intimidating coldness that deterred any would-be challengers. He sat in solitude, commanding respect and fear, with his reputation for decisive action echoing throughout the realm. Wherever he was present, no one dared to act recklessly. Even the emperor found his presence overshadowed, though he did not utter a word. The sheer force of his aura eclipsed all else. The mere mention of the god of war, Chu Xuancheng, sent tremors of fear through the hearts of the citizens of the Tianshan kingdom. Upon witnessing the formidable man, Feng Lingtian realized the truth. This was Chu Xuancheng. Having faced him on the battlefield before, Feng Lingtian understood that despite his years of diligent training, he was no match for Chu Xuancheng. Thus, his life's ambition became straightforward: to defeat Chu Xuancheng and surpass him. After the envoy from the state of Chu finished his introduction, Feng Lingtian, accompanied by Feng Wu, rose and addressed Emperor Han Yuan. Your Majesty, the New Year festival holds great significance in our Tianshan kingdom. My father, the emperor, has specifically commanded my royal sister and me to present you with a gift. We humbly request your acceptance. Chapter 555, Negotiation and Alliance. Emperor Han Yuan stroked his beard, his keen eyes narrowing with a smile as he replied, The Crown Prince is thoughtful. Please convey my gratitude to your father. You and the fifth princess need not stand on ceremony. Consider this place your home, and take the time to enjoy the enchanting culture of the state of Chu. Thank you, your majesty. Bring forth the gift, Feng Lingtian commanded, clapping his hands. Promptly, two servants, dressed as foreigners, entered leading a magnificent steed with a golden coat, slender limbs, and delicate fur, graceful and beautiful. The horse's hide glimmered with a smooth, sun-like golden hue, resembling soft gold, and its radiant glow captivated the eyes of all present. This was the first time everyone beheld a horse adorned in golden fur. Its coat shimmered brightly, and its steps were light and elegant, with a slender and delicate physique that left the onlookers in awe. What is this? Even the well-versed Emperor Han Yuan displayed a hint of confusion upon seeing the horse. Hastily, Feng Lingtian stepped forward to introduce it. Your Majesty, this is one of the rarest treasures of our Tianshan kingdom, commonly known as the heavenly blood horse. While typical heavenly blood horses are primarily black, brown, or white, I have never encountered one in gold. I call it the golden horse. I personally captured it during a hunt and spent half a year training it. Not only is its appearance extraordinary, but its endurance is astonishing. It can travel 1,000 miles in a day, is remarkably intelligent, and possesses incredible speed, making it ideal for long-distance marches. Most notably, after a swift run, this horse sweats from its shoulders like blood, a remarkable phenomenon. Upon hearing Feng Lingtian's introduction, Emperor Han Yuan was equally astonished. I have only heard of the heavenly blood horse, but have never seen one. Today, not only do I witness it, but I also behold this rare golden horse. Crown Prince, this gift is exceedingly precious. What shall I offer you in return? Emperor Han Yuan chuckled after speaking. Feng Lingtian, who never engaged in unprofitable exchanges, certainly had intentions behind presenting such a precious national gift to the state of Chu. He smiled, glanced at his royal sister, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes, and said, Your Majesty, this gift represents the goodwill of our Tianshan kingdom, and no return gift is necessary. However, I do have a modest request. My royal sister is 15 this year, and is the most cherished princess of my father. She remains unmarried, and I brought her here to seek an exceptional young man of both literary and martial prowess for her to consider for marriage. As is well known, misunderstandings have led to numerous conflicts between our two nations in recent years. My father believes that continuing down this path is detrimental to the well-being of our citizens, which is why he sent me to negotiate peace. I hope our two nations can cease hostilities, take a step back, and transform enmity into harmony for the benefit of our people. What do you think, Your Majesty? An alliance in marriage, perhaps? The crowd below was momentarily stunned. The Tianshan kingdom and the Chu kingdom had been embroiled in relentless conflict in recent years, engaging in fierce battles over even the smallest parcels of land at their borders, leading to animosity between their citizens. Unexpectedly, the Tianshan kingdom took the initiative to seek peace and even proposed a marital alliance. Could it be that they feared the Chu kingdom, resorting to such a desperate measure? Emperor Han Yuan turned his gaze thoughtfully. He had not anticipated that the Tiansheng kingdom would approach him for negotiations. He certainly did not harbor the arrogance to believe that the Tiansheng kingdom feared Chu. Rather, this move was likely a ploy to place a spy within Chu. In Chapter 556, the interest in Chu Xianshun, the prospect of a princess from the Tiansheng kingdom marrying into Chu would render her an esteemed guest, untouchable, and to be treated with utmost hospitality. This arrangement seemed to favor Chu in every regard. Nonetheless, he dismissed the significance of a mere princess. He stated, indeed, there have been considerable frictions between our nations, with continuous warfare causing immense suffering among our people. It is time for us to recuperate and focus on development. A marriage alliance is not out of the question, provided the princess finds a suitable match and the gentleman agrees. I shall facilitate this union. As for the peace negotiations, we may discuss them further at a later time. Emperor Han Yuan was determined to discern whether Feng Lingtian was genuinely seeking peace or merely feigning it. He would not acquiesce lightly. Continuing, he inquired, "Pray tell, which nobleman has captivated the fifth princess's heart? Is it my unmarried son, or perhaps a young lord from among the esteemed officials?" The fifth princess, with her striking and radiant eyes, surveyed the princes before boldly fixing her gaze upon Chu Xianchen, declaring, "I want him." The assembly fell silent, shocked that the fifth princess had chosen a man already bound in matrimony. Yun Ruoyue, too, was taken aback. The man she wished to rid herself of had become a coveted prize in another's eyes. She discreetly coughed and nudged Chu Xianchen's arm, teasing, "Congratulations. Your charm is undeniable. She has taken a liking to you." Chu Xianchen shot her a glance, his expression darkening immediately. She displayed no jealousy, instead appearing indifferent to the situation. He coldly replied, "I apologize, but I am already wed. I must ask the princess to consider another. Is it not permissible for one who is married to also take a princess?" The fifth princess bravely met his gaze. Chu Xianchen responded coldly, "Does the princess aspire to be a concubine? Should that be your wish, I would have no objection." His implication was clear. If the fifth princess were willing to take on the role of a concubine, he would be amenable to the arrangement. Feng Lingtian's eyes flashed with a cold gleam as he remarked, "Prince Li, my royal sister has long admired your esteemed reputation. After all, she is a precious jewel of the Tiansheng kingdom. How could she settle for being a concubine? If she were to accept, it must be as a legitimate wife." "Is that so?" Chu Xianchen raised an eyebrow coolly. "If she were to be the legitimate wife, what would become of my beloved consort?" With that, he cast a glance at Yun Ruoyue. The look he gave was not one of overwhelming affection, yet it was not one of disdain either. The crowd was taken aback. Rumors suggested that Prince Li held a disdain for his consort, offering her no affection. Yet now, he seemed willing to reject the lofty fifth princess for her sake. Had he truly developed feelings for his consort? It seems unlikely. Does he not wish to marry the fifth princess, thus utilizing Princess Li as a mere shield? If that is indeed the case, then Princess Li is truly unfortunate. Not only is she unloved, but she has also become a pawn in another's game. Should the fifth princess turn against her, it would be a dire predicament. Feng Lingtian, with hands clasped behind his back, raised an eyebrow and declared with an air of arrogance, "I have two propositions. First, you may demote your princess to a concubine and take my sister as your legitimate wife. Second, you may marry my sister as a secondary wife, thereby having two primary wives, which is not an uncommon arrangement. So Li Wang, what say you? Is there not a third option? Must I marry your sister?" Chu Xuancheng toyed with the white porcelain wine cup in his hand, cold intent evident in his brow. He replied icily. Chapter 557. "I am willing to step aside," Feng Lingtian responded. "It cannot be helped. My sister harbors affections solely for you. Prior to our visit, I advised her to abandon you and choose another prince, yet her heart remains steadfastly devoted to you. As her elder brother, I can only fulfill her wishes. As for the third option, it exists, but I fear that Li Wang may hold it against me. Pray do tell." Chu Xuancheng's voice was frigid, a cryptic smirk gracing his lips. "Do you truly wish for me to utter it? Very well. It is said that you and Princess Li have never been harmonious. A year of marriage has yielded no offspring. Since there is no love between you, why not grant her a divorce and set her free? This way, you may marry my sister, and it would be a joyous resolution for all," proposed Feng Lingtian. "And what if I refuse?" At this moment, Yun Ruoyue raised her gaze to Feng Lingtian, her voice cold. She intended to part ways with Chu Xuancheng, but only on her own terms. She would not be driven away by coercion. How brazen of Feng Lingtian to persist, even after Chu Xuancheng's rejection. His audacity was remarkable. You? Are you the inconspicuous Princess Li? Feng Lingtian scoffed at Yun Ruoyue's interjection. Li Wang, when men are engaged in discourse, it is improper for a woman to interrupt. Chu Xuancheng raised an eyebrow coldly. I must apologize. Our woman is in charge. The princess's opinion is my own, and if she disapproves, I am afraid I cannot acquiesce. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively gasped. Was this truly the aloof and domineering Li Wang speaking? His words were frosty, yet bore a hint of affection for his wife. What had come over him? Had he genuinely developed feelings for Princess Li? Feng Lingtian smirked coldly. Ah, I see. Could it be that Princess Li is jealous and does not allow Li Wang to take a wife, thus prompting his refusal? Who would have thought that a formidable warlord would be so henpecked? Should this be revealed, your soldiers might not believe it. Chu Xuancheng nodded in agreement. You have struck a chord. I do indeed have a touch of fear of my wife. Alas, she rules our household. Yun Ruoyue shot a glare at Chu Xuancheng, exasperated. How could he agree with Feng Lingtian, painting her as a jealous woman? It was he who was unwilling to marry the fifth princess. Yet she was being made to bear the blame. She was certainly not the scapegoat in this scenario. She suddenly declared, I am not a woman prone to jealousy. If the fifth princess truly wishes to wed, I am willing to concede my position. Upon hearing this, the crowd reacted as though doused with a bucket of cold water, casting incredulous glances towards Yun Ruoyue. Had they misheard? The Princess of Li was actually willing to step aside. What was this unexpected turn of events? Just moments ago, she had displayed reluctance. Even Feng Lingtian and the fifth princess were momentarily taken aback. Princess, do you genuinely wish to yield? Feng Lingtian asked in disbelief. If this woman were indeed wise enough to relinquish her claim, he would reward her handsomely. He had no desire to coerce her, preferring to compensate her with riches instead. Before Yun Ruoyue could respond, Chu Xuancheng suddenly grasped her hand, saying, My lady, are you feeling jealous? Every time you feel this way, you tend to utter such spiteful remarks. Are you upset with me for not being more definitive in my earlier refusal? Is it because I merely suggested I would not mind taking her as a concubine? As he pulled her hand, curious eyes turned towards them. Chapter 558. You shameless Yun Ruoyue, feeling both embarrassed and enraged, shot a fierce glare at Chu Xuancheng. This man was once again playing the role of a loving husband, seeking to use her sentiments to reject this marriage proposal. Let go of me. There are too many people watching. Do not be excessive, she hissed quietly, gritting her teeth. She had no desire to display affection in front of the crowd. Public displays of affection were perilous, and besides, they had no genuine affection to showcase. Cooperate with me, or I shall kiss you in front of everyone. Chu Xuancheng whispered teasingly in her ear. You are shameless. Yun Ruoyue blushed furiously at his brazen threat. Fearing he might indeed kiss her publicly, she ceased her struggle, allowing him to hold her wrist. This man's temperament was peculiar, and he was one who could act on his words, rendering her hesitant to provoke him further. Seeing that Yun Ruoyue was subdued, Chu Xuancheng then turned to Feng Lingtian and said coldly, I apologize, but while the fifth princess may have had a chance to become a concubine earlier, now that my wife is upset, she will not even entertain that possibility, let alone consider being a primary wife. I suggest you seek someone more suitable. It was not that he was blunt. Rather, it was the audacity of Feng Lingtian attempting to pressure Yun Ruoyue into yielding that incensed him. They had shown her no respect, dismissing her as if she were expendable, so why should he show any regard for the fifth princess? After speaking, he leaned closer to Yun Ruoyue, warning her, clarify your stance quickly, or I shall kiss you immediately. That rogue. After shooting him an angry glare, Yun Ruoyue straightened herself, cleared her throat, and proclaimed, Indeed, my husband belongs solely to me. I do not consent to him taking a concubine. I kindly ask the fifth princess to consider another suitor. There are numerous excellent young princes who remain unwed for you to choose from. Upon hearing this, the fifth princess's face turned crimson with indignation. Accustomed to getting her way in the Tianxing kingdom, she had never anticipated that upon arriving in the Chu kingdom, she would be unable to attain the man she admired. She had long heard of Chu Xuancheng's esteemed reputation and had even gazed upon his portrait, nurturing a deep infatuation for him. This time, when her royal brother was to visit Chu kingdom for peace negotiations, she had implored him to bring her along specifically to meet Chu Xuancheng. While on the road, she confided in her royal brother about her admiration for Chu Xuancheng, hoping he would assist her in uniting with him in matrimony. This arrangement would not only aid the Tiansheng kingdom in monitoring the Chu kingdom, but also fulfill her innermost desires. Naturally, her brother consented. Upon her first encounter with the magnificent Chu Xuancheng, she was utterly captivated by his commanding and handsome demeanor, vowing to marry no one else. However, she soon discovered that he already possessed a princess, which infuriated her. She had presumed that, as a princess of Tiansheng, the Li princess would cower in her presence and willingly relinquish her position. To her astonishment, the woman exhibited considerable audacity, daring to oppose her husband's choice of spouse. A cold chuckle escaped her lips. Historically, the notion of male superiority prevailed, and it was customary for men to have multiple wives. Women were expected to adhere to the virtues of obedience and understanding. How could the Li princess be so envious as to resent the presence of a mere princess? If the Li princess had borne 2 or 3 children to carry on the lineage, it would be understandable. Yet, with no offspring to her name, why should she obstruct the Li prince from seeking happiness? Implicitly, the 5th princess publicly accused Yun Ruoyue of being a jealous woman. In ancient times, women dreaded being labeled as envious, for such a reputation was far from flattering and would invite public scorn. Indeed, at that moment, all eyes cast disdainful glances at Yun Ruoyue. Chapter 559, The Sharp-Witted Su Changxiao. Her jealousy was glaringly apparent. Having been married to the Li prince for a year without bearing a child, she had the audacity to prevent him from marrying another. Truly, she was a figure of envy. Yun Ruoyue was incensed by the 5th princess's words. Why did women so frequently resort to mocking others through the lens of progeny? As she prepared to retort, a languid voice from below interjected mockingly. In this vast world, wonders abound. I have only ever witnessed men relentlessly pursuing women, demanding marriage at all costs. Yet, I have never seen a woman so shameless as to insist upon marrying someone who has no interest in her. TSK, who are you to speak here? The 5th princess, taken aback by the mockery, hastily directed her gaze toward the source. Opposite her sat a man clad in crimson, possessing a beguiling countenance yet exuding an icy demeanor. His looks were commendable, but his words were utterly distasteful. 7th young master, cease your insolence at once and apologize to the princess. Su Ming, seated beside Su Changxiao, urgently admonished him. Su Changxiao merely raised an eyebrow, nonchalantly sipping his drink, showing no inclination to apologize. Father, which of my statements lacks truth? Su Ming was momentarily taken aback, leaning closer to his son and hissing, what if it is true? You should refrain from voicing such opinions aloud. You offer no favor to the Tiansheng kingdom, making it difficult for the emperor. Have they shown me any respect? Su Changxiao retorted with a scoff, returning to his drink in a drunken stupor. Enough. Allow me to interject. Crown Prince Ling Tian, 5th princess, please take your seats. Today is New Year's Eve. Let us enjoy our meal, and we shall address other matters at a later date. Good things come to those who wait. Emperor Han Yuan interjected with a smile, attempting to diffuse the tension. Ordinarily, he would have chastised Su Changxiao, but he had no desire to do so. Su Changxiao's retort resonated deeply, articulating his innermost sentiments. He was far too preoccupied with applauding him to ever consider reprimanding him. Although he held a certain trepidation towards Chu Xuancheng, when confronted with external provocations, they stood united against the common foe. Internally, the rivalry between him and Chu Xuancheng was permissible. However, when faced with the affront from the Tiansheng kingdom, he prioritized the greater good, safeguarding the dignity of the Chu kingdom. Feng Lingtian clasped his hands in deference. Since His Majesty had spoken, he could only acquiesce. Upon concluding his remarks, he guided the 5th princess to take a seat. The 5th princess, eager to voice her thoughts, was silenced by a sharp glare from Feng Lingtian. Dear sister, do not be hasty. There is ample time ahead, he whispered softly in her ear. Reluctantly, she pouted and settled into her designated spot. After shooting a fierce glance at Su Changxiao, she turned her gaze back to Chu Xuancheng, her expression a mixture of infatuation and admiration. To alleviate the tension, the gathering began to present their prepared gifts. Those for the Empress Dowager offered gifts for her, while others for the Emperor did likewise. Yun Ruoyue lifted her eyes and saw a maidservant of Su Changxiao entering with a birdcage draped in blue cloth. The sight of the cage reminded her of Xiao Bai, and it appeared that Xiao Bai had indeed captured Su Changxiao's heart, as she intended to present it to the Emperor. In that moment, Yun Ruoyue suddenly realized that while everyone else had prepared gifts for the Emperor, she had nothing in hand. She had completely forgotten such an important matter. Even when Feng Lingtian had presented the prized steed, she had not considered that she too should offer a gift to the emperor. At this juncture, Su Changxiao, holding the birdcage, cast a disdainful glance at Yun Ruoyue, having noticed that while others were equipped with gifts, she stood empty-handed. How utterly ignorant of decorum could Yun Ruoyue be, arriving without a present? She resolved to give her a piece of her mind and showcase the prowess of Xiaobai. I am feeling a bit unwell. I need to visit the restroom, Yun Ruoyue said to Chu Xuancheng, clutching her stomach with a distressed expression. Chu Xuancheng was taken aback. Just moments ago, she had seemed perfectly fine. Yet, understanding that nature calls, he lazily waved his hand. Go ahead, just remember to return promptly. I understand. I will be back shortly, Yun Ruoyue replied, continuing to clutch her stomach as she made her way out of the hall. The others, believing her discomfort to be genuine, paid her no heed. Once outside, she wandered aimlessly for several laps, unable to conceive of an appropriate gift for the emperor. Being within the palace confines limited her options. Even if she had silver notes, they would not procure a fitting present. Moreover, what common gift would ever capture the emperor's fancy? It was indeed a predicament. While the other princesses had not prepared gifts, it seemed no one would mind. Yet, she found herself in a precarious position. If she failed to present a gift, she would undoubtedly become a target for Su Changxiao and her ilk. Just as despair began to set in, she unexpectedly spotted a group of palace maids transporting a selection of vegetables towards the imperial kitchen. In the hands of a renowned palace maid, there was an enormous bucket filled to the brim with ginger. Upon seeing this bucket, a sudden inspiration struck her. Why not present this gift to the emperor? The word for ginger sounds remarkably similar to unifying the realm. She recalled a tale she had seen on television, where Lu Yong, during the Qing dynasty, faced a dilemma in selecting a gift for Emperor Qianlong's birthday. The emperor lacked neither delicacies from mountains and seas nor rare treasures. So Lu Yong had a clever idea. He gifted the emperor a bucket of ginger, which delighted the emperor immensely, earning him a reward in return. Consequently, she, the younger generation, decided to adopt this ancestral strategy in hopes of achieving a similar cleverness. A bucket of ginger carries such auspicious connotations. Surely, the emperor would relish such sentiments. For him, novelty and significance were paramount, far beyond the mere value of the gift. In her current predicament, devoid of any offerings, she felt compelled to take a bold risk and attempt this approach. She hurried over, grasping the maid's arm, startling her into a state of fright. Who are you? What do you want? The maid stammered. My dear, may I borrow this bucket of ginger? Yun Ruoyue implored, producing a 100 taels note from her pocket and extending it towards the maid. The maid, taken aback, exclaimed, Who are you? This ginger is required by the imperial kitchen. I cannot give it to you, nor dare I accept your silver note. The ginger had been specifically requested by the kitchen, and she would not dare to part with it. The other palace maids regarded Yun Ruoyue with puzzled expressions, prompting her to smile apologetically at them. I am from the Li Wangfu. Could you please temporarily sell me this bucket of ginger? I will return it after I have finished using it. Once she presented it to the emperor, she would devise a way to retrieve the ginger, ensuring the imperial kitchen would still have its supply. Upon hearing that she was from the Li Wangfu and noticing the royal attire adorning Yun Ruoyue, the maid immediately recognized her status. Realizing that the one attempting to seize the ginger was the Princess of Li, she was struck with fear, nearly on the verge of tears. Yet her hands clung tightly to the bucket. Your Highness, this ginger is urgently needed by the imperial kitchen. I cannot give it to you. Please, do not make it difficult for me. If the ginger were to be lost, she feared for her own life. Yun Ruoyue could only lament that, in this place, a life seemed to hold less value than a mere bucket of ginger. At that moment, a cool voice echoed nearby. Yun Ruoyue turned to see Granny Shui approaching with several palace maids, carrying various dishes, their curiosity piqued by the commotion. She felt a surge of joy and quickly made her way towards Granny Shui. It's me, Granny. Ah, it's the princess. What brings you here? Granny Shui responded, her demeanor transforming from aloof to warm and affectionate upon seeing Yun Ruoyue. Her once cold voice softened, resembling that of a gentle rabbit. Having served by the empress's side for many years, she held a position of respect among the younger maids. Granny, you have arrived at just the right moment. Allow me to explain. Yun Ruoyue whispered her intention to purchase ginger for the emperor. Upon hearing this, Granny Shui chuckled lightly. Princess, how amusing. Do you think the emperor will be displeased? If you truly have no gift to present, accompany me to the Empress Dowager's chambers and borrow a treasure from her to offer. No need for that. I will provide this instead. Rest assured, the emperor will be pleased, Yun Ruoyue proclaimed confidently. She had a premonition that even if Emperor Honyuan were displeased, he would feign joy. Very well, since you insist. I shall assist you, Lady Shui said, turning to the palace maid. Bring this bucket of ginger to the princess and have them procure another. If anyone inquires, say it is at the Empress Dowager's behest. It is her decree. With Lady Shui's command, the maid hastily delivered the ginger to Yun Ruoyue, affirming, Yes, madam. Yun Ruoyue quickly accepted the ginger, knowing that with Lady Shui's intervention, matters would proceed much more smoothly. Furthermore, Lady Shui arranged for a young maid to assist her in carrying the ginger and later delivering it to the Grand Hall. Once everything was in order, Yun Ruoyue hurried back to the Grand Hall. Upon entering, she observed numerous individuals presenting gifts to Emperor Honyuan. Naturally, the emperor reciprocated, rewarding those who offered gifts. Noticing Yun Ruoyue's anxious entrance, Xuancheng inquired, Where have you been? Why did you take so long to return? Long. I found it rather swift, Yun Ruoyue replied, settling into her seat with a relaxed demeanor. At that moment, Su Changxiao was joyfully fixated on the birdcage in her hands, casting a cold, scornful glance at Yun Ruoyue. Once she presented the talking Xianfeng parrot, winning the emperor's favor, she would undoubtedly make things difficult for Yun Ruoyue, questioning her about the gift she brought. Meanwhile, an elderly prince had concluded his gift presentation, prompting Su Changxiao to quickly rise with Prince Jin, both eager to showcase themselves before the emperor. Father, wishing you a happy new year. Recently, Changxiao discovered a talking Xianfeng parrot outside the palace. She found it quite amusing and spent a considerable sum to acquire it. Hoping to surprise you, father. Prince Jin, with his still recovering leg, struggled to approach Emperor Honyuan. Previously, he had choked Yun Ruoyue and received 50 lashes from the emperor, followed by a month of reflection in the ancestral hall. Though his time had not yet elapsed, his faction petitioned the emperor for his release, arguing that the new year was an auspicious occasion and that he had adequately reflected on his actions. The emperor, feeling sympathy for his son, agreed to allow Prince Jin to recuperate outside the palace. Thus, Prince Jin's injuries were not fully healed. Initially, the emperor had permitted him to remain absent from court today. However, fearing that his glory might be overshadowed by Chu Xuancheng, he insisted on attending despite his discomfort. Chapter 562. How delightful. To be sure, after kneeling and sitting for an extended period, his injuries ached terribly. Yet, in pursuit of the emperor's forgiveness, he gritted his teeth and persevered, preparing to let the Xianfeng parrot help him reclaim his standing. He believed that this parrot was the key to winning the emperor's pardon. His success today hinged upon this little treasure. Su Changxiao, while holding the birdcage, assisted Prince Jin as they positioned themselves before Emperor Honyuan. Upon hearing the words of Prince Jin, everyone became immensely intrigued by the parrot. Emperor Honyuan was also taken aback. A talking Xianfeng parrot? What words could it possibly utter? Was it akin to ordinary parrots? In response to the emperor, it was articulated that it was unlike any other. It was a divine bird, truly remarkable, and he would soon witness its splendor. Su Changxiao hurriedly interjected, pulling away the azure cloth draped over the birdcage. As the cloth fell away, the assembly was immediately greeted by the sight of a resplendent parrot, entirely snow white, its crest shimmering with golden light, its plumage vibrant and exquisite, resembling a phoenix. How beautiful! This parrot is utterly stunning, akin to a phoenix, albeit lacking a tail. Yet it is undoubtedly a rare specimen, one exclaimed. I have never encountered such a parrot. It must be a breed from foreign lands. The Princess of Jin is truly remarkable for acquiring such a treasure. Upon hearing the praises, Su Changxiao clapped his hands, prompting the parrot to speak. Happy New Year! Wishing you auspiciousness and joy every day. May all your wishes come true. As the parrot's voice echoed, everyone leapt to their feet, craning their necks to behold the Xianfeng parrot. Emperor Honyuan, the Empress Dowager, and the Empress themselves wore expressions of disbelief. Emperor Honyuan remarked, This parrot is indeed extraordinary. It can articulate an abundance of words, far more than the magpie I have encountered previously, which only uttered brief phrases of good fortune. The Empress Dowager, filled with delight, was thoroughly entertained, exclaiming, This Xianfeng parrot is truly impressive. What else can it say, Princess of Jin? As an elder, I have a fondness for such auspicious creatures. Su Changxiao approached the Empress Dowager, making a gesture toward the parrot, which promptly replied, Empress Dowager, may you be blessed. May you enjoy boundless longevity. May May you celebrate thousands of years. Laughter erupted, even from the Empress Dowager, who typically held disdain for Su Changxiao. Now amused by the parrot's auspicious words, she incredulously remarked, "This parrot possesses such spirit, it can truly speak. Surely, you have trained it for a lengthy period." Princess of Jin? In response, Su Changxiao stated, "It is a divine bird. It does not require extensive training to learn to speak. My granddaughter has merely trained it for a few days. To achieve such prowess in just a few days. It truly is a divine bird. If I were to utter a phrase, would it mimic me?" Emperor Hongyuan inquired. His interest piqued as he stood and approached the parrot to engage with it. "Indeed. Father Emperor," Su Changxiao affirmed. At that moment, the parrot chimed in, repeating, "If I say a phrase, it will mimic me. It will mimic me." Laughter ensued as the assembly realized the parrot's remarkable ability to learn and apply. Emperor Hongyuan's face radiated joy and astonishment. Observing the envious gazes from the crowd, Su Changxiao exchanged a glance with Prince Jin, both wearing subtle, triumphant smiles. "Wonderful. If Father Emperor is pleased, he may bestow rewards upon us," which would naturally lead to the forgiveness of Prince Jin. Noticing Su Changxiao's evident pride and the disdainful glance she cast his way, Yun Ruoyue maintained her calm demeanor, smiling softly while secretly extending her hand to the Xianfeng parrot, displaying a middle finger gesture. Chapter 563. The Emperor's Demise. Upon witnessing her gesture, the parrot suddenly screeched at the top of its lungs, "Someone is going to die? Someone is going to die." At these words, the expressions of all present changed dramatically. The smile on Su Chang's face abruptly froze, her gaze coldly fixed on the parrot. Next to her, Emperor Hongyuan was equally taken aback, his expression one of confusion. What did it say? Who's going to die? Could it be that this parrot possessed prophetic abilities? Such a notion would render the creature rather sinister. "Xiaobai, what nonsense are you spouting? Speak auspicious words, quickly." Su Chang hurriedly gestured to the Xianfeng parrot, hoping it would proclaim long life for the emperor. Unfortunately, Xiaobai had long been won over by Yun Ruoyue's delectable treats. Upon seeing her gesture, it disregarded Su Chang's entirely, flapping its wings furiously within the cage. It suddenly collided with the slightly ajar cage door and burst forth. Upon escaping, it soared directly onto Emperor Hongyuan's head, exclaiming loudly, "The emperor has passed away. The emperor is dying. He is to perish. Heavens!" Upon hearing this proclamation, everyone in the hall trembled in fear, the atmosphere thick with a suffocating silence. Emperor Hongyuan's face darkened with anger, as if a fiery ball had been ignited within his chest, and he erupted, "Impudence! Prince Jin, Princess Jin, did you teach it to say this? What a foul bird, daring to curse me!" At that moment, Xiaobai was equally startled by the emperor's wrath. It flapped its wings in terror and darted onto the empress's head. Its mind seemed to be in chaos, squawking, "The empress has passed away. The empress is dying. They are all to perish." Upon hearing this, the empress sprang to her feet in fury, raising her hand to strike Xiaobai, only for the clever bird to evade her. It even lifted its tail and defecated on her head before hastily fluttering away. Instantly, the entire hall erupted in chaos. The repeated cries of "the emperor has died," and "the empress has perished," echoed throughout, inciting murderous thoughts in both the emperor and empress. Meanwhile, the empress, feeling something unusual atop her head, instinctively reached up to touch it. Upon feeling something soft and sticky, she let out a terrified scream. "Someone, quickly assist me to wash my hands." Promptly, a palace maid hurried to help the empress exit the hall to clean herself. Seeing her objective accomplished, Yun Ruoyue gradually lowered her finger and resumed her dignified posture. Once seated, she noticed a pair of eyes seemingly fixated on her. Turning her gaze, she met the shimmering eyes of Xuancheng. "Was it you?" he inquired, leaning closer, his eyes scrutinizing her from top to bottom. Yun Ruoyue hastily shook her head, feigning ignorance. "What are you saying? I don't understand. I haven't done anything." After a moment of perplexed scrutiny, Xuancheng withdrew his gaze. At this juncture, Prince Jin and Su Chang had both been so frightened that they fell to their knees with a thud, sitting upright, feeling utterly chilled. Su Chang hastily pleaded, "Please spare my father's life. I had no knowledge of the parrot's errant words. I did not teach it to say such things." Prince Jin shot an angry glare at Su Chang, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "I instructed you to prepare a New Year's gift for my father. And this is how you went about it? What is the meaning of this? Your Highness, I truly do not know." This parrot was purchased by Yuan for 50,000 taels from the street. It has always been well behaved until just now when it went mad, Su Changxiao lamented, nearly in tears. Chapter 564, A Divine Retort. At this moment, her heart was filled with trepidation and dread, her entire being felt as if encased in ice, reminiscent of being trapped in an ice cellar, leaving no room for pride. Just then, the parrot finally quieted down, terrified of being struck by Emperor Hongyuan, and swiftly flew up high, hiding beneath the eaves of the palace. Enraged, Emperor Hongyuan angrily waved his sleeve and commanded, "Someone, bring that parrot down and beat it to death." This parrot was truly ominous, daring to curse him. He wished to slay it immediately. Upon hearing this, Yun Ruoyue cast a worried glance at Xiaobai. Next to her, Chu Xuancheng seemed to read her thoughts and suddenly rose, stepping forward. "Your Highness," he interjected, "today is an auspicious day. It is not appropriate to spill blood or take life. This parrot is innocent. The true culprit is the one who trained it. The parrot merely mimics. It has been wronged and does not deserve death." The emperor was momentarily taken aback, regaining his composure amidst his fury. Chu Xuancheng was correct. It was indeed the new year, a day unsuitable for killing. Furthermore, this creature could not comprehend its actions. It must have been manipulated by someone. Who was that person? Seeing the exquisite parrot, Feng Lingtian chimed in, "Your Majesty, I too believe this parrot is innocent. Its resemblance to a phoenix signifies rarity and fortune. Its presence represents auspiciousness and good luck. It should not be exploited, leading to its demise." He was not merely echoing Chu Xuancheng's sentiments. He spoke from the heart. This parrot exuded a distinct spirit, both beautiful and noble. It would be a tragic loss if it were to perish due to someone else's schemes. The people of the Tiansheng kingdom had grown up alongside animals, nurturing a deep love for them, and could not bear the thought of such a splendid parrot being executed. Even Feng Lingtian's words left Emperor Hongyuan with pent-up rage, as he found no outlet for it. Upon regaining his composure, he recognized the validity of their arguments. His gaze turned icy as he glared at Prince Jin, demanding, "Prince Jin, princess consort, confess honestly, who taught the parrot to utter such words to curse me and the empress?" "I did not," Prince Jin hastily denied. "Neither did I," Su Changxiao responded, trembling in fear, her head bowing repeatedly. "This parrot was presented by you. If neither of you is responsible, then who could it be?" Emperor Hongyuan fumed. "Perhaps it was the seller who taught it," Su Changxiao quickly replied. Yuan bought it from a bird vendor, so it is likely that the vendor trained it." "A bird vendor? What grievance could the bird vendor have against me?" Emperor Hongyuan was unconvinced. Chu Xuancheng seized the moment to add, "Your Highness, if it truly was the vendor, could it be that they hold discontent? Yet, under your reign, the realm enjoys peace and prosperity. Logically, the vendors would not act against you, nor would they dare." He subtly reminded Emperor Hongyuan of his just governance. His implication was that if it was the bird seller who taught this, it indicated their dissatisfaction with the emperor's governance, suggesting that the emperor lacked the people's support, inciting both divine wrath and public resentment, leading to the people's curses upon him. The Emperor Hongyuan, fearful of being perceived as anything but a wise ruler, vehemently declared, "I have always cherished my subjects. How could the populace curse me?" The minister added, "I too cannot believe the people would curse your majesty. Your Highness, consider this. Have you punished anyone or offended anyone recently?" At that moment, the Prince Jin, sensing the gravity of the situation, glared at him with ire and turned to Emperor Hongyuan, exclaiming, "Father, I have not. Please do not heed his provocations. I have always respected and revered you. I could never conceive of such an act. Who else could it be? You had better speak the truth, or I shall show you no mercy," the emperor retorted angrily. "I swear it is not I. Should I have committed such an act, may I never find peace in this life or the next. Furthermore, I have always held our mother in high regard. How could I curse her? There must be some foul play afoot. I am being wronged." The Prince Jin protested, his innocence palpable as he longed to prove his purity to the emperor. The emperor paused, contemplating. Indeed, he had punished the prince, and while the prince might harbor resentment towards him, it was inconceivable that he would curse his own mother. The bond between the prince and the empress was profound. Such an act was unimaginable. His gaze shifted to Su Changxiao, suspicion dawning upon him. "If not the prince, could it be you?" "Yes, it must be Su Changxiao," he mused. As the daughter-in-law of the empress, she could have incited discord, as is often the case between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law. Su Changxiao quickly shook her head, asserting, "Your Majesty, please see reason. The Empress is my aunt, a member of the Su family. How could I ever dare to curse her? Moreover, I have always respected you, and there has never been a rift between us. I would never commit such a heinous act." At that moment, Su Ming stood up, clasping his hands in reverence. "Your Majesty, this matter must be handled with utmost care. Regardless of the prince and his wife, they are still dutiful individuals. If they truly harbored malice, would they be so foolish to teach the parrot, knowing it could not keep secrets? It is evident that this has been manipulated. We must thoroughly investigate how many hands the parrot has passed through and who trained it to uncover the true culprit." Upon hearing this, Emperor Honyuan experienced a moment of enlightenment, his heart lifting as the tension eased. In his earlier fury, he had believed his own son was cursing him, and the thought had nearly driven him to violence. However, Su Ming's insight revealed the inconsistencies in the matter. Perhaps it was his foolish son who allowed himself to be exploited. The Prince of Jin, though audacious, would not have acted to such an extreme. At this moment, the newly cleansed Empress, fearing for her son's fate, hurriedly led a throng into the chamber. "Your Majesty, please quell your anger. This matter cannot possibly be attributed to the Prince of Jin. He must have been framed. He could not be so foolish as to instruct a parrot to utter such damaging words against himself. Look at him. Still grievously wounded and pitiable, does he seem the type to harbor such deep-seated machinations? This cannot be the doing of Changxiao either, for he is not so naive. This incident is undoubtedly a conspiracy aimed at them as a couple and must be thoroughly investigated to restore their honor." The Empress asserted firmly. She had always been a staunch defender of her son and could not fathom that he could commit such an act. Thus, she swiftly spoke in favor of the Prince of Jin. Chapter 566. I desire meet Emperor Honyuan took a deep breath and replied solemnly, "Indeed, an investigation must be conducted in earnest. Is the prefect of Jingzhou present?" "I am here, Your Majesty," responded Lord Zhang, the third-rank prefect of Jingzhou, responsible for the safety and order of the capital, a pillar of the nation, who was indeed in attendance that day. "Swiftly apprehend that parrot and conduct a thorough investigation into this matter, including the Prince of Jin's estate. We must uncover the truth," Emperor Honyuan commanded with fury. "To dare curse my demise, I shall discover who instigated this and ensure they pay for their treachery." Yun Ruoyue felt a pang of anxiety upon hearing that Lord Zhang would investigate the matter, for she had just saved the wise king publicly after selling the parrot. Would she be recognized? If they traced the inquiry back to the wise king and inquired if he knew her, it would spell trouble. Fortunately, she had donned male attire at the time, and the wise king did not know her identity, granting her a modicum of relief. Since this parrot was the principal culprit, it was to be taken by Lord Zhang for investigation. Yet, how could they capture it when it soared so high? Lord Zhang looked up at the parrot, strutting arrogantly atop the beam, and anxiously scratched his head. "Your Majesty, please wait a moment while I retrieve this creature." "But how can we catch a parrot that flies so high?" someone nearby inquired. "A suggestion. Shoot it with an arrow to force it down," proposed a court official. Chu Xuancheng frowned coldly. "What if it is accidentally killed? It is now the most compelling evidence against the true culprit. It must not perish. If it dies, who will vindicate the Prince of Jin? How will we apprehend the mastermind?" Upon hearing this, the official's face paled with fear, and he quickly replied, "Your Highness speaks wisely. The parrot must not die. It seems it cannot be harmed either. Lord Zhang, for the sake of the prince's innocence, you must care for this parrot diligently. It must not come to any harm. Indeed, this parrot is crucial to my innocence. It must not face any danger. We need to devise a method to coax it down safely," the Prince of Jin insisted earnestly. Listening to the discourse, Yun Ruoyue realized that Chu Xuancheng was exceptionally adept at guiding the conversation. With such a deft orchestration, she believed no one would dare harm the parrot anymore. As long as Xiaobai was out of immediate danger, she could breathe easier and enjoy a peaceful life for now. The Prince Jin and Su Changxiao, in their quest to unearth the mastermind behind the scenes with the aid of the parrot Xiaobai, were certainly not inclined to harm it. As long as they refrained from taking action, Xiaobai would remain safe. However, it was unexpected that the prince, who had always been the one to ensnare others, found himself ensnared today, relying on a mere parrot to vindicate his innocence. Such a turn of events was quite remarkable. Suddenly, Xiaobai squawked from above, exclaiming its hunger for meat. "Your Majesty, perhaps if we present a platter of meat to entice it, it might descend," suggested Zhang Fuyin. The Emperor Honyuan, feeling vexed, waved his hand in acquiescence. Very well, bring it forth. He felt cursed by this parrot. Having to invite it for a meal was a thought that only deepened his frustration. Long live the emperor. Upon hearing the mention of meat, the parrot erupted into joyful cries. Upon hearing this, the emperor's heart, which felt so battered, found a moment of solace. A platter of meat was promptly brought forth, and as soon as it was presented, Xiaobai flapped its wings and swiftly descended from the rooftop, greedily feasting at the edge of the bowl. Zhang Fuyin, seizing the opportunity due to his martial prowess, swiftly captured the parrot and confined it within a cage, securing it tightly. Chapter 567 finally arrived. I want meat. I want meat. Without its desired feast, Xiaobai began to screech frantically within the cage. Fine, I will give you some. Zhang Fuyin, irritated by the noise, quickly thrust a piece of meat into the cage, which finally quelled the parrot's commotion. With the parrot captured, everyone sighed in relief. Finally able to enjoy a moment of peace, Zhang Fuyin hurriedly took the parrot away, foregoing attendance at the imperial banquet to investigate the matter further. Emperor Han Yuan surveyed the gathering, recalling that today was a festive occasion, with numerous foreign envoys present. To dwell on this incident would be quite embarrassing, so he lazily gestured for Prince Jin and Su Changxiao to return to their seats. Wait for Zhang Fuyin to conclude his investigation. If you are indeed victims of deceit, I shall restore your honor. Thank you, your majesty. The Prince Jin and Su Changxiao quickly knelt in gratitude, their voices nearly breaking into tears. Following this tumult, in an attempt to ease the awkwardness, Emperor Han Yuan cleared his throat and addressed Feng Lingtian. I apologize, Crown Prince, for the spectacle. It was all caused by this creature. It is of no concern. This incident arose from the parrot. Your majesty need not feel remorse, replied Feng Lingtian, raising his cup. I toast to your majesty, wishing you longevity and many more such days. I also wish for the prosperity of the Tiansheng kingdom and its people. May they enjoy health, safety, and good fortune. Cheers, proclaimed Emperor Han Yuan. The title Fengdi refers to Feng Jinya. Su Changxiao, feeling utterly defeated, seethed in her seat. She and Prince Jin had narrowly escaped punishment, thanks to her father's intervention and the emperor's wisdom in recognizing their plight. However, others harbored different sentiments. Many gazes filled with disdain were cast upon her, as if the curse uttered by the empress was indeed a lesson she had imparted. She had sought to display her prowess before the crowd, but nearly endangered her own life in the process. She cast a cold glance at Yun Ruoyue, only to find that Yun Ruoyue remained composed and serene, her demeanor unperturbed by the surrounding turmoil. Instantly, her expression twisted with frustration. Why were they being reprimanded while the couple from the Li Wang family remained at ease? She turned to the seventh princess beside her and whispered a few words. Upon hearing this, the seventh princess raised an eyebrow, her gaze icy as she directed it towards Yun Ruoyue. Li Wangfei, everyone has presented gifts to Father Emperor. I wonder what you have prepared for him. May we have the honor of seeing it? The provocation had finally come. Yun Ruoyue straightened herself, a hint of embarrassment in her tone as she replied, I merely prepared a modest token of my affection for my royal uncle, hardly worthy of grand occasions. As she spoke, she waved her hand dismissively, feigning shyness. The seventh princess sneered, surely not. The Li Wangfu is affluent, and Li Wangfei possesses noble character. Your discerning taste cannot be inferior to others. Furthermore, your filial piety means your gift must be exceptional, truly one in a million. Please, do reveal it to us. Yun Ruoyue smirked inwardly, recognizing the trap set for her. With the seventh princess's words, all eyes turned to Yun Ruoyue. Curiosity piqued as they awaited the unveiling of her rare treasure. Chu Xuancheng's gaze shot towards the seventh princess like a sharp blade, prompting her to hastily lower her head. She dared not provoke him. Our Li Wangfu has already presented a gift. Naturally, it represents Li Wangfei as well. Seventh sister, do not make things difficult for your sister-in-law. Chu Xuancheng said coolly. His words, melodious yet chilling, carried an air of undeniable authority. The seventh princess bit her lip, casting a furtive glance at him before lowering her head in defeat. Yun Ruoyue was taken aback by Chu Xuancheng's defense. It is quite all right, she declared. Although the Li Wangfu has prepared a gift, I have also prepared a humble offering for my royal uncle. I hope you will graciously accept it. The crowd fell silent, intrigued. What riddle was this Li Wangfei presenting? She had entered empty-handed. What could she possibly have prepared? Emperor Hong Yuan's expression darkened as he listened to the exchange between the seventh princess and the couple from the Li Wang family. Their conversation made him, the emperor, feel as if he were desperately in need of their gifts, which was far from his intention. These individuals were merely trying to curry favor with him. However, with the national treasury depleting and expenses mounting, their willingness to give was certainly welcome, as it would replenish his coffers. Upon hearing Yun Ruoyue's words, his curiosity was piqued. Yet, maintaining his facade of detachment, he replied, "Li Wangfei, we are all family. You need not go through the formality of these trivial gifts." Yun Ruoyue immediately rose, asserting, "Royal uncle, today is the new year. How can we forego such an offering? Attendant, please bring forth the gift I have prepared for the emperor." Upon hearing this, a young palace maid hurried in, trembling as she carried a jar of ginger, and the fragrant aroma of ginger soon filled the grand hall. As the scent of ginger wafted through the air, curiosity piqued among the crowd, and they craned their necks to see. Before them appeared a palace maid, bearing a hefty bucket filled to the brim with ginger. A moment of stunned silence ensued, with glances exchanged among the onlookers, each pondering the significance of this unexpected offering. Was this truly ginger? The aroma was overpowering, almost suffocating. Could this be the gift from the Princess of Li? Just a bucket of ginger? How audacious of her to jest with the emperor in such a manner, a reckless act indeed. To present a mere bucket of ginger was utterly disgraceful. Was the Li royal household so impoverished that this was all they could muster? Surely, even in dire straits, one would not resort to gifting a bucket of ginger. Moreover, the Li royal family was far from destitute. They were quite affluent. Such a mockery of the emperor would surely incite his wrath, and the Princess of Li would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Su Changxiao and the seventh princess exchanged incredulous looks upon seeing the bucket of ginger. The seventh princess smirked coldly, remarking, "Sister-in-law, what on earth does Yun Ruoyue intend with this? Why present a bucket of ginger?" Su Changxiao, equally perplexed, responded, "I cannot fathom her motives. Even if she were miserly, she would not resort to such a gift. How bold she is! Does she truly wish to mock the emperor?" The seventh princess, gritting her teeth, replied, "If she dares to mock our father, she is courting death." Exchanging a glance with the crown prince, Su Changxiao noticed a glimmer of derision in his eyes, alongside her own lingering confusion. The present-day Yun Ruoyue had transformed. Her actions defied all logic, leaving her utterly baffled. As the ginger was brought forth, Yun Ruoyue promptly stepped forward, accepting the bucket and placing it before the emperor's imperial desk. With her hands gracefully folded, she bowed and proclaimed, "Your Majesty, this is the grand gift from your humble niece-in-law. I hope you will graciously accept it." A grand gift? The emperor, eyeing the bucket of ginger, tilted his head in disbelief. "This is what you dare to call a grand gift? How audacious of you to presume I would think highly of such an offering." The seventh princess interjected sharply, "Sister-in-law, you present our father with a bucket of ginger and dare to label it a grand gift? Do you have no shame? Are you mocking him, belittling his authority?" Her words struck like a thunderbolt, leaving the assembly in shock. Chapter 569. Uniting the realm. Chu Xuancheng straightened his posture, casting a cold gaze upon Yun Ruoyue. He had been observing her closely and noted her remarkable transformation. Her demeanor and style of conduct were markedly different from before. He sensed that her actions bore significance, and she was not merely acting on a whim. With curiosity, he watched her, eager to discover the surprise she had in store. The emperor's face darkened upon hearing the seventh princess's remarks, his anger palpable as he fixed his gaze upon Yun Ruoyue. "Princess of Li, I have made it abundantly clear that I do not wish for you to present any gifts. Why then, do you bring a bucket of ginger to the court? Its unpleasant odor and unsightly appearance are an affront. Do you truly seek to mock me? What would foreign dignitaries think of this? My dignity as an emperor is at stake. Soon, the people of Tianjin will surely ridicule me." His words underscored his fury, and the onlookers, sensing the tension, turned their derisive gazes toward Yun Ruoyue. How splendid! It seemed she was on the path to self-destruction, and they eagerly awaited the spectacle of her downfall. Unexpectedly, Yun Ruoyue, far from being intimidated, boldly stepped forward and knelt on the ground, proclaiming, "Your Majesty, please calm your anger. This bucket of ginger I present to you carries profound significance. I hope for your unity over the realm, enduring for millennia, reclaiming lost territories to dominate the world." Her words struck the assembly like a hammer, resonating deeply within their hearts. This was precisely what Emperor Honyuan yearned for: to unify the world, to reclaim the lands seized by the powerful Tianjin kingdom. and to restore the fragmented realm into harmony. Should he succeed in uniting the four nations, he would undoubtedly ascend as the paramount sovereign of the Central Plains, a ruler destined for eternal renown. Upon hearing this, Feng Lingtian's expression darkened, and with a resounding slap, he struck the table. Though the cacophony around them masked the sound, his visage was ominously clouded, akin to a storm brewing overhead. He glared at Yun Ruoyue like a ferocious wolf, incredulous that the princess consort of Li would utter such audacious words. Emperor Hong Yuan's aspirations of unification were still a distant dream, contingent upon the consent of the Tianxin kingdom. How daring of her to voice such sentiments in front of numerous foreign dignitaries, clearly disregarding the Tianxin kingdom and its neighbors, the Donglin kingdom, Shuiyue kingdom, as well as the Xianbei and Beima tribes. This incident subtly underscored the ambitious designs of the Chu kingdom, which seemed intent on annexing other nations and achieving hegemony. Upon grasping the true intent behind the bucket of ginger, Emperor Hong Yuan's countenance brightened at the mention of unification and dominance, eliciting an involuntary smile. This had long been his aspiration, his dream, and he was astounded that Yun Ruoyue had articulated it so boldly. His superstitious nature caused him to view the bucket of ginger as exceedingly endearing and valuable. Feng Lingtian sipped his wine and sneered, "What a formidable princess consort! It appears that Chu kingdom harbors grand ambitions, seeking to consume us all." This remark ignited a wave of indignation among the assembled envoys, who glared at Yun Ruoyue with fury. She offered a gentle smile to Feng Lingtian and retorted, "Your Highness, you overthink matters. I only echoed sentiments previously expressed by the emperor of your esteemed nation, which emboldened me to speak before our emperor. Such words have been voiced not only by your emperor, but also by the sovereigns of Donglin and Shuya. They merely reflect a ruler's aspirations for their nation's future. How can they be misconstrued as intentions to annex your kingdom? Given that so many monarchs have spoken similarly, why should our emperor be admonished? The dream of unifying our Chu kingdom and reclaiming its lost territories is hardly erroneous. Is not the ambition to dominate the world a common aspiration among all emperors? The vastness of this realm knows no boundaries and does not exclusively pertain to the Tianxin kingdom. I merely wish to convey my most heartfelt wishes to our emperor, and I implore you, your highness, not to take offense." As Yun Ruoyue articulated these words, her heart raced with anxiety. She had never intended to present ginger. Had it not been for Su Changxiao and her companion's insistence, she would not have resorted to such a desperate measure. It seemed she had indeed offended the crown prince of the Tianxin kingdom. However, even if she had remained silent, the Chu kingdom and the Tianxin kingdom would remain irreconcilable adversaries. She recalled having heard that the diplomatic envoys from the state of Chu, during their negotiations with the envoys of the Heavenly Prosperity Kingdom regarding border treaties and amendments, were far more vociferous than she could ever be. In those diplomatic arenas, the representatives from both sides would roll up their sleeves, exchanging vehement insults about each other's ancestry, a situation far more severe than her own. Thus, she harbored no fear of offending Feng Lingtian. A weak nation lacks diplomatic leverage, and now that the state of Chu is immensely powerful, bolstered by the presence of the war god Chu Xianchen, there is no need to endure any humiliation in diplomatic matters. Emperor Hong Yuan remarked, "Crown Prince, you indeed worry too much. Princess Li, I am quite fond of your gift. I too wish to reclaim the lost territories and restore the integrity of the state of Chu. Bring forth the rewards." Although he had his grievances with the Li Wangfu, he felt compelled to uphold the dignity and authority of the state of Chu at this juncture. Yun Ruoyue was correct. Such sentiments had been expressed by numerous sovereigns before. So why should he be forbidden from voicing them? Was he to be considered inferior to those rulers? Feng Lingtian's presence in Chu was also a provocation, indicative of his ill intentions, as the Heavenly Prosperity Kingdom had always harassed the borders of Chu with its predatory ambitions. Therefore, he did not blame Yun Ruoyue for her words. Rather, he found her sentiments gratifying and refreshing. As Emperor Hong Yuan finished speaking, Su Changxiao nearly choked with rage. Yun Ruoyue had casually gifted a bucket of ginger and was met with praise and rewards from the emperor. Had she known that her elaborate gift of a parrot would pale in comparison, she might as well have offered a bunch of scallions or a large cabbage. At that moment, Eunuch Lu swiftly presented the reward, a jade ruby radiating a verdant hue. The sight of this magnificent green jade made Yun Ruoyue's mouth water. This jade ruby was evidently priceless. She had exchanged a mere bucket of ginger for such a treasure, a remarkable gain. Many thanks, your imperial uncle. Long live the emperor. After bowing, Yun Ruoyue carefully accepted the jade ruby and promptly returned to her seat. Gazing at the ruby, she felt a surge of excitement. She truly had a knack for forging connections. She had managed to charm a jade ruby from her sworn enemy, the emperor. Had she not been married to Chu Xianqian, she would have eagerly pursued the emperor for her own gain. Alas, fate had dealt her a poor hand, and as the Princess of Li, she was destined to contend with the emperor. Emperor Han Yuan, upon seeing the bucket of ginger, increasingly perceived it as a veritable mountain of ginger, which delighted him greatly. With this bucket of ginger in hand, he regarded the delicacies and rare treasures offered by others as mere commonplace trinkets. On the opposite side, Feng Ling Tian's face contorted with rage, feeling frustrated yet powerless to retaliate. He could only scowl, preparing to implement his earlier devised scheme to vex Emperor Han Yuan and temper his enthusiasm. After examining the jade ruby in her hand, Yun Ruoyue handed it to Chu Xianqian. Smiling as she asked, "What do you think? Is this jade ruby beautiful?" Chu Xianqian shot her a cold glance. This woman was brazenly currying favor with the emperor in his presence. What talk of unifying the realm, of lasting dynasties, of world domination? Did Emperor Han Yuan truly believe he was worthy of such ambition? Chapter 571. The stringless zither. He let out a cold snort. Speaking in a tone only Yun Ruoyue could hear, empty words and shameless flattery. "What do you mean by that?" Yun Ruoyue retorted softly. "It is the Princess of Jin who seeks to make things difficult for me, and I am left with no choice but to devise this method to extricate myself. Has the Li Wangfu already sent gifts? Must you go out of your way to curry favor with him?" Chu Xuancheng's voice was gritted with anger, his expression darker than a stormy sky. "Curry favor? I merely spoke a few kind words. How is that currying favor? Moreover, my tactic serves a dual purpose. It can deceive Emperor Han Yuan and amuse the jade ruby, while also sowing discord between Emperor Han Yuan and the Tianxing kingdom. Did you not see how dark the crown prince of Tiansheng's face turned upon hearing those words? He must loathe the emperor now. Is this not precisely what you desire?" Yun Ruoyue leaned closer to Chu Xuancheng, speaking in a cold tone. After speaking, she remembered to smile at everyone, as if sharing a private conversation with Chu Xuancheng. Those unaware might think the couple was deeply affectionate, whispering sweet nothings to each other. Chu Xuancheng scoffed, "Such trivialities. My royal palace has no shortage of them. There is no need for you to solicit them from others. Furthermore, I shall strive to ensure you no longer need to humble yourself in seeking others' favor. I want you to live freely and elegantly, to become the most esteemed woman in the world." From that moment, he vowed to pursue this goal. Yun Ruoyue was taken aback. Was this an argument or a declaration of love? His tone was clearly confrontational, yet it carried an undertone of indulgence. Did he not harbor resentment towards her? How could he wish for her to become the most revered woman in the realm? His recent transformation was bewildering, and she found herself struggling to adapt. Hearing his words and gazing at his handsome, domineering profile, her cheeks flushed, and her heart began to race. She then looked at the jade ruby in her hand, suddenly realizing it was not as beautiful or fragrant as she had thought. She quickly reminded herself to remain composed. She refused to be swayed by Chu Xuancheng's sweet talk. Surely, he only wished for her to continue treating the Empress Dowager. He must be deceiving her. As a woman who had persevered through 30 years in the modern world, she could not allow herself to be fooled by a man's flowery words. Having just suffered a setback, Feng Ling Tian resolved to reclaim his dignity in front of the Tianxing kingdom. With this thought, he rose and bowed to Emperor Han Yuan, saying, "Your Majesty, it is known that the state of Chu is home to many wise individuals, and talented individuals abound. 3 years ago, I chanced upon a stringless zither, and after 3 years of study, I have mastered its playing. I would like to inquire if there exists anyone in your esteemed state of Chu who can also play this stringless zither?" "A stringless zither?" Emperor Han Yuan was taken aback. "How can one produce sound from a zither without strings?" "Allow me to demonstrate this humble talent of mine," Feng Ling Tian replied, lightly clapping his hands. The attendants behind him promptly presented the long-prepared stringless zither. It was placed upon the jade table at the center of the hall, revealing what appeared to be a 7-stringed instrument, yet devoid of any strings. How could one produce melody from such a zither? At this moment, Feng Ling Tian sat at the center of the grand hall, tapping his knuckles upon the guqin, and forthwith, a profound and distant melody resonated. The audience was taken aback. How could Feng Ling Tian play a stringless guqin? Remarkably, he indeed produced a tune. Those with discerning eyes recognized that he was employing his internal energy to generate sound, while the less perceptive merely observed his fingers lightly tapping the instrument, creating a somewhat husky and alluring sound. To speak frankly, the music was not particularly pleasing to the ear, as it emanated from wood rather than strings. The sound of wood striking, no matter how melodious, could not compare to the beauty of stringed instruments. However, the ability to play a stringless guqin indicated that Feng Lingtian possessed considerable skill. While most would struggle to create any harmonious sound from wood, he managed to evoke a deep and resonant melody. Nevertheless, it was evident that he exerted substantial effort, his face taut with strain, suggesting that producing music in this manner was quite arduous. The strained expression on his face, combined with the laborious nature of his performance, rendered the scene anything but graceful and enchanting. Despite his handsome visage and opulent attire, he exuded an air of discomfort. Soon, the piece came to an end. Feng Lingtian rose and bowed to Emperor Hongyuan, humbly stating, "Your Majesty, I have embarrassed myself." The emperor's countenance darkened upon hearing Feng Lingtian's commendable performance, and he quickly replied, "Indeed, the crown prince's musical prowess is remarkable. To be able to play a stringless guqin, it has taken me 3 years of study to achieve such skill. I have heard that the talents of the Chu kingdom are abundant, with many masters of the guqin. I am eager to witness who in your esteemed nation can perform on this stringless instrument." Feng Lingtian's voice dripped with arrogance as he retorted coldly. Casting a scornful glance around the grand hall, he exchanged a derisive look with Feng Wu, both their eyes brimming with provocation and pride. Yun Ruoyue, observing this exchange, recognized that, historically, it was once again the time for foreign envoys to challenge a great nation. With a stringless guqin, how could an ordinary person play? Even those with internal energy, lacking study and practice, would be unable to do so. Thus, Feng Lingtian was indeed placing the Chu kingdom in a precarious position. She recalled her medical system, where she had once worked in an office containing a music box, a gift from her mother for her 30th birthday, meant for relaxation. The box contained melodies from renowned pieces for the guqin and guzheng, reflecting her mother's taste at that age. If she were to retrieve this music box from the system and secretly place it beneath the stringless guqin, she could press a button to play the music, thereby masquerading as if she were performing. Upon hearing Feng Lingtian's challenge, Emperor Hongyuan's expression darkened further as he turned to the gathered ministers, asking, "Esteemed courtiers, who among you can play this stringless guqin?" The princes, royal sons, and ministers hastily shook their heads, each asserting their inability. Even the court ladies, known for their musical talents, found themselves at a loss, shaking their heads in distress. The atmosphere quickly became awkward. Upon witnessing the scene, Feng Lingtian burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, your esteemed nation prides itself on its elegance and civilization, boasting numerous extraordinary talents and gifted individuals. Is it truly impossible to find even one who can play the stringless zither?" With that, his gaze provocatively swept across the assembly. The ministers and princes exchanged glances, each wearing an expression of awkwardness, as they regarded one another with uncertainty. Being publicly mocked by Feng Lingtian left the state of Chu with a profound sense of humiliation. Emperor Hongyuan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had always held confidence in his nation, yet at this critical moment, there was not a single individual capable of countering Feng Lingtian's challenge. It was evident that Feng Lingtian had come well prepared, and it appeared that the state of Chu was destined to suffer defeat. Feng Wu, with a disdainful smile, remarked, "I had thought the people of Chu were formidable. Yet in such a vast land, not one person understands the stringless zither. What happened to the abundance of wisdom and talent? This is truly laughable." Feng Lingtian coldly responded, "Indeed, the so-called wisdom of the state of Chu is merely a facade." As these words echoed through the hall, a palpable sense of embarrassment washed over the assembly. Feng Wu's taunt struck a nerve, igniting a desire within everyone to refute her, yet none dared to step forward, fearing they would become targets of ridicule. For not a single soul was able to play the stringless zither. Seeing the state of Chu cornered, suffering such disgrace, Emperor Hongyuan grew anxious and declared, "Is there truly no one in the state of Chu who can play this zither? If someone can, I shall bestow great rewards." A voice from the crowd interjected, "Your Majesty, this instrument has no strings. How could we possibly play it?" The Grand Tutor Han Bing stood, his face etched with difficulty. The Grand Master Li Jin sighed heavily and pointed at Feng Lingtian, exclaiming in anger, "The crown prince is clearly intent on putting our nation in a difficult position. This zither has no strings. How can it be played?" Feng Lingtian let out a derisive laugh, his eyes glinting with mockery. It appeared that within this grand hall, not a single talent could be found. Despite the state of Chu's advantageous position in the heart of the Central Plains and its millennia-old civilization, they were unable to play. Yet they claimed I was challenging them. If it lacks strings, how can I play it? Feng Wu added triumphantly. This only serves to illustrate that your state of Chu has been merely posturing, boasting of talented individuals and beautiful figures, when in reality, they are nothing but self-serving charlatans. Since none can play, brother emperor, perhaps you should put away this precious zither. At Feng Wu's brazen mockery, the assembly was filled with indignation and shame. Their faces burned crimson, yet they found themselves bereft of any means to retaliate, forced to swallow their pride. Emperor Hongyuan felt utterly humiliated, wishing for a hole to hide in. But wait, just as Feng Lingtian was about to command the zither to be taken away, a clear and cool feminine voice rang out. Everyone turned in surprise, their eyes widening as they beheld Yun Ruoyue, adorned in a regal stone blue princess consort attire, stepping forward with an air of dignity. As she approached Feng Lingtian, she declared, "Crown Prince, hold on. This stringless zither, I can play." With her words, the hall erupted into a flurry of murmurs. Could it be? She can play the zither? She has always been regarded as talentless and uneducated, unable even to recognize a single character. Yet she claims to possess the ability to play? Do not jest. This Guqin has no strings. How can she play it? Surely, the Princess of Li does not intend to seek the spotlight? If she cannot perform, it would be quite the spectacle. Hearing the crowd's murmurs, Emperor Hongyuan cast a skeptical glance at Yun Ruoyue. "Princess of Li, can you indeed play this instrument?" "Yes, your majesty, allow me to demonstrate," Yun Ruoyue replied, observing her unwavering confidence. A flicker of surprise crossed Emperor Hongyuan's face. Could it be that she truly possesses this skill? Chu Xuancheng raised an eyebrow, his gaze glistening as he regarded Yun Ruoyue. He had not anticipated her audacity to step forward. He was eager to see what kind of surprise she would unveil this time. His curiosity about this woman deepened, as she seemed to harbor many enigmas he yearned to unravel. Upon hearing Yun Ruoyue's declaration, the emperor's disbelief was palpable. He coldly warned, "Princess of Li, I permit you to play, but should you fail and bring ridicule upon yourself, I shall hold you accountable." The emperor, capricious in nature, had just praised the bucket of ginger mountain she had presented, only to swiftly adopt a stern demeanor. However, Yun Ruoyue was not playing for Emperor Hongyuan. Her intent was to restore the dignity of the state of Chu for the sake of Chu Xuancheng's parents. Any consequences would be hers alone to bear. Chapter 574. She can compose poetry too. After coldly stating her resolve, she seated herself at the jade table. In an instant, she seemed transformed, quietly settling before the ancient Guqin. The instrument, adorned with exquisite floral carvings, was crafted from precious wood, embellished with platinum and jade, creating a sight both pleasing and soothing to the spirit. Unable to restrain herself, she began to recite. The brocade zither has no reason, yet 50 strings it bears, each string a pillar of reminiscence for youthful years. Zhuangzi, in a dream, is lost among butterflies. The emperor of the spring entrusts his heart to the cuckoo's cries. When the moonlight brightens the sea, pearls weep in despair. The sun warms Lantian, jade rises with misty air. This sentiment awaits to become a cherished memory, but alas, it was all in vain, lost in the moment's reverie. Upon hearing this verse, the assembly was astounded. Was this poetry truly composed by the Princess of Li on the spot? How exquisite! Su Changxiao's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Yun Ruoyue, wondering when she had acquired such poetic prowess. Madame Wei from the state of Wei was not surprised. She recalled Yun Ruoyue's previous poetic endeavors at the Duke's residence, though she had chosen not to share this with the Princess of Jin or the Empress, preferring to avoid fostering their envy. Chu Xuancheng gazed at Yun Ruoyue with astonishment. He had occasionally heard her recite poetry in the royal residence, which was commendable. Yet this piece surpassed his expectations, leading him to increasingly doubt whether she was still the same Yun Ruoyue he once knew. Feng Lingtian was momentarily taken aback by the poem. Although he wished to undermine Yun Ruoyue, he could not deny the quality of her verse, rendering him at a loss for words to criticize her. "Sister-in-law, did you compose this poem yourself, or did you copy it?" The discordant voice of the seventh princess echoed through the hall. All eyes turned skeptically towards Yun Ruoyue. After all, She was the uneducated and unattractive girl. Unfazed, she replied coldly, "Indeed, it is my own work. Would you like to learn, princess? I could teach you personally if you wish." The seventh princess's face paled at this remark, hastily waving her hand. "Who needs your instruction? I have no interest." Upon finishing her words, she hastily fell silent, refraining from provoking Yun Ruoyue, fearful of being taught poetry by her. To her surprise, the Princess Li could indeed compose poetry. However, mastery of poetry did not necessarily imply proficiency in playing the zither. The princess had confidently asserted her ability, and Feng Lingtian remarked, "I shall await your musical prowess." "Indeed, I consider poetry more challenging than playing the zither. I can compose poetry effortlessly, let alone play the instrument," Yun Ruoyue replied, resuming her caress of the zither. Simultaneously, her consciousness stirred, retrieving a music box concealed beneath the jade table. Fortunately, this jade table resembled a classroom desk, possessing only 3 sides with an open side for placing ink and paper. Thus, she discreetly placed the music box beneath it, shielding it with her voluminous garments, ensuring that only she was aware of the hidden mechanism beneath the jade surface. Before standing up, she had already tapped into her space, fine-tuning the music box to play the classic piece High Mountains and Flowing Water. Suddenly, Yun Ruoyue's body tilted, nearly causing her to slip to the ground. Fortunately, she steadied herself just in time. "Why is this chair so slippery?" Upon closer inspection, she realized that the chair had been polished to a high shine, and the fabric of her royal attire was too slick, leading to her near tumble. The onlookers gasped at her near mishap, murmuring their doubts. How embarrassing. Did she almost fall? Can she truly play, or is she merely stalling for time? Chapter 575. A melody that captivates all Princess Li. If you cannot play, it would be wise to withdraw now, to avoid further embarrassment and disgrace to our Chu kingdom. The queen, seated upon her phoenix chair, cast a sidelong glance at Yun Ruoyue, her eyes filled with disdain. "Indeed, Princess Li, it would be prudent for you to step down and admit your inability to play while there is still time." Su Changxiao added in a tone that feigned concern for Yun Ruoyue. "Ruoyue, this zither lacks strings. It is indeed a challenge. It is perfectly acceptable if you cannot play. The emperor will not hold it against you. Please, come back." The Empress Dowager gazed at Yun Ruoyue with worry, her expression tender. "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. Please rest assured, I shall play. This piece is called High Mountains and Flowing Water," Yun Ruoyue replied, offering a gentle smile to the Empress Dowager. Seizing the moment, she swiftly pressed the button on the music box, then deftly positioned her hands on the zither. Her delicate fingers danced gracefully across the instrument, and suddenly, an ethereal melody emerged from the 7-stringed zither. The audience was momentarily stunned, holding their breath. Could it be that Princess Li truly could play this stringless zither? Her fingers moved like tender green shoots, flowing effortlessly over the strings, the music cascading like a clear mountain spring, invigorating as the warm sun on a winter's day. Before long, the gentle notes transformed into a crisp, resonant sound, reminiscent of the zither's powerful tones, akin to steel balls striking the ground, producing a clear, pure sound, evoking the imagery of galloping horses, stirring emotions deeply and igniting excitement, evidently reaching the piece's climax. As this exquisite melody filled the air, it stirred the hearts of all who listened, leaving them enraptured and elated. Truly, it was a remarkably beautiful composition, majestic as Mount Tai, vast as the rivers. It seems as though the lofty mountains and flowing waters cascade down. Moreover, this melody, when compared to the sounds produced by Feng Lingtian with all his internal strength, is akin to the heavens versus the earth. Everyone promptly closed their eyes, quietly savoring the exquisite strains of the music. The composition was so profound that it appeared to resonate with the souls of the listeners, evoking a sense of distant beauty. Observing the incredulous expressions on their faces, Yun Ruoyue couldn't help but smile softly. Upon raising her gaze, she noticed Chu Xianchen scrutinizing her with a profound intensity. At that moment, she no longer cared whether he doubted her abilities. All she desired was to play the zither. With delicate fingers gliding over the strings, she closed her eyes, wholly immersed in the music, as if she were truly a master of the instrument. As the final notes faded, even she succumbed to the enchantment of her performance. Had it not been for the abrupt silence of the music box, she might have foolishly believed herself a virtuoso. The moment the music ceased, fearing the box would resume, she hastily used her spiritual sense to shut it off and tucked it away, finally exhaling in relief. As the last note lingered in the air, the audience erupted into fervent applause. Such beautiful, ethereal sounds. Just moments ago, I felt as though I beheld a grand mountain and an expansive sea. The artistry truly befits the tidal high mountains and flowing water. The Princess Li is indeed remarkable. I feel I have found a kindred spirit in her. Despite her lack of martial skills, she produces such an exquisite melody, truly a marvel. In stark contrast, Feng Ling Tian's music resembled the clumsy plucking of cotton, devoid of grace. Evidently forced out through sheer internal strength, lacking harmony and melody, akin to a rough man singing with no artistic finesse. Indeed, the music must possess beauty to be appreciated. Anything less would hold no value and only serve to incite distress. Hearing the crowd's remarks, Feng Ling Tian's expression twisted in fury as he rose abruptly, a raging fire igniting within him. He had not anticipated that Yun Ruoyue could master the stringless zither. After 3 years of effort, he could barely produce a single tune with his internal force. How could she, an unskilled woman, achieve such a feat? His and Feng Wu's faces were now akin to storm clouds. Yun Ruoyue stood, composed, and addressed Feng Ling Tian, Prince Ling Tian. I am the most talentless individual in this grand hall, renowned as a fool in our nation. If even I, a person of no merit, can play this stringless zither, imagine what true masters from our country could accomplish. How is it possible for you to play this instrument without strings or internal strength? Feng Ling Tian inquired darkly. And yet, it sounds so beautiful. With a gentle smile, Yun Ruoyue replied, I'm sorry, but that is a secret I cannot divulge. Feng Ling Tian was left frustrated, his curiosity gnawing at him, a sentiment shared by all present. However, Yun Ruoyue would never reveal her secrets. At that moment, the Emperor Hong Yuan burst into hearty laughter, rising with delight, his countenance radiant. Well done. The Princess Li plays beautifully. Truly, the state of Chu is brimming with talent. Prince Ling Tian, what say you? Have you lost this round? Upon uttering these words, he cast a haughty glance at Feng Ling Tian. Not long ago, Feng Ling Tian had been belittling Chu, leaving him, the emperor, utterly humiliated. Now, with Yun Ruoyue standing tall and restoring the dignity of Chu, he seized the opportunity to retaliate. Feng Ling Tian, his countenance ashen, clenched his teeth and replied through gritted jaws, the princess consort Li is indeed formidable. I am in awe. In this round, I concede defeat. Although he was an adversary of Chu, he was a man of integrity. Defeat is defeat. He would not engage in sophistry. He resolved to strive even harder, determined to reclaim his honor. Ha ha! Emperor Hong Yuan laughed heartily, stroking his short beard. Princess Consort Li's unparalleled skill on the zither, playing this stringless instrument, has brought glory to Chu. It is truly astonishing. Someone, reward her. An official promptly appeared with a record book, noting, Princess Consort Li is indeed extraordinary, a rarity of such magnificence. I must document this, for her name shall echo through the ages. The Empress Dowager also smiled, saying, as expected of Ruoyue, I knew she was exceptional. She has truly elevated the prestige of Chu. Others gazed at Yun Ruoyue with genuine admiration, showering her with praise. At that moment, Eunuch Lu hurriedly presented a platter of rewards. This time, the offering was unlike the previous one. It was laden with gold. When the cloth covering the platter was unveiled, a dazzling brilliance emanated, blinding the onlookers. For her contributions to the nation and her exquisite performance, the emperor graciously bestows upon her 10,000 taels of gold. This is merely a fraction of what is to come. The rest will be delivered to the Li Wang mansion shortly. Eunuch Lu declared with delight. The crowd collectively gasped. 10,000 taels of gold. Such generosity from the emperor. Yun Ruoyue herself was taken aback by the figure. 10,000 taels equated to 100,000 taels of silver, approximately akin to 100 million yuan in modern currency. Oh heavens, she had struck gold. If she were not the Princess Consort Li, she would have long since mingled with the emperor, living a carefree and joyous life. Little did she realize that Emperor Hong Yuan's lavish gifts were intended to bolster his reputation among the ministers. Moreover, he understood that this gold was but a temporary deposit in the Li Wang mansion. He would eventually eliminate Chu Xianchen and reclaim it. Hence, his generosity. I humbly thank your majesty for your gracious favor. After performing her courtesy, Yun Ruoyue prepared to return to her seat. However, Feng Wu, seated opposite, could not abide by this. She rose coldly, her gaze fixed on Yun Ruoyue with a malevolent intensity. Princess Consort Li, I possess a treasure of my own. Before me lies a jade box, secured by a lock forged from a millennium of cold iron. Inside this box rests a rare night pearl from the Eastern Sea. If you possess the skill to unlock this lock and retrieve the night pearl, I shall gladly present it to you. What say you? Yun Ruoyue was taken aback. A rare night pearl? Nearby, someone remarked, the fifth princess actually possesses a night pearl? Such pearls are exceedingly rare. Fewer than 3 are unearthed in a century. How audacious of her to wager such a treasure. It is said that this luminous pearl is exceptionally radiant, emitting a beautiful phosphorescence. Each night, it shines brightly, serving as a substitute for candles, illuminating an entire room. Within 100 paces, it can reveal every strand of hair, and when held in one's mouth, it can preserve a corpse from decay. Such a treasure is indeed priceless, a rare gem that only the wealthiest of nations can afford. Upon hearing the minister's explanations, Yun Ruoyue raised an eyebrow. What does the princess mean by this? Is she perhaps challenging me to a wager? Naturally. After Fengwu spoke, she took a jade box from a servant. When she unveiled the box, the crowd was immediately awestruck. The box was square, crafted from jadeite, its surface of vibrant green, radiating a translucent glow, suggesting it was of great worth. An iron lock, dark and rusted from the passage of time, adorned the box. Does this jade box truly contain the luminous pearl? Feng Lingtian coldly regarded Yun Ruoyue, eager to see if she could unlock this box. At that moment, Fengwu declared, Princess Li, I propose a wager. If you can open this lock and retrieve the luminous pearl inside, I shall gift it to you. Should you fail, you must kneel publicly and offer 100 kowtows, apologizing to the kingdom of Tianqing. Upon hearing these words, the crowd gasped in astonishment. I am aware of this jade box. The lock is forged from 1,000-year-old cold iron, and its intricate design makes it nearly impossible to unlock, even for the most skilled locksmiths. Indeed, this is an unparalleled jade box, a treasure of the kingdom of Tianqing. It is said that tens of thousands have attempted to open this lock, all in vain. If the most proficient artisans cannot succeed, how could Princess Li, who lacks expertise in locksmithing, possibly prevail? The kingdom of Tianqing has wagered with this jade box, winning numerous treasures. Many, desperate to obtain the extraordinary luminous pearl inside, have staked their fortunes against the Feng family, only to find themselves utterly ruined. And what of ruin? Previously, the monarch of Donglin, in his greed for this luminous pearl, gambled an entire city against the ruler of Tianqing, claiming that within 3 days, a skilled artisan from his realm would unlock the box. Ultimately, he lost. Not even 30 days passed without anyone managing to open it, resulting in the loss of a city for the Donglin sovereign. Chapter 578. A gamble is a gamble. Who fears who? The ruler of Donglin was indeed arrogant. The people of Tianqing dared to wager with this box, confident that no one could unlock it. I believe that Princess Li, lacking knowledge of locksmithing, would be wise to refrain from challenging the fifth princess. Should she lose, it would be a disgrace to the kingdom of Chu. Upon hearing the remarks, Yun Ruoyue realized the jade box held an abundance of tails. Chu Xuancheng cast a cold glance at Yun Ruoyue, stating, Return, the Li manor is not in need of a luminous pearl. He did not wish for Yun Ruoyue to wager with Fengwu. Winning was inconsequential, as he had no desire for the pearl. However, if she were to lose, how could she redeem herself? As soon as Chu Xuancheng spoke, Fengwu scoffed. What is this? Is the Li prince afraid? Dare you challenge the esteemed Princess Li to a wager? Fear of defeat, perhaps? Chu Xuancheng responded with a chilling smile. In this royal residence, we possess an abundance of luminous pearls. Your offering holds no allure. The noble Princess Li, given her exalted status, cannot be compelled to gamble merely by your invitation. If you are indeed afraid, then speak plainly rather than seeking excuses. Should Princess Li decline to wager, rest assured I shall not hold it against her. After all, this world is rife with incompetence, and her absence would scarcely be missed. Fengwu retorted with a scornful laugh. Upon hearing these words, Yun Ruoyue felt a surge of indignation, her gaze fixed coldly on Fengwu. Did you not just declare that if I were to open the box and extract the luminous pearl within, I would be deemed the victor? Indeed. And do you dare to wager? Fengwu replied with a derisive smile. Humph. Life is but a matter of pride. I shall accept the challenge. If I lose, it amounts to merely 100 bows. What is there to fear? Consider it an opportunity to relieve the tension in my forehead. Yun Ruoyue declared, her eyes ablaze with fury. Observing Yun Ruoyue's fiery reaction, Fengwu realized she had been provoked into this reckless agreement, much to her delight. She had feared that Yun Ruoyue would shy away from the wager, which would render the game uninteresting. It appeared that Yun Ruoyue was not particularly astute. A mere taunt had ensnared her, revealing her to be a fool and wholly unworthy of being her opponent. As Fengwu reveled in her triumph, Xuancheng cast a thoughtful glance at Yun Ruoyue. He recognized that Yun Ruoyue's earlier words had ensnared Fengwu in a clever trap. Her cunning reassured him. At that moment, Emperor Han Yuan voiced his concern. Princess Li, if you are reluctant to engage in this wager, you are at liberty to decline. You have already secured a victory today, which is sufficient. Yun Ruoyue had only just achieved a hard-fought victory, restoring honor to the Chu kingdom. Should she falter in this wager, bowing to Fengwu, all the dignity she had fought for would be lost, instead inviting ridicule upon her kingdom. The emperor wished to avoid further risk. Feng Lingtian, observing the scene, smirked condescendingly. Even his majesty seems apprehensive. Very well, Fengwu. Let us forego this wager to avoid accusations of bullying the weak. His words incited outrage among the ministers of the Chu kingdom. How audacious of Feng Lingtian to suggest that the Tiansheng kingdom was strong while the Chu kingdom was weak. Such a statement belittled their nation. Their indignation was palpable. Your Majesty, if the Tiansheng kingdom extends an invitation, and we refuse, shall we not become the subjects of their mockery? The fifth princess interjected. For your sake, I shall accept the wager. Hand me the box, and let me see what I can do. Upon saying this, Yun Ruoyue extended her hand toward Fengwu. Fengwu regarded her with a cold smile and handed over the box. Princess Li, I grant you 1 incense stick's worth of time. The outcome rests in your hands. 1 incense stick's worth of time? Too lengthy. A mere instant suffices. Yun Ruoyue proclaimed, and with that, she raised the jade box and smashed it forcefully against the cool stone floor. With a resounding crash, the precious jade box shattered upon impact, releasing a brilliant white luminescence that illuminated the surroundings like a beam of sunlight, dazzling all present. Princess Li, how dare you shatter the treasures of our Tiansheng kingdom? You possess an audacity beyond measure. Upon witnessing this, Fengwu's expression contorted with rage, her finger trembling as she pointed accusatorily at Yun Ruoyue, wishing fervently to rend her in twain. Feng Lingtian quivered with fury, his countenance dark as night, as a palpable aura of menace surged within his gaze. Fixed intently upon Yun Ruoyue, bold Princess Li, do you comprehend the gravity of your crime? You have brazenly destroyed our nation as treasure. You deserve death. Observing this, Xuancheng swiftly maneuvered, positioning himself before Yun Ruoyue with his towering form, his cold eyes icy enough to freeze the very air. Should Feng Lingtian dare to lay a hand upon Yun Ruoyue within the palace, he would ensure that the siblings remained upright while returning home. To wager is to accept the consequences. Princess Li has already procured the luminous pearl. Do you wish to retract your bet? Xuancheng glared at Feng Lingtian, articulating each word with precision. What she extracted was hardly a true retrieval. She has not even unlocked the box, thus her actions do not count. Feng Lingtian gazed sorrowfully upon the shattered jade box, his heart aching to an unbearable degree, nearly causing him to spew blood in frustration. Yun Ruoyue stepped forward with agility, retrieving the glowing night pearl from amidst the emerald shards, stating coldly, everyone present witnessed that during my wager with the fifth princess, I stipulated that if I could open the box and procure the night pearl within, I would win. I never claimed I would unlock the lock. I merely said I would open the box. The fifth princess did not impose any restrictions on my methods. She did not prohibit me from smashing it. Is this not also considered opening? Prince Lingtian, fifth princess, to wager is to accept defeat. Can you truly not bear the loss? Now, the tables had turned, and it was Yun Ruoyue's turn to mock them. Upon hearing this, Emperor Han Yuan hastily interjected. Indeed, I, along with all the esteemed ambassadors, heard Princess Li specify the conditions of opening the box and retrieving the night pearl. Thus, she is victorious. The fifth princess acquiesced at the time. Does Prince Lingtian truly lack the fortitude to accept defeat? The Empress Dowager added, our illustrious Tiansheng kingdom, vast and rich in resources, cannot possibly be incapable of enduring a loss, can it? Others joined in the chorus of reproach, asserting that Tiansheng kingdom could not afford such a loss. The truth remained clear. This gamble was initiated by Fengwu herself against Yun Ruoyue, and thus she must bear the consequences of her defeat. Brother, what shall we do? Feng Wu, in a fluster, began to stamp her feet, seeking aid from Feng Lingtian. He shot her a resentful glare, realizing that had she not been reckless and arrogant, she would not have fallen into Yun Ruoyue's trap. It dawned on him that Yun Ruoyue had orchestrated this situation from the moment she posed her question. Young and impetuous, Feng Wu had failed to notice, thus succumbing to Yun Ruoyue's cunning. Though he was filled with discontent, there was little recourse but to concede. Moreover, there were representatives from numerous other nations observing. Your Majesty, you need not worry. The people of Tiansheng are known for their integrity and are certainly not ones to shy away from accepting a loss. Such treasures are plentiful within our kingdom. Should we lose, then let this night pearl be a gift to Princess Li, serving as our token of introduction. With that, Feng Lingtian fixed a chilling gaze upon Yun Ruoyue. Chapter 580. The princess consort seeks to shine brightly. Yun Ruoyue returned his icy glare, discerning the undercurrents of vengeance lurking within his eyes. Fortunately, Xuancheng intervened just in time. Otherwise, Feng Lingtian might have acted impulsively and taken her life on the spot. This strategy of reverse thinking was indeed perilous. However, since Feng Wu had made things difficult for her initially, she could not afford to back down without facing ridicule. Thus, she resorted to reverse thinking, shattering the box to retrieve the luminous pearl. As for the lock forged from a millennium of cold iron, who cared? She glanced at the luminous pearl in her hand, which glowed with a captivating green hue, radiating both white and green light, truly dazzling like the auroras in the sky. She addressed Feng Lingtian and Feng Wu. In that case, I shall accept this luminous pearl. Thank you, Princess, for your gracious concession. Expressing gratitude for receiving the pearl would not cost her anything. Yet, her words seemed laced with sarcasm, provoking Feng Wu and Feng Lingtian to grit their teeth in fury. Wishing to reduce Yun Ruoyue to a pulp, Su Changxiao and the seventh princess, witnessing this scene, were further incensed, their faces contorted with rage, their hearts ablaze with indignation. Nearly on the verge of explosion, they watched helplessly as Yun Ruoyue received such abundant rewards and accolades, garnering everyone's admiration and attention, driving them to the brink of despair. Su Changxiao believed that tonight's banquet should not allow Yun Ruoyue to monopolize the spotlight. Otherwise, everyone would remember only the princess consort of Li, forgetting about her. The princess consort of Jin. After all, she aspired to become the empress in the future. To achieve renown like Yun Ruoyue, she needed to outsmart Feng Lingtian in this grand hall, counterattacking him decisively and leaving him in tatters, so that people would recognize the existence of the princess consort of Jin. Moreover, due to the parrot incident, she and the Jin Prince had become targets of public scorn, tarnishing their reputations. She had to seize this opportunity to restore her name and win back the people's favor. After taking a cold sip of wine, she raised an eyebrow, casting a haughty glance towards Feng Lingtian, and declared in a deep voice, Crown Prince Lingtian, your nation has presented us with two formidable challenges, both of which we have successfully answered. It is only fitting that we reciprocate in kind. I have heard that the Tianxin kingdom is home to many wise individuals. Therefore, allow this princess consort to pose a question to the Crown Prince. I wonder if the Crown Prince can provide the answer. Upon hearing this, the people of Chu nodded in agreement, especially Emperor Han Yuan, who felt that Feng Lingtian had been troubling Chu for long enough. It was time for Chu to return the favor. He remarked, what the princess consort of Jin says is true. Reciprocity fosters harmony. I wonder what conundrum the princess consort has that requires assistance from us. Feng Lingtian responded with a cold smile, exuding an air of indifference. His tone was rather arrogant, as though it was the princess consort of Jin who sought his help to solve her dilemma. This turned the tables on Su Changxiao, who had intended to pose a riddle but was now perceived as someone in need of his assistance, thus diminishing her standing. Her expression stiffened, and after a moment's contemplation, she replied, please wait a moment while I prepare. With that, she exited the grand hall. The crowd immediately began to murmur. The princess consort of Jin was known for her intellect and talent. One could only wonder what riddle she would propose. How clever indeed. A cursed parrot was offered. And just moments ago, Feng Lingtian seized the opportunity to mock. I perceive her as cunning. If she were to embarrass herself later, it would indeed be amusing. Lady Zhao remarked with a cold smile. After speaking, she exchanged a friendly smile with Yun Ruoyue, accompanied by a playful wink. Chapter 581. Which pair is the sweetest? Receiving the wink, Yun Ruoyue returned the smile. At that moment, Su Changxiao entered, leading a palace maid who carried a basket of yellow pears. Upon entering, the maid placed the pears on the jade table. Observing the basket, Feng Lingtian scoffed, "Surely, the Princess of Jin does not intend to inquire how to eat a pear? The Crown Prince thinks too highly of himself. I merely wish to ask you which pear in this basket is the sweetest. Can you discern the sweetest one?" Su Changxiao replied. Upon hearing this, others raised their thumbs in approval. With such a variety of pears, each with distinct flavors, how could one judge? The Princess of Jin truly is clever. Presenting a challenge to Feng Lingtian that is bound to perplex him. It seems he is destined to lose again. Although this is not an overt competition, the underlying rivalry has its victories and defeats. Today, Feng Lingtian has already lost twice. This third round appears to seal his fate. The state of Chu has thoroughly diminished the pride of the state of Tianqing. One wonders how Feng Lingtian will continue to be arrogant. Feng Lingtian, hearing the discussions, cast a detached glance at the basket of pears. He surveyed the pears in silence, seemingly in contemplation. "Well, Crown Prince, can you find the sweetest pear?" Su Changxiao taunted with a cold smile, her gaze fixed on him with an air of haughtiness. A minister from the state of Chu interjected, "If you cannot identify it, you might as well concede early. The notion that the state of Tianqing is filled with wise individuals is merely a rumor." The minister returned Feng Lingtian's previous words to him. Feng Lingtian responded with a cold smile, and suddenly, he grasped a pear and raised it high, declaring, "This one is the sweetest." "This?" Su Changxiao retorted, incredulous. "You simply picked one at random and declare it the sweetest? How utterly hasty." Other onlookers shook their heads, questioning how he could be so certain. "There are many still in the basket. Should you not compare?" With a chilling smile, Feng Lingtian suddenly swung his hand, unleashing a powerful force towards the basket of pears. A series of loud cracks echoed as the overwhelming energy shattered the basket and its contents. The pears, along with the basket, were reduced to a messy pulp, mingling in a rather unpleasant fashion. Everyone was taken aback, eyes wide in disbelief as they witnessed the spectacle. Holding the remaining pear in his hand, Feng Lingtian addressed Emperor Han Yuan with a cold smirk. "Your Majesty, is this pear not the sweetest?" Emperor Han Yuan, momentarily stunned, awkwardly replied, "Crown Prince Lingtian is indeed a brilliant strategist of the state of Tianqing. I am impressed." The others echoed their admiration, compelled to praise Feng Lingtian's cunning. Emperor Han Yuan cast a cold glance at Su Changxiao, perceiving her as merely a clever trickster. He had anticipated that she would temper Feng Lingtian's fervor, but instead, she found herself outmatched, as he effortlessly unraveled her conundrum. Consequently, the kingdom of Chu was compelled to bow before the grandeur of the Tianqing kingdom, acknowledging their prowess. Chu had initially gained an impressive victory through Princess Li, yet now faced a setback, losing face as Tianqing reclaimed their dignity. Instantly, he felt a wave of discontent wash over him. "Princess of Jin, you may leave," Emperor Han Yuan uttered coldly, his tone unmistakably displeased. Chapter 582. Another challenge for Feng Lingtian. "My apologies, Your Majesty," Su Changxiao replied. In the presence of so many, the gravity of the occasion forbade her from addressing him as father any longer. Chastised by the emperor, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she retreated to her seat. Acutely aware of the scorn and disdain directed at her, Princess Zhao let out a derisive snort, convinced of her own superiority, attempting to emulate Princess Li, only to embarrass herself further. "If you possess such skill, why not demonstrate it? What merit is there in speaking derisively from the shadows? Are you capable of posing a riddle that Feng Lingtian cannot solve?" Su Changxiao fumed quietly, sitting near Princess Zhao. Princess Zhao was momentarily taken aback by Su Changxiao's words, her complexion paling as she realized her own limitations. "Humph. If you lack such capability, refrain from mocking others. At least I strive for the betterment of Chu, unlike you, who resembles a foolish pig, simply consuming without purpose." In her anger, Su Changxiao spoke without restraint, delivering a sharp rebuke to Princess Zhao. The latter, upon hearing these words, felt her heart race with indignation, nearly succumbing to a fit of palpitations. Fortunately, she did not suffer from any serious condition. Prince Zhao glared at Su Changxiao with fury, yet found himself at a loss for words to counter her. Observing this, Yun Ruoyue suddenly picked up a plate of crystal grapes and approached Princess Zhao. "Princess Zhao, I recall you delight in these crystal grapes. Allow me to present them to you." "Thank you, sisterly," Princess Zhao replied, her spirits dampened. The sight of the grapes failed to lift her mood, clearly a victim of Su Changxiao's scorn. Yun Ruoyue leaned closer, whispering a few words into her ear. Princess Zhao regarded her with a mix of skepticism and curiosity, and upon receiving a reassuring nod from Yun Ruoyue, she returned to her seat. Once settled, Princess Zhao surveyed her surroundings, mustering her courage to stand. Prince Lingtian, you are so astute. May I challenge you with a question? Feng Lingtian raised an eyebrow, momentarily taken aback. Fear not, for I am the least educated among us, possessing only a modest understanding, merely a young girl. If I err, it shall be of little consequence. Let us consider it a jest to lighten the atmosphere. Princess Zhao's delicate, pale face radiated an air of whimsical charm, her large eyes sparkling mischievously. Very well, please proceed, Feng Lingtian responded, his tension easing upon realizing it was merely a playful challenge. The earlier strain had left his mind nearly reeling, apprehensive that this young girl might present him with another daunting puzzle. The method of unraveling her riddle had been a result of his quick thinking, and he maintained an appearance of calm, though internally he felt a flicker of anxiety at the prospect of the questions that lay ahead. All right, I shall grant you the time of a single incense stick to ponder, he declared. Title: Is there a way for eyebrows to grow beneath the eyes? With a playful smile, Princess Zhao spoke, glancing at Yun Ruoyue. Recalling the wisdom imparted by Princess Li, Li had suggested that this riddle would stump most, yet Yun might just reclaim some dignity. Feng Lingtian paused, furrowing his brow in contemplation. The others in the hall exchanged bewildered glances, pondering the peculiar nature of the question. It was indeed strange. Never had anyone encountered such a notion, as eyebrows naturally grew above the eyes. Was this truly a riddle? Someone inquired. Yun Ruoyue smirked slightly. The riddle she proposed was a modern brain teaser, unfamiliar in this realm, and thus most would be at a loss for an answer. She believed this challenge would indeed perplex Feng Lingtian. Chapter 583, Reclaiming Dignity. Should he decipher it, she would simply present another riddle, determined to ensnare him in a challenge. Feng Lingtian delved deeply into thought, yet his brow remained knitted in concentration. Time was fleeting, and he endeavored to grasp the solution. However, after an extensive period of strenuous contemplation, he could not conjure a satisfactory answer. As the incense neared its end, he anxiously suggested, could it be that the individual is a deformity, causing misalignment of their eyebrows and eyes? Has the crown prince encountered such a deformity? Princess Zhao inquired. Never, Feng Lingtian replied curtly, his expression stiffening. He had always prided himself on his intellect. Yet here he stood, stumped. As the incense extinguished, he reluctantly shook his head, confessing, I truly cannot fathom the answer. I must trouble Princess Zhao for enlightenment. All gazes turned to Princess Zhao, curiosity piqued. With a gentle smile, she approached the gilded pillar at the center, placing her hands on the ground to assume an inverted posture. Once balanced, she raised her eyebrows towards the assembly, declaring, the answer is to be upside down. Behold. Are my eyebrows not positioned beneath my eyes now? Laughter erupted among the crowd, the riddle's resolution finally illuminated. Feng Lingtian, too, experienced a moment of clarity. Astonished by the unexpectedness of the answer, he had observed Princess Li whispering to Princess Zhao prior to her revelation. Could it be that this riddle was imparted by Li? This implied that true wisdom lay with Princess Li. He had not anticipated that the reputedly unlearned and unattractive woman could possess such cleverness. Xuancheng was indeed fortunate to wed such an astute princess. Thus, Feng Wu's aspirations to marry him seemed increasingly challenging. He bowed respectfully to Princess Zhao, stating, It is indeed Princess Zhao who is wise, I humbly concede. Princess Zhao, rising with a smile, clapped her hands and remarked, I merely jested, Crown Prince. Do not take it to heart. With a whimsical leap, she returned to her seat. Emperor Han Yuan observed the petite Princess Zhao reclaiming prestige for Chu, feeling a swell of pride, and exclaimed heartily, Crown Prince Lingtian, Princess Zhao merely sought to engage in friendly competition. Do not dwell on it. Now let us drink. To drinking. Feng Lingtian raised his wine cup, clinking it with the Emperor Han Yuan from a distance, signifying the resolution of their prior grievances. Moments ago, they had been embroiled in a fierce and tumultuous exchange, yet now Feng Lingtian realized the exceptional talent that flourished in the state of Chu, a force not to be underestimated. He momentarily set aside his intentions to challenge Chu, lest he bring shame upon the kingdom of Tianxing. The mere thought of that luminous pearl caused him a pang of regret, and his gaze towards Yun Ruoyue turned colder and more piercing. Once seated, The Princess of Zhao cast a frigid glance at Su Changxiao beside her, silently boasting of her intellectual prowess for having posed a question even Feng Ling Tian could not solve. Su Changxiao glared back, her teeth clenched, dismissing it as mere trickery, a display of cunning rather than genuine skill. Are you not employing the same trivial tactics? It merely highlights your failure to outsmart anyone, resulting in Chu's embarrassment. The Princess of Zhao retorted coolly. The Zhao king, ever the protective husband, interjected, "Indeed, my dear, you are remarkable, as expected of someone from the Zhao royal family. With such a hearty appetite, your intellect shines brightly. Here, enjoy your favorite grapes, indulge yourself even more." He lovingly fed her grapes, his expression filled with affection and sweetness. Chapter 584. She is a little money lover, thank you, my lord. These are delightful and sweet. The grapes from sisterly Wangfei are simply the best. The Princess of Zhao beamed, revealing a charming smile that showcased her pearly whites. Witnessing this, Su Changxiao felt a surge of jealousy. It seemed deliberate, flaunting their affection right in front of her. Go ahead, eat more. Soon you'll resemble an overfed sow. Su Changxiao scoffed coldly, her words lacking the grace expected of a princess. The Zhao king, ready to retaliate, was halted by the Princess of Zhao, who gently placed her hand over his. My dear, the ability to eat is a blessing. Only those unwell cannot indulge. Furthermore, no matter how much I eat, I never gain weight. How could this be? Am I perhaps a glutton favored by the heavens, granted a body that enjoys food without consequence? The Zhao king responded, Ah, you are truly fortunate. Everyone envies you for being able to eat without gaining weight, unlike some, who gain even from a sip of water and must starve to maintain their figure. At this banquet, they wouldn't dare touch a grape. Such a life is indeed dreary. Su Changxiao, who had abstained from food, felt her face flush red from this obvious jab. The Zhao king's words were a thinly veiled insult directed at her. In her quest to preserve her figure and beauty, she had never dared to eat dinner, fearing that even a mere ounce of weight might cost her the affections of the Jin Wang. In contrast, the Princess of Zhao lived with such freedom and joy in her indulgence, a life she secretly envied. Observing the affectionate Zhao couple, Jin Wang found the banquet rather uninteresting. Citing an ailment, he requested Su Changxiao to escort him home, wishing to avoid further embarrassment. After the departure of the Jin Wang couple, Chu Xinshan also chose to withdraw from the emperor's charade of familial display, leading Yun Ruoyue away with him. Poor Yun Ruoyue, with an empty stomach, had barely tasted 2 dishes before being taken away. As she was about to leave, she hurriedly snatched a pig's trotter from the table and trailed behind Chu Xuancheng, munching on it haphazardly. Suddenly, Yun Ruoyue exclaimed, I haven't taken my gold. What should I do? Observing her flustered demeanor, Chu Xuancheng couldn't help but think how much of a gold digger she was. Do not worry, since the emperor has bestowed it upon you. It will surely be moved to the Li Wangfu by tomorrow. Really? If that is the case, I can rest easy. This is a fortune of 10,000 taels of gold, a personal gift from the emperor to me. It is mine, not to be returned to the public treasury. I will finally have my own private funds, Yun Ruoyue declared, her face alight with avarice. In truth, she also possessed a promissory note for 50,000 taels from selling parrots and the gold and silver jewelry gifted by the Princess of Zhao. However, she chose not to reveal this to Chu Xuancheng, for she knew that wealth should not be flaunted. With a cold smirk, Chu Xuancheng remarked, Do you genuinely believe you can keep that gold? You must either spend it quickly or hide it so well that no one can ever find it again. Otherwise, it will inevitably return to the Emperor Hong Yuan's coffers. Why? Yun Ruoyue inquired, her expression one of confusion. Chu Xuancheng returned her a cryptic gaze, urging her to discern the answer herself. After a moment's reflection, she comprehended. Emperor Hong Yuan was likely merely utilizing them for superficial appearances. He could never truly bestow such a fortune upon her. It was only temporarily deposited at the Li Wangfu, for the entire realm belonged to him, and should he desire it, he could reclaim it at any moment. Thus, she realized that she must guard this gold closely. Chapter 585. It turns out to be this thing, however, she had tried before. She could not place items from this world into her spatial realm. Otherwise, she would have long since gathered all her treasures into that space. Her medical space could only contain what was originally there. Items that belonged to this world could not be admitted. The two soon arrived at the palace gates, boarded the carriage, and prepared to return to the Li Wangfu. As for the princess, she would remain in the palace tonight to accompany the Empress Dowager, returning early the next morning. Once inside the carriage, Xuancheng cast a cold glance at Yun Ruoyue, his eyes filled with frost. You are well aware that I am at odds with Emperor Hongyuan. Why then? Did you play the zither without strings in the great hall, lending him face? Yun Ruoyue was taken aback. No wonder she had sensed his peculiar demeanor and the chill in his gaze. It appeared he was indeed bothered by this matter. She fixed her gaze upon him earnestly. I did not act to curry favor with Emperor Hongyuan. The realm of Chu rightfully belongs to your father and mother. I merely sought to uphold their honor. If today, the kingdom of Chu were to suffer disgrace at the hands of the Tiansheng kingdom, the entire realm would become a laughingstock. In that case, it would not be Emperor Hongyuan who would be mocked, but all of Chu. Is it wrong for me to restore dignity and earn respect for your parents? Xuancheng gazed at Yun Ruoyue in disbelief, astonished that she would consider the well-being of his parents. How did you accomplish this? You cannot play the zither. Let alone the zither without strings, he queried. This question had long lingered in his mind, and surely others in the great hall were equally curious. Do you truly wish to know? Yun Ruoyue replied. Of course, if I did not want to know, why would I ask you? Xuancheng retorted. Allow me to show you. This is the secret. As Yun Ruoyue concluded her words, she abruptly retrieved the music box from her cloth bag and placed it upon Xuancheng's lap. In light of the fact that this oaf had previously defended her within the palace, she decided to grant him a glimpse of something extraordinary. Is this truly the instrument you play? Xuancheng stared incredulously at the cloth-wrapped object on his lap, which was a yellowing, greasy piece of half-eaten pig's trotter, and could hardly believe his eyes as he gazed at Yun Ruoyue. Yun Ruoyue quickly lowered her gaze, and to her dismay, she realized she had inadvertently presented her half-eaten trotter. My apologies, how embarrassing. I took the wrong item. Allow me a moment to retrieve the correct one, she exclaimed, hastily snatching the trotter back. Before placing it back into her bag, she took a hearty bite, devouring it ravenously, her cheeks puffing up like a famished wolf. Observing her unrefined manner of eating, Xuancheng's expression darkened. Did she not realize how ungraceful she appeared? Could she not exhibit a modicum of decorum in the presence of a handsome man? Or perhaps, she did not regard him as such and felt no flutter of affection. Hence her indifference to her appearance? After returning the trotter, Yun Ruoyue feigned rummaging through her bag. With a subtle shift of her consciousness, she accessed her medical system and retrieved the music box. With a mental command, the music box was placed back into her bag, and she reached in again to present it to Xuancheng. Behold, this is it. What is this? He queried. His brow furrowed in confusion as he regarded the charming pink tin box. There are many wonders in this world that you have yet to encounter. This is a music box. Press the button on the top, and it will emit melodies. Allow me to demonstrate, Yun Ruoyue replied, pressing the button. Instantly, the enchanting strains of high mountains and flowing water filled the air. Xuancheng was astounded to discover that the box could produce sound. His shock nearly caused him to drop it. His eyes widened with disbelief and amazement. What manner of divine artifact was this? It was utterly extraordinary. Could it be that Yun Ruoyue had relied on this contraption to deceive everyone into believing she could play an instrument? Was it possible that she did not possess the ability to play the stringless zither at all, and had merely manipulated this music box to create the illusion? Such a self-playing box existed in this world, producing clear and delightful sounds. He could not help but regard Yun Ruoyue with suspicion. Who exactly are you? You are no longer the Yun Ruoyue of the past, are you? Are you familiar with the former Yun Ruoyue? How amusing. You have no way of knowing whether I am or not, she retorted, unwilling to foolishly disclose her true identity for fear of being branded a specter and burned. Xuancheng paused, recognizing that he indeed was not well acquainted with the former Yun Ruoyue. Yet, he could discern that the present her was markedly different from the one he had known. Gazing at the music box that emitted such melodious sounds, he tentatively pressed the button, causing the music to abruptly cease. He swiftly tucked the box into his cloak and stated solemnly, "This box shall be confiscated by me, lest it be discovered in your possession by others." In truth, he found the box to be immensely intriguing, and he adored the music it produced, desiring to claim it for himself, hence his declaration. Yun Ruoyue immediately arched an eyebrow in cold defiance and reached out to seize the box. "By what right do you claim it? This is my possession. How dare you confiscate it? Return it to me at once. Should you refuse, it shall belong to me once it falls into my hands. Even you are mine, thus your belongings naturally belong to me as well," declared Xuancheng with an air of self-satisfaction. "How shameless can you be? I am not yours, and my belongings certainly do not belong to you. Return them. Yun Ruoyue retorted, infuriated, as she lunged toward Xuancheng in an attempt to seize the box. At that moment, the carriage seemed to hit a stone, jolting violently, causing her to collide forcefully into Xuancheng's embrace. Be careful, he exclaimed, instinctively wrapping his arms around her. The delicate fragrance of plum blossoms enveloped him, a scent so enchanting it lifted one's spirits and stirred the heart. As he encircled her slender waist, he found it almost too delicate to grasp, and his handsome face flushed at once. In his embrace, Yun Ruoyue sensed the robust essence of masculinity emanating from him. Having consumed some wine earlier, he carried a subtle, sweet aroma reminiscent of roses, fruits, and fine wine, mingling in a delightful bouquet. A gentle breeze wafted the scent toward her, turning her cheeks a deep crimson. When she raised her gaze, she found his striking peach blossom eyes fixed intently upon her. The curve of his jaw was exquisitely perfect, his chest solid and strong, with muscular arms that hinted at raw masculine power and beauty. She swallowed hard, her cheeks flushing even deeper. What am I, box? Return it to me, and also, kindly release me. She glared at Xuancheng. No matter how handsome he was, the thought of him being a brazen scoundrel with a favored concubine and an unforgettable former lover in the palace filled her with disdain. I shall not release it. I have already confiscated it. Do not harbor any hopes of reclaiming it. If you truly desire it, I could offer you an exchange of bodies, a barter of flesh. Xuancheng said with a boldness that was startling. Barter of flesh? I have no interest in such a proposition. Very well, I have gifted you the music box. Will you not let me go? Yun Ruoyue reasoned with him, hoping to appeal to his emotions, knowing she lacked the martial prowess to escape. She is not in the manor. She has returned to her family, Xuancheng replied coldly. Yun Ruoyue chuckled bitterly, implying that had Nangong Ro been present in the palace, he would not dare to hold her in such a manner. Clearly, he was indeed a scoundrel. No, he was unworthy of such a title. At least a scoundrel is delectable. He was merely a foul foot. What occupies your thoughts? The night is splendid, and we are unbothered. I might consider bestowing my favor upon you. His magnetic voice emerged, low and inviting. The timbre was rich, akin to a cello, exuding an alluring charm that was hard to resist. Before she could fully comprehend, he deftly turned, pinning Yun Ruoyue beneath him, their garments swirling and his dark hair cascading, creating a scene steeped in passion. Startled, Yun Ruoyue stared wide-eyed at Xuancheng. What are you planning to do? Scoundrel! You do not intend to take advantage of me in this carriage, do you? If you desire, I would not mind indulging here. Xuancheng gazed deeply into Yun Ruoyue's eyes, a wicked smile gracing his lips. I dislike your boldness. Release me, you beast. Before Yun Ruoyue could finish her retort, Xuancheng seized her chin, capturing her lips with his, silencing her words entirely. She had shone brilliantly in the grand hall today, and his gaze had remained fixated upon her, never wavering. He had yearned to possess her then and there, and with this rare opportunity for solitude, he would not let it slip away. Suddenly, a flurry of arrows pierced the air outside the carriage, accompanied by a menacing sound. Not good, Your Highness, there are assassins. The coachman cried out in alarm upon witnessing the rain of arrows. Assassins? How dare they spoil my enjoyment? They seek death. A cold smile curled at the corners of Xuancheng's lips as he pulled Yun Ruoyue close, his ears pricking up to listen intently. As he closed his eyes, his earlobes twitched, as if discerning the origin of the arrows. Yun Ruoyue observed this scene, bewildered. With assassins approaching, why did he not rush out to confront them? Just then, a dozen arrows were unleashed towards the carriage. In an instant, Xuancheng unleashed his palm, shattering the arrows mid-flight. The projectiles, broken by his formidable internal power, fell to the ground, a testament to his astonishing strength. Simultaneously, he lifted Yun Ruoyue and leaped onto the roof of the carriage. Standing against the chilling wind atop the carriage, they resembled celestial lovers descended from the heavens. Once settled, Yun Ruoyue dared to open her eyes, only to be met with the sight of several black-clad assassins emerging from all directions, armed with curved blades and bows, preparing to unleash a second volley of arrows. Who dares to assassinate me? They seek death. Xuancheng's cold voice rang out. Meanwhile, Mo Li and Mo Zhu, who had been lurking in the shadows, led a group of guards into the fray, engaging the assassins. Chapter 588. People of the Tianxin Kingdom? The assassins, taken aback by the sudden emergence of Mo Li and Mo Zhu, momentarily froze. At that moment, The lead assassin raised his curved blade, his gaze cold and menacing as he fixed it upon Xuancheng and Yun Ruoyue in his arms. Li Wang, if you know what is good for you, hand over the night pearl, and we shall spare your lives. If you refuse, do not blame us for being merciless. So it was for the night pearl. Xuancheng chuckled coldly. Are you not from Fengling Tian? Do you truly believe you can regain what you lost? Alas, what belongs to me shall not be taken away. If you desire the night pearl, you shall pay for it with your lives. Upon concluding his words, he unleashed a frigid strike, the force of which bore the ferocity of a thunderous wrath, crashing down upon the assassins with a series of resounding thuds. In an instant, several of the attackers were obliterated, leaving deep craters in the ground, transforming the scene into a chaotic tableau of devastation, with dust and debris swirling about. Protect the prince and princess. Mo Li and Mo Zhu swiftly drew their blades, engaging in fierce combat with the cloaked figures. Instantly, the atmosphere was suffused with the scent of blood and the flashes of steel. Caught off guard by the sudden emergence of Mo Li and Mo Zhu from their concealment, the assassins had initially underestimated their foes, arriving with insufficient numbers. However, upon witnessing the emergence of these elite fighters, the assassins' bravado faltered, and they were compelled to confront their opponents head-on. Yet, this band of assassins was no match for Mo Li and his comrades. Seasoned by years of warfare, each warrior was formidable, their hands hardened from the toil of battle, rendering the assassins utterly dismissible. Thus, it was not long before the attackers found themselves at a disadvantage, suffering grievous injuries at the hands of Mo Li and his allies. The masked leader of the assassins, sensing the tide turning against him, narrowed his eyes at Xuancheng, issuing a menacing proclamation. Li Wang, should we fail to retrieve the night pearl today, we shall not depart. Is it true that the people of Tiansheng are so devoid of honor? You gamble and lose, yet you renege on your word. This is not the demeanor of the esteemed Prince Ling Tian. Your capabilities seem lacking. Speak, who are you? With a sharp command, Xuancheng seized the long sword tossed to him by Mo Li. Drawing the blade, he embraced Yun Ruoyue, wielding the sword with precision as he lunged toward the lead assassin. His technique was swift, accurate, and ruthless, striking the assassin squarely in the shoulder. The cloaked figure emitted a muffled grunt, retreating hurriedly. As expected of Li Wang, your swordplay is unparalleled. Everyone retreat. The leader barked, hurling a smoke bomb toward Xuancheng. With a resounding bang, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped the area. Quickly, he shielded Yun Ruoyue's face against his chest while covering his own eyes with his sleeve. As the smoke dissipated, he took note that the masked leader and several assassins had vanished without a trace. Your Highness, there are a few corpses here. Allow me to examine them, Mo Li declared, bending down to inspect the bodies for any identifying marks. Only then did Xuancheng lift Yun Ruoyue, leaping down from the carriage roof to solid ground, landing with perfect poise. Yun Ruoyue, still in a state of disbelief, remarked in astonishment. Could it be over just like that? The assassins fled? Chapter 589. The princess occupies a perilous profession. She had anticipated a prolonged confrontation, yet to her surprise, within mere minutes, Xuancheng and his companions had resolved the threat. Mo Zhu interjected, they likely did not anticipate our concealment in protecting the prince, leading to their inadequate numbers and subsequent retreat. What you may not know, Your Highness, is that our prince faces numerous assassination attempts each year. We have long since acclimated to such peril. If it were not for the prince's own prowess, alongside the numerous skilled individuals surrounding him, calamity would likely have befallen him long ago. The prince has always been meticulous in his strategies and actions. Otherwise, he would not have survived amidst such overwhelming adversity. His continued existence is not merely a matter of fortune, but a testament to his strength. As for the petty minions encountered earlier, they are hardly worthy of his concern. Yun Ruoyue was taken aback, her mouth agape in astonishment. Your prince faces countless assassination attempts each year? How many? At least a few, or more than a dozen. Depending on the circumstances, Mo Zhu replied. A dozen? That means he is targeted for assassination almost every month. If I am with him, does that not put me in jeopardy as well? She realized that being the princess consort of Li was far from glamorous, but rather a perilous occupation. Having spoken, Yun Ruoyue turned to flee. Where do you think you're going? Xuancheng caught her arm, finding her timid demeanor amusing. Please don't hold me back. I wish to sever ties with you. I no longer wish to be princess consort of Li. This profession is simply too dangerous, Yun Ruoyue lamented. her expression one of despair. There is no escape. You have already married into the Li royal household. Whether in life or death, you are bound to this prince. And we must face our fates together, Xuancheng said with a sly smirk, amusement dancing in his eyes as he regarded Yun Ruoyue. How many enemies have you made? Why is it that others live in peace while you are beset by so many assassins? Yun Ruoyue found herself feeling a pang of sympathy for him. His survival thus far was indeed remarkable. Mo Zhu began to count on his fingers, stating, the emperor, the empress, the Jinwang faction, other princely factions. The Eastern Forest assassins, spies from Tiansheng, killers from Shuyue, as well as various tribes like the Xianbei, Beima, Nanman, and Nani. Any nation wishing to weaken the power of Chu desires to eliminate our prince. However, my lady, you need not worry, in the presence of the prince. They are mere trifles. Each assassination attempt ends in failure, yet they remain undeterred, returning time and again, perpetually relentless. Every assassin in the realm takes pride in the mere attempt to kill our prince. Even a single skirmish with him is enough to bolster their reputation among peers and elevate their standing in the assassin rankings. Thus, solitary assassins often seek to make a name for themselves by targeting our prince. Good heavens! As the princess consort of Li, am I not in grave danger as well? Yun Ruoyue's expression grew even more wretched. She had no desire to fulfill this role. My lady, do not fear. We are here to protect the prince. And his martial prowess is exceptional. He can face 100 foes single-handedly. Ordinary individuals cannot approach him easily. Without the prince, these assassin organizations would have long since crumbled. With him around, they have the opportunity to allocate assassination tasks to their members, essentially relying on his singular strength to sustain their entire existence. You should feel honored, indeed. Mo Zhu concluded, revealing a mischievous grin. Chapter 590. Disguise of the Jin Wangfu. Upon hearing this, Mo Li interjected, my lady, do not heed Mo Zhu's exaggerations. He has a penchant for embellishment. You can only trust half of what he says. Even half is quite an exaggeration. Yun Ruoyue was startled, her body trembling slightly as her eyelids fluttered open, nearly causing her to lose her balance. She had previously believed that only emperors or presidents occupied high-risk professions, but she now realized that being a prince or a princess was equally perilous. Countless emperors throughout history have met their demise through poison, treachery, or assassination, and numerous foreign presidents have been murdered. After all, they are emperors and presidents, wielding authority over vast realms, easily incurring the wrath of various factions. To her surprise, even being a mere princess brought no solace. Upon witnessing Yun Ruoyue's distress, Xuancheng could not help but smile, gently supporting her as he said, do not fear. This prince shall protect you. Should anyone dare to harm you, they will pay tenfold or even 100-fold. But if I end up assassinated, what use is it for others to pay with their lives? I just want to go home, Yun Ruoyue whimpered, her voice laced with tears. Who said that transmigrating to become a princess guaranteed a life of ease and splendor? She felt as though she were walking with her head precariously balanced on her waist. At that moment, Mo Li examined the bodies of the assassins and suddenly picked up a curved dagger and a bow, stating, my lord, observe these weapons. The curved dagger and the design of the bow are unmistakably characteristic of the people of Tiansheng. They favor curved daggers, and their bows resemble two halves of a gourd. Quite different from our own. They have come for the night pearl. Could these be agents of Feng Tian? The people of Tiansheng are not so incompetent. Investigate further to see if there are any other identifying marks on them, Xuancheng replied. Mo Zhu also searched one of the assassins and, to his astonishment, discovered a waist token. Upon seeing the inscription, he gasped, my lord. This assassin possesses a waist token inscribed with the character Jin. Could they be disguised agents of the Jin Prince's residence? It is highly probable. No wonder the usually boisterous Jin Prince departed so early today. He must have been orchestrating this assassination in advance. However, time was of the essence, and his preparations were insufficient, relying on mere inept individuals. He aimed to disguise his men as agents of Feng Tian, attempting to incite conflict between me and Feng Tian. Should I fall victim, he could easily pin the blame on Feng Tian. Truly, a clever scheme, but regrettably, he has enlisted nothing but fools. Xuancheng stated coldly. Mo Li nodded in agreement. Given the circumstances, it is likely the work of the Jin Prince's men. If they were indeed from Feng Tian, they would not be so foolish as to directly mention the Night Pearl. My lord, what shall we do about this waist token? Should we present it to the emperor for a thorough investigation? Emily inquired. That is unnecessary. What good would it do to hand it to him? Do you truly believe he would take action against the Jin Prince on my behalf? Dispatch someone to show him a lesson. Xuancheng commanded in a low voice. Understood, my lord, Emily replied, promptly leading several guards into the shadows of the night. Xuancheng then turned to Yun Ruoyue and asked, Were you frightened just now? His voice was melodious and resonant, causing Yun Ruoyue's heart to race. She quickly shook her head. No, I am fortunate to have you here. Had you not been present, I certainly would have been terrified. Very well, let us return home, Xuancheng declared, and with that, he swept Yun Ruoyue into his embrace and, employing his lightness skill, soared into the moonlit sky. Chapter 591. Leave me alone. As the carriage was pierced by arrows and the horse wounded, Xuancheng resolved to use his lightness skill to carry Yun Ruoyue home. He held her close, shielding her from the piercing cold wind with his ample robe, ensuring she remained warm throughout their journey. The warmth radiating from him was comforting, and his scent was quite pleasant. Before long, they arrived home, and Xuancheng leaped down from the rooftop directly into the courtyard of Feiyue Pavilion. Once they landed, his gaze fixated intensely on Yun Ruoyue. Tonight, I shall rest in Feiyue Pavilion, he declared. No need for that. I am quite fatigued today. You should return to Xuancheng Pavilion. Yun Ruoyue quickly refused. She would not allow this boorish man to spend the night in Feiyue Pavilion. Seeing her resolute rejection, Xuancheng's expression turned icy. He had merely inquired tentatively, never expecting such an outright dismissal. Do you think this prince harbors any interest in you? I am merely fulfilling my duty as a husband, not wishing for you to be alone in an empty room, he retorted coldly, his gaze haughty. Observing his arrogant demeanor, Yun Ruoyue couldn't help but smile. Rest assured, I have Fenger and the others to keep me company. I will not be alone. Xuancheng ground his teeth in frustration. This woman was impervious to both softness and firmness. Yet, he understood that to win her over, he must appeal to her heart. It suddenly dawned on him that he had begun to pay attention to her without even realizing it. He was acutely aware of her identity as Yunqing's daughter, the offspring of his mother's murderer. He could not afford to harbor any interest in her, let alone fall in love. The memory of Yunqing slaying his mother with a single sword strike haunted him, and the anguish of recalling her final moments gripped his heart, as if someone were tightly constricting his throat, leaving him gasping for breath. In his torment, he staggered, bracing himself against the trunk of a large tree in the courtyard, clearly in distress. He knew the source of his pain was his heart, mourning for his tragically lost parents. What is wrong? Yun Ruoyue, noticing his discomfort, hurried over to support him. Get away from me, Xuancheng barked, shoving her away. In an instant, his gaze turned cold and menacing, filled with a terrifying murderous intent. Do not approach me. Leave at once. His eyes glinted with a predatory ferocity, ablaze with rage as he glared at Yun Ruoyue. You are quite peculiar. You were fine just moments ago. Why the sudden shift in demeanor? She questioned, bewildered, instinctively taking 2 steps back. At that moment, Xuancheng's eyes were bloodshot, radiating a chilling aura, resembling a beast poised to strike. Fear gripped her, causing her to swallow hard as she unconsciously retreated further. Suddenly, he advanced, coldly grasping her chin with a fierce grip, his eyes seething with murderous intent. Are you afraid of me? What right do you have to fear me? Do you think I would kill you? Yun Ruoyue felt her legs trembling, her chin being painfully pinched, contorting her delicate face. What is wrong with you? Are you ill? Let me go. It hurts. She gritted her teeth in distress. Chapter 592. Hatred indeed. I am afflicted, and you are the cause of my affliction. The eyes of Xuancheng, dark as ebony, brimmed with animosity. His mind incessantly replayed the harrowing moment when Yunqing plunged a sword into his mother's heart. While he had hidden in the shadows, silenced by an elderly eunuch who held his mouth tightly shut. The eunuch prevented him from crying out or rushing to save his mother, solely to preserve his own life. Were it not for that eunuch, he would have perished beneath Yunqing's blade, having witnessed the heinous act firsthand, which would have sealed his fate. The Emperor Han Yuan had murdered his father with poison and taken his mother's life with a sword. After his father's demise, he forged a decree, falsely proclaiming the death of his father as due to illness, while asserting that his mother, consumed by her love for his father, had left her children behind to commit suicide in mourning. Little did the world know that his mother had been slain by Yunqing. In a bid to fabricate the scene of her supposed suicide, Yunqing had even cut her neck. He had been a witness to this atrocity, so traumatized that he had fainted on the spot. Now, upon seeing Yun Ruoyue, he felt as though he was confronted by Yun Qing, and his heart tightened painfully. Yun Ruoyue, realizing that Xuancheng was recalling the enmity towards her family, felt a surge of fear. If you harbor hatred for my father, seek vengeance upon him. Not upon me. I have done nothing to harm your family, she replied coldly. Why should she bear the burden of what was orchestrated by Emperor Hongyuan and Yun Qing? Reflecting upon the original owner's foolishness in choosing to marry Xuancheng, despite their irreconcilable feud, she deemed it a testament to her own folly. Rest assured, I shall find him. When the time comes for his demise, he shall meet his end, Xuancheng uttered icily. Once he grasped true power, none would be spared from his wrath. Yun Ruoyue gazed into Xuancheng's chilling eyes and inhaled sharply. A man bent on vengeance, especially one with formidable power, was not to be trifled with. After delivering his words, he released her with a cold glance before turning and departing the Feiyue pavilion. Once he was gone, Yun Ruoyue exhaled in relief, clutching her chin. Goodness, his grip was like that of an iron vice, nearly crushing her chin and causing her immense pain. The audacity of Xuancheng to treat her thus had cemented her resolve. She would not forgive him and would seek a way to sever their ties and leave the Li Wangfu. Nightfall. A cloaked figure swiftly ascended the wall and entered the Jin Wangfu, approaching the gatekeeper with urgency. I must see the Jin Wang. The gatekeeper, upon seeing the figure, quickly responded, follow me. Soon, the figure stood in the side hall, face to face with the Jin Wang and Jin Wangfei, who lay upon their bedding. As soon as Prince Jin laid eyes on the figure entering, a glimmer of coldness flashed in his gaze. Zhou, how goes it? Have you succeeded? The man clad in black darkened his countenance, shaking his head in defeat. Initially, he had believed success was within reach, at the very least to diminish the prowess of Prince Li. However, unexpectedly, a dozen guards had emerged from the shadows, disrupting their carefully laid plans. A few of his comrades had sustained injuries, while the remainder fled. Did you manage to injure Prince Li? Su Changxiao inquired impatiently beside him. As soon as she uttered the question, she realized her eagerness and quickly added, what I mean is, with so many of you, you couldn't have failed to harm him even slightly, could you? I am to blame, Zhou exclaimed, kneeling on the ground with a thud. Prince Li possesses formidable martial skills, making him difficult to confront, especially with numerous guards surrounding him. At that moment, I was disguised as Feng Lingtian's man, and I believed I had sown discord between Prince Li and Feng Lingtian. Eventually, these two fierce tigers would turn against one another, allowing the prince to reap the benefits. Prince Jin let out a cold snort. So, you mean to say you didn't even touch Xuancheng, and yet you lost several brothers? A bunch of useless fools. How could you fail at such a simple task? Tonight, we had a rare opportunity, thinking his guards were few, yet you squandered it. Truly a pack of imbeciles. Su Changxiao hurriedly sought to console Prince Jin. My lord, you are well aware of how high Xuancheng's martial prowess is, otherwise, he wouldn't have earned the title of God of War. Zhou added, I did not anticipate that Xuancheng would have a backup in the shadows. Eliminating him is not a matter to be rushed. We must exercise patience and strategize. Are you perhaps feeling sympathy for him, hence your counsel? Prince Jin regarded Su Changxiao with a suspicious glare, his eyes dark and foreboding. Su Changxiao's heart skipped a beat. She quickly lowered her head, pledging her loyalty. My lord, I only wish for your well-being. Our previous conflicts with him have led to your punishment on 2 occasions. Now that you are severely weakened, it is imperative to recuperate while preparing for the next assassination. Once you have regained your strength and meticulously arranged everything, then we shall proceed with eliminating him. Prince Jin smiled coldly. Indeed, I shall never relinquish the quest to kill him. As long as he exists, my claim to the throne remains perilous. No, it is our entire Chu family's dominion that is at stake. Only with his demise can we secure our peace. At these words, Su Changxiao's heart trembled. She still harbored deep feelings for Xuancheng and did not wish for his demise. Yet, should he obstruct Prince Jin's path, hindering her ascent to the position of empress, she would have no choice but to act against him. My lord, does his death guarantee that the emperor will name you the crown prince? She posited. With that, she would become the crown princess, the future empress, second only to none in the realm. She would be the most esteemed woman in the kingdom. In time, figures like Yun Ruoyue and Nangong Ro would be nothing more than subjects beneath her feet. Prince Jin's gaze hardened. As it stands, I am the most competitive candidate. However, Do not underestimate the third and fifth princes. Despite the illness of the third prince, he has been quite industrious behind the scenes. As for the fifth prince, while he may appear to be merely indulging his wife, he harbors his own ambitions. The second and fourth princes, who seem to maintain a low profile as if power struggles do not concern them, are equally ambitious and are secretly maneuvering. Apart from my most formidable opponent, Xuancheng, I have many rivals to contend with. Once he is dealt with, I must also eliminate the other obstacles in my path to secure my position as the crown prince. The third prince is Prince Chu Luyun, the fifth is Prince Chu Yi, the second is Prince Chu Ruoyue, and the fourth is Prince Chu Lingxian. Though they are discreet and rarely make their presence known, I am aware that they are cunning and possess deep-seated scheming natures. Upon hearing the crown prince's words, Su Changxiao felt a wave of anxiety. With Chu Xuancheng being so formidable and the crown prince seeming somewhat foolish, could he truly contend against him? Moreover, with so many princes stirring the waters, being the crown princess is indeed a challenging role. Contemplating this, she said, "Your Highness, rest assured that whatever you decide to do, I will support you. If tonight's assassination attempt fails, we shall try again another day. Furthermore, we are operating under the banner of Feng Lingtian, so Chu Xuancheng will not suspect us. We merely need to observe their conflict." "Very well, let them engage in mutual destruction," the crown prince replied. Just then, the steward of the Jin Wangfu rushed in with a look of panic. "Your Highness, it is not good. Several of our shops in the capital have suddenly caught fire, as if they were deliberately set ablaze." "What? Who dares to set my shops on fire? What is the extent of the damage? Has the government intervened? Who is responsible?" The crown prince stood up in a fury, glaring at the steward. The steward, nearly in tears, stammered, "I do not know, my lord. It was the workers from the shops who brought the news. Our most profitable silk and jewelry stores have been burned. The workers reported that the fire is quite severe. But fortunately, everyone managed to escape unharmed. However, all our treasures, garments, jewelry, and silver notes inside have been consumed by the flames. The estimated loss could exceed 100,000. "What? The losses are that significant? Quickly, take me there. I must see if we can salvage anything," the crown prince declared. Donning a coat as he prepared to leave, Su Changxiao anxiously followed, voicing her suspicions. "Your Highness, what a coincidence that our shops were set ablaze right after we took action. Who could be behind this? Could it be that the Li Wang has discovered our involvement and sought revenge?" The crown prince hesitated. Could he truly have figured it out so swiftly? Our people were disguised so flawlessly that it seemed impossible for him to know. But the only person we have offended recently is him. He and you are sworn enemies in court. Su Changxiao expressed her concerns. Now that she was the crown princess, her considerations were centered around the interests of the Jin Wangfu. "I shall investigate. If it is indeed his doing, I will not let the Li Wangfu go unpunished," the crown prince vowed coldly. After Li completed his tasks, he swiftly arrived at the Starry Pavilion to report to Chu Xuancheng. "My lord, I have dispatched men to set fire to several shops belonging to the Jin Wang. His losses amount to at least 100,000 taels of silver. Did this harm any innocents?" Chu Xuancheng inquired. "No. Our people made enough noise while pouring the oil to alert the shop assistants, who all fled. Now, the Jin Wang has rushed to the scene with the head of the Jingzhou prefecture, looking quite furious," Li replied. "Is there any way to salvage his possessions?" Li shook his head. "No, not only are these possessions lost, but the shops themselves are completely gone. His attempt to disguise himself as Feng Lingtian to assassinate you was quite the act of reprisal. The shops of the Li Wangfu must be closely monitored to prevent retaliation. Of course, our shops have always been guarded. Any suspicious individuals will be apprehended and handed over to the authorities." "You need not worry, my lord," Li assured him. "Very well, you may leave." At the Nangong residence, Nangong Ro returned home and immediately fell into her mother's embrace, lamenting the many grievances she had suffered at the Li Wangfu. "Mother, ever since Yun Ruoyue became more beautiful, the Lord has ceased to love me. He now dotes only on her and has neglected me. It's been 2 or 3 months since our marriage, yet he has not consummated it. What should I do?" Nangong Ro sobbed into her mother Lu's arms. Upon hearing this, Lu's face darkened with fury. "How dare that Li Wang treat you in such a manner? Did he not love you dearly at first? He even married you with the formalities of a princess, while the princess herself entered through the side door in a small sedan chair. How could he possibly ignore you? I do not know. Perhaps he has been enchanted by Yun Ruoyue's newfound beauty and has lost interest in me," Nangong Ro replied, her eyes reddening. "That cannot be. No matter how beautiful she becomes, the Lord's affection for you cannot simply vanish. There must be a process to this. Have you and the Lord quarreled? Lu asked, perplexed. Nangong-ro lowered her gaze, feeling guilty. She recalled the trouble she had caused for the princess, which had drawn the Lord's ire. Her cousin's embezzlement had also been exposed by the princess, resulting in her cousin being beaten and expelled from the Wangfu, which had affected her as well. You are aware of this matter, mother. And the last time we invited a Taoist to burn offerings for the princess was your suggestion. The idea of Yun was introduced to me by you as well. You know all this, and apart from these incidents, there is nothing else. In truth, there was also the death of the flower caretaker, L. which she orchestrated. Fearing that the Lord would favor Mo Zhu if she revived her. She bribed L. to place a poisonous oleander flower in Mo Zhu's room and instructed her to close the doors and windows, intending to poison Mo Zhu. However, when Yun Ruoyue inspected, the plot was uncovered. Fearing that L. would betray her, she hid and assassinated L. with a poisoned silver needle, a deadly toxin provided by her mother. Her mother possessed such poisons because she was skilled in concocting them. In the past, when Yun Ruoyue and she were competing for the title of the most beautiful woman, the clamor was deafening. She even asked her mother for a vial of poison that could disfigure, which she secretly added to Yun Ruoyue's meal, hoping to render her ugly. She believed that this would be the end for Yun Ruoyue, but to her astonishment, not only did Yun Ruoyue become even more beautiful, but she also snatched away her man, which was intolerable. Upon hearing this, Lu's expression turned to one of disappointment as she pointed at Nangong-ro with a look of exasperation. How could you be so foolish? When executing such plans, one must be meticulous and leave no trace to avoid detection. Everything you have done has been discovered by Yun Ruoyue, revealing your naivety and inexperience. No wonder the prince is reluctant to consummate the marriage with you. Once a man perceives a woman's cunning, especially when she resorts to underhanded tactics against others, he will lose interest and may even develop aversion or fear towards her. But mother, you have also done many things. Why does father not despise you, but instead dotes on you? Nangong-ro queried, perplexed. Lu scoffed. That is because my actions have remained undiscovered. Had he known, our fates would have been identical. However, it is indeed puzzling. The vial of disfigurement I gave you is said to lack an antidote. How then did Yun Ruoyue manage to counteract it? She claims to have used a detoxifying pill. Do you believe that? Lu pondered for a moment before responding. I am familiar with that detoxifying pill. It is indeed potent. It initially purged all the poison from Yun Ruoyue's body, save for the one on her face. This indicates its efficacy was limited to that extent. I never anticipated that after so many years, it would still have relevance. Could it be that Yun Ruoyue has consistently applied it, and in considerable quantities, thus managing to negate the poison? Nangong-ro asked, still confused. Chapter 596, Let us consummate first. Lu shook her head. No, if it were truly capable of resolving the issue, it would have done so long ago. This suggests she must have employed another remedy. Coupled with her recent transformation into a formidable healer, this is highly plausible. It indicates she has grown stronger, making her a more formidable adversary than before. Mother, I do not wish to lose the prince, nor do I want her to capture his heart. Could you assist me? Help me reclaim the prince's affection, and perhaps eliminate her in the process? Nangong-ro pleaded with Lu. She was aware that Lu possessed numerous poisons, any one of which could easily resolve her predicament. Lu quickly sought to reassure her, pondering for a moment before saying, Hasn't the prince promised to consummate the marriage with you? He pledged to provide you with a child. Seize this opportunity and see if you can conceive. If you truly cannot, we shall consider further options. As she aged, the weight of such considerations grew heavier. Not only did she have Nangong-ro as a daughter, but she had also borne two illegitimate sons, Nangong-yu and Nangong-ao. The plot to poison Yun Ruoyue must be executed flawlessly, for any failure would implicate her sons. Nangong-ro gazed coldly ahead, her face a mask of despair. The prince believes that marrying me without consummation leaves him indebted to me for my life. He feels a sense of guilt, which led him to agree to consummate the marriage. Yet, he has continuously found excuses to delay, and it has been an eternity without fulfillment. Meanwhile, he has spent the night with the princess multiple times. If this continues, I may never see the day of consummation. If that is the case, we must deliberate carefully, remarked Lu, casting a gloomy glance at the poisons within her cabinet. Mother, upon my return to the residence, I wish to linger a few more days, to see if the prince grows anxious, if he misses me, to test his sentiments, Nan Gongro replied. Lu seized her hand. My foolish daughter, your actions will only push the prince towards that woman. Men do not favor those who indulge in petty whims. They are drawn to gentle, kind-hearted women who are virtuous in public and passionate in private. You should return early tomorrow, bringing along some New Year delicacies from home. And take the initiative to mend your relationship with the prince. Leverage your life-saving favor to secure your position. Prioritize consummating the marriage first. Upon hearing this, Nan Gongro nodded in sudden understanding. Very well, mother, I shall heed your counsel. Indeed, consummate the marriage first. Should Yun Ruoyue dare to intervene, let her taste the bitterness of this poison once more. We were able to ensnare her back then, and we can do so again, Lu said ominously. The mere thought of her daughter possibly awaiting the consummation of marriage indefinitely filled her with urgency, prompting her decision to provide the poison to her daughter. As for other matters, they could be addressed later. On the morning of the first day of the new year, Nan Gongro returned to the residence laden with various festive provisions. Fearing that her absence would allow Yun Ruoyue to usurp the prince's affections, she hurried back. The ensuing days were a holiday, granting Chu Xiancheng, who typically toiled throughout the year, a rare respite. Freed from court duties, military obligations, and the burden of paperwork, he finally had time for himself. With leisure at his disposal, he resolved to peruse military texts, play the piano, and practice the flute. A prodigy, he mastered every skill with ease, including music. Dressed in a flowing white robe adorned with golden-edged cloud patterns, his long black hair tied with a jade crown, he appeared as a striking figure, reminiscent of a talented scholar from the Wei, Jin, and Northern and Southern dynasties. Chapter 597. Nan Gongro returned seated in the courtyard. His tall figure gracefully plucked the strings of the lute, producing a melodic sound that wafted towards the Fei Yu pavilion. At that moment, he embodied elegance, resembling a beautiful ink painting. My lady, listen, our prince can play the lute, and he plays remarkably well, Feng Er exclaimed, hastening to the wall for a glimpse. The other maidens followed suit, huddling together at the wall's edge, peering through gaps to gaze upon him, all wearing expressions of admiration. The prince is truly handsome. Recalling the previous night when Chu Xiancheng had gripped her chin and ordered her to leave, Yun Ruoyue felt a surge of anger. She walked over with an icy demeanor, casting a glance at Chu Xiancheng. While undeniably handsome, he failed to captivate her. However, last night's encounter had incited both her disdain and a pang of sorrow within her. He was haunted by inner demons, burdened by past grievances, which caused him great distress. There is a saying, one cannot advise others to be magnanimous without having endured their suffering. Thus, she held no expectation for him to forgive the Yun family, nor would she urge him to forget his enmity. She merely hoped he could emerge from his torment and embrace a life filled with brightness. My lady, the favored concubine Ro has arrived, Feng Er announced at that moment. Nan Gongro is here. Yun Ruoyue, filled with curiosity, approached the wall and began to sneak a glance. Your Highness, I have returned, Nan Gongro announced as she entered with Dan'er and Kai Dai, hastening towards Chu Xuancheng with an air of delicate fragility, as if a mere gust of wind could topple her. Upon lifting his gaze, Chu Xuancheng noted the thinness of Nan Gongro's attire and her slender form. Had it been in the past, he would have promptly risen to offer her his outer robe, tenderly calling her Ruor. Yet today, he remained seated with an air of indifference, merely stating, "It is good that you have returned. Your Highness, I have brought you some New Year gifts from my family. My parents specially prepared them for you. I hope you find them to your liking," Nan Gongro said, gesturing towards the two bamboo-woven gift boxes carried in by the servants. Have them placed in the kitchen, Chu Xuancheng replied in a deep voice, resuming his play on the guqin. Your Highness, are you still upset with me? I have reflected for so long and have realized my mistakes. Could you grant me another chance to be forgiven? Nan Gongro implored, her face streaked with tears as she approached him. Yun Ruoyue couldn't help but marvel at her ability to weep so easily in modern times. Such a performance would surely earn her accolades akin to that of an award-winning actress. Here, her talents seemed wasted. I harbor no resentment towards you. Those matters are in the past, and you need not dwell on them, Chu Xuancheng said softly while continuing to play. Is that true? Thank you, Your Highness. Nan Gongro responded, suddenly leaning back and collapsing into his embrace. Heavens! Feng Er and the others gasped in surprise. Jiu'er promptly covered Feng Er's mouth, whispering, "Be quiet, lest the prince hears us." Yun Ruoyue too gazed in astonishment at the sight of Nan Gongro's delicate form, as if boneless, melting into Chu Xuancheng's arms. Truly a picturesque moment. What man could resist such a tender woman? Yun Ruoyue mused. Even she felt an urge to embrace Nengongro, let alone Chu Xuancheng. Suddenly, a sharp twang echoed through the air. The sound of a string snapping abruptly interrupted the music. Chu Xuancheng had swiftly seized Nengongrou's wrist, lifting her up as he stood. An aura of frosty intensity emanating from him. Have you not eaten? Startled, Nengongro quickly replied. Your Highness, I had breakfast. Why do you ask? I assumed you had not eaten, which is why your body seemed so weak. As long as you have eaten, that is sufficient, Chu Xuancheng stated. Nengongro paused, casting a furtive glance at him. Could it be that he was oblivious to her earlier attempts at seduction? She pondered that perhaps the prince simply did not perceive her affections. She moved closer, nestling against him. Your Highness, I was not in the residence last night and did not sleep beside you. I had nightmares. I missed you dearly, which is why I returned early. As Nengongro nestled closer, Chu Xuancheng was overwhelmed by an unfamiliar sensation that left him quite uncomfortable. Gently, he pushed her away, his hands silently withdrawing from her grasp. You have returned home after such a long time. Why not stay a few more days? I missed you. Without you by my side, I cannot sleep. As Nengongro spoke, her eyes glistened with tears once more. Her hands, akin to those of an octopus, clung tightly to Chu Xuancheng. What are you doing? Chu Xuancheng suddenly barked, forcefully pushing her away. The shove caused Nengongro to stagger backward a few steps. Once she regained her balance, she stared at him incredulously. Your Highness, what is the matter? Why had he so vehemently pushed her away? Could it be that he despised her to such an extent? She could hardly believe it. Realizing his actions had been excessively harsh, Chu Xuancheng endeavored to compose himself. I apologize. I have matters to attend to. Please return for now. Your Highness, do you truly detest me so? You once professed your love for me. Why treat me this way? I merely wish to be close to you. Have you grown to loathe me so deeply? Tears brimmed in Nengongro's eyes as she gazed at him, heartbroken and pitiable. Upon hearing her words, Chu Xuancheng cast a glance towards the direction of Feiyue Pavilion, momentarily taken aback. Rower, I mentioned I am busy with official duties. Return for now. I shall visit you when I have the time. I refuse to return to an empty room. I can no longer endure your indifference. You have changed your heart. You have fallen for my sister, which is why you wish to avoid me, is it not? You promised me you would give me a child. Why do you not keep your word, perpetually using your duties as an excuse? Since you have married me, why do you not take responsibility and leave me alone in loneliness? I love you so dearly. From the moment I first saw you in the snow, I vowed to forsake everything for you. Why can you not even glance my way? Nengongro spoke with tearful fervor. At the mention of the snow, Chu Xuancheng's heart tightened painfully. That night, he had been inebriated, and with Mo Li and Mo Zhu entangled in other matters, he had departed from the tavern alone. Collapsing in the snow, it was Nengongro who had fortuitously passed by in her carriage, discovered him, and rescued him. He owed her a debt of gratitude for saving his life. Otherwise, he might have perished there. Reflecting on this, he found he could forgive her every fault, for he did not wish to be an ungrateful man. As for why he avoided her, he too cast a glance at Feiyue Pavilion, seeking answers. I shall not go back on my word, Chu Xuancheng declared. You said so. Therefore, tonight is a fortuitous occasion. Will you fulfill your promise and give me a child tonight? Nengongro inquired with hopeful anticipation. Tonight? Chu Xuancheng was momentarily taken aback, his gaze drifting toward Feiyue Pavilion. Indeed, there is no time like the present. Shall it be tonight? If you disagree, are you perhaps thinking of my sister, fearing she would be jealous? Nengongro asked cautiously. At the mention of Yun Ruoyue, Chu Xuancheng recalled the events of the previous night and replied coldly, I have never thought of her. It is well that you do not, for she is the daughter of the enemy who murdered your mother, while I am your savior. In this comparison, the weight of gratitude is clear to all. Upon hearing this, Chu Xuancheng's gaze turned icy. He shot a cold glance at Feiyue Pavilion and uttered in a low voice. Very well, this evening, I shall take my rest at Yiru Pavilion. No, Your Highness, I have never rested in the Star Pavilion before. I hope our first encounter can take place in your chamber. May I come to the Star Pavilion? Nengongro spoke, her cheeks blooming with a deep crimson hue. Upon finishing her words, she lowered her head, her face flushed with embarrassment. Chu Xuancheng, however, remained unaffected, coldly responding, Very well, come over tonight. With that, he turned abruptly. Striding into the Star Pavilion, Nengongro noticed his back was icy, and it was evident that he harbored reluctance within. Yet, she dismissed it. As long as she could consummate their union, she would force the matter, even if he resented it. First, she would conceive a child. Her suggestion to meet at the Star Pavilion was intended to flaunt the event before Yun Ruoyue. Yun Ruoyue resided next door, and surely her heart would ache painfully in the evening. Elated by the prince's response, Nangong Ro exited, thrilled that her wish would finally be fulfilled that night. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the Feiyue Pavilion, Yun Ruoyue's heart plummeted upon hearing Chu Xuancheng's answer. Although she did not love him, she could not fathom why her heart felt so cold. He had actually agreed to be with Nangong Ro. Tonight would mark the consummation of their union. This also signified the beginning of her separation from Chu Xuancheng. Once he had been intimate with Nangong Ro, there would be no possibility left for them. She resolved to continue seeking a means to part ways with him. "My lady, look. The prince often wishes to stay with you, yet you send him away. Now, he is to consummate his union with concubine Ro tonight," Jua remarked indignantly, following Yun Ruoyue into the room. Yun Ruoyue settled down and poured herself a cup of tea. They were husband and wife, while Nangong Ro was merely his concubine. Their union was expected and not my concern. "My lady, are you truly not anxious? If Nangong Ro conceives first, her child would be the legitimate heir of the Li Wangfu. Even if a bastard, he would hold considerable status. Once she is with child, your position could become precarious," Jua cautioned. A bitter pang rose within Yun Ruoyue as she tilted her head back and drank the tea. The warm liquid slid down her throat, yet it failed to warm her heart, instead leaving her feeling colder. She recalled how he insisted on staying in the Feiyue Pavilion to shower her with affection, how he vowed in the palace to strive so she would never again have to humble herself before others, promising her a life of ease and grace, making her the most esteemed woman in the world. She remembered the urgency with which he had rushed in to protect her when Yun Yi intended to burn her, and the moment he caught her when she fell from the tree. In the hall, when Feng Lingtian sought to harm her, he had defiantly shielded her, his demeanor protective. When the Jin Wang had seized her throat, his eyes burned with crimson fury as he leaped to her defense. Even when she was in danger of assassination, he enveloped her in his embrace, fearful of the cold wind touching her, holding her tightly as they returned home. Were all those moments merely illusions? If it were true, how could he agree to consummate with Nangong Ro? Perhaps all of this is but a fabrication, which is why he so readily turns to sleep with her. Why should I rush? After all, I have no connection with him. If they wish to consummate, let them do so. It is of no concern to me. Yun Ruoyue feigned nonchalance as she rose, stretching her limbs languidly. However, Fenger and Jioer discerned the truth. Although the princess appeared unfazed, her heart must be heavy. For one's eyes cannot deceive. They also recognized that the prince harbored genuine affection for the princess. Yet due to the enmity between their families, he feigned disdain. Why must they torment each other when their hearts are clearly intertwined? Alas, the prince desires to favor concubine Ro, and as mere servants, they are powerless to intervene. It is customary for men to take multiple wives, yet it is the princess who must endure the heartache of being cast aside. In the Yuru Pavilion, upon returning, Nangong Ro coldly addressed Danner. "Have you heard that on New Year's Day, the emperor granted a temporary reprieve, releasing Jiang Heng?" "Indeed, my lady," Danner replied. However, the lady of the Wei family stated that the emperor has merely allowed Jiang Heng to spend the new year at home. By the third day, he shall be returned to his cell, where he must remain for 3 months before he can be freed. That day is still far off. To be imprisoned again by the third day? It seems some matters cannot be delayed. You must hasten to the duke's manor and inquire of Jiang Heng if he still desires revenge," Nangong Ro instructed, leaning closer to whisper a few words in Danner's ear. After hearing the instructions, Danner nodded vigorously and took a vial of the mesmerizing elixir from Nangong Ro to the duke's residence. This potion, crafted by the Liu family, possesses effects akin to that of a soporific, yet it is distinctly different. It contains components that bewitch the mind when dispersed into a room. Its occupants will soon succumb to slumber. In due time, virtuous maidens shall be transformed into wanton women. Once Danner departed, Nangong Ro began rummaging through her garments, seeking the most alluring attire to entice Chu Xuancheng. Simultaneously, she aimed to ruin Yun Ruoyue's reputation this very night. She intended to make Yun Ruoyue aware that tonight marked a momentous occasion for herself and Chu Xuancheng, while also heralding Yun Ruoyue's downfall. Danner swiftly reached the duke's manor. Having visited previously, she was acquainted with the steward. After bestowing 10 taels of silver upon him, She was soon granted an audience with Jiang Heng. Upon seeing him, she was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Heng sat in a chair, his visage swollen to the point of resembling a pig's head, bruised and battered. As a servant applied ointment to his injuries, "Young master, what has happened to you?" Danner exclaimed, astonished at the near unrecognizable state of his face, which had not been so swollen when they last departed the Duke's manor. Jiang Heng huffed in frustration. "Do not even mention it. I know not how it came to be, but every inmate in that prison bullied me. Each day, someone took turns beating me. Were it not for my mother pleading with the emperor for my temporary release, my face would have been utterly ruined." "Ah, I see," Danner replied, her tone laced with intrigue. "Young master, given your intellect, do you not find this situation rather coincidental? Could it be that someone has bribed those individuals to seek vengeance against you? Who could it be? Perhaps that old man, the ceremonial official? I find it hard to believe. The ceremonial official has always been timid, lacking any connections. Moreover, he has accepted money and favors from your mother. How could he possibly hire someone to harm you? The only ones with any suspicion are those you have offended previously." Danner analyzed, her face betraying a sycophantic demeanor. "The only individuals I have offended are the princess consort Li and the eldest princess," the young master mused. "I have come to realize that the cunning and malicious princess consort Li must be the one orchestrating these attacks against me. That wretched woman, having caused me such torment, dares to send others to strike me. I truly wish to eliminate her." Jiang Heng took a piece of ice and gently rubbed it against his face. The moment he did so, pain shot through him, causing him to grimace. Danner, with a cold smile, looked at Jiang Heng and said, "Young master, I now possess a method that will enable you to exact your revenge on her. Would you be willing to pursue it?" "What method? Why did you not mention it sooner?" "If it allows me to take revenge on her, I am willing to pursue any means." Jiang Heng, unlike ordinary men, was a frivolous and dissipated young master, devoid of common sense. While most would hesitate to provoke the Li royal household, he boldly sought retribution against Yun Ruoyue. Fully aware of the dangers posed by Xuancheng, he was solely concerned with relieving his grievances. Danner produced a vial of medicine given to her by Nangong Ro and handed it to Jiang Heng. "Young master, here is a bottle of mind-dulling elixir. Simply blow this into the princess consort's chamber, and she will fall into a stupor. At that point, will she not be at your mercy? Is this potion truly so effective?" Jiang Heng seized the vial, disbelief etched on his face. "Of course, if it were ineffective, I would not dare present it to you. You may use it with confidence. Once you have the princess consort Li, will you not have your revenge?" Danner remarked with a cold smirk. "However, the Li royal household is heavily guarded. How can I possibly gain entry?" Jiang Heng harbored doubts about his abilities, fearing he might not evade the watchful eyes of the guards. "Rest assured, I will unlock the back entrance for you. You need only enter through there." After providing further instructions to Jiang Heng, Danner took her leave. At the Li royal household, as dusk fell, Xuancheng summoned his brothers Mo Li, Mo Zhu, and Feng Qingyang to the Xingchen pavilion, intending to indulge in revelry. This night, he had promised Nangong Ro to consummate their union. Yet his heart was heavy, burdened by the weight of the day's melancholy. He could not bring himself to approach Nangong Ro in a sober state. Thus, he resolved to intoxicate himself. Only in a state of oblivion could his internal turmoil be alleviated somewhat. He was loath to fulfill this obligation, yet he had already made a promise to her. She had saved his life, and he could not leave her waiting in solitude, nor could he break his word. All she desired was a child. If he could provide her with that, it would suffice. At the banquet, his brothers exchanged toasts and engaged in merriment. Yet they observed the sorrow etched on Xuancheng's face. Mo Li inquired, "Your Highness, tonight, are you truly going to consummate your union with concubine Ro?" Xuancheng's gaze darkened immediately. "What other choice do I have?" With that, he raised his head and gulped down a mouthful of bitter, potent wine that scorched his throat and ravaged his vocal cords, finally managing to swallow it with great effort. Mo Li promptly patted his shoulder and said, "Your Highness, we are all men here, we understand. If you are unwilling, simply reject concubine Ro and refrain from consummating the marriage." Chapter 602, Drowning Sorrows. "However, she saved my life. Since I have married her, I cannot allow her to remain alone in an empty chamber. That is not the conduct of a true gentleman." Xuancheng replied solemnly, "My lord, you do not love her. It is unjust to engage with her when your heart is not in it. Why not write her a letter of release, allowing her to leave and sparing her the daily strife with the princess?" Mo Li suggested. That is not an option. The document would imply she is my wife. Yet concubine Ro is not truly my spouse. I believe it would be more fitting for you to draft a letter of divorce, freeing her from this union. Mo Zhu interjected. Nearby, Feng Qingyang shook his small folding fan and, with an expression of profound wisdom, remarked, Your Highness has yet to clarify his thoughts. Making decisions while inebriated could lead to regret. Moreover, considering concubine Ro's deep affection for you and her status as your savior, if she refuses to leave, you find yourself in a predicament. Should you seek to divorce her, how would the world perceive you? They would surely accuse you of ingratitude. Yet, the prince harbored no love for Nangong Ro. He had wed her solely out of gratitude for her life-saving act. This evening, it was evident he had no desire to consummate the marriage with her. Alas, the prince was truly pitiable, unable to refuse what he did not wish to partake in. Mo Zhu shook his head in sympathy. Enough. I have spoken, and my word stands firm. Once uttered, it cannot be retracted. I promised her a child, and I have fulfilled that promise. After this, I shall not touch her again. Now let us drink. I shall not return until I am thoroughly intoxicated, Chu Xuancheng proclaimed. Slightly inebriated, he had consumed over 10 cups of liquor and felt the effects, yet he yearned for more, hoping to drink himself into oblivion. Mo Li, Mo Zhu, and Feng Qingyang exchanged glances, silently communicating before raising their cups in a toast to Chu Xuancheng. My lord, since your decision is resolute, allow me to toast you 3 times, wishing you a prosperous night and the fulfillment of your desires. Mo Li raised his cup and declared, Enough with your wishes for prosperity. That is not what I desire, Chu Xuancheng drunkenly retorted, downing the contents of his cup. Seeing this, Mo Li quickly refilled his glass and continued toasting him with a second and third cup. Chu Xuancheng, feeling discontent, accepted each one. The 3 of them took turns toasting him, each offering 3 cups in rapid succession. Before long, Chu Xuancheng was so inebriated that his vision blurred, and he could barely keep his eyes open. Clutching the wine jug, he leaned over the table, his eyes reddened, mumbling drunkenly, I do not wish to consummate the marriage. I want to be with Yun Ruoyue. Upon hearing this, Mo Li exclaimed, Your Highness, do you wish to be with the princess? Have you not already been intimate? It is concubine Ro with whom you are meant to consummate tonight. What concubine Ro? Get away from me. I want none of it. Chu Xuancheng bellowed angrily, abruptly sweeping the cup from the table in frustration. My lord, do you truly not wish to consummate the marriage with concubine Ro? Mo Zhu cautiously inquired, rising to gauge Chu Xuancheng's state. This evening, the prince has consumed copious amounts of alcohol, leaving him thoroughly intoxicated and oblivious to his surroundings. However, the prince has always prided himself on his capacity for drink, even inebriated. He must test his limits to ascertain the true state of his inebriation before he dares to act with Mo Li. Chu Xianchen, feeling unwell, slumped over the table, nearly devoid of the energy to continue drinking. He waved his hand dismissively, expressing, I do not desire this. I only wish for my princess. I have vowed to ensure her life is one of elegance and freedom, to elevate her as the most revered woman in the realm. Yet tonight, I am poised to betray her. Given her disposition, she shall never forgive me. If she chooses to depart, she shall undoubtedly do so. At this juncture, Chu Xianchen was utterly inebriated. His eyes were red and heavy, and he struggled to keep them open, squinting as he continued to sip from his cup. Suddenly, he lost consciousness, collapsing onto the table, the wine jug slipping from his grasp and rolling to the floor, unnoticed. Even in his stupor, he murmured the names of his princess and Ruoyue. The 3 observers let out simultaneous sighs, deeply sympathetic for the prince. His current state was indeed pitiable. He was like the meat caught between 2 buns, trapped and suffocated, faced with the most arduous of choices. Should he consummate his union with the side consort, it would surely spell the end of any hope with his princess. The Li Wangfu could not be without the princess, but it could certainly do without Nangong Ro. If the princess were to leave, heartbroken, their sorrow would be profound. Elder brother, what shall we do? You must devise a plan, Mo Zhu exclaimed, distressed at the prince's sorrowful visage. There is no other course. We shall proceed as we previously discussed. The prince has no desire to engage with Nangong Ro. So why should we force him? If his heart yearns for the princess, let us facilitate that, Mo Li declared, taking a fortifying gulp of wine. Earlier, they had intentionally refrained from drinking much to avoid compromising their mission. Both he and Mo Zhu had long harbored disdain for the cunning Nangong Ro, favoring the magnanimous princess instead. If the prince truly intended to dote upon Nangong that night, they would concoct a scheme to intoxicate him, shattering her dreams. However, they were taken aback by the prince's heartfelt confessions. It was evident that he was suffering. He cherished the princess, yet hesitated to approach her due to her being the daughter of his mother's murderer, resulting in him deliberately neglecting her. Although he held no affection for Nangong, he felt compelled to sacrifice himself to her tonight, burdened by a debt of gratitude. Oh, how they wished the prince would shower his affections upon the princess. Disregarding Nangong, facilitate him? What do you mean? Wen Qingyang inquired, perplexed. Wasn't our initial intention to intoxicate the prince? Emoli glanced at him, responding, indeed, at first. My sole aim was to ensure the prince remained untouched by Nangong. But now, I have reconsidered. Look at how distressed he is. How desperately he longs for the princess. His heart aches painfully. He has sought solace with her on several occasions, yet has been thwarted, which has severely impacted his confidence. Now, he is entirely unwilling to engage with Nangong. Why not seize this opportunity to support him? And how do you intend to facilitate that? Wen Qingyang asked. What other means are there? Let us first assist the prince inside. Once Nangong has entered, we shall render her unconscious and take her away. Then proceed to Fiyue Pavilion to similarly incapacitate the princess, allowing the prince and princess to spend the night together. In this dark hour, the prince, inebriated, will be unaware that he is with the princess rather than Nangong. After their union, we will escort the princess away and replace her with Nangong, thereby fabricating the illusion that the prince has favored Nangong. In truth, it is the princess he has encountered, oblivious to the reality. Thus, the prince will believe he has consummated his marriage with Nangong, alleviating any guilt he may feel towards her. Likewise, Nangong will be under the impression that the prince has chosen her, which will prevent her from leveraging her life-saving favor to coerce him into intimacy. Ultimately, the prince will have successfully reclaimed his princess, fulfilling his desires, a splendid resolution for all involved. Wouldn't you agree? Emoli exclaimed, his brows alight with excitement, playfully tugging at his non-existent beard. Chapter 604. A flawless scheme. Upon hearing this, Emoju clapped his hands in exhilaration, giving Emoli a thumbs up. Brother, you are truly remarkable. This scheme of yours is impeccable and thoroughly devised. Having the princess take the place of Nangong to consummate with the prince. How did I not think of that? It is utterly brilliant. That cunning woman Nangong does not deserve the prince. I refuse to let her tarnish him. Let us proceed with your plan. Emoju enthusiastically declared. Very well, the prince is already intoxicated. Let us hasten to escort him to the chambers before he awakens. Emoli suggested. Indeed, I concur with your proposal. Emoli, your intellect is astounding. Your mind is remarkably astute. You two hurry along, and I shall stand guard here. Feng Qingyang remarked, lightly tapping Emoli's head in commendation, a smile gracing his face. Why should you stand guard? Do we require a lookout? We are merely escorting the prince with utmost transparency. Come, Emoju, let us each support a side. Old Feng, you elevate the prince's legs, Emoli instructed. Seeing this, Emoju promptly went to assist Chu Xuancheng. The two of them began to move forward, but Chu Xuancheng's tall stature caused his legs to drag on the ground. Feng Qingyang, noticing this, feared that the prince's legs might suffer injury against the stone floor, and rushed to lift them. By the heavens, I swear this is my first time undertaking such a task, and even more so, my first attempt at lifting another's legs. Though these are the legs of a noble prince, they are hardly as fragrant as Emoju's. Feng Qingyang grimaced. Emoju shot him an irritated glare. Old Feng, who claim my feet have an odor. Have you leaned in to sniff them? Moreover, how could you speak of our handsome and charming prince in such a manner? What will the readers think? Indeed, whose feet do not carry a scent. Even the feet of a celestial being would likely have an aroma after a day without washing. Besides, I haven't noticed any scent. Emoli interjected, fiercely defending his master. Feng Qingyang quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, it is my fault. The prince's feet are fragrant, and his entire being is infused with a delightful aroma. He is like a celestial being descended to earth, the reincarnation of the fragrant concubine. He is the most fragrant of all. That is more like it. The two finally nodded in satisfaction. Where are you taking me? I desire my princess. At that moment, Chu Xuancheng suddenly exclaimed, startling the three companions. However, after his outburst, he slumped back down. Your Highness, you are inebriated. We shall escort you to the palace for some rest, Emoli stated. With his eyes closed, Chu Xuancheng groaned. I do not want consort Ro. I only want my princess. Do not coerce me. Whoever dares to compel me shall face my wrath. Look at his condition. Would you dare summon Nangong Ro in such a state? Emily remarked. After much effort, the three managed to carry Chu Xuancheng into the chamber. And as soon as he touched the bed, he fell into a deep slumber. Emily turned to Mo Zhu and said, Mo Zhu, quickly fetch consort Ro. She has likely been anxiously awaiting. Very well, I shall personally relay the message, Mo Zhu replied before departing. Emily hastily instructed Feng Qingyang to conceal all sources of illumination, oil lamps, candles, and lanterns, in the grand hall, leaving only a window open to allow a gentle moonlight to seep in, preventing the chamber from becoming too dark. Old Feng, do you have any smoke? Emily, crouching beneath the bed, inquired while presenting a rather rounded posterior. Feng Qingyang, with a blade of wild grass in his mouth, shot him a disdainful glance. Smoke? Are you suggesting you wish to light a pipe? A gentleman does not smoke, and certainly not here, lest you awaken the prince. Emily promptly smacked him on the head. What pipe? I mean that kind of smoke that can induce a stupor. Oh, had you mentioned that sooner? We have plenty of options. What type do you prefer? Pure soporific, or one that incites desire? Feng Qingyang, having spoken, suddenly produced a multitude of herbal pouches from his pocket. Using soporifics won't do. What if it renders the prince incapable of action? Emily cautioned. Then let us forego the soporific and use aphrodisiac incense, which possesses both properties, Feng Qingyang suggested, immediately setting to work. He and Emily covered their mouths and noses with cloth as they began to ignite the incense. Your Highness, are you inside? I have arrived, came the delicate, ethereal voice of Nangong Ro from outside. Upon hearing her, the two hastily retreated further into the bed. By the light of the moon, they saw Nangong Ro draped in a white fox fur cloak. Upon entering, she removed her cloak, revealing a sheer, soft pink garment beneath, prompting the two to quickly shut their eyes. What should not be seen must not be seen. Your Highness, Rower has come, Nangong Ro announced as she stepped into the chamber, only to find it devoid of candles. She began searching for some, but after a fruitless endeavor, she caught a whiff of a potent fragrance and inhaled deeply, savoring it. Your Highness is so kind, even lighting the aphrodisiac incense for me. Are you here? Come closer. Chu Xuancheng mumbled, still disoriented, mistaking her presence for that of Yun Ruoyue. Your Highness, have you been waiting for me in bed? Why did you not light the candles? Nangong Ro inquired, slipping off her shoes and climbing onto Chu Xuancheng's bed. As she settled onto the bed, a strong scent of alcohol emanated from him. She then realized that he was utterly intoxicated, lost in a haze. How could they possibly consummate their union under such circumstances? Light some candles, I wish to sleep, he declared, rolling over to doze off. Nangong Ro, witnessing this, was struck with disbelief. Tonight was clearly their wedding night. She had spent considerable time preparing herself with fragrant baths, only to find him inebriated and seeking slumber. Was this intentional? Your Highness, how can you sleep? Have you forgotten the significance of this night? As she spoke, a wave of dizziness washed over her. The sensation intensified, and soon she found herself struggling to maintain her balance on the bed. At that moment, Emily emerged from beneath the bed and struck her at the back of her head, causing her to gasp and lose consciousness. You knocked her out? Feng Qingyang inquired. Glancing at Emily replied, she was dragging things out. If I didn't act now, dawn would soon break. Quickly, let us proceed. With that, he lifted Nangong Ro and made his way outside the hall. The guards, who had previously been stationed outside, had long been dismissed, allowing for their covert actions. After carrying Nangong Ro out, Emily kicked open the door of a side chamber and brought her inside. He then placed her on the bed within the chamber and hastily exited, closing the door behind him. Are you about to abduct the princess? Feng Qingyang asked, fanning himself. What do you mean by abducting the princess? Can a princess even be taken by force? To secure the princess, we shall employ a drug, a sleeping potion, to ensure she remains oblivious to our subterfuge. This must be executed in such a manner that none but the three of them are aware of it. Chapter 606. A masterful strategy. The prince remains unaware that he has encountered the princess, believing instead that he has fulfilled his promise to Nangong Ro. The princess is oblivious to the fact that she has become a mere substitute, fulfilling the prince's desires without any conflict with Nangong Ro. Meanwhile, Nangong Ro mistakenly believes that she has consummated her union with the prince, leading her to refrain from pressing him further. This is indeed a clever strategy that achieves 3 objectives with a single stone. Feng Qingyang cast a sidelong glance at Mo Li. I see you truly care for the prince. Your consideration is remarkable. What choice do I have? After all, the prince pays my wages, Mo Li replied, seizing Feng Qingyang's hand as they hurried away. Pervert, don't touch me. Feng Qingyang protested, shaking off Mo Li's grasp. Mo Li shot him a disdainful look. Who wants to touch you? Don't overthink it. We are pressed for time. I have no interest in you whatsoever. Let us move. Upon exiting, Mo Zhu approached them, saying, I was observing. Oh no, I meant to say I was gathering information. Everyone else is asleep, but the princess is still awake, her candlelight illuminating the room as she reads. However, I suspect she appears to be reading while her heart is heavy, mourning the fact that our prince is with concubine Ro. Everyone else is asleep? That is splendid. Let us go quickly, Mo Li exclaimed, darting into the Feiyue pavilion as if he were a thief. They were all adept, walking with a lightness that rendered their footsteps silent, ensuring that they would not disturb Feng'er and the others. Upon reaching the door of Yun Ruoyue's chamber, Mo Li noticed Jiu'er standing guard, her head bobbing like an ostrich, seemingly dozing on her feet. Brother, Jiu'er appears fatigued. Should we lend her a hand? Mo Zhu suggested, and with that, he swiftly approached, delivering a gentle strike to the nape of Jiu'er's neck, rendering her unconscious. He then carefully laid her down in the adjacent room. Meanwhile, Feng Qingyang produced a pipe, inserting a dose of soporific powder, and punctured a small hole in the paper window to blow the powder inside. The efficacy of this potion was indeed potent, a staple for those who roamed the martial world, engaging in thievery. Inside her chamber, Yun Ruoyue was engrossed in an ancient medical text. While she was well versed in Western medicine, she realized the necessity to learn traditional Chinese medicine in this place, where herbal remedies abounded, and many Western pharmaceuticals were unavailable. As a healer, she aspired to amalgamate Eastern and Western medical practices, thereby advancing the field and saving more lives. However, she struggled to concentrate, her thoughts drifting to the matter of Chu Xuancheng and Nangong Ro's nuptial consummation. She wondered if they had completed the rite yet. Although she feigned indifference, a pang of inexplicable sorrow tugged at her heart. Suddenly, she caught a whiff of a peculiar fragrance, prompting her to raise her head, sniffing the air and scanning her surroundings. Yet, she saw nothing amiss. Gradually, the scent dissipated, and she began to feel an overwhelming fatigue. Her eyelids grew heavy, and sleep beckoned her. Perhaps it was merely her exhaustion, a trick of her senses conjuring the strange aroma. At that moment, her body grew increasingly weak and limp, her eyes struggling to remain open. With a thud, she collapsed to the floor. Mo Li, upon witnessing this, exclaimed, Success! The princess has been ensorcelled. Let us carry her away. Thus, Yun Ruoyue was hoisted away like a mere sack of sand by Mo Li and his companions. Chapter 607. The Art of Deception. Before long, they transported Yun Ruoyue to Chu Xuancheng's private quarters. Upon their entry, they found him in a dazed state, tossing about on the bed, his hands searching for something. Where is she? The woman I desire? Where is the princess? He mumbled before rolling over, discomfort, and drifting back into slumber. My lord, the one you seek has arrived, Mo Li whispered, hastily placing the unconscious Yun Ruoyue upon the bed. The 3 of them then swiftly exited the chamber, discreetly closing the door behind them. Once outside, Mo Zhu expressed his concern. What if the prince merely wishes to sleep and has no interest in other matters? That cannot be. Did you not see the aphrodisiac we administered has already taken effect? The prince is aroused. We must depart quickly to avoid overhearing anything we shouldn't see, or we may find ourselves restless tonight, Mo Li replied. Shall we continue our revelry with wine? I was so focused on the prince that I scarcely had a chance to drink, Feng Qingyang suggested. That is precisely my intention. Let us proceed, Mo Li affirmed. With that, the 3 of them stealthily slipped back into the room where they had previously indulged in libations. The chamber was somewhat distant from Prince Chu Xuancheng's sleeping quarters and the adjacent side hall, allowing them the privacy they needed. At this moment, the seductive fragrance within the sleeping chamber intensified, enveloping Chu Xuancheng. Having inhaled too much of the intoxicating scent, his body had grown feverish. His head throbbed, and he felt an overwhelming urge to seek solace in the embrace of a woman. Suddenly, he turned over and found himself atop a soft body. Blurry-eyed and inebriated, he beheld a woman unexpectedly lying beside him. Under the dual influence of alcohol and the fragrant air, his senses dulled, and he was lost in confusion. Without a second thought, he lunged toward her. Abruptly, he captured her lips in a fervent kiss, possessively consuming her. Yun Ruoyue had long since succumbed to unconsciousness, entirely oblivious to the man upon her. Xuancheng, eyes closed, acted purely on instinct. He was acutely aware of his discomfort, his head threatening to explode, and yearned desperately for release. In his haze, he disregarded the identity of the woman beneath him, envisioning her as Yun Ruoyue, and surrendered himself to his desires. Soon, the two became one in a passionate embrace within the dimly lit room. Meanwhile, Danner had already opened the back door, awaiting Jiang Heng's arrival. The guards were patrolling the outer courtyard, unaware that treachery lurked within the walls of the Li Prince's residence. Nor did they suspect that the back door had been ajar for an intruder. To bolster his courage, Jiang Heng had taken a few swigs of wine before venturing out. Though he remained sober, the alcohol warmed his body and emboldened his spirit. At the appointed time, he swiftly slipped through the back entrance, following the layout Danner had provided, and headed towards the Feiyue Pavilion. However, he mistakenly veered off course and ended up at the Xuancheng Pavilion instead. The proximity and similarity of the two pavilions led to his unintended intrusion. Upon entering, he noted the absence of sentinels outside. What was going on? A quick glance around confirmed his suspicions. There were indeed no guards present. Suddenly, he heard the sounds of laughter and drinking emanating from the inner chamber. Crouching low, he hurriedly approached to investigate. As he drew near, he spotted Mo Li, Mo Zhu, and Feng Qingyang seated around a table, enjoying their drinks and conversation with great merriment. It became clear why no one was stationed outside. The guards were indulging themselves within. Wait a moment. These guards appeared to be Chu Xuancheng's personal attendants. Why were they in the Li Princess's Feiyue Pavilion? Had he truly taken a wrong turn? He quickly retraced his steps, glancing up at the plaque above the entrance, which bore the 3 characters of Xuancheng Pavilion. According to the map, this was designated as Chu Xuancheng's residence. His heart raced with trepidation. If Chu Xuancheng were to discover him, it would surely lead to his demise. Nevertheless, Danner had mentioned that Chu Xuancheng was to spend the night with Nangong Ro. Thus, he reasoned, the prince would not be present, allowing these guards to brazenly drink and play games. With Chu Xuancheng absent, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. He needed to locate Yun Ruoyue quickly to enact his revenge. Suddenly, he heard the soft, alluring murmur of a woman. I am so thirsty, I need water. Someone, I am parched. The voice, delicate and enchanting, wafted from the adjacent chamber, sending ripples of curiosity through him. Intrigued, he approached and stealthily created a small opening in the window, peering inside. The chamber was cloaked in darkness with no hint of light, compelling him to rely on the moonlight to discern his surroundings. He discerned a figure lying on the bed, seemingly a woman. What could a woman be doing here? The moment he heard the woman's sultry voice, thoughts of dealing with Yun Ruoyue vanished from his mind. He tentatively pushed the door and found it easily yielded to his touch. Swiftly, he stepped inside and secured the door behind him. He then opened a window, using the moonlight to navigate to the bedside, where he saw the woman had risen and was searching for water. Water? I am so hot. I need water, she repeated. Seeing the beauty in need, Jiang Heng hastily grabbed a teapot from the table, pouring a cup of tea by the moonlight before offering it to her. My lady, water has arrived. Please indulge. Ah, who are you? Why are you here? Where's the prince? Nangong Ro trembled in fright, her face paling as she caught sight of Jiang Heng. Glancing around, she noted the room was shrouded in darkness, recognizing only the figure of a man before her. Where's the prince? What is happening? Upon hearing Nangong Ro's voice, Jiang Heng quickly lit a fire stick, directing its glow towards her. Revealing her clad in only a thin veil, her complexion flushed and panic-stricken as she sat on the bed. It's you? How could it be you? Jiang Heng stared at her in disbelief, captivated by her alluring state, her chest rising and falling with agitation. Nangong Ro, equally astonished at Jiang Heng's presence, questioned, What are you doing here? Wasn't I instructing you to find Yun Ruoyue? Then, her eyes darted around the room, and realization dawned upon her as she gasped. Ah, Jiang Heng, you have abducted me, haven't you? I was with the prince just moments ago. Did you take advantage of his inebriation to bring me here? What nonsense are you speaking? When have I ever knocked you out? Jiang Heng replied. To be honest, I could not find Yun Ruoyue. I merely heard your voice from outside and came to check on you. You were thirsting for water, were you not? Here, drink. With that, he swiftly extinguished the fire stick. In the shroud of night, he poured the drug given to him by Danner into the teacup and handed it to Nangong Ro. Unable to locate Yun Ruoyue, he decided to abandon the search, deeming it too risky given the urgent circumstances. Driven by primal instincts, he found Nangong Ro's appearance irresistibly enticing, igniting within him base desires. Chapter 609. A swan delivered to his door thus. Seizing the moment, he laced the tea with the potion. At this point, Nangong Ro was indeed parched and overheated, her mind clouded. Ignoring all else, she snatched the cup and drank eagerly, gulping it down. She was utterly unaware that the tea had been laced with a concoction intended to subdue Yun Ruoyue, and to her astonishment, that very potion was now being unleashed upon her. As she finished the tea, a wave of heat surged through her body, as if a conflagration had ignited within, threatening to explode. It was only then that she discerned the peculiar taste of the tea, slightly bitter, reminiscent of some sort of drug. Suddenly, with a look of realization, she turned to Jiang Hong, demanding, "What have you put in the tea?" Jiang Hong replied with a cold smirk, "You noticed, did you? I added the mind-confounding elixir. Precisely as you instructed Dan to fetch it for me to use against the princess consort of Li." "What? You despicable man!" Nangong Ro shouted angrily, hurling her teacup at Jiang Hong. "I instructed you to use it against Yun Ruoyue, and yet you turn it against me? You vile man! Is not your enemy Yun Ruoyue?" In that moment, her conviction solidified. She was indeed a captive of Jiang Hong. After all, he had a history of abducting beautiful women, and his reputation for such nefarious deeds was well known. Seeing the faint glimmer of Nangong Ro's skin, Jiang Hong could hardly restrain himself. He lunged forward, pushing her onto the bed, pinning her down. "Time is of the essence. I cannot find Yun Ruoyue, so I must vent my frustrations on you. I have been confined for so long, without the company of a woman, and with my imprisonment looming again, I must seize this moment of pleasure, or I shall not survive another 2 months in that hellhole." He was a man who thrived on carnal pleasures. The torment of imprisonment, coupled with the absence of female companionship, rendered his existence unbearable. Although his initial target had indeed been Yun Ruoyue, after searching the Li royal residence in vain, he had lost interest. Now, faced with Nangong Ro, his mind clouded with desire, he was driven by primal urges, eager to indulge before returning to captivity. Moreover, Nangong Ro was renowned as the most exquisite beauty, the favored consort of Xuancheng. He had yet to experience the allure of such a celestial being and was keen to discover the taste of her charms. Rumor had it that Nangong Ro had yet to consummate her union with Xuancheng, which implied her purity remained intact. Such a prize was too tempting to ignore, an opportunity presented on a silver platter. Upon hearing Jiang Heng's words, Nangong Ro recoiled in terror, instinctively retreating. Although she possessed martial skills, few were privy to this knowledge, and now she found herself utterly drained, unable to summon her abilities. "What do you intend to do? I am the favored consort of the Li Prince. You must leave at once," she cried, backing away while her voice trembled with indignation. "Roa, Danner mentioned you were to consummate your union with Xuancheng tonight. What are you doing here? Did he abandon you to seek the princess consort of Li?" Jiang Hong chuckled darkly, advancing towards her with predatory intent. Nangong Ro's heart raced with fear. "Let me go? You can't continue this charade. The prince is but a chamber away. You are the one who knocked me unconscious and abducted me. Jiang Hong, you are far too bold. Although the prince may be intoxicated, he will not tolerate such an affront to his woman. Once he regains consciousness, he will undoubtedly seek retribution. I advise you to release me quickly. I am willing to let bygones be bygones and keep this matter to myself." Chapter 610. The escape. What did you say? I cannot comprehend your words. All I desire at this moment is to find a woman and unleash my frustrations. Silence yourself. Jiang Hong, emboldened by his malicious intent, declared as he began to unfasten Nangong Ro's clothing. At this moment, the effects of the drug coursed through Nangong Ro's body, intensified by the fragrant aroma she had inhaled earlier in the palace, causing her to feel increasingly feverish. After venting his desires, Jiang Hong, indifferent to Nangong Ro's fate, hastily donned his garments and slipped away from the side chamber, anxious to avoid detection. However, before departing, he took the considerate step of arranging Nangong Ro's attire. Fearing that an onlooker might suspect him if they were to witness her disheveled state, he then stealthily exited through the back entrance of the Li Wang Manor, shrouded in the cloak of night. Half an hour later, Imo Li and his companions finally satiated their hunger and thirst. After replenishing themselves, They resolved to promptly attend to their pressing business. The trio swiftly entered the sleeping quarters, finding it eerily quiet, save for the faint sound of snoring, indicating that the prince and the princess had likely concluded their intimate encounter. However, being a man of stature, he found it inappropriate to enter if the princess was in a state of disarray. He quickly retreated, summoning Mo Zhu to awaken Jo'er, requesting her assistance in carrying the princess away. Mo Zhu dashed to Feiyu Pavilion, where Jo'er was already stirring from the cold. As she awoke, she drowsily sat up, bewildered by her surroundings. At that moment, Mo Zhu hurriedly entered, lifting the curtain of the inner room. "Jo'er, you are awake. Quickly, we need your help," he exclaimed. He felt a twinge of guilt for having knocked her unconscious earlier in their plot to abduct the princess. Jo'er rubbed her sore neck, questioning, "Why is my neck so achy? It feels as if I have been struck. Wasn't I on night watch? How did I end up here? And Mo Zhu, why do you need me at this hour? Come with me, and I shall explain everything," Mo Zhu replied, pulling Jo'er along as they rushed outside. Initially, Jo'er misconstrued his urgency as affection, but that notion quickly dissipated upon hearing Mo Zhu's revelations. "What? You dare to swap the concubine and the princess? Are you out of your minds?" she exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. Chapter 611. The prince is a great demon, keep your voice down. Only the four of us are privy to this matter, and it must remain a secret. Once the effects of the drug wear off, the princess will awaken. You must carry her back first, Mo Zhu urged Jo'er. He divulged their entire plan to her, omitting the fact that he was the one who had knocked her unconscious and carried her to the adjacent room for rest. At this point, Jo'er remained in a state of confusion, still reeling from the shocking news about the princess, completely oblivious to the fact that she had been rendered unconscious by none other than Mo Zhu himself. Soon, Mo Zhu brought Jo'er to the Star Pavilion. Upon seeing her, Mo Li and Feng Qingyang hastily waved her over. "Jo'er, hurry, go and carry the princess out." "All right, I'm on my way," Jo'er replied. Feng Qingyang glanced at Jo'er's petite frame and shook his head in disbelief. "How foolish. With such a small stature, can she truly carry her? What should we do then? We are but rough men, and the princess is in disarray. For her reputation, it would be inappropriate for us to carry her," Mo Li retorted, casting a reproachful glance at Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang was tempted to knock some sense into Mo Li's head, pondering whether his brain was filled with cotton or mush. Displaying an expression of exasperation, he remarked, "How can you be so dim-witted? The princess is in disarray. Why not ask Jo'er to assist her in dressing first, and then you can carry her? How did you manage to bring her here in the first place? Just retrace your steps. How difficult can that be?" Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Mo Li and Mo Zhu suddenly came to a realization, nodding in understanding. "So that's it. You are indeed clever, Feng. Jo'er, quickly go inside and help the princess get dressed," they urged. Jo'er promptly nodded and rushed into the chamber, locating the princess, who was wrapped in blankets. She approached the princess and pulled back the covers. To her shock, the princess was completely undressed, while the prince still wore his attire. "What a tyrant he is," she thought. She hurriedly dressed the princess in her clothes and shoes before calling for assistance. Before long, Mo Li, like a shadow, slipped in and lifted the princess, swiftly making his way towards the Feiyu Pavilion. As they departed, they seemed to hear a loud thud, as if something had fallen to the ground. However, pressed for time, they paid it no heed and quickly returned the princess to the Feiyu Pavilion. Once they had brought her back, Jo'er would handle the aftermath. They then returned to the side hall to carry Nangong Ro back to the main hall where Xuancheng was. Since Jiang Heng had dressed Nangong Ro before leaving, they detected no irregularities. Mo Li laid Nangong Ro down beside the prince before leading Mo Zhu and the others away. Having completed their mission, they sat on the steps, wiping the sweat from their brows, still reeling from the perilous experience, fearful that the prince might awaken and discover their scheme. Despite Mo Li's earlier bravado as the mastermind, he now trembled with anxiety, his legs shaking uncontrollably. Feng Qingyang could not resist giving him a sidelong glance. "Why are you shaking so? Are you afraid?" "Afraid? There is nothing Mo Li fear," he retorted. "Years ago, I led 500 soldiers into the heart of the heavenly Shang kingdom, striking fear into their commander. That was 1,000 times more perilous than this. Why would I fear this?" Mo Li insisted, pressing his hands against his trembling legs. Though he spoke boldly, his legs continued to quiver, He had indeed accomplished a significant task today. The thought of whether the prince and Nangong Ro would discover the truth sent a chill down his spine. Chapter 612. Shocked. All right, you are fearless and impressive. But why are your hands shaking on my legs? Feng Qingyang quipped, amusement dancing in his eyes as he regarded Mo Li. Mo Li suddenly lowered his head and was taken aback to find his hands resting on Feng Qingyang's legs, trembling as they pressed against him. Goodness! He had thought his hands were merely on his own legs. In a flurry, he withdrew his hands, his face a portrait of panic. My apologies. I seem to have made a mistake, but I trust you won't mind. I only reached out because of my respect for you. Feng Qingyang, however, regarded him with an expression of bemusement, tapping Mo Li's head with his fan and speaking in a tone akin to that used with the daft. Are you perhaps a bit confused, my dear Mo Li? Your gaze has been rather peculiar lately, and you just held my hand. Now, you're touching me again. Are you intentionally trying to get closer? But I'm afraid I only have eyes for women. Upon hearing this, Mo Li's face turned an alarming shade of green with fury. He pushed Feng Qingyang away with disdain, exclaiming, "You're talking nonsense. As if I would be interested in a pretty boy like you. I am a bona fide man, and I, too, only favor women." How conceited. What a shameless fellow. He then flicked his arm, repulsed by the goosebumps Feng Qingyang had incited on his skin. Feng Qingyang chuckled, "Whether you like it or not is for you to know. Don't feel embarrassed. Being a little confused isn't a disease. Rest assured, we are your brothers and shall not mock you. Are you seeking death, old Feng? Speak such words again, and I shall slice your mouth." Mo Li retorted, furious and ready to attack Feng Qingyang. Yet, with a graceful evasion, Feng Qingyang, clad in white, deftly sidestepped, leaping onto the high wall. Under the luminous moon, his elegant figure seemed to be reflected in the silvery light, creating a captivating tableau. He gazed at Mo Li, a playful smirk gracing his lips, his peach blossom eyes shimmering with mischief. With a flourish of his palm-sized fan, he strolled beneath the moonlight, teasingly saying, "Mo Li, do not be so agitated, otherwise I may think you feel guilty. Fear not, liking men is not a crime. There's no need for wrath. However, I assure you, I shall not harbor any feelings for you, my dear girl, so best abandon that hope." With that, he gracefully leaped away from the Li Wang mansion. "Cursed scoundrel, you are the one who should be called a girl. I shall make you pay." Mo Li fumed, ready to charge after Feng Qingyang. Fortunately, Mo Zhu caught him just in time, preventing what could have escalated into a bloody confrontation. The following morning, as dawn broke, Xuancheng was awakened by the intrusive light streaming through the window. Groggily, he blinked awake, rubbing his head, which throbbed with an unusual intensity, and his body felt as if it had endured a night of relentless torment. Suddenly, his hand brushed against a warm body, prompting him to retract it swiftly. Upon widening his eyes, he was shocked to discover a woman lying in his bed. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Nangong Ro, wrapped in the covers. Only her porcelain-like arms and the nape of her neck were exposed. One could only surmise that beneath the blanket, she wore nothing at all. The sight jolted him awake, leaving him in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. At that moment, Nangong Ro, still in a dazed state, opened her eyes. Upon catching sight of Xuancheng, a shy smile blossomed on her face, her cheeks flushed with a deep crimson hue. "Jin, you're awake? You were quite valiant last night. Thank you." After saying this, she bashfully lowered her head. However, the corners of her eyes betrayed a chilling glare. In truth, she had been awake for some time and, upon regaining consciousness, found herself once again ensnared in Xuancheng's bed. Fury coursed through her veins. It must have been that beast, Jiang Heng, who had abducted her. Last night, taking advantage of the prince's inebriation, he had seized her, defiled her, and then returned her. Jiang Heng was undoubtedly fearful of the trouble Xuancheng would bring him, which was why he had brought her back, to conceal the matter. Yet, he had ruined her plans. Her first experience, which she had intended solely for Xuancheng, was tarnished by Jiang Heng. When the opportunity arose, she vowed to avenge this grievance against Jiang Heng. After being returned, she pondered for a long time and ultimately decided to play along, pretending that she had indeed lost her virginity to Xuancheng last night. Otherwise, if he discovered the truth, he would surely blame her. Society would not tolerate her predicament. She simply could not comprehend how, despite Xuancheng's promise to consummate their union, he had succumbed to drunkenness. When she had entered, he was sound asleep, reeking of liquor. This indicated that he had no desire to touch her. choosing instead to evade their union by intoxication. Disappointment washed over her. However, she dared not dwell on this now. She had to feign that they had successfully consummated their marriage to mask her defilement by Jianghong. Upon hearing Nangong Ro's words and observing her bare arms, Xuancheng felt as if something heavy had crashed into his mind. He glanced at Nangong Ro again, noticing the multitude of bruised kiss marks adorning her neck and face. It was as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over him, sending chills from head to toe. He hastily adjusted his attire and sprang to his feet, landing on the ground, his head pounding as he fixed a bewildered gaze on Nangong Ro. "Did I truly touch you last night?" Nangong Ro shyly nodded. "Your Highness, do you not remember? You were utterly intoxicated and, upon seeing me, lunged forward. You were extraordinarily bold, and I thank you for fulfilling my wish. If fortune smiles upon me, perhaps this time I may conceive your child." Xuancheng's body froze, and he instinctively took a step back. Had he genuinely been intimate with Nangong Ro? He meticulously recalled the events of the previous night. His memories were hazy, filled with a sense of heat and discomfort. As he had sought release with a woman who felt like Yun Ruoyue, it was only because of his feelings for her that he had acted without restraint. Was this merely a dream? Had he truly desired Nangong Ro? Had he mistaken her for Yun Ruoyue? A wave of disbelief washed over him as he glanced at Nangong Ro, his head throbbing more intensely. Cradling his head in his hands, he stared in disbelief at the disheveled bedding and scattered garments on the floor, his heart pierced with a sharp pain. How could this be? How could he have been with her? He distinctly remembered being with Yun Ruoyue, though his memories were rather indistinct. He recalled vividly a dream in which he had shared an intimate encounter with Yun Ruoyue. Even now, he felt an ache in his body, as if the events of the previous night had truly transpired, rather than being a mere figment of his imagination. He had consistently regarded the woman from last night as Yun Ruoyue, yet he found himself perplexed as to why it was Nangong Ro who lay beside him. Upon observing Xuancheng's reaction, Nangong Ro's eyes brimmed with tears. "Cheng, what troubles you? We have consummated our marriage. Why do you appear so discontented? Did I fail to satisfy you in some way last night? Rest assured, I shall learn to please you henceforth. And what of the future?" Chapter 6:14, Get out of my sight. Xuancheng replied promptly. "I have fulfilled my promise to you. We have consummated our marriage, and there is no future." The impact of his words struck her heart like a heavy stone, causing her mind to swirl in disbelief as she gazed at Xuancheng. "Cheng, why must you treat me so? Does our consummation mean you shall love me no more? Why would you utter such words? Do not call my name," Xuancheng retorted, anger surging within him. His head throbbed painfully, akin to being pierced by needles. "My lord, you must be mistaken. Did you not promise that we would have a child together? What if I do not conceive this time?" Nangong Ro lamented, a deep sorrow overwhelming her. Xuancheng found himself utterly unwilling to face Nangong Ro. He had never loved her. His initial decision to marry her stemmed solely from gratitude for her saving his life. Yet now, he realized he felt no affection for her whatsoever. Even the thought of her presence repulsed him. The mere notion of further intimacy tightened his nerves, prompting him to step back and coldly command, "Leave at once." He wished to avoid seeing her, for her presence evoked memories of the previous night, filling him with disgust and a sense of betrayal towards Yun Ruoyue. "No, I will not leave, my lord. If you despise me so, why did you marry me in the first place? You brought me to the palace in a grand procession. Can you simply cast me aside now? Do you not owe me that much?" Nangong Ro screamed in desperation. Having been humiliated by Jianghong the night before and now rejected by Xuancheng, she teetered on the brink of despair. Xuancheng longed to express that he had never intended to marry her. She had approached him, claiming her unhappiness at the Nangong residence, where she was tormented by the lady's children. She professed her love for him, desiring to wed and share a life together. His sense of gratitude, coupled with the sting of betrayal from Su Changxiao and the alcohol that clouded his judgment, had led him to acquiesce to her request, particularly as she bore a striking resemblance to Su Changxiao. At that time, he held no feelings for Yun Ruoyue, even harboring disdain towards her, and had thought to marry a woman merely to irritate her. Little did he anticipate that he would fall in love with the daughter of his adversary. All of this was beyond his foreseeing. He had wed Nangong Ro only to find himself enamored with Yun Ruoyue almost immediately afterward. Little did he anticipate that the gentle and kind rower, once as soft as water, harbored such profound cunning. From the day she served Yun Ruoyue the foul, spoiled food, his perception of her irrevocably changed. He never envisioned that the woman who professed her kindness, one who couldn't bear to crush even an ant, would conspire with others to devise a plot to set the princess consort ablaze, in her quest for his sympathy and to vie for his affection. She even resorted to inflicting wounds upon her own knee to deceive him. Furthermore, she colluded with her maidservants and cousin to embezzle the wealth of his royal household. All of this left him utterly disheartened. He had believed that in the absence of Su Changxiao, he would truly come to love her, accept her, and cherish her for a lifetime. Yet all of that was annihilated by her machinations. The mere thought of it caused his head to throb violently. Suddenly, his eyes gleamed with a fierce crimson, and he glared at Nangong Ro with the ferocity of a lion, roaring, "What I desire is the former gentle and kind rower, not the wretched creature you have become. Depart. Leave this place." Chapter 6:15. The truth revealed. Nangong Ro shook her head, weeping. "I never anticipated you would despise me so. Your Highness, this is truly too much. I commanded you to leave. Did you not hear me? Depart." Xuancheng screamed, clutching his head in despair. His voice resonated like a roaring lion, shaking the very ground and shattering Nangong Ro's heart. She gazed at him, her face etched with despair, and finally said, "Very well. I shall go." With that, she hastily donned her garments, covering her face with a handkerchief, and fled in anguish. As she ran, tears streamed down her cheeks. "Your Highness, why must you fabricate so many excuses? You have clearly fallen for Yun Ruoyue, and that is the reason for your transformation." She had lost, and lost utterly. However, once she exited, she swiftly halted her tears, wiped her face, and lifted her gaze to the brilliant sky, her expression shifting to one of coyness. She could not afford to fail. She would ensure that everyone knew she belonged to the prince. Outside, Mo Li and Mo Zhu, upon seeing Nangong Ro emerge weeping, quickly stepped aside. To their astonishment, she suddenly displayed a bashful smile. "Commander Mo, thank you for your efforts last night in facilitating my union with the prince. This is a token of my gratitude." Nangong Ro approached Mo Li, producing 2 100-tael silver notes from her sleeve and offering them to them. Mo Li and Mo Zhu were momentarily taken aback, their eyes wide with trepidation. Why did she say such a thing? Could it be that the prince had indeed been with her after all? "We do not want it. Please take it back," Mo Li insisted, hastily dragging Mo Zhu back toward the chambers. Mo Zhu's gaze remained fixated on the silver notes. "Brother, these are 100-tael notes. Why would you refuse them? It is such a waste. I have no need for her money. I find it repugnant," Mo Li retorted disdainfully. He was not a man in want of riches. Nangong Ro, blissfully unaware of their conversation, returned to Yu Ro Pavilion with a triumphant expression. She intended to freshen up and present her respects to the princess consort properly. As she walked along the path, she deliberately straightened her back, a look of satisfaction adorning her face, eager for everyone to know that she had finally consummated her union with the prince. Upon entering the chamber, Mo Li and Mo Zhu were met with the sight of Chu Xianchen sitting despondently in a chair. The room was in disarray, with his outer garments, shoes, and bedding strewn about haphazardly, and he was clad only in a thin undergarment. Yet, despite the biting cold of winter, he seemed impervious to the chill. Witnessing this scene, Mo Li's heart shattered, his face etched with despair. "Prince, did you consummate your union with Consort Ro last night?" Chu Xianchen cast a cold glance in his direction. Who summoned her? This question unmistakably implied his tacit acknowledgement. "Wasn't it you who wished for her presence? You promised her that you would not go back on your word." "Which is why we called her here," Mo Li replied. "You fools!" Chu Xianchen exclaimed in anger. "I purposely intoxicated myself last night to prevent her from coming, and yet you brought her here." This indicated that, had it not been for Mo Li and Mo Zhu, he would not have engaged with Nangong Ro. Mo Li and Mo Zhu were momentarily taken aback. Did the prince intend to avoid Nangong Ro by deliberately getting drunk? Yet they had summoned her. And now he had indeed consummated their union. Had they inadvertently complicated matters? "Your Highness, you were shouting loudly in your drunken state about wanting to consummate with her. Which is why we brought her. If you had disagreed, why did you not express that sooner? Had you indicated your desire to drown your sorrows to evade this matter, we would have assisted you," Mo Li explained. Chapter 6:16. A complicated situation. The prince, do not make idle promises. Can I go back on my word in your presence? Do you not comprehend my intentions? I was inebriated, and you could have simply sent someone to inform her to change the timing to another occasion. How could you have acted so thoughtlessly? Chu Xianchen seethed, gesturing in exasperation at the two. The brothers felt as though they had been struck on the head with a stick, their minds spinning. It dawned on them that the prince had indeed gotten himself drunk to avoid the encounter with Nangong Ro, and they had inadvertently thwarted his intentions. Naturally, they dared not mention the events of the previous night. Mo Li, still puzzled, inquired, "Your Highness, when exactly did you consummate your union with Consort Ro last night? Was it during the first half of the night or the latter? What do you mean by that question? Why are you so inquisitive?" "I shall not divulge my private affairs," Chu Xianchen retorted angrily. "I do not seek to pry into your private matters. I merely find it strange. You were utterly intoxicated last night. How did you manage to consummate? Do you even recall Consort Ro?" Emoli pressed anxiously. He simply wished to ascertain whether the prince had engaged with Nangong Ro after his encounter with the princess. The princess had been with him in the first half of the night. He had asked Joer, who had reported seeing the princess disheveled and bearing marks of distress, confirming that they had indeed consummated. If, as Nangong Ro claimed, the prince also engaged with her in the latter half of the night, he would be truly remarkable for managing two women in a single night. Mo Li admired him, yet this was in stark contradiction to his original intentions, leaving him feeling guilty towards the princess. Glared at Mo Li in anger. "Did you think that just because I was inebriated, I would fail at such a trivial matter? However, I have little recollection of the gentle consort, as my thoughts were solely occupied with the princess, which is quite peculiar." Mo Li exchanged glances with Mo Zhu, realizing that the reason the prince could think only of the princess was that he had indeed encountered her. "So, did you perhaps deepen your bond with the gentle consort later in the night?" Mo Li chuckled mischievously. "Mo Li, if you were so eager to know, perhaps next time you could hide beneath the bed and eavesdrop while I carry out my affairs." Chu Xianchen shot an irritated glance at Mo Li and hurled a teacup in his direction. Mo Li tilted his head, narrowly avoiding the cup, and deftly caught it midair. With a cheeky grin, he quipped that if the prince was unbothered, he too would not mind. "Get lost," Chu Xianchen bellowed, resolute in his decision not to discuss such private matters with Mo Li and Mo Zhu any further. He had no desire to reflect on the events of the previous night. Once outside the chamber, Mo Li and Mo Zhu stared at each other, both bewildered. "Do you think the prince had any intimate dealings with the gentle consort last night?" Mo Li inquired, puzzled. Mo Zhu shook his head in confusion. "I do not know. Did the gentle consort not mention any encounters? Furthermore, I noticed several hickeys on her neck. Could it be that the prince was with both the princess and the gentle consort last night? His stamina is indeed remarkable." Upon hearing this, Mo Li smacked his forehead, lamenting the folly of his suggestion, which had led to such complications. Had he allowed the prince to rest directly without summoning the gentle consort, none of this would have transpired. "Brother, do not feel guilty. You acted with the prince's best interests at heart. Now that he has enjoyed the favors of two, we, who have yet to even touch a woman's hand, should perhaps extend some sympathy towards ourselves. It is akin to a pauper pitying a wealthy man for having too much wealth." The two confirmed bachelors decided against feeling sorry for the prince, who had indeed indulged in his pleasures. Chapter 617. A display of pride. When Yun Ruoyue awoke, she found her body languid and sore, as if trampled by a truck. Suddenly, a vivid memory surfaced. She had experienced a spring dream in which she was in a compromising situation with none other than Chu Xianchen. While he was meant to consummate his union with Nangong Ro, here she was, dreaming of him. Alarmed, she hastily rose, dragging her aching body from the bed. Upon reaching the bronze mirror, she was startled by her reflection. What were all those red marks on her neck? Additionally, her lips felt numb, as if kissed. Her naturally fair skin bore the marks prominently, appearing rather exaggerated. She leaned in closer to inspect the peculiar red marks. Had she been bitten by insects? Or was it an allergic reaction? A quick check of her body revealed no other marks, only a persistent soreness in her waist. Outside, the maid, Joer, heard the commotion and hurriedly lifted the curtain to enter. "Your Highness, you are awake. Did you stay up late reading last night? Is that why you have awakened so late?" Certainly, she was well aware of the reason behind the Empress's late awakening. She merely feigned ignorance. "Indeed. Was I not reading last night? How did I end up in bed?" Yun Ruoyue recalled that she had been engrossed in her book, puzzling over how she had found her way to the bed. "Your Majesty, perhaps you are mistaken? Did you not grow weary and retire to bed on your own? When I went to the restroom during my watch, I returned to find your lamp extinguished, which led me to believe you had fallen asleep," Jura remarked. In truth, it was she who had extinguished the lamp after assisting the Empress to sleep. "Oh, I see. That must be the case. By the way, do take a look at my neck. Why is it so red? Yun Ruoyue inquired, gazing into the bronze mirror. In the dead of winter, with no mosquitoes around, could it be that your majesty was bitten by some insect? Zhou, noticing the mark, couldn't help but think how impressive the prince was, leaving such a mark on the empress's neck. It was evident how passionate their night had been. I am unsure, perhaps that is the case. Or it could be an allergy. I shall apply some ointment, Yun Ruoyue replied, though she harbored doubts that this was the result of an insect bite. It bore the semblance of a kiss. Based on her experience, it did not resemble an insect's sting at all. Insect bites typically resulted in swelling, accompanied by itching and pain, yet this mark was neither swollen nor painful. It appeared rather to be a remnant of a kiss. How curious. Why am I contemplating such matters? She mused, attributing her thoughts to an overly vivid dream from the previous night. Your Majesty, concubine Ro has come to pay her respects. At that moment, Feng'er announced as she lifted the curtain and entered the chamber. Yun Ruoyue was taken aback. What brought Nangong Ro here? She presumed that after a pleasant evening with Xuancheng, she had come to her. Typically, she never paid her respects to the princess. Have her wait. I must bathe and prepare before I can see her, Yun Ruoyue replied coldly. Nangong Ro, who rarely paid her respects, must have come today to flaunt something. She had no desire to indulge her in any pleasantries. Outside, Nangong Ro had already donned a vibrant, exquisite outfit, adorned with delicate hairpins and precious jewelry, accompanied by Danner and Kai Dai as they stood in the courtyard. Chapter 618. How do you feel? Feng'er stepped outside and spoke icily. The princess has just risen. She requires time for her bath and breakfast before she can meet concubine Ro. If concubine Ro is able to wait, she may do so. If not, she may take her leave. Seeing Feng'er's frigid demeanor, Nangong Ro felt an urge to reprimand her. However, recalling her purpose for coming, she restrained herself. With a faint smile, she remarked, "What has the princess done last night to warrant such a late rising? It is nearly noon. The princess certainly enjoys a life of luxury. Since it is already noon, what is the purpose of your visit now?" Feng'er retorted coldly. Beside her, Xiao Lu added, "Concubine Ro arrives to pay her respects at noon. It seems rather dismissive of our princess." Nangong Ro let out a cold laugh, interpreting their words as envy and resentment. "It is not my doing. I had to attend to the prince last night. He is of utmost importance, and if he rises late, I must accompany him. Hence, my tardiness," she concluded, deliberately tilting her neck to reveal the red mark upon it. Feng'er and Xiao Lu exchanged startled glances, their surprise evident. It appears that last night, the prince and consort Ro indeed shared a night together. The hickeys on consort Ro's neck seemed to be a demonstration of her triumph. If that is the case, then if you are unafraid of the cold, you may wait here until the princess finishes her preparations. As Feng'er concluded, she turned with Xiao Lu and entered the room. Times have changed. Previously, if the princess had dared to slight consort Ro, the prince would have punished her. Now, however, the prince begins to respect the princess, and they need not fear Nangong Ro any longer. After an hour had passed, Yun Ruoyue finally completed her grooming and emerged from her chamber. She was concerned that others might notice the red marks on her neck, so after applying some ointment, she donned a high-collared robe to conceal them. Upon stepping outside, she found Nangong Ro standing in the courtyard, visibly shivering from the cold. "Sister, you have finally arrived," Nangong Ro chattered through chattering teeth. Dressed only in embroidered shoes, she had endured the chill for an hour, and it was indeed frigid. The cold made her tremble, her feet numb, and her entire body felt alien to her. Were it not to provoke Yun Ruoyue, she would not have subjected herself to such discomfort. Yun Ruoyue cast a casual glance at Nangong Ro and noticed her deliberately unbuttoned collar, exposing the sizable hickey on her neck. However, it could not compare to her own. Of course, hers was an allergic reaction, while this was the result of intimacy. "Sister, I apologize. I intended to come and pay my respects early, but the prince would not let me go, insisting that I stay with him for a while longer, which is why I am late. I am truly sorry," Nangong Ro said, her face flushed and head bowed in feigned modesty. Yun Ruoyue was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that Xuancheng had indeed shared a bed with Nangong Ro. She forced a smile and said, "In that case, allow me to congratulate you. How was your night with the prince?" Nangong Ro was momentarily stunned. Ordinarily, the princess should be heartbroken, perhaps even wailing in despair or green with jealousy, ready to confront her. Yet, the princess displayed no sorrow and instead inquired about her experience. The princess must be pretending to be strong, since she wished to know. Nangang Ro decided to respond. Biting her lower lip shyly, she swayed slightly and said, "As for my feelings, the prince is indeed vigorous by nature, a true man. He kept me occupied all night, and my body feels almost like it's falling apart. However, despite the fatigue, it was worth it. For being with the prince is a sensation that is both euphoric and intoxicating, leaving one yearning for more." At this, Feng'er and Xiao Lu trembled with indignation, wishing to tear this shameless woman apart. "Oh, is that so? It seems you were quite happy last night. Alas, I haven't seen a Risku novel in ages. And there isn't even one here. Would you be so kind as to share the details with me?" Yun Ruoyue inquired, digging in her ears. Nangang Ro faltered, saying, "Princess, what do you mean? Am I to be treated as a storyteller? And a purveyor of Risku tales at that? How insulting. Did not the prince favor you last night? Seeing your excitement, we too wish to partake in your joy," remarked Yun Ruoyue with a smile. Nangang Ro opened her mouth, gazing at Yun Ruoyue in disbelief. "Your Highness, how can you not feel any sorrow? You once adored the prince so dearly. Why should I feel sorrow? I have experienced him. I found it unappealing and tedious. Hence my desire to refrain from further entanglements. I must say, I am truly grateful for your presence. Were it not for you warming his bed and providing an outlet for his desires, he would pester me daily, which is utterly vexing," Yun Ruoyue expressed with evident annoyance. "Your Highness," Nangang Ro stammered, "how can you utter such words?" "What of it?" Yun Ruoyue retorted. "Ro, I genuinely thank you for satisfying the prince's base urges, sparing me the torment. I now comprehend why families often keep a second chambermaid. When we women are unwilling or uncomfortable, they can step in to fulfill that role. You cannot deny, this arrangement is quite effective, providing satisfaction for men while alleviating the burden on the mistress. Ro, you have worked hard. I shall instruct the kitchen to prepare something nourishing for you, so you may continue to excel in your duties as a bed warmer. Your Highness, such words are clearly insulting. I am the prince's woman, united in affection and mutual feelings, not merely a bed warmer, as you suggest. Are you perhaps envious, leading you to demean me in such a manner? If the prince were to learn of this, he would not overlook it," Nangang Ro said coldly, her demeanor suggesting she believed herself the true consort, while Yun Ruoyue was merely a concubine. Upon hearing this, Feng'er could not help but roll her eyes. "Ro, you are overstepping. The prince has sought to stay at the Feyue pavilion multiple times, only to be rebuffed by our princess. Yet, the prince adores our princess. With each rejection, he seeks her again, undeterred, wishing to spend every night at Feyue pavilion. Unlike some women, who have been married to the prince for 2 or 3 months without consummation, employing all manners of tactics to compel him, only to finally succeed yesterday by invoking a life-saving favor. Now they dare to flaunt their success here. Who do they think they are?" Xiao Lu chimed in, "Indeed. Some truly believe themselves to be of significance. Even if the prince dotes on you, he is merely the man our princess has relinquished, given to you out of her indifference. Our princess does not covet him." At this, Danner rushed forward, indignantly declaring, "And who are you to interject? When the masters converse, it is not your place to speak. Are the servants of Feyue pavilion so uncouth?" Feng'er smirked. "But you interjected as well, did you not? I am the chief maid of Feyue pavilion. What is wrong with speaking on behalf of the princess? You, a mere second-rate maid, have no standing to voice your opinion here. Indeed, is it true that the maidservants attending Ro are so lacking in etiquette? Or has Ro failed to instruct them that as a maid, one should not speak so boldly before the princess?" Xiao Lu retorted sharply. Such is the nature of masters and their servants. With Yun Ruoyue's newfound assertiveness, her maidservants were no longer as meek as they once were. Upon hearing this, Danner glared at the two with indignation, yet found herself at a loss for words to retort. The identity of Princess Yun Ruoyue loomed large, leaving her feeling considerably diminished. Observing this, Nangang Ro let out a cold snort inwardly, thinking to herself that she would allow the princess to remain arrogant for a few more days. Once she conceived the prince's child, it would be interesting to see how she maintained her arrogance. Casting a frosty glance at Yun Ruoyue, she spoke languidly, "Sister, after all this talk, can you honestly claim that you feel nothing at all? Do you know how gentle the prince was with me last night? He was truly tender and considerate, yet exuded an undeniable charisma. He even remarked that only after being with me did he realize that women are indeed different from one another. The woman he genuinely desires feels entirely different from the one he had been drugged with." Yun Ruoyue's heart sank at these words. Did Xuancheng truly say such things to her? She never anticipated that he would utter such sentiments to Nangang Ro. Noticing the change in Yun Ruoyue's expression, which signified she had been affected, Nangong Ro continued, "Sister, please do not misunderstand. I came to pay my respects to you, with no ulterior motives. However, I too was taken aback by how much the prince cherished me after our night together. He told me that through our union, he has come to see me anew. He even stated that he wishes to bless me with many children, and if I do not conceive this time, he will persist until I do." Upon hearing this, Yun Ruoyue felt as though a needle had pierced her heart. The very thought of Xuancheng and Nangong Ro entwined in passion left her in a wretched state. Why was she feeling this way? Had she truly developed feelings for him? "Sister, why are you silent? Please, do not remain mute. By the way, you were eager to see my fallen red handkerchief, weren't you? I apologize, but due to the urgency of last night's events, I have not yet had the chance to retrieve it. Perhaps you could personally inspect the prince's bed? However, do be advised that his sheets and blankets are dark gray, adorned with intricate patterns, so you may find it difficult to discern." Nangong Ro chuckled coldly. In truth, there was no fallen red handkerchief on that bed. It was merely the dark color of the linens that concealed any evidence. Hearing these words, Yun Ruoyue's breath hitched, and her complexion turned ashen. She was not made of stone. She was a woman with feelings, and it was impossible for her not to be affected by such remarks. "Who is making such a racket?" shouted Danner just then. "Hunger, the weather is splendid today. Come, let us dry some beans together." At that moment, Jiu'er and Hunger emerged, carrying a tray of beans. As Jiu'er stepped out, she carelessly tossed the beans towards Nangong Ro, causing them to scatter across the ground. Nangong Ro instinctively shifted her foot, only to lose her balance and nearly fall as she stepped on the beans. Observing this, Hunger eagerly scattered more beans around Nangong Ro, both of them working in unison to ensure that the beans surrounded her entirely. "Ah, how slippery!" Danner exclaimed, only to suddenly slip and fall to the ground with a thud, pain shooting through her as stars danced before her eyes. Chapter 621, The Embarrassed Concubine Ro. "What are you doing? Why is it so slippery? Someone, come quickly to help me." Nangong Ro had intended to lift her foot and depart, but instead, she stepped on a bean. The bean was oversized, and the ground was strewn with them. When she attempted to lift her foot again, it suddenly slipped, causing her to crash to the ground with a thud. Ah, how painful! The meticulously adorned Nangong Ro found herself in a most undignified position, her appearance utterly disheveled. In her shock, she cried out, "Someone, please come quickly and assist this lady back." Unfortunately, they were at the Feiyue Pavilion, and aside from Danner and Kai Dai, there was no one to help her. Moreover, as Danner and Kai Dai rushed to her aid, they too lost their footing and fell, emerging bruised and battered, more pitiable than she, and thus could not assist her. "Princess, how could you permit these lowly servants to bully me in such a manner? I am their mistress. Will you not punish them?" Nangong Ro glared at Yun Ruoyue, her face a stormy shade of fury. Yun Ruoyue glanced at her sprawled form and could not suppress a hearty laugh. "What do you think, ladies? Our dear concubine Ro resembles what? A toad from the muddy ditch at the edge of our village," Fenger remarked. "Indeed, like an ugly, portly bullfrog," chimed in Xiao Lu. "You wretched maids! How dare you speak of me in such a manner? If the prince learns of this, you shall not escape unscathed," Nangong Ro bellowed. After her outburst, she attempted to rise and seek retribution, but the ground was too slippery, and she tumbled several more times. It was then she realized that the beans had been smeared with lard, leaving her hands greasy and her face and body covered in it. No wonder it was so slippery, those treacherous maidservants. Yun Ruoyue regarded Nangong Ro coldly, a fierce glint of disdain in her gaze. "I warn you, this consort's affection from Xuancheng is your affair. Do not flaunt your power here. Depart." Nangong Ro, humiliated and furious, was about to retort when she noticed a dark figure approaching in the distance. "The prince is coming." She quickly turned her head, donning a mask of sorrow and indignation, and implored Yun Ruoyue, "Sister, what have I done to offend you? You cannot treat me this way out of jealousy for the prince's affection. He loves you dearly as well." "Jealous of you, Nangong Ro? You truly have a talent for twisting the truth. Were you not the one flaunting your power before me? I have matters to attend to and cannot waste time with you. Leave at once." Yun Ruoyue's anger flared at the memory of Nangong Ro's earlier words. "Sister, I beg your pardon. I recognize my mistakes. Please forgive me. I shall never act thus again." With that, Nangong Ro suddenly lunged forward, wrapping her arms around Yun Ruoyue's legs. Yun Ruoyue, taken aback, attempted to lift her leg to escape, but Nangong Ro clung too tightly for her to move. Disliking the feeling of being restrained, she coldly shook her leg. "Release me at once." "Ah!" Nangong Ro cried out suddenly, feeling as though she had been kicked in the chest, her body rolling back to the ground. At that moment, Chu Xuancheng strode in with swift determination and, employing his agility, flew to her side, lifting the fallen Nangong Ro into his arms. As he stepped inside, he beheld the scene where Yun Ruoyue was kicking Nangong Ro, the force of which seemed quite fierce, causing Nangong Ro to fall to the ground. Chapter 622. The Honest Princess. "Your Highness, you have arrived? I am unhurt. Please do not blame my sister," Nangong Ro exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with joy as she looked at Chu Xuancheng, displaying an air of magnanimity. Yun Ruoyue was taken aback. She had merely flicked her foot, intending to shake off the clinging Nangong Ro, never expecting her to tumble. She had not kicked her at all, and the strength of her flick should not have sent her sprawling. Staring at her in disbelief, she spoke with a low voice. "Nangong Ro, what are you pretending for? When did I kick you? You were clinging to my foot. I simply shook you off. Do not feign pity here." Nangong Ro gazed at her with a pitiful expression. "Sister, I'm sorry, I did not say you kicked me. Your Highness, my sister truly did not kick me. I was merely apologizing to her. It was my own clumsiness that caused my fall." Chu Xuancheng's gaze shifted to the scattered beans on the ground and the rolling danner. He shot a cold glance at Yun Ruoyue and inquired, "What is the meaning of this?" "Your Highness, we were sorting the beans, removing the bad ones, but unfortunately, the beans were accidentally overturned, causing the concubine Ro to slip. We shall clean it up right away," Jiu'er explained hastily, pulling Xiao Lu to help gather the beans. Danner, with indignation on her face, interjected, "Your Highness, do not listen to them. They intentionally spilled the beans to set us up. These beans were smeared with lard, clearly indicative of their malicious intent. Your Highness, you must stand up for concubine Ro. Ouch, it hurts." At that moment, Nangong Ro suddenly clutched her foot, letting out a pained cry, tears streaming down her face as though she had been grievously wronged. Chu Xuancheng immediately looked down at her foot, asking, "What is it? Does it hurt very much?" With tears glistening in her eyes, Nangong Ro nodded her head in a pitiful manner. "Yes, it hurts. I think I might have twisted my ankle. However, Your Highness, this is not my sister's fault. It was I who was unsteady and fell. Please do not blame her." Chu Xuancheng shot a cold glance at Yun Ruoyue, pondering whether these beans had been deliberately spilled or were merely an accident. He intended to seek Yun Ruoyue's opinion. If she claimed it was Jiu'er and the others who had carelessly scattered them, he would not hold it against her. Yun Ruoyue, observing Chu Xuancheng holding Nangong Ro, coldly curled her lips. "They did it on purpose. So what?" "Your Highness, Jiu'er is worried," glancing at the princess. "How can the princess be so honest as to speak the truth?" Chu Xuancheng shot her a frosty look. "It is nothing. Let us depart." With that, he lifted Nangong Ro and exited. Had it not been for her injured foot, he would not have carried her. Nangong Ro, believing that Chu Xuancheng would confront Yun Ruoyue upon discovering the truth, was taken aback when he chose not to take action and simply left. Her small hands clenched into fists as she shot a resentful glare at Yun Ruoyue. Then, swiftly burying her head into Chu Xuancheng's embrace, she feigned a demure demeanor. "Your Highness, I am glad you did not blame my sister. It would weigh heavily on my conscience if you did. Those beans were thrown by those scheming servants, and my sister had nothing to do with it. Why would they throw beans at you?" Chu Xuancheng inquired, turning his gaze toward Nangong Ro. Nangong Ro's delicate face suddenly turned pale. She hurriedly said, "I went to pay my respects to my sister. They thought I was flaunting to her, which is why they set traps for me. Your Highness, I truly did not mean to boast. I only sought to show my respect." "Then why, in the past, did you not pay her respects? Why today?" Chu Xuancheng's voice suddenly turned cold, his gaze suspiciously fixed upon Nangong Ro. At first, upon seeing her fall to the ground, he genuinely believed she had been wronged. However, upon reflection, something felt amiss. Yun Ruoyue was never one to instigate trouble. Nangong Ro was not the innocent little rabbit he had imagined her to be. Hearing Chu Xuancheng's inquiry, Nangong Ro anxiously replied, I truly just wanted to see my sister. Your Highness, have you misunderstood me? Mo Li, escort the concubine back and fetch a physician to attend to her injuries." Chu Xuancheng commanded coldly, placing Nangong Ro into Mo Li's embrace. Suddenly burdened with a woman, Mo Li was startled as if holding a hot potato, promptly transferring Nangong Ro into Mo Zhu's arms. "Mo Zhu, you take her. You are more familiar with Euro Pavilion." I have matters to attend to and no time for this. Let Li San take her, Zhu replied, hastily passing Nangong Ro to Li San and retreating a couple of steps, as if fearing to be tainted by her presence. Li San, with no alternative, could not refuse any further. Madam, I shall escort you back, he said urgently. Danner, please fetch a physician. With that, he lifted Nangong Ro and departed. Witnessing this, Nangong Ro gritted her teeth in anger and looked at Chu Xuancheng, her voice filled with unwillingness. Your Highness, you must believe me. I harbor no ulterior motives. My foot hurts terribly. Could you not come to see? Chu Xuancheng had no desire to engage with her. He coldly turned away and headed towards Feiyu Pavilion. Inside Feiyu Pavilion, Feng'er was trying to console Yun Ruoyue. My lady, do not be disheartened. The prince certainly holds you dear. He carried the concubine merely out of pity for her injury. Yun Ruoyue let out a bitter smile. He has already shared a bed with her. Is there still a place for me? However, I am indifferent. I have resolved to part ways with him until I leave the Li Wangfu. My lady, do not speak such words in anger. Have you not realized that the prince has already fallen for you? His union with concubine Ro was simply out of gratitude for her life-saving deed, indicating he is a man of deep loyalty. He merely wishes to grant her a child. His heart truly belongs to you, Xiao Lu remarked. Jiu'er added, indeed, my lady. Historically, men have always taken multiple wives. The prince is exceptional and of noble standing. It is inevitable he will take concubines in the future. If you do not adjust your mindset, you will face sorrow. She had not anticipated that the prince truly shared a bed with Nangong Ro. She thought, after Mo Li's scheming, the prince would not touch Nangong Ro, yet he did. Could it be true, as the princess said, that men are creatures governed by their baser instincts? With the princess currently harboring disdain for the prince, she could not reveal what transpired last night. If she were to find out, it would surely shatter her. Upon hearing these words, Yun Ruoyue let out a cold smile. Reflecting that such notions were those of others, she was unlike them, for her man could only marry her. Moreover, why is it that we women can commit to one man, adhering to the ideals of fidelity, while men seem incapable of such devotion? The thought of Chu Xuancheng taking numerous concubines, succumbing to societal norms, intensified her resolve to seek divorce. Jiu'er sighed helplessly. Your Highness, there is no way around it. This has been the custom since ancient times. However, I believe the prince is not one to indulge in taking concubines. He is more enamored with his career and battles. So it is unlikely that the royal residence will host several concubines in the future. You need not worry. Not likely to have several concubines? Yun Ruoyue scoffed. 1 or 2 concubines are certainly inevitable, are they not? But how could I possibly accept even a single concubine? My education has instilled in me the belief in gender equality and monogamy, yet these feudal customs propagate the notion of male superiority, dictating that men may take multiple wives while women remain mere possessions, devoid of status. Is this mindset truly suitable for survival in this realm? Suddenly, she slammed her palm onto the table, declaring coldly, I have decided. This marriage must be terminated. The force of her statement left Feng'er and the others alarmed, their hearts racing in fear. Your Highness, please reconsider. You have already secured your position as the princess. Once you outmaneuver Consort Ro, the royal house will be yours alone. Do not act foolishly, Jiu'er urged. Outmaneuver Consort Ro? Do you genuinely believe I am competing with her? I have no interest in such rivalry. Were it not for her repeated attempts to harm me, I would not retaliate. I harbor no interest in squabbling with women over a man. If she desires him, I would willingly relinquish Chu Xuancheng to her, as long as she does not disturb my peace, Yun Ruoyue replied coldly. Yun Ruoyue. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed through the air. Everyone turned in fear to see the prince standing at the entrance with Mo Li and Zhu. Greetings, Your Highness. Feng'er and the others hastily bowed in respect to Chu Xuancheng. Leave us. I have matters to discuss with the princess, Chu Xuancheng said coldly. Yes, Your Highness. After they complied, only Yun Ruoyue and Chu Xuancheng remained in the room. Chu Xuancheng had not anticipated that his visit would unveil such heartfelt sentiments from Yun Ruoyue. Her disdain for him was palpable, as she was willing to surrender him to another. Yun Ruoyue regarded Chu Xuancheng and suddenly noticed a faint love bite on his neck. A cold smile spread across her face. What brings you here, Your Highness, when you are busy lavishing affection upon your beloved concubine in the Yu Ro Pavilion? She was far from welcoming him. Are you jealous? Chu Xuancheng stepped closer to Yun Ruoyue. Jealous? How amusing. I would gladly gift you to Nangong Ro. How could I possibly feel jealousy? Yun Ruoyue replied with a cold laugh. Xuancheng paused, taken aback. You must have had quite the enjoyable evening last night, haven't you? Congratulations on your union with Nangong, and it is your undeniable responsibility to ensure she bears a child. Yun Ruoyue interjected coldly. Seeing the coldness on Yun Ruoyue's face, Xuancheng felt a sudden pang of pain in his heart, as though he had been brutally struck by a knife. I apologize. Last night I was inebriated and seemed to have dreamt of you as her, he hesitantly confessed. Huh, what are you talking about? I cannot comprehend. Do not mistake her for me. It disgusts me, Yun Ruoyue retorted, her expression stern. She harbored a strong aversion towards him, feeling sullied by his presence, and yearned for a divorce, wishing to disregard all else. Having uttered her words, she coldly turned away, intent on ignoring him. Suddenly, Xuancheng approached, inhaling deeply as he gazed at her intently. Without warning, he encircled her from behind, resting his chin upon her shoulder. I am sorry for that night. I should not have raised my voice at you. Chapter 625. Would you kindly leave? Yet, as thoughts of Yunqing's murder of his mother flooded his mind, he found himself unable to control his emotions. His feelings for her were tangled, a tumult of both love and hatred. What are you doing? Yun Ruoyue exclaimed, realizing she was ensnared in his embrace. She struggled to break free, shouting angrily, Let me go. I find you repulsive. You find me repulsive? Xuancheng gazed at her in disbelief. Yes, you have touched Nangong, which makes you dirty. I detest fickle men. I loathe you, she screamed, attempting to escape his grasp, only to find his arms locked around her like iron clamps, rendering her helpless. Her profile brushed against the stubble of his chin, a stark reminder of his usual meticulous grooming, which he had forego today. The roughness of his unshaven face was painfully abrasive against her skin. Xuancheng was taken aback. Despite having consummated his relationship with Nangong, she deemed him filthy. His heart jolted, yet he continued to hold her tightly. I was intoxicated. It was Mo Li and the others who brought her to me. I mistook her for you, which is why I touched her. I apologize. Do not speak of this. I have no desire to know about your affairs. Just leave. Yun Ruoyue replied frostily, dismissing him. I will not leave. I came to clarify things. I do not love her. My union with her was merely to repay a debt of gratitude for her saving my life, a promise I made to her. Can you refrain from mentioning that? I do not wish to hear it. Would you kindly leave? I do not want to see you. At the mere mention of consummation, Yun Ruoyue reacted as if struck. I will not leave. I only wish to remain here with you, Xuancheng declared, and abruptly turned to embrace her, capturing her lips in a fervent kiss. Her lips were sweet, a delightful taste akin to refreshing nectar, leaving him yearning for more. An indelible memory imprinted in his mind. Before Yun Ruoyue could voice her protest, her words were swallowed by him. The thought of his lips having touched Nangong filled her with revulsion. In a fit of anger, she raised her leg and kicked fiercely at him. You bastard. Go die? Xuancheng had anticipated her move and swiftly seized her foot. Are you attempting to murder your husband? If you strike me, how will we ever have children together? How dare you speak such things to me? Do you not wish to have many children with Nangong? Go ahead and have them with her. I have no desire for that. I detest it, Yun Ruoyue exclaimed in anger. When did this prince ever claim he wanted to have numerous children with her? He had only promised Nangong a single child. Should this attempt fail, he had no intention of making further commitments. He wished to be a man of his word for Yun Ruoyue. Even if the world condemned him, he would not touch Nangong again. Last night, he had truly been inebriated, mistaking her for Yun Ruoyue, and in his drunken haze, he sought the essence of Yun Ruoyue in her. Yun Ruoyue sneered. Nangong had said that he had been gentle with her last night, that he was valiant, and that having tasted her sweetness, he realized how different she was from Yun Ruoyue, how splendid she was. She claimed he willingly shared a bed with her. Unlike Yun Ruoyue, who had to resort to drugging him to reach his bed. Are you still a man? How could you speak such things to her and belittle me? It makes me feel nauseated. Chapter 626. He is already tainted after Yun Ruoyue finished, her gaze fixed fiercely upon Xuancheng, her eyes brimming with unbridled hatred. Upon hearing her words, Xuancheng's demeanor turned icy. Did she truly say such things? Would I deceive you? If she hadn't said those words to me, would Jiu'er and the others have scattered their beans? She had it coming. Yun Ruoyue retorted coldly, asserting that for everything Nangong had said, a single slap would be too lenient. He truly uttered those words. Not a single syllable had crossed his lips. After mistaking her for Yun Ruoyue last night, He had fallen asleep, and upon awakening to find her in his bed, he immediately ordered her to leave, never uttering such words. I have not fallen so low as to declare my affection for the woman I cherish. His voice was chilling and piercing. He finally understood why Jiu'er and her companions had targeted Nangong Ro. It appeared that she had crossed the line first. How dare she fabricate such lies to provoke Yun Ruoyue? Hearing his last words, Yun Ruoyue was momentarily stunned. What did he mean? Was he implying that he held affection for her? She dismissed such notions. Even if he did harbor feelings, he had already shared a bed with Nangong Ro, making him impure in her eyes. She would never accept him. Seeing Yun Ruoyue silent, Xuancheng gazed at her earnestly. Do you also believe her words? Do you think I am that kind of person? Yun Ruoyue sneered. Whether I believe it or not is irrelevant. What matters is that you have shared a bed with her. In my eyes, you are already tainted. Please let me go. I wish to have my lunch. She could not bear to face Xuancheng for even a moment longer. I am also hungry. I will dine with you, Xuancheng replied. Yun Ruoyue scoffed, reasoning that he was likely famished from his vigorous activities with Nangong Ro the previous night. Xuancheng grasped Yun Ruoyue's hand firmly, pulling her forcefully outside. Once outside, he commanded Fenger and the others, I shall dine here today. Prepare the meal. Upon hearing this, Fenger and the others hurriedly scurried away, delighted to set the table. It was a rarity for the prince to dine here. The last time had been during a hot pot meal in the courtyard. Now that he is willing to dine here, it signifies the favor bestowed upon the princess, which is indeed a delightful occurrence. However, once the dishes were laid upon the table, Yun Ruoyue found herself devoid of any appetite, as Xuancheng stood directly before her, rendering her unable to consume even a morsel. Could you not dine elsewhere? Perhaps accompany your beloved concubine instead? Your presence here is quite detrimental to my appetite. Yun Ruoyue shot a cold glare at Xuancheng. Upon hearing this, Fenger and the others felt a surge of anxiety. How dare the princess speak to the prince in such a manner? Her audacity was astonishing, and did she not fear retribution? Given the prince's temperament, he would undoubtedly become enraged. However, to their surprise, Xuancheng not only remained calm, but smiled and replied, She is not my beloved concubine. I merely wish to dine here. Fenger, what dishes does your young lady usually enjoy? Fenger was momentarily taken aback. The prince was actually inquiring about the young lady's preferences. My lady is not particular about the types of dishes, only the flavors. She enjoys whatever is well prepared, she responded. Xuancheng then sampled the dish before him. Finding the braised pork quite delectable, he placed a piece into Yun Ruoyue's bowl, saying, Do not only eat vegetables. You must consume some meat to nourish yourself, lest you become as slender as a lightning bolt, and others may say I treat you poorly. Thank you, but I shall not partake. Yun Ruoyue disdainfully returned the meat to Xuancheng's bowl. Chapter 6:27. Surprisingly, he did not become angry. Fenger and the others speculated that the prince would surely be incensed now. Unexpectedly, Xuancheng took the piece of meat and stuffed it into his mouth, saying, Thank you, my lady, for serving me. Whatever you serve is delightful. With that, he began to eat with great relish. Shameless. Yun Ruoyue glared at him, and as a result of this outburst, her appetite unexpectedly returned, prompting her to take some vegetables from her bowl. Xuancheng suddenly turned to Mo Li and Mo Zhu behind him, asking, Did you hear what the princess just said? Mo Li, quick to respond, said, The princess praised the prince for his handsome appearance. Indeed, the princess remarked upon your good looks, Mo Zhu added, fawningly. Yun Ruoyue was momentarily taken aback. These individuals were truly devoid of shame. She discreetly reached into her small cloth pouch, hoping to find a bottle of laxative fruit tablets to deal with Xuancheng, but after rummaging for a while, she discovered that she had not found it. Where could that bottle of fruit tablets she had taken from the medical system have vanished to? She recalled that while perusing medical texts the previous night, she had come across a chapter on ancient remedies for constipation, noting that the ancient method involved the use of croton seeds. These seeds were exceedingly potent, but their efficacy could sometimes be harmful, and they possessed considerable toxicity. Thus, she had decided to utilize the Western medicine, the fruit tablets, for experimentation. Her intention was to experiment with the fruit tablets and croton seeds to ascertain if a new herbal remedy for constipation could be developed from the properties of both. For one never knew when she might be without Western medicine and would need to resort to herbal remedies. Unfortunately, she had dozed off last night. Now, realizing her fruit tablets were missing, she concluded that she must return to her room to search thoroughly. Since she could not find the fruit tablets, She would spare Chu Xuancheng this time and reserve her intentions for the next encounter. During this meal, Yun Ruoyue felt quite uncomfortable. As she ate, Chu Xuancheng calmly gazed at her with his enchanting eyes, while Mo Li and Mo Zhu appeared as if they had committed a guilty act, cautiously watching her. Eventually, she could no longer bear it, and in a fit of irritation, she flung her chopsticks onto the table. Thick-skinned, I won't eat any longer. Fenger, clear away the dishes. Let no one eat. But your highness, the prince is still eating, Fenger said, trembling with fear. The princess's lack of fear towards the prince did not extend to them. He can stop eating too. After saying this, Yun Ruoyue suddenly reached out, snatched the chopsticks from Chu Xuancheng's hand, and slammed them onto the table before turning on her heel and storming off. Chu Xuancheng was momentarily stunned, his hand frozen mid-air in the posture of holding chopsticks, yet the chopsticks had already been taken from him. The others gasped in shock. Fenger, staring at the princess's formidable silhouette, hurriedly pleaded with Chu Xuancheng, Your Highness, please do not be angry. The princess did not mean it. Please forgive her. Chu Xuancheng's gaze darkened, his eyes fixating on Yun Ruoyue, a wave of murderous intent emanating from him, causing everyone to tremble. Goodness! How could the princess dare to treat the prince this way? Surely, she would face his wrath. They could only imagine the dire consequences awaiting her. After all, the prince had previously punished her for lesser offenses. As concerns for the princess grew among the onlookers, Chu Xuancheng suddenly stood up, his dark, furious eyes softening into a slow smile. Such personality. I like it. Fenger, why didn't you introduce your princess to me before? Had I known she was such a spirited woman, I would never have married anyone else. With a smile gracing his lips, he strode out. The words left Fenger and the others in disbelief, their mouths twitching, unable to comprehend the prince's audacity to praise the princess after her outburst. Had the prince lost his mind? Upon hearing his words, Yun Ruoyue, infuriated, slammed her palm onto the table. Pervert. After that, she knelt down to search beneath the bed. Your Highness, what are you looking for? Jiu'er hurriedly inquired. I'm searching for a bottle of medicine called guidao. Have any of you seen it? Yun Ruoyue asked while rummaging through. All of them shook their heads. No, we haven't seen it, Your Highness. Or might you have lost it? I always keep the medicine on me. I even took it out last night before bed to study it, but I'm not sure where I put it afterward. Yun Ruoyue replied, puzzled. However, it's not particularly important. It's just for treating constipation. If it's lost, then so be it. I just hope a small animal doesn't find it and eat it, or it might have an upset stomach. Jiu'er paused last night. You said you had it on you, but now it's missing. Could it have fallen outside? It had indeed been strange lately. Why was her body so sore? The marks on her neck still hadn't faded. I'm returning to my family the day after tomorrow. How will I face people? Yun Ruoyue gazed into the mirror, her fingers brushing against the crimson mark upon her neck. Jiu'er hastily remarked, Your Highness must have been bitten by an insect. Or perhaps it is an allergic reaction. A medicinal application will surely alleviate it. I shall venture out to prepare a sweet date soup for detoxifying and dispelling dampness. Xiao Lu, please assist Her Highness with a back massage. Of course, Sister Jiu'er, Xiao Lu replied, promptly attending to the princess's needs. Once Jiu'er exited, she hurried along the path between Feiyue Pavilion and Xingchen Pavilion, determined to locate a vial of medicine known as guidao. However, after an exhaustive search, she failed to find it and ultimately decided to abandon her quest. It is of little consequence if I cannot find it, she mused. After all, it is not a critical remedy. Yet, a thought crossed her mind. Could the medicine have fallen within the prince's chambers? If so, it must be retrieved. She inquired with Mo Li and Mo Zhu, but both shook their heads, claiming to have not seen the medicine. Reluctantly, she returned to Feiyue Pavilion. 2 days later marked Yun Ruoyue's return to her family home. Throughout her time since arriving in this realm, aside from a few encounters with Yunqing at the palace, she had not visited the Xiang residence, nor had she met her family there. In her recollections, her closest kin included her mother, Lady Huang, and her younger sister, Yun Ruoyue, while the rest felt distant. Initially, the household was presided over by her mother, Lady Huang, until a severe illness befell her, resulting in Yunqing bestowing the position of matriarch upon the second Madam, Lu. Lu, a distant cousin of her mother, had sought refuge in the capital after a devastating flood ravaged her hometown. Out of kindness, Lady Huang took her in, but Lu later surreptitiously ascended to Yunqing's bed, becoming his concubine. What was particularly remarkable about Lu was her humble beginnings. She had previously married a butcher and bore him a son. enduring domestic violence. She seized the opportunity presented by the flood to escape with some silver and seek sanctuary with her cousin in the capital. Upon seeing Lu's pitiable state, compounded by their familial ties, Lady Huang welcomed her into their home. Lu's delicate demeanor soon captured Yunqing's attention, ultimately leading her to become the lady of the Xiang residence. Lu bore 2 daughters and a son. The third daughter, Yun Wanner, the fourth, Yun Fian, and the son, Yun Hai, known as the 5th young master. The Xiang household, consisting of 1 wife and 1 concubine, flourished, particularly as Lu had given Yunqing a son, elevating her status considerably. In stark contrast, Yun Ruoyue's birth mother lived in dire straits, her circumstances far worse than those she experienced at the Li Wang residence. Yun Ruoyue returned to her family home without informing Chu Xuancheng. Early that morning, she instructed Fenger and Zhou to prepare gifts, then set off in a carriage. Her disdain for Chu Xuancheng had grown immensely, and she had no intention of inviting him along. Moreover, considering Chu Xuancheng's animosity toward Yunqing, she feared the consequences should he provoke chaos at the Yun household. She wished to keep her return to her maternal home a secret from Chu Xuancheng. Hence, she deliberately chose a modest blue cloth carriage instead of an extravagant one. When her carriage arrived at the gate of the Prime Minister's residence, no one came forth to greet her, despite her status as the Princess of Li. Instead, she found herself needing to ask the butler to announce her arrival to the second madam, Lady Lu. After a considerable wait, the second madam finally appeared, accompanied by her 2 daughters and a retinue of servants. Upon reaching the entrance, the second madam's gaze fell upon the humble blue carriage, prompting her to scornfully mutter a remark about its simplicity. "Oh, is it you, Ruoyue? Why are you riding in such a shabby carriage? Is the prince accompanying you back?" she inquired, casting her eyes toward the carriage with keen interest. To her disappointment, as Yun Ruoyue stepped out from the carriage, she noticed that there were only 2 maidservants accompanying her, with no man in sight. The absence of Chu Xuancheng elicited a derisive snort from her. "Oh, Ruoyue, why did you return home without the prince? Is it true what they say, that he favors his concubines over you? How pitiable you are, returning home all alone, without anyone to accompany you." Beside her, the third miss, Yun Wanner, pretended to cover her mouth and nose with a handkerchief, feigning sympathy. The fourth miss, Yun Fian, remained silent, her eyes fixated on the carriage. When she failed to catch sight of her beloved man, her beautiful visage fell into despair. "Elder sister, you truly lack capability. Even your husband does not wish to accompany you home. Otherwise, we could have seen him." Yun Ruoyue cast a glance at Yun Fian, who was undoubtedly the most beautiful woman in the Prime Minister's residence, yet her aspirations soared high, dreaming of becoming a princess. She had always known of Yun Fian's admiration for Chu Xuancheng, for it was he who had gallantly rescued her from being trampled by a horse on the street. Since then, she had been infatuated with him, vowing never to marry anyone else. Ironically, the original owner of this body had also developed feelings for Chu Xuancheng after being saved by him. This man, Chu Xuancheng, perpetually found himself rescuing others, ultimately entangling her in a web of romantic complications she wished to avoid. "Indeed, Ruoyue, why hasn't he the prince come? Your 4th sister has been longing for him. She hasn't he had the chance to thank him for saving her last time," the second madam added. Chapter 630. Disrespecting the Princess Yun Ruoyue gazed at her indifferently before suddenly turning to her maid, Fenger. "Fenger, how can the second madam so brazenly call me by my name? According to proper etiquette, what should she refer to me as?" Fenger coldly replied. "The second madam is a concubine of the Prime Minister's house, and a concubine must not directly address you by your name. By convention, she ought to respectfully call you either Miss or Princess. Moreover, her status is inferior to yours. By the rules, she should be bowing to you." The second madam's tardy arrival, coupled with her failure to show due respect as she engaged in conversation, was an utter breach of decorum. It was simply unacceptable and displayed a shocking disregard for propriety. Indeed, the second madam displayed blatant disregard for both the royal family and her highness. Upon returning home, she treated her highness with disdain and neglect. If her highness were to enter the palace to present a memorial to the Empress Dowager, claiming that the second madam had shown her great disrespect, it would be interesting to see how the Empress Dowager would respond. Beside her, Zhou coldly interjected. The second madam's face paled upon hearing this. She had not anticipated that these 2 young ladies would be so sharp-tongued as to invoke the Empress Dowager. Aware that Yun Ruoyue had saved the Empress Dowager and had gained significant notoriety, She felt a genuine fear of provoking her, given that she had the Empress Dowager as her backing. Enraged by Yun Ruoyue's lack of deference, the second madam reluctantly offered a bow and said, "I was in the wrong. Esteemed miss, please do come in." Yun Ruoyue cast a cold glance, lifted her foot, and strode confidently into the prime minister's residence. Seeing her mother wronged, Yun Wanner furiously approached Yun Ruoyue and exclaimed, "Yunga, do not think that just because you are now the Princess of Li, you can act arrogantly. Though my mother is a concubine, she is still the mistress of the prime minister's household. She raised you, and yet you show her such disrespect. This is a grave affront to a mistress. I am a princess. Should she not respect me? Why has it turned into a matter of me respecting her? I'm sorry, but I was raised by my mother, and the second madam has no bearing on my upbringing." Yun Ruoyue replied coldly, You are utterly arrogant. You are merely a princess. What is so remarkable about that? We are all daughters of our father, the prime minister, and one day we shall also be princesses. Just wait and see how you continue to act so haughtily," Yun Wanner retorted with a scowl. Upon hearing this, Yun Ruoyue could not help but chuckle. "Dear sister, first and foremost, let us not even discuss your status as a concubine's daughter. Regarding your betrothal to your fiancé from Jiangzhou, you already have a fiancé, yet you still aspire to be a princess? Who grants you such entitlement?" Fuming, Yun Wanner stomped her foot. "Do not mention that destitute boy. This engagement was arranged before I was even born, and my father made it without my consent. I refuse to acknowledge it. Furthermore, given Jiang Muyu's current status, he is unworthy of our family. I do not recognize this engagement, so do not bring him up again." Yun Ruoyue smiled faintly, finding her younger sister's snobbishness quite amusing. Jiang Muyu's father, Jiang Ning, had once held the esteemed position of Minister of Justice, ranked 2 levels higher than Yun Qing. Jiang Muyu was also the legitimate firstborn son of the Jiang family. In their youth, Jiang Ning and Yun Qing had shared a close friendship, becoming sworn brothers. When both of their wives were simultaneously with child, Jiang Ning, undeterred by Yun Qing's lower rank or the fact that Yun Qing's wife was not the primary wife, boldly proposed that if their wives bore a son and daughter, they should be betrothed, thereby sealing the bond of their families. If they bore sons, they would be brothers, and if daughters, they would become sworn sisters. In the end, the second madam and Jiang Ning's wife gave birth to 1 girl and 1 boy. And true to his word, Jiang Ning formalized the engagement between their children. Thus, Yun Wanner had a fiancé named Jiang Muyu from a young age. In the initial years, the Jiang family thrived, with Jiang Ning enjoying the favor of the late emperor. Jiang Ning remained steadfastly loyal to the late emperor, oblivious to Yun Qing's clandestine betrayal, having been bought off by Chu Yao and becoming his right-hand man. Upon ascending to power, Chu Yao swiftly eliminated the loyal ministers of the late emperor. Jiang Ning, who had questioned Chu Yao in the Grand Hall, expressing doubts about the circumstances surrounding the deaths of both the late and current emperors, was demoted to a mere 6th-rank official in Jiangzhou, under the pretense of incurring the wrath of the heavens. Although the title of governor sounded appealing, it held little real power. Jiang Ning, once an esteemed 2nd-rank official favored by the emperor, was relegated to the position of a lowly 6th-rank magistrate, while Yun Qing, then serving as deputy minister of revenue, rose to the esteemed rank of prime minister, standing just below the emperor. Their fates diverged, leading to an inevitable cessation of their acquaintance. Jiang Ning, at that time, could not fathom that what he had deemed friendship was never reciprocated, as Yun Qing did not utter a word in his defense during his fall from grace. Nor did he offer him a farewell. However, Yun Qing did not rescind the engagement between Yun Wanner and Jiang Muyu due to Jiang Ning's demotion. To him, Yun Wanner was merely a concubine, and he was not willing to tarnish his reputation by being accused of ingratitude or dishonor. Yet, he refrained from mentioning the engagement, as he was aligned with Chu Yao and wished to sever ties with Jiang Ning. Thus, Yun Wanner's marriage proposal languished. Now, upon hearing that Yun Wanner had turned 15 and felt she was of age, she feared failing to secure a suitable match and began to create a ruckus in the household, demanding to annul her engagement with Jiang Muyu. She believed that only by breaking off the engagement with that impoverished youth could she find a more suitable husband. Contemplating this, Yun Ruoyue chuckled coldly, "Third sister. In terms of lineage, the Jiang family may fall short, but I have heard that Jiang Muyu has arrived in the capital to study at the Yingtian Academy. It is said that he topped the provincial examination 3 years ago, achieving the highest rank as the first-place scholar. This year, he will participate in the imperial examination again. He might even secure the title of the top scholar. Do not underestimate him. He is more than worthy of you. In fact, it is this foolish Yun Ruoyue who does not deserve the exceptional Jiang Muyu. Yun Ruoyue haughtily snorted. Do you think becoming a top scholar is so easy? What is so remarkable about merely passing the provincial examination? His father offended the emperor and was exiled to Jiangzhou, never to regain favor. He will meet the same fate as his father. No matter how talented he is destined to remain a lowly official. Besides, I have yet to meet him and cannot ascertain his worth. There are countless scholars in this world, and he is but one among many. How does he compare to the royal princes or the sons of noble officials? I hold no admiration for this impoverished family. That may not be your decision to make. Father has always upheld his promises. This engagement was a commitment he made years ago, and he will surely honor it. Thus, we extend our early congratulations to you. Yun Ruoyue replied with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, Yun Ruoyue was incensed, her chest heaving with anger. With flushed cheeks, she retorted, "Do not mock me with your sarcastic remarks. That destitute scholar? If you wish to marry him, go ahead, but I refuse. A woman of my stature would only wed a prince or a noble. If you can become a princess, why should we not aspire to the same?" Yun Ruoyue was once considered an ugly duckling, yet she managed to wed the Prince of Li. If she could do it, how much more could those fairer than her achieve? Chapter 632, Birth Mother, Huang. Little did anyone expect that she would transform into a beauty. They initially dismissed the rumors. But upon seeing Yun Ruoyue today, they could no longer deny the truth. Is that so? You wish to become a princess too? Then I shall cheer for you, hoping you fulfill your desires. However, I wonder which blind prince would choose to marry a woman like Yun Ruoyue. Yun Fian detected the sarcasm in Yun Ruoyue's words. She took Yun Ruoyue's arm and coldly remarked, "Third sister, do not stoop to the level of certain individuals. What does it matter if she becomes a princess? She remains uncherished, merely a nominal princess, and may well be dismissed back home one day. Let us depart." With that, she tugged Yun Ruoyue away. Yun Ruoyue paid them no heed, making her way directly to her mother Huang's small courtyard. Upon entering her mother's abode, she was greeted by the strong scent of traditional Chinese medicine. Inside, she could hear Huang's severe coughing and her second sister Yun Ruoyue's anxious voice. "Mother, have the medicines proven ineffective? Why is the coughing worsening? What shall we do if this continues?" Hearing her sister's voice brought tears to Yun Ruoyue's eyes. She hurried inside and softly called out, "Mother, sister, I have returned." In that moment, her heart ached unexpectedly. These were not her biological family, yet she felt a profound sorrow. Could it be that her heart had intertwined with the flesh and blood of the original owner? "Sister, you're back," Yun Ruoyue exclaimed in delight, turning quickly to run toward her. Huang, lying on the bed, lifted her head, eager to rise. "You have returned? Mother, please stay in bed and do not get up," Yun Ruoyue urged, swiftly moving to support Huang. Upon seeing her, Huang's face brightened with excitement. Your face has truly improved. The rumors were indeed true. They did not deceive me. What about the prince? Did he return with you?" "He is occupied with military affairs and could not come," Yun Ruoyue replied softly. She could not burden her mother with the discord between her and Xuancheng, for fear of causing her distress. Huang's eyes fell with disappointment, and Yun Ruoyue noticed how emaciated she had become. Her face was ashen and frail, seemingly curled up within her oversized garments, reeking of medicine. A few drops of blood stained the pillow beneath her head, likely from chronic coughing. "Sister, Mother's coughing has worsened. She has been spitting blood daily. The medicine I procured from the doctor has proven ineffective, and her condition is deteriorating. I fear she may not hold on for much longer," Yun Ruoyue said, covering her eyes as tears fell. Yun Ruoyue quickly stood, declaring, "Mother, permit me to examine you. I have acquired some medical knowledge and may be able to treat your ailment." Huang then recalled, "By the way, you had sent Feng'er to inform me to acknowledge that I had found you a female mentor back in the day. When your father inquired, I admitted it, and he believed me. I must ask, where did you learn your medical skills? From a young age, you have lived with me. In our courtyard, there is no elder skilled in the art of medicine. You mentioned that her name was Ruoyue. Indeed, there was an elder by that name. But I know her well. She could recognize a few characters, yet she was certainly not proficient in medicine. Why would you have me deceive your father?" Upon seeing Huang's skeptical expression, Yun Ruoyue replied, "Mother, my medical knowledge is self-taught from the books I read in the past. I feared that others might find it peculiar and probe into my background, which is why I fabricated a master. Rest assured, Ruoyue has passed away. As long as you do not speak of it carelessly, no one will suspect me. You have read medical texts before? How come I was unaware? Huang questioned, perplexed. Of course, I have read them. Have you forgotten? Our East Wing is filled with many books, including medical ones. I merely read them without your knowledge. Moreover, with you bedridden for so long and my sister attending the girls' school, I often found myself bored at home and would read to pass the time. Which is how I acquired my medical knowledge. Yun Ruoyue fabricated her tale without a hint of shame. Huang's eyes brightened with realization. So, unbeknownst to her, her daughter had grown so capable. She grasped Yun Ruoyue's hands joyfully and said, "My dear, you are truly remarkable. If only Linger were as capable as you. Mother, I am skilled and will help Linger. You need not worry," Yun Ruoyue reassured Huang. Huang cast a pained glance at Yun Ruoling before turning back to Yun Ruoyue, a flicker of guilt suddenly crossing her eyes. It had been a long time since she had seen Ruoyue, and the memories of the past came rushing back. The secret regarding Ruoyue's origins had remained hidden in her heart, and she was uncertain whether to reveal it to her. "Oh, Ruoyue, I have heard that Prince Li treats his new concubine kindly. Has he neglected you or treated you poorly? Have you suffered in the prince's residence?" Huang asked, her eyes filled with concern. Upon hearing this tender inquiry, Yun Ruoyue felt a pang in her heart. She smiled gently and shook her head. "Do not worry, mother. The prince treats me well, and now that I possess medical skills and have cured the Empress Dowager's ailment, I have her support. No one dares to bully me. In the future, I will be able to protect you and Linger." "Is that truly the case? They would not dare to mistreat you? That is wonderful. Even if I were to pass away, I would do so at ease, for my only concern was that you and your sister would be left without care." As she spoke, tears streamed down Huang's face, her gaze flickering as if she had something to divulge to Yun Ruoyue, but refrained from doing so. Ultimately, she hesitated and fell silent. "Do not speak like that, mother, you will be fine. Let me examine you first," Yun Ruoyue said, promptly instructing Fenger to bring in the medical kit. She rummaged through it to find instruments for Huang's examination. This medical box had been specially crafted at her request, containing various compartments filled with testing equipment and medicines, making it convenient for her use. She understood the nature of Huang's illness: persistent cough, chest tightness, pain, shortness of breath, hemoptysis, and phlegm that could not be expelled. This condition was likely related to her lungs. She first took out her stethoscope and listened to Huang's lungs. Discovering that her breath sounds were diminished, lower than those of an ordinary person, and appeared frail and weak. Subsequently, she continued her examination through percussion and observation, also conducting a routine blood test and sputum culture. Although she could have utilized medical machinery such as a light machine and an electrocardiogram, these cumbersome devices were impractical to set up, as they might frighten the patient. Hence, she opted for manual methods of examination. After an extensive evaluation, she solemnly declared, "Madam's lungs exhibit moist rowels akin to bubbling sounds. Coupled with her clinical manifestations and the analysis of her sputum, I suspect she suffers from emphysema." Chapter 634. The Tattoo Behind Sister. What is emphysema? Is it serious? Yun Ruoling inquired, her face etched with concern. Yun Ruoyue nodded gravely. It is indeed serious. This illness is difficult to treat. If left unaddressed, it may lead to cerebral hypoxia, affecting heart and kidney functions. In severe cases, it could result in respiratory failure and death. What? Is it truly that severe? Sister, how can it be treated? Yun Ruoling exclaimed, tears welling in her eyes. Yun Ruoyue gently patted her shoulder, offering comfort. "I possess the necessary medication. As long as mother adheres strictly to my prescriptions, maintains warmth, and engages in physical exercise, her condition can be alleviated. While I cannot guarantee a complete recovery, she will certainly be in a vastly improved state post-treatment." Yun Ruoling gazed at her sister, a flicker of disbelief in her eyes. "Can you really cure mother's ailment?" At that moment, Huang suddenly began to cough heavily, struggling for breath. Observing this, Yun Ruoyue quickly retrieved a simple breathing mask from the medical kit and placed it over her mouth and nose. With the mask in place, Huang immediately felt her breathing ease significantly, gradually calming down as if she had ascended to paradise. Witnessing her mother's tranquility, Yun Ruoling began to trust that her elder sister had indeed mastered the healing arts. She hurriedly exclaimed, "Sister, quickly give me the medicine. I will administer it to mother." "All right," Yun Ruoyue replied, her consciousness shifting as she accessed the medical system to locate the medication for emphysema. She materialized the drugs into the kit, opened it, and handed all the medications to Yun Ruoyue, instructing her on how to administer them to their mother. Fortunately, the medical system contained a comprehensive stock of medications, which updated periodically, often introducing newly developed and more effective remedies, astonishing Yun Ruoyue. She could not fathom the source of this marvel. Perhaps the hospital staff were diligently replenishing the pharmacy. After taking the medication and aided by the breathing mask, Huang felt significantly better. She suddenly turned to Yun Ruoyue and asked, "Yue, I heard you have consummated your marriage with Prince Li. When that occurred, did he notice the tattoo on your back?" "No, the light was rather dim at the time. He likely did not see it," Yun Ruoyue replied, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Mother, how did this butterfly-shaped tattoo come to be on my back? Why has it been there since my childhood, and why must it remain hidden from others?" When Yun Ruoyue initially traversed to this realm, she was unaware of the delicate powder blue butterfly tattoo adorning her back. It was only during a bathing session, while gazing into a copper mirror, that she inadvertently caught a glimpse of it. At that moment, she recalled, through the memories of the original owner, that this individual had possessed a beautiful butterfly tattoo since childhood. The butterfly, vividly depicted, seemed poised to take flight, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. It appeared immaculate and vibrant, resembling a genuine butterfly. However, the Huang family had always informed her that this tattoo must remain concealed from prying eyes. She vividly remembered that on the eve of her wedding, Huang had not cautioned her about anything else but this singular matter, that Chu Xuancheng must never see the tattoo, nor should any of the maidservants. Presently, only Fenger was privy to its existence. The former owner had been naive, never questioning the reasoning behind such secrecy. Now, with her turn having come, she naturally yearned to inquire about the rationale. Huang was momentarily taken aback, her eyes betraying a flicker of uncertainty as she replied, "This tattoo could also be termed a birthmark. It has been with you since your birth. Such extraordinary phenomena are rare in this world. While most individuals bear a birthmark that is rather ordinary, yours is strikingly lifelike. I fear others might label you a monster or an oddity, which is why it must remain hidden. Is that truly so?" Yun Ruoyue felt an instinctive doubt, sensing that her mother's gaze was evasive. In her heart, she believed this was not the authentic explanation. Huang nodded, affirming the truth of her words. "Indeed, it is more genuine than gold. To prevent others from branding you as a monster, you must ensure that no one discovers your tattoo." Since Huang was reluctant to divulge the truth, Yun Ruoyue chose not to press her further. Yet, she found it peculiar that such a tattoo, even if revealed, should invoke such fear. After administering Huang's medicine, she allowed her to rest and stepped outside with Yun Ruoyue to enjoy the tranquility of the courtyard. "Elder sister, your return is fortuitous. I must share with you a strange occurrence. The last time I passed by the storeroom, I heard a series of eerie cries, quite terrifying. I mentioned it to Mother and Granny's son, but they dismissed it as my overreaction. Yet, I distinctly heard those sounds. They were a vague and haunting wail, most unsettling." Yun Ruoyue recounted, visibly shuddering. Yun Ruoyue felt bewildered by this account, as she remembered the entire Dongfeng courtyard to be enveloped in silence. "Did you truly hear it? Could it have been the maidservants conversing? After all, although there are few in Mother's courtyard, there are still a couple. In the past, Huang's quarters had been bustling with servants. However, since her downfall, many had fled, primarily seeking refuge with the second madam, leaving the Dongfeng courtyard sparsely populated with a few simple souls, or those merely biding their time. I truly heard it, and not just once. There are no residents near the storeroom, and Mother has long forbidden us from venturing there, deeming the place filthy and unsafe. However, on the last occasion when I was chasing the little yellow dog, it ran here in search of its mother, the big yellow dog. In my pursuit, I inadvertently ventured into that place and was met with a chilling, eerie cry, reminiscent of a ghostly wail. Upon returning, I recounted my experience to Mother and Grandma San, only to be reprimanded by them. Mother sternly instructed me never to return there, warning that I would face punishment if I did. Yun Ruoyue remarked, her face pale. Yun Ruoyue recalled that in the most secluded corner of the east wing, there lay a small courtyard overgrown with weeds. Within that courtyard were several abandoned rooms, utilized for storing miscellaneous items. Since childhood, Mother had forbidden anyone from approaching that area, which always exuded an unsettling aura, rarely visited by anyone. Yun Ruoyue turned to her sister and suddenly exclaimed, "Linger, don't you find Mother somewhat peculiar? She forbids us from knowing about the tattoo on my back and prevents us from approaching the storeroom, as if concealing some secret. In their younger years, they had not perceived these oddities. However, as they matured, suspicions began to arise regarding such matters. Could it be that their mother harbored secrets unknown to them? Do you share this sentiment? I have long found Mother strange. That storeroom seems to conceal some secret connected to her. Otherwise, why would she consistently prohibit us from entering? Recalling the unsettling sound she had heard previously, Yun Ruoyue voiced her suspicion that something supernatural might be hidden within. As she spoke, she felt a shiver run down her spine. Perhaps we should avoid Mother's presence and take a look ourselves? Yun Ruoyue proposed. She was skeptical of the existence of ghosts. Yet it was intriguing. After all, wasn't she herself a wisp of a soul, having attached herself to another? I had this intention long ago, but lacked companionship for the venture. My maid is of no use. Sister, ask Fenger to keep watch for us, and let us proceed, Yun Ruoyue suggested. Fenger expressed concern. Your Highness, what if there truly are spirits inside? What danger might await you? It would be wiser not to go. Nonsense. Regardless of what lies within, I trust that Mother would never harm us, Yun Ruoyue assured her. After speaking, she retrieved a package of traditional medicine from the medicinal chest and instructed Fenger to deliver it to Grandma Sun, asking her to have it ground up for the benefit of the Huang family. This would serve to divert Grandma Sun's attention, ensuring that she remained oblivious to their plans. Once they had successfully distracted Grandma Sun and her companions, Yun Ruoyue feigned a conversation with her sister in the room where she had previously resided, while Fenger stood guard outside the room. Subsequently, she, her sister, and Jiu'er stealthily approached the storeroom. Upon reaching the vicinity of the courtyard, Yun Ruoyue spotted a large yellow dog stationed there, tethered by a chain. Instantly, she recognized it as the big yellow dog that the Huang family had kept for several years, aptly named Da Huang. This place had always housed a guard dog. Yet after many years, the previous canines had passed away, resulting in Mother acquiring this Da Huang. Da Huang had since given birth to a little yellow pup, which was raised in Mother's yard, while Da Huang continued to stand guard here. Your Highness, what shall we do about the dog? How will you get inside? Jiu'er whispered. Having overheard the conversation between the princesses and aware that the storeroom held secrets, the mother raised this dog solely to guard this place, with Da Huang around. Anyone daring to approach would be met with its loud barks, thereby summoning Grandma Sunday. It seems we must devise a means to incapacitate Da Huang first, Yun Ruoyue suggested. With that, she retrieved a packet of medicine from her cloth bag and asked Linger, do you have any meat buns? We can conceal this medicine within the buns and feed them to Da Huang, ensuring it will fall unconscious. You're so clever, sister. Just a moment. I will fetch the meat buns from the kitchen, Linger replied, making her way towards the kitchen. As a physician, Yun Ruoyue had access to an array of medicines in her medical space, including potent tranquilizers, though she typically refrained from utilizing them. Before long, Linger returned from the kitchen with a meat bun. Yun Ruoyue sprinkled some of the crushed medicine into the bun and tossed it towards Da Huang. Upon catching a whiff of the bun's enticing aroma, Da Huang eagerly snapped it up without a moment's hesitation, devouring the bun without uttering a single bark. What a foolish dog, utterly devoid of vigilance. As it continued to eat, its head began to droop, and just as the bun was consumed, it collapsed to the ground, completely unconscious. Sister, what kind of medicine is this? It's truly remarkable, Linger exclaimed, giving Yun Ruoyue a thumbs up. It's a powerful sleeping drug. Come, let us hasten to the storage room, Yun Ruoyue declared as she led the way. The three of them stealthily approached the storage room. Yet not a sound could be heard. Sister, the last time I came to find Xiao Huang, I distinctly heard strange noises. Why is it silent today? Linger inquired. Let us enter the storage room and investigate, Yun Ruoyue replied, suddenly picking up a stick from the ground, steeling herself as she advanced towards the storage room. Linger and Jiu'er, equally frightened, each grabbed a stone and nervously followed behind Yun Ruoyue. Upon reaching the storage room, they discovered it was secured with a sturdy lock. Its robust design indicated that without a key, it would be nearly impossible to open. This is merely a storage room that has always been locked. Mother never allowed us near it. I suspect there is truly something amiss inside, Yun Ruoyue remarked. Linger nodded in agreement. Indeed, but we have no key to unlock it. What shall we do? I have a solution, Yun Ruoyue responded, her mind racing as she retrieved a vial of magical acid from her medical system. This acid, akin to aqua regia, could corrode materials, but with an efficacy 100 times greater. It was a chemical substance they had previously utilized in their pharmaceutical studies. Hence the hospital's supply. This magical acid was a highly corrosive solution. When of a particularly strong concentration, its corrosive properties could dissolve any material, be it gold, silver, or iron, yet it reacted solely with alloy compounds, leaving proteins untouched. In other words, this magical acid could corrode items such as spoons and iron locks without harming the human body. Thus, Yun Ruoyue confidently retrieved a small vial of magical acid from the cold storage of her medical system. As Linger and Jiuer gazed upon the bottle of magical acid, their expressions were filled with perplexity. "Sister, what is this mysterious substance? I have never encountered it before," Linger inquired. "This is magical acid, a corrosive potion of my own concoction, capable of eroding gold, silver, and iron." "Observe," Yun Ruoyue replied, proceeding to uncork the vial and pour a small amount onto the iron lock. In an instant, the lock began to corrode before their very eyes. Within mere seconds, the lock was completely severed. With a simple tug, Yun Ruoyue detached it with ease. The spectacle left Linger and Jiuer in a state of astonishment. "Sister, this magical acid is truly remarkable. You are incredible." It dissolved the lock in an instant. "Come, let us venture inside," Linger urged. Yun Ruoyue nodded, discarding the lock to the ground, then gently pushed open the door. However, upon entering, they were met with a room cluttered with broken tables and chairs, alongside some old, dusty furniture. Cobwebs clung to the corners, revealing that this was clearly a neglected storage room. Linger and Jiuer approached, equally taken aback by the disarray. "Eldest sister, why is there only junk inside? There's nothing of interest. Yet, I distinctly heard a noise last time. Could it be that the ghost only appears at night?" Linger exclaimed, her face filled with trepidation. At that moment, a frantic knocking erupted from the opposite wall, accompanied by desperate cries that were indistinct yet unmistakably female. The clamor was interspersed with the chilling sound of clinking chains, echoing eerily throughout the room. Terrified, Linger clutched Yun Ruoyue tightly. "Sister, did you hear that? It's so frightening. Where is it coming from? Surely there can't be a ghost in broad daylight." Yun Ruoyue, equally startled by the noise, realized it emanated from the wall before them. Gripping her stick firmly, she steeled herself and cautiously approached the wall. "Who is inside? Is it a person or merely some trickery? Come out," she demanded, her disbelief in the existence of spirits unwavering. However, as soon as she finished speaking, the knocking grew even more frantic and urgent, resembling a death knell. The clattering of chains added to their mounting dread. Suddenly, a heavy, cold voice broke through from outside the storage room. "Miss, second miss, what are you doing in here?" It was Mama Sunday. Upon hearing her voice, the commotion within ceased abruptly, and the sound of chains faded into an unsettling silence. With the sudden stillness, Yun Ruoyue felt as if she had imagined the eerie sounds. Quickly, she ushered Linger outside and addressed Mama Sunday. "Mama, we just heard a strange cry. It seems as though someone is trapped in that room. Do you know what is happening?" Mama Sun's complexion paled immediately, yet she regained her composure swiftly. In a grave tone, she replied, "The princess may have misheard. This is merely a storage room. How could there be any sounds? I have been here for decades and have never heard anything of the sort. Indeed, the prince has arrived, and the prime minister is not in the residence. The second lady is currently attending to him. You should hasten to the front hall to meet the prince." "Which prince?" Yun Ruoyue inquired. "Prince Li," a maid reported. "He has come to accompany the princess back to the prime minister's residence, but he was delayed due to matters at the military camp. The princess is waiting for you in the front hall. You must go at once," Mama Sun urged, her brow furrowed with concern and her gaze tinged with urgency, as if she wished for Yun Ruoyue to depart without delay. If it hadn't been for the little maid's message informing her of the prince's arrival, she would have remained unaware that the princess and Linger had already arrived. They even heard strange noises. How unfortunate. How to explain this now? Yun Ruoyue was taken aback. It turned out to be Xuancheng. What was he doing here? Had he not harbored a deep-seated hatred for the prime minister's residence? What tempest of emotions must be raging within him? Nevertheless, she was presently disinterested in him. Her curiosity lay solely with the peculiar sounds. There is no rush. The second lady is entertaining him. I shall first visit my mother, Yun Ruoyue remarked before leading Linger and Jiuer to Huang's quarters. Observing this, Mama Sun hurriedly followed in a state of alarm. Upon entering Huang's room, Yun Ruoyue found her reclining against the bed. Having just used a breathing mask and taken some medicine, her complexion visibly improved. However, the moment she spotted them, Her expression shifted to one of unease, her eyes flickering as if she were evading something. "Mother, please tell me what is in that storeroom that produces such strange sounds." Yun Ruoyue asked directly as she approached Huang's bedside. Mama Sun had already sent a maid to discreetly communicate with Huang, who was well aware of her daughter's venture into the storeroom. A tremor ran through her heart, yet she feigned ignorance, replying, "Why do you ask such a thing? It is merely a place for storing odds and ends. What sounds could possibly come from there? Did I not instruct you not to go there? It is filthy. Why would you venture there? Where is De Huang?" Huang glanced toward Mama Sunday. Mama Sun replied. De Huang was enchanted by the princess and must have consumed the meat bun laced with drugs. She speculated based on the remnants of a meat bun found on the floor. "How could you do this? You Linger. I have repeatedly warned you not to approach the storeroom. Why did you not heed your mother's words? Do you think your mother would harm you?" Huang's voice rose with indignation, leading to a sudden fit of coughing that resulted in her spitting blood. "Mother!" Yun Ruoyue rushed forward, offering a handkerchief to wipe Huang's lips. "You err. It is not that your mother forbids you from going there. I have no choice. Please listen to your mother, will you?" Huang pleaded earnestly. Chapter 639. The infatuated sisters. Yun Ruoyue responded, "Mother, if you truly cared for us, you would not conceal the truth. I have a persistent feeling that there is something amiss with that storeroom. Is someone confined within? Mother, is it you who has imprisoned her?" The voice I heard sounded distinctly feminine. "Who is she? Why have you confined her? What secrets are you hiding?" In her youth, Yun Ruoyue had been naive and uncritical. Now that she had matured, she naturally understood the importance of questioning everything. She did not wish for her ever-loving mother to be perceived as a villain who imprisoned others. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Huang's complexion turned ashen, her frail form retreating beneath the expansive quilt as she trembled, whispering, "There is nothing, nothing at all. Mother has not imprisoned anyone. You must have misheard. Please, do not press me further. Leave. All of you, just leave." Witnessing Mrs. Huang's state of panic, Yun Ruoyue and Linger exchanged glances, and realizing the distress she was in, they refrained from further questioning. "Very well, Mother, you should rest. We will take our leave," Yun Ruoyue said, gently taking Linger's hand as they exited. Time rewound a half an hour earlier. In the front hall of the minister's residence, Xuancheng sat coldly, flanked by the second lady of the residence, third Miss Yun Wanner, and fourth Miss Yun Fian, along with a number of servants. The second lady had tea and snacks brought forth, carefully attending to Xuancheng. "Your Highness, the minister has gone out, but I have sent someone to notify him. He should return shortly. For now, allow me to host you. Here, this is the finest pre-rain Longjing tea, personally brewed by my daughter Fian. Do have a taste, and let me know how it is," she said, pushing Yun Fian forward. The moment Yun Fian laid eyes on Xuancheng, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she stood there, somewhat awkward and uneasy. It was impossible not to be captivated by the handsome figure of Xuancheng, seated upon the intricately carved chair. Even she, a great beauty, felt her face warm with embarrassment. She had encountered many men, and her beauty often drew their admiration. Yet, Xuancheng, adorned in luxurious golden silk, sat there with an air of indifference, his narrow, elegant brows and phoenix-like eyes not sparing her a glance. This only heightened her admiration. His aloofness made him all the more alluring. Guided by her mother's encouragement, Yun Fian hurriedly approached to pour tea for Xuancheng, all the while saying, "Please, Your Highness, have some tea." Afterward, she respectfully presented the tea before him, a playful smile gracing her face. "Just place it there," Xuancheng replied coolly, not accepting the tea, which left Yun Fian feeling exceedingly awkward. Meanwhile, behind her, Yun Wanner discreetly observed Xuancheng, feeling as though she were gazing upon a celestial being. Previously, she had dismissed claims of him being the most handsome man in the capital, but now, upon witnessing him firsthand, she was convinced that not only was he the most handsome in all of the capital, but indeed the most exquisite man in the entire Chu kingdom. Her heart raced at the sight of such an ethereal figure. In that moment, she realized that in comparison to the extraordinary Xuancheng, her fiancé Jiang Muyu seemed utterly insignificant. As the daughter of a minister, she was beautiful. Why was she destined to be paired with a destitute man like Jiang Muyu? She believed she deserved a man like Xuancheng. Even being a concubine to him would be 100 times better than being the legitimate wife of a poor fellow like Jiang Muyu. As a concubine, she could forego aspirations of being the primary wife, but if she could marry Xuancheng as a secondary consort, that would be perfect. Chapter 640. Willing to serve the prince at this moment. She longed to free herself from the engagement to Jiang Muyu. Upon witnessing her younger sister's embarrassment while serving tea, a sense of unexpected delight welled up within her. If the roles were reversed, the outcome would surely differ. Yun Fian, taking heed of Chu Xuancheng's presence, placed the teacup upon the table. After a moment's hesitation, she inquired, "Your Highness, might you recall Fian?" Chu Xuancheng, whose gaze had initially wandered into the distance, searching for Yun Ruoyue, turned to regard her with a look of unfamiliarity. "And you are?" he asked. Yun Fian was momentarily taken aback, astonished that the prince had no recollection of her. How could he possibly forget someone as striking as herself? Every man who had crossed her path had been captivated, unable to erase her image from their minds. Yet here he stood, oblivious to her existence. A wave of disappointment washed over her. "Your Highness, perhaps you might remember? 2 years ago, I was nearly trampled by a wild horse while out in the marketplace. It was you who galloped to my rescue, saving my life. I have long wished to express my gratitude. I had intended to thank you then, but you seemed preoccupied and departed shortly after. This act of kindness has remained etched in my mind, and I have hoped for an opportunity to repay you." Yun Fian said, her cheeks flushed. Upon hearing this, the two attendants, Mo Li and Mo Zhu, were instantly filled with a sense of unease. Yun Fian's demeanor suggested an eagerness to offer more than mere gratitude. Mo Li, feeling a pang of jealousy, murmured to Mo Zhu, questioning why their master seemed to attract romantic interest wherever he went while they remained single. In terms of appearance, the two brothers were not lacking. Yet when it came to family background or military achievements, they found themselves at a disadvantage. Chu Xuancheng gazed at Yun Fian, bewildered as he searched his memory for any recollection of her, but found none. "I apologize, but I do not remember," he replied coolly. Yun Fian's expression fell instantly. She had held on to this memory, yearning to repay him with her devotion, only to discover he had forgotten her entirely. "Your Highness, might you consider again? 2 years ago, a wild horse rampaged through the streets, causing chaos and injuring many. It was indeed you who saved me. I remember it vividly," she persisted. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Xuancheng seemed to grasp the situation, nodding as a vague memory surfaced. "Yes, there was indeed a wild horse. Indeed, Your Highness, you finally recall. I am immensely grateful for your intervention. I am willing to offer myself in gratitude, to serve you faithfully, to bear your children, and ensure your lineage flourishes," Yun Fian declared, her voice growing softer as her face turned crimson. "What did you say?" Chu Xuancheng exclaimed, nearly losing his balance in his chair. Fortunately, he managed to steady himself, disbelief etched upon his features as he gazed at Yun Fian. Behind him, Mo Li and Mo Zhu stared wide-eyed, astonished by the girl's boldness. After regaining his composure, Chu Xuancheng replied coldly, "I apologize, but I already have a princess." "Where is the second madam? Did I not instruct you to send someone to urge her?" The second madam offered an awkward smile. "I have indeed sent someone, but I am unsure why the princess has yet to arrive. Surely she would not dare to slight the prince. When she does come, I shall certainly have a word with her." The second lady, uncertain of her rank, inquired, "May I ask what your status is?" Upon hearing this, Chu Xuancheng's expression darkened significantly. Chapter 641, willing to offer myself, the second lady, perplexed, replied, "I am merely the second lady of the Xiang residence, lacking any significant rank." "Since you possess no rank, how dare you mention the princess consort of Li? Do you wish to defy authority?" Chu Xuancheng interjected sharply, slamming his teacup onto the table. His countenance filled with ire. Noticing his fury, the second lady hastily implored, "Please, Your Highness, do not be angry. I would never presume to do so." She had assumed that Chu Xuancheng's indifference towards Yun Ruoyue would allow her to reprimand her. To her astonishment, he was actually defending Yun Ruoyue, an unexpected turn of events. Yun Fian quickly added, "Your Highness, my mother only wishes to protect you from being slighted by my elder sister. She harbors no ill intentions. As long as there are no ulterior motives, remember this. Yun Ruoyue is the princess consort of Li, and no one shall disrespect or reprimand her, lest they tarnish the dignity of the Li royal house." Chu Xuancheng stated coldly. "Yes, Your Highness, we understand," the second lady reluctantly conceded, biting her lip. She had not anticipated that Chu Xuancheng would be so protective of Yun Ruoyue, warning and reprimanding her, which left her feeling utterly humiliated. Yun Fian realized that Chu Xuancheng's remarks had diverted the conversation from her intention to offer herself. Turning to him with hopeful eyes, she said, "Your Highness, You saved me last time, and I have yet to repay you. Though my elder sister resides in your household, there remains a need for someone to attend to your needs. I wish to care for you. If I am unable to repay your kindness, I would feel immense guilt." Xuancheng paused, taken aback. Had he not made his rejection sufficiently clear? Why did this girl persist in trying to infiltrate his royal residence? He replied, "My household does not lack servants. If the young lady seeks a position as a maid, she may certainly find one elsewhere. We have an abundance of servants here, so there is no need for you to feel overly guilty." Yun Fian was momentarily stunned, her eyes wide. She had no intention of becoming a mere servant at the Li royal house. Her aspiration was to marry Xuancheng as a secondary consort. Her face flushed crimson, and fearing he had misunderstood her intentions, she hurriedly clarified, "Your Highness, you are mistaken. I do not wish to be a servant. I merely wish to care for you and be by your side." "Apologies, but my residence is not in need of caretakers," Xuancheng replied coolly. "Your Highness, I do not wish to be a caretaker." Yun Fian bit her lip, on the verge of tears. Observing her distress, Yun Ruoyue interjected urgently, "Your Highness, she does not wish to be a servant. She desires to marry." "Marry?" Xuancheng finally grasped the implication, regarding Yun Fian with newfound understanding. So she wished to wed? He recalled that Emily had also participated in her rescue. If she truly desired to offer herself and felt guilty, it might be better for her to marry him. "I could act as a matchmaker for you too," he suggested. Yun Fian bit her lip in indignation, her face flushed with humiliation. Did the Li prince truly misunderstand her intentions? She only wished to marry him, not some Emily. She cast a cold glance at Emily, her expression one of disdain and revulsion. She has yet to decline, but the nearby Emily has already discerned the disdain in her eyes, promptly waving his hand. "Your Highness, please do not recklessly orchestrate romantic entanglements. I have someone I admire." Upon hearing this, Yun Fian shot a contemptuous glare at Emily. "This guard. There is no need for such a swift rejection. Even if you wish to marry me, my father would never consent." The implication was clear. She was the daughter of a prestigious family, unworthy of a mere guard. Chapter 642. The marriage of Yun Ruoyue. No matter how handsome or skilled this man may be, he is but a fallen guard, wholly unworthy of her. Noticing the scorn and derision in Yun Fian's gaze, Emily let out a cold laugh. "Miss, your sharp tongue is indeed formidable, even if your father agreed. I would not dare to marry you. It was best to maintain a respectful distance from such a woman. My father would never agree. If it were the prince, then my father would undoubtedly consent," Yun Fian retorted with a cold smile. "Enough," Xuancheng snapped, his expression darkening at the mere mention of Yun Qing's name. He gazed icily at Yun Fian. "He is not merely a guard, but the captain of the guards. I shall promote him to a military position as a school officer. He is the most skilled and valiant warrior under my command, with a bright future ahead. If the miss is unwilling to marry him, I shall seek a suitable and virtuous wife for him." Yun Fian was momentarily taken aback. What did the prince mean by a suitable match? Did he truly believe that she, a daughter of the prominent family, was unworthy of Emily? She hadn't anticipated that the prince would elevate Emily to the rank of school officer. Such youth and accomplishment suggested he might indeed achieve great things. Yet in comparison to the prince, he was still vastly inferior. Her ambitions soared high, and naturally, she desired a man as exceptional as the prince. "Your Highness speaks wisely. I shall wish Captain Emily continual success, a beautiful bride, and a fulfilling life," she said coolly. Emily cast a cold glance at Yun Fian, choosing not to engage with someone who looked down upon him. Meanwhile, Yun Ruoyue found herself increasingly enamored with Xuancheng. Her disdain for the poor young man she had yet to meet grew stronger. If only she could marry the prince as a secondary consort, she would be spared the fate of marrying that impoverished youth. Her urgency stemmed from a recent conversation with her father, who lamented her advancing age and the need to discuss potential suitors. He intended to arrange her marriage to Jiang Muyu. This decision arose after a disagreement with a colleague, who mocked him for being untrustworthy and suggested he withdraw from the engagement with the Jiang family. Following the counsel of several senior officials, who urged him to uphold his integrity, her father returned home in a foul mood and declared he would soon meet with Jiang Muyu to discuss her marriage. Thus, she realized her father's desire to preserve his reputation would lead to her betrothal to Jiang Muyu. "This morning, my father departed to the Yingtian Academy to discuss marriage matters with Jiang Muyu. It is rumored that Jiang Muyu is eager to curry favor with the Xiang residents, which only intensifies her disdain for this impoverished man. According to my father, he intends to marry her off to Jiangmuyu soon. Time is of the essence. Should she find a suitable match before the proposal, she could evade the clutches of the Jiang family. However, her previous searches yielded no commendable suitors, and now, upon the arrival of Chu Xianchun, she found herself fixated on him, unable to divert her gaze. At that moment, Chu Xianchun had grown impatient with the infatuated women surrounding him. He coldly inquired, "Why has the princess yet to arrive?" "My lord, the doctor is unwell, and perhaps the princess is attending to her. If you wish, I can escort you to her, so you may see her sooner." Yun Ruoyue stepped forward, her face radiating eagerness. Chapter 643. The trap. Both Second Madam and Yun Fei-yin turned their attention to her, particularly Yun Fei-yin, who wore an expression of displeasure. Chu Xianchun was the man she had set her sights on. Why was her third sister intruding, especially since the latter was already engaged? "Third sister, you are already betrothed. It is inappropriate for you to accompany the prince." "Allow me to take him," Yun Fei-yin quickly asserted. "What makes me unsuitable? I merely wish to guide the prince to my elder sister. What is inappropriate about that?" Yun Ruoyue retorted, her irritation evident. Seeing her daughters bickering, Second Madam quickly intervened. "Enough? Your father will be back soon. Fei-yin, you shall wait here with me for your father, while Ruoyue, you accompany the prince." With that, she flashed a conciliatory smile at Chu Xianchun. "My lord, might I suggest you dine with the princess today at the Xiang residence? I shall have the servants prepare lunch immediately." "Very well, I shall heed the princess's wishes. Should she wish to stay here for her meal, I shall accompany her. If she prefers to return home, I shall follow as well," Chu Xianchun replied nonchalantly. Rising, he brushed the sleeves of his cream-colored robe, the jade crown atop his head glistening, enhancing his elegant and ethereal demeanor. "My lord, please follow me," Yun Ruoyue said, her face alight with joy as she walked ahead. Chu Xianchun left Mo Zhu behind and took Mo Li with him to follow Yun Ruoyue. Once they had departed, Yun Fei-yin, seething with frustration, stamped her foot. "Mother, Ruoyue is already engaged. Why did you not allow me to escort the prince? He is my savior, and I have yet to express my gratitude properly. Did you not see how displeased the prince was just now? You were overly bold to speak as you did. Can you not exhibit a modicum of decorum? I am at a loss for words regarding your behavior," Second Madam scolded, pointing a finger at Yun Fei-yin's head. If Fei-yin drew closer to Chu Xianchun, it could potentially offend him, leading to complications that would be difficult to resolve. "What is wrong with my words? The prince has saved me. Is it wrong to offer myself in gratitude?" Yun Fei-yin retorted defiantly. Mo Li, overhearing this exchange, merely twitched his mouth in amusement, turning away to avoid the awkwardness. "You are truly audacious. For someone who is usually so astute, how could you be so foolish today? Even if you wish to offer yourself, it would be more prudent to speak privately with the prince. How could you expose yourself to such humiliation before so many witnesses, only to be rebuffed?" the second wife exclaimed in frustration. Furthermore, the Xiang residence and the Li prince's estate are at odds with one another. The members of the Li family harbor a deep-seated animosity towards those of the Xiang family. Having been compelled to marry Yun Ruoyue, how could they possibly accept her daughter? Meanwhile, when Yun Ruoyue brought Chu Xuancheng to a pavilion known as Chilua Courtyard at the Xiang residence, she said, "Your Highness, we have arrived. The First Lady resides here, and my elder sister should be inside as well. Please, follow me." Chu Xuancheng cast a cold glance at the pavilion and entered. As they made their way inside, Yun Ruoyue suddenly turned to Mo Zhu and said, "Commander Mo, our First Lady prefers solitude. I must trouble you to wait outside." Without suspicion, Mo Zhu unsheathed his sword and took his position in the courtyard. Alone, Chu Xuancheng followed Yun Ruoyue towards the inner chamber. Upon entering, he found the room devoid of any servants, an eerie stillness prevailing, as if it were an abandoned loft, its walls in disrepair. Had Yun Ruoyue's mother truly fallen to such depths? With a tumult of emotions, he accompanied Yun Ruoyue into the central chamber. Upon stepping inside, he quickly realized that the room was empty. A thick layer of dust coated the furniture, indicating it had not been inhabited for some time. Noticing Chu Xuancheng's entrance, Yun Ruoyue hastily closed the door, her gaze anxious as it fell upon him. Instantly, he sensed something amiss, his brow furrowed with icy resolve. "What is your intent? Why have you brought me to such a place? Where is the princess?" "Your Highness, I have loved you since the very first moment I laid eyes on you," Yun Ruoyue declared, suddenly leaping towards him and clinging tightly to him. Chu Xuancheng's expression darkened. How shameless could this daughter of the Yun family be? Always attempting to draw near. With a swift motion, he cast her aside, fury igniting within him. How utterly disgraceful. I have never encountered anyone so brazen. Your Highness, if you are willing to marry a woman like my elder sister, surely you would consider marrying me as well. I shall speak candidly. My father intends to marry me off to a destitute scholar, and I refuse to accept that fate. The moment I saw you, I was captivated and wished to wed you. If you agree to take me as your wife and spare me from that fiery pit, I would willingly endure any hardship for you, Yun Ruoyue exclaimed passionately. She sought to present herself as pitiable, hoping to elicit sympathy from Chu Xuancheng. How could the daughter of the Xiang residents ever be wed to a poor scholar? It was precisely because she wished to avoid marrying Jiang Muyu that she orchestrated this charade. She believed that all men were driven by desire, and Chu Xuancheng would be no exception, thinking that by presenting herself, he would inevitably accept her. To her astonishment, he had pushed her away and scolded her for her lack of shame. What do you mean by that? What is the matter with your elder sister? Chu Xuancheng inquired coldly. The implication was clear. Did this woman truly believe herself superior to Yun Ruoyue? In Yun Ruoyue's eyes flickered a glimmer of disdain. My elder sister, originally an uneducated and unattractive woman, had managed to become the Princess of Li merely by virtue of being the legitimate daughter of the minister's family. Despite her shortcomings, she was deemed worthy of such a title. Why should I, who am far more capable, be denied the same? My lord, I no longer aspire to be your primary consort. I only wish for you to marry me, even as a secondary wife. Anything would be preferable to being forced into wedlock with that impoverished scholar. I fell for you at first sight and hold you in the highest regard. Could you not fulfill my modest request? After all, marrying one woman is no different from marrying two. I implore you, rescue me from this predicament. Do you believe that a secondary consort is a role one can simply assume? The prince retorted coldly. Do you think the position of the princess is attainable by just anyone? Out of consideration for you being the princess's sister, I shall overlook this transgression this time. However, should you overstep once more, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. To her misfortune, Yun Ruoyue had never encountered the true terror of Chu Xuancheng. She assumed that his exterior mirrored his inner disposition, believing him to be as accommodating as he appeared. With a beguiling smile, she unexpectedly shed her outer garment. Her cheeks flushed as she approached him step by step. My lord, I am willing to surrender myself to you entirely. Rest assured, I will not impose any responsibilities upon you. I merely wish to extricate myself from my current engagement. Please assist me. Chapter 645. Clinging to him, mother always said that men are creatures who think with their lower halves. A gentle demeanor, a touch of coyness, and a proactive approach make it effortless to entice them. As Yun Ruoyue lunged towards him, an aura of lethal intent surged from Chu Xuancheng, causing him to retreat coldly, leaving her to tumble into emptiness. If you seek death, I shall grant it. With that, he raised his hand to strike her. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from afar, prompting him to retract his hand. Outside, Emo Zhu called out, My lord, have you seen the princess? Lord Yun has arrived. Lord Yun? Chu Xuancheng's eyes darkened, and he took a deep breath, striving to calm his tumultuous heart. Were it not for Yun Ruoyue, he would never have set foot in the minister's residence. Upon hearing that her father was approaching, Yun Ruoyue leaped forward, clinging tightly to Chu Xuancheng's legs. My lord, you have touched me. You must take responsibility. I shall marry no one but you in this lifetime. My lord, how are you? Are you well? Just then, with a loud bang, the door was kicked open by Emo Zhu. Having sensed something amiss within, he could no longer contain himself, and with one forceful kick, he burst through the door. To his astonishment, he found Yun Ruoyue clad only in a bodice, clinging desperately to the prince's legs. Regret washed over him for having kicked the door open. He had intended to ascertain the situation, but was met with this scandalous sight. My lord, what is the meaning of this with my daughter? Yun Qing had approached, his face pale with disbelief. Beside him stood a young man dressed in a long blue robe, his scholarly appearance radiating fury. Minister, is this truly the Yun San Miss you intend to betroth to me? Yun Ruoyue raised her gaze and beheld a strikingly handsome scholar standing beside her father. From his words, she discerned that he was her betrothed, Jiang Muyu. Initially, she had believed Jiang Muyu to be rather ordinary in appearance. However, she was taken aback to find him possessing delicate features, rosy lips, and pearly teeth. His slender, elongated form exuded a remarkable elegance, rivaling even the most dashing gentleman of the capital. On the contrary, he embodied a profound scholarly charm, radiating the refined grace of a cultured literati through his every glance. How could he be so remarkably handsome? His eyes held the essence of the heavens, untainted by any impurities, complemented by a noble nose and slender lips, his features crafted with exquisite precision. He was truly a paragon of beauty, akin to those depicted in portraits. Had Yun Ruoyue known of Jiang Muyu's striking allure beforehand, she certainly would not have dismissed the marriage proposal. Yet now, she found herself ensnared in a predicament, unable to retreat, compelled to act. Holding on to Chu Xiancheng tightly, she beseeched her father, "Father, my heart belongs to the prince. Please annul my engagement to Master Jiang. I cannot marry him." Her purpose today was to dissolve the betrothal. "Oh heavens, your highness, look over there." At that moment, a startled exclamation from Feng Er pierced the air. Yun Ruoyue had already noticed a gathering near the courtyard and approached to uncover the cause. To her astonishment, upon reaching the entrance, she found the disheveled Yun Ruoyue clinging to Chu Xiancheng's leg. The implication of their presence in the long-abandoned guest room was all too clear. Witnessing this scene, Yun Ruoyue's expression turned icy. What did this mean? Had Chu Xiancheng come to the prime minister's residence to engage in an affair? How could he, in his desperation, choose to seduce a woman from the prime minister's family? Was this not a slap in the face to her? Fuming, she stepped forward, first bowing to Yun Qing, then directing a furious glare at Chu Xiancheng. "Your Highness, what a surprise! I was under the impression you had come to the palace for a different purpose, yet it appears you have taken a liking to my sister. If you wish to pursue her, you could have informed me sooner. I would have facilitated your union. Why resort to such clandestine conduct in this place? It is unbecoming of your character. My lady, you misunderstand." Chu Xiancheng, sensing her misinterpretation, forcefully pushed Yun Ruoyue to the ground before striding out of the courtyard. Casting a cold glance at the onlookers, Yun Qing hurried forward to pay his respects. "Your Highness, I am at your service. Might I inquire what this situation entails regarding my daughter?" Even he, seasoned by many trials, was taken aback by the unfolding drama. It appeared that his third daughter had become entangled with the prince. If this were instigated by the prince, he could not scold his daughter. What if the prince had genuine affections for her and sought to marry her? Thus, he stood there, his expression stiff and bewildered. Chu Xiancheng shot a frosty glance at Yun Qing before abruptly approaching Yun Ruoyue, grasping her hand and gazing deeply into her eyes, a hint of a smile gracing his features. "My lady, I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Why did you delay?" Yun Ruoyue could hardly believe that. Even at this moment, the man was still able to smile. She forcefully shrugged off his hand and coldly proclaimed, "Do not touch me. I had no intention of involving myself in your affairs, but as your princess, should you not provide me with an explanation?" With that, her icy gaze turned sharply towards Yun Ruoyue. At this juncture, a maid had rushed over to drape a cloak around Yun Ruoyue, who had been pushed to the ground by Chu Xuancheng. The coldness of the ground made her bottom sting painfully. Tears welled up in her eyes as she opened her mouth to speak, only to see the second madam and Yun Fian arriving at the courtyard. It dawned upon her that the matter had escalated. Regardless of the truth, she had to place the blame squarely on Chu Xuancheng. After all, everyone had witnessed her in this predicament with him. If she did not implicate him, her chances of marrying would be extinguished. Thus, she was left with no choice but to devise a way to pin the blame on him. "Ruoyue, what on earth is happening?" The second madam rushed over, her eyes wide with disbelief at the scene before her. Moments ago, while waiting in the front hall with Yun Fian for the prime minister, she had been startled by the butler's announcement of the master's return. Just as she prepared to greet him, she heard that the prime minister had learned of the arrival of the Prince of Li and had hastened to seek him out in the East Wind courtyard. Alarmed, she had taken Yun Fian with her towards the East Wind courtyard. Unexpectedly, they were only halfway there when a maid rushed to report that the third miss and the Prince of Li had encountered trouble in the Chilua courtyard. She was taken aback. Wasn't the Chilua courtyard uninhabited? How could Ruoyue and the Prince of Li be there? The maid continued, saying someone had seen the third miss lead the prince into the Chilua courtyard, and sensing something amiss, she had come to inform her. Upon hearing this, the second madam hurriedly made her way to the Chilua courtyard. As she approached, she discovered the prime minister and Yun Ruoyue standing in the courtyard, alongside the Prince of Li, while Ruoyue sat on the ground in disarray, causing her heart to race. Chapter 647. Already the prince's person. The moment Yun Ruoyue spotted her mother, she immediately found her support and burst into tears. "Mother, You have finally arrived. I have already what? The second madam, hastily helping Yun Ruoyue to her feet, wore an expression of disbelief. Yun Fian, witnessing this scene, shot a jealous glare at Yun Ruoyue, unable to fathom that Ruoyue would shamelessly implement such a scheme to entice the Prince of Li and actually succeed. Mother, I am now the prince's person, and my innocence is lost. If I do not marry the prince, I shall never marry anyone else. I beseech you to advocate for me. Desperate to escape her engagement to Jiang Muyu, Yun Ruoyue concocted this elaborate deception. Regardless of the brief time she had spent alone with Chu Xuancheng in the room, her father and mother were unaware of its duration. She resolved to slander Chu Xuancheng, ensuring that the blame would fall upon the prince's household. The second madam was momentarily stunned, quickly turning her gaze to Chu Xuancheng. Your Highness, is what Ruoyue claims truly the case? If that is truly the case, you must take responsibility for her. Our Ruoyue has always upheld her virtue, remaining unblemished. She does not seek the status of a legitimate wife. She merely desires a position as a concubine, and that would suffice for her. Chu Xuancheng let out a cold laugh, his gaze penetrating as if it could see into one's soul, chillingly fixed upon Yun Ruoyue. You entered that room with this prince for no more than the time it takes to brew half a cup of tea. There was scarcely enough time for undressing. Yet you dare to slander me. I warn you, confess the truth while you still can, or bear the consequences alone. Upon hearing this, Yun Ruoyue immediately feigned fear of Chu Xuancheng, trembling as she spoke. Your Highness, do you not wish to take responsibility for me? Is that why you refuse to acknowledge it? You cannot be so heartless. I am already yours. Aside from marrying you, there is no other path for me. You became mine in such a brief span? Chu Xuancheng replied coldly. Ask the princess consort if I am so hasty. Yun Ruoyue shot him a fierce glare. How could he speak so brazenly before so many? However, she too sensed the peculiarity of the situation. Given Chu Xuancheng's character, he would not stoop to such desperate measures. With his remarkable appearance, illustrious achievements, and noble status, he could take any woman he desired without the need to risk his reputation by engaging in an affair in this desolate place. Yet, one could not entirely dismiss the possibility of him having a penchant for clandestine escapades. At that moment, Yun Qing's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. Your Highness, may I ask how you and my daughter came to be in that room? Given the temper of the King of Li, no one could enter without his consent. Chu Xuancheng sneered. You should inquire with your esteemed daughter. Zhu quickly interjected. Sir, earlier, while we waited in the front hall for the princess consort, Miss Yun San volunteered to lead the prince to find her. However, she misled us here. Unfamiliar with the surroundings of the Prime Minister's residence, we were unaware of her deception. She claimed the madam and the princess consort were in that room, enticing the prince to enter. Eager to see the princess consort, he followed her inside. I intended to join, but Miss Sen insisted that the madam did not wish to see outsiders and instructed me to remain outside. Shortly thereafter, I heard the sounds of an argument between the prince and Miss Sen. In a state of urgency, I kicked the door open to find the situation as you witnessed. Chapter 648. Clinging to the Li Wangfu Mo Li, who had hurriedly followed, added, Our prince came to the Prime Minister's residence specifically to seek the princess consort. He had been waiting in the front hall for quite some time. It was only after a prolonged wait that Miss Yun San led him to find her. With our prince's talents and looks, what woman could he not have? Why would he need to engage in such actions? Hearing the words of Mo Li and Zhu, Yun Ruoyue finally grasped the truth. Chu Xuancheng had indeed come to find her, and he had been brought here by Yun Ruoyue. Mo Li and Zhu were not liars, and Chu Xuancheng appeared composed and unperturbed, as if he had nothing to hide. Yun Ruoyue ultimately realized that this was a trap set against Chu Xuancheng. Her two younger sisters were indeed eager to marry into the Li Wangfu, who has made Chu Xuancheng so remarkable. If he were a fallen noble, they would likely not vie for his attention. Upon hearing Mo Li's words, Yun Qing's heart suddenly found its answer. His gaze coldly warned Yun Ruoyue, and he abruptly shouted, I knew the prince would never act in such a manner. Ruoyue, do not hesitate to speak the truth. Seeing her father's suspicion, Yun Ruoyue immediately shook her head in tears. Father, how can you not believe me? Am I not pleasing to the eye? The prince is a man. When he sees a woman, it is only natural for certain thoughts to arise. I truly am his. Beside her, Jiang Muyu, usually gentle and courteous, was now incensed, his sleeves fluttering in anger as he retorted, Shameless. How dare you speak so? I had come to the manor to discuss a marriage proposal with Miss Yun, only to witness this disgraceful scene. This woman possesses no sense of decency. The Prince of Li has cast her aside, yet she still clings to him. How utterly mortifying. What did you say? This is not your place to speak. I am now a part of the Prince of Li's household and will not marry you, so abandon your hopes. Furthermore, our manor does not welcome you. Upon hearing Zhang Muyu, the impoverished youth, dared to insult her, Yun Ruoyue raised her face and unleashed a torrent of furious words at him. Unfilial daughter. Yun Qing stepped forward, delivering a sharp slap to Yun Ruoyue's face, causing her to sway unsteadily. He admonished, "Is this how you speak? How has your mother raised you? Muyu is my guest. You shall not treat him with disrespect." After being struck, Yun Ruoyue quickly covered her face, turning to the second madam with tears in her eyes. "Mother, look at what father has done to me, all for the son of a fallen noble. Ruoyue, are you all right?" The second madam hurriedly bent down to embrace her daughter, casting a cold glance at Yun Qing. "How can you strike her when she is already in such a state? Her reputation is tarnished. What do you expect her to do?" The only solution now seems to be for Ruoyue to cling to the Prince of Li's household. Otherwise, who would dare to take her? Yun Qing helplessly glanced at his daughter and then at Chu Xuancheng, his expression filled with distress. How had things come to this? Chu Xuancheng loathed him deeply. Having received the imperial edict, he had already married a daughter into the Prince of Li's household to act as a spy against him. It was impossible to involve his own daughter in such a scheme. Yet, given the circumstances, if Ruoyue were not to marry Chu Xuancheng, who else could she wed? Judging by the situation, Zhang Muyu would certainly not have her. Seeing this, Yun Ruoyue suddenly stepped forward and looked at Yun Ruoyue. "Third sister, do you truly wish to marry into the Prince of Li's household?" Yun Ruoyue eagerly nodded. "Yes, elder sister, you do not blame me, do you?" "I do not blame you, but if you wish to enter the Prince of Li's household, I must ask you one question. Were you pure before your involvement with the prince?" Yun Ruoyue inquired. Chu Xuancheng cast her a glance, pondering whether this woman genuinely wished to bring Yun Ruoyue into his family. He coldly remarked, "If she desires to enter the Prince of Li's household, it can only be over my dead body. Otherwise, even if she forces her way in, I shall see to it that she pays with her life." He had never been one to offer explanations. That which he had not done, he had not done. Those who believed would naturally trust him. Those who harbor disbelief will remain unconvinced, no matter how fervently one attempts to clarify. Observing the seething rage of Chu Xuancheng, Yun Ruoyue gently pressed his shoulder, advising him to temper his agitation. "If you have indeed wronged her, we must take responsibility. Even if it involves maintaining a concubine, we must ensure her well-being. Should Chu Xuancheng be wronged, the Li Wangfu must also bear the consequences." Noticing a glimmer of strategy in Yun Ruoyue's demeanor, Chu Xuancheng chose to remain silent, eager to witness her unravel this predicament. Upon hearing the mention of merely a concubine, Yun Ruoyue glared at Yun Ruoyue with indignation. Yet, with tear-filled eyes, she asserted, "Elder sister, before becoming involved with the prince, I was undoubtedly pure." She failed to comprehend why Yun Ruoyue posed such a question. Yet she recognized that to admit otherwise would tarnish her reputation irreparably. "Did the prince indeed engage with you? Was it in bed or elsewhere?" Yun Ruoyue inquired. "Elder sister, why do you ask such things?" "Of course, we were in bed," Yun Ruoyue responded, as she could hardly claim they were on the floor, especially in such frigid weather, where no one would believe her. Fortunately, the chamber was furnished with a bed, a detail she had considered when luring Chu Xuancheng here, knowing it would facilitate their rendezvous. In truth, this Zhou courtyard had once been the abode of a concubine, yet after her untimely demise, it had lain abandoned, shunned by all for its ill repute. Thus, she led Chu Xuancheng to this forsaken place. Yun Ruoyue let out a cold laugh. "Since you claim your encounter transpired in bed, why not allow us to inspect and see if there are any signs of your virtue lost? You asserted your purity. Now that you are the prince's, there should surely be evidence of your innocence, correct?" At her words, Yun Ruoyue's heart plummeted. I am uncertain if there are any signs," she stammered, her complexion paling instantly. "Are you not pure? You cannot even ascertain your own condition?" Yun Ruoyue extended a kind invitation to the second lady. "Shall we proceed to examine?" The second lady's face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a liver, and reluctantly acquiesced. "Very well, let us see. Anyone who wishes to witness may enter. The more, the merrier, lest someone later accuses us of wrongdoing," Yun Ruoyue declared as she stepped into the chamber. The second lady followed closely behind, joined by several inquisitive maidservants and matrons, while Yun Qing and Chu Xuancheng, who were disinterested in gossip, refrained from entering. Upon entering, Yun Ruoyue found indeed a bed within, adorned with pristine ivory sheets, neatly arranged as if untouched. Your Highness, these sheets are immaculate. Apart from a thin layer of dust, where is the evidence of lost virtue? Clearly, there is nothing here. Has Miss San, prior to offering herself to our prince, already lost her purity? Fulmer remarked coldly. Jiuer glanced around and added, I also see no signs of lost virtue. Thus, it is evident that Miss San is lying. Either the prince never touched her, or she has long ceased to be pure, unworthy of entering the Li Wangfu. Our household only accepts virtuous maidens. Chapter 650. A deceptive encounter at the Li Wangfu. Madam Second, did you witness that? Yun Ruoyue inquired coldly. Upon seeing the pristine white bedsheets, Madam Second was momentarily taken aback, her heart racing with trepidation. How could she articulate her thoughts now? If she claimed her daughter was virtuous, why then were there no signs of blood upon the sheets? This indicated that the prince had not laid a hand on her. Conversely, if she admitted otherwise, it would imply her daughter was unchaste, having already lost her virtue, while still daring to implicate the Li Wang. Noticing Madam Second's anxious silence, Yun Ruoyue led the assembly outside. Third sister, we have all discerned the truth. The sheets bear no evidence. If the prince had indeed engaged with you, yet there is no blood, does that not suggest you had already compromised your integrity with another before encountering the prince? Such a woman, lacking in virtue, has no place within the Li Wangfu. Yun Ruoyue remarked with a cold smile. That is not true. I swear I am pure. And I cannot fathom why there is no blood. Perhaps some are simply exempt? Yun Wanner had not anticipated that the current Yun Ruoyue would be so formidable, incapable of being deceived. She had foolishly believed Yun Ruoyue would be willing to accept her, only to realize it was a ruse. She had assumed Yun Ruoyue remained the impulsive fool from before, yet she had transformed. Third sister, do you still wish to defend yourself? Very well. If you truly offered yourself to the prince, let us summon 2 matrons to examine you, to ascertain your purity or lack thereof. I am confident they will discern the truth, Yun Ruoyue declared, wielding her ultimate weapon. At the mention of a physical examination, Yun Wanner trembled in fear, her facade crumbling as she cried out, Do not. I confess, I have wronged the prince. He did not touch me. After I lured him inside and disrobed to entice him, he pushed me away, and then you arrived. I am still pure. Nothing happened between the prince and me, which is why there is no blood on the sheets. At this juncture, Yun Wanner had no choice but to acknowledge the reality. To deny it would lead others to claim her lack of blood indicated her moral failing, leaving her with no hope for a future. Admitting to her deceit might tarnish her reputation, but at least her virtue would remain intact, allowing her to face the world. If it were revealed that she had lost her purity, there would be no redemption for her. Yun Ruoyue then smiled, Madam Second. Your daughter has indeed excelled in the art of deception, managing to ensnare us within the Li Wangfu. Initially, I had considered granting her a side chamber should she truly submit to the prince. However, due to her disgraceful actions, she shall remain confined to her quarters, forever relegated to the status of a concubine, never to ascend. Yet, it appears this was merely her fabrication, her wrongful accusation against the prince, which the Li Wangfu cannot tolerate. Chu Xuancheng added coldly, defaming a royal family member incurs a greater penalty. Yun Xiang, how do you intend to deal with her? At this revelation, both Yun Qing and Madam Second's faces darkened, their expressions reflecting profound dismay. Yun Qing, having never anticipated that his daughter, despite his long-standing discord with Chu Xuancheng, would continuously throw herself at him, felt utterly humiliated. Wretched daughter, I never imagined you would so shamelessly conspire against the prince. Bring the third young lady down and administer 20 severe lashes, followed by a month of confinement. She is forbidden to leave the house. Yun Qing commanded in a fit of rage. Immediately, someone stepped forward to drag Yun Wanner away. Observing this, the second madam rushed to Yun Wanner's side, pleading for leniency. My lord, I implore you to consider that this is her first offense. Please do not punish her with lashes, just confine her. If you would be so kind. She is an unmarried young lady. Being whipped will tarnish her reputation irreparably. Chapter 651. The Cunning Prince Yun Qing. When did I ever consent to such treatment? Chu Xuancheng coldly retorted, his gaze filled with palpable hatred directed at Yun Qing. Hearing this, Yun Wanner felt a glimmer of hope and immediately prostrated herself before Chu Xuancheng. Your Highness, you would not truly deny me mercy, would you? I knew you were a good person. I have not misjudged you, and I knew you would show compassion. A chilling smile, reminiscent of the depths of hell, curled upon Chu Xuancheng's lips. How could you presume that I would show you compassion? To conspire against a royal family member is a crime deserving of the gravest penalties. More importantly, you have insulted me. Why would I deign to look upon someone so base as yourself? To present such filth before me is to compound your sins. With fury blazing in his eyes, he turned his cold gaze toward Yunqing. Yunxiang, do you believe that 20 lashes are sufficient? Do you intend to shield her? If you do, I shall have no choice but to take her to the magistrate's office for further punishment. Upon hearing this, cold sweat broke out on Yunqing's forehead. Yun Ruoyue, trembling in fear, collapsed to the ground. She had thought that Chu Xuancheng would show her mercy, but to her dismay, he deemed the previous punishment too lenient. Your Highness, please spare me. Do not take me to the magistrate's office. She now understood the gravity of provoking Chu Xuancheng, should she be taken there. Her reputation would be irreparably damaged, and for her offenses of defamation and conspiracy against a royal, she could very well face a decade of imprisonment. Her entire life would truly be ruined. Yunqing cast a resentful glance at Chu Xuancheng, fully aware of his hatred for him. This was a calculated revenge, forcing him to punish his own daughter, causing his heart to bleed, yet he had no choice but to comply. Reluctantly, and in an effort to protect Yun Ruoyue's reputation, he gritted his teeth and declared, 50 lashes, followed by a month of confinement. Your Highness, what say you? 50 lashes? A person in poor health could perish from such a punishment, Chu Xuancheng replied, incredulously staring at Yunqing. Yunxiang, she is your own flesh and blood. This punishment is excessively harsh. However, since you have already spoken, it shall be 50 lashes, but it must be executed on the spot, as I will oversee the punishment to prevent any leniency. Yunqing's lips twitched in frustration. It was Chu Xuancheng who had insisted on a harsher punishment. Yet now he reproached him for being too severe. His heart simmered with anger, but he had no choice but to beckon to the servants. Come forth, execute the punishment. The servants swiftly approached, brandishing the board and ropes, binding Yun Ruoyue to the bench, securing her limbs before commencing the lashes. Yun Ruoyue had never anticipated that merely enticing a man would lead to such a dire fate. Other men might cherish and protect a woman, yet Chu Xuancheng, despite his refined and charming countenance, was ruthlessly merciless. How cruel he was. A heavy slap fell, causing Yun Ruoyue to scream in agony. With the prince present, the servants dared not show leniency. They swung the board, alternating blows, mercilessly battering Yun Ruoyue until blood splattered and her skin was torn. Before long, the sound of Yun Ruoyue's pig-like wails gradually transformed into a sorrowful low moan, which tugged at the heartstrings of the second madam. She longed to rush forward and take her daughter's punishment in her stead. However, just as she was about to intervene, Chu Xuancheng coldly commanded that anyone who dared to defend her would receive an additional 50 lashes. The second madam's steps faltered immediately, without anyone to pull her back. She felt too fearful to approach. Chapter 652. The honest scholar. At this moment, the second madam could only watch helplessly as Yun Ruoyue endured the beating. Her heart ached terribly, yet she dared not offer assistance. Yun Fian, on the other hand, gazed at Yun Ruoyue with a cold stare, believing she deserved her plight. Was it not her own ambition to vie for the favor of Prince Li that had brought about this jealousy? Witnessing this scene, Jiang Muyu felt a pang of sympathy. As a scholar, he was inherently soft-hearted. He turned to Chu Xuancheng and said, Your Highness, since the third miss has already recognized her errors, perhaps we could let this matter rest. Yun Ruoyue had not anticipated that this seemingly stern scholar possessed such kindness within him. Despite Yun Ruoyue's treatment of him, he still pleaded on her behalf. A truly good man. Unfortunate that Yun Ruoyue did not appreciate him. Chu Xuancheng glanced at Jiang Muyu, mentally counting the lashes delivered. Upon realizing they had reached the 49th strike, he declared, Since young Master Jiang has interceded on her behalf, I shall spare her. The heavens have a benevolent nature. I do not wish for her demise. As his words fell, the 50th strike was administered. The servants ceased, and Yun Ruoyue lay nearly unconscious, on the brink of fainting. Ruoyue, the second madam cried out in despair, rushing towards her daughter. Chu Xuancheng then turned to Yunqing, shaking his head in a show of sympathy. Yunxiang, she is your own flesh and blood. Your punishment was excessively harsh. I have just forgiven her, yet the lashes were still completed. You must not be so ruthless in the future, lest you sever the bond between father and daughter. Yunqing was taken aback. Had not the prince insisted on personally overseeing the punishment? Did he not proclaim that anyone who dared to defend Wanner would receive an additional 50 lashes? Now, he feigned benevolence without a hint of shame. Clenching his teeth, Yunqing lowered his head, his eyes filled with coldness. Yes, I shall adhere to the prince's teachings. He was swallowing his grievances, feeling wronged yet compelled to express gratitude to Chu Xuancheng. Truly, the prince was a cunning man. Lord Xiong, given that the third miss has been harmed, perhaps we should postpone discussions regarding the marriage. When my nephew has the leisure, we may revisit the topic with the third miss, Jiang Muyu said politely. Yunqing was astonished, even after his daughter's current state. Jiang Muyu showed no disdain and was still willing to discuss a union. My dear nephew, you still wish to marry Wanna? I do wish to. Jiang Muyu replied earnestly. Wanner has not lost her virtue. She is merely young and foolish, having spoken falsehoods. As long as she recognizes her mistakes and can amend her ways, I am willing to grant her another chance. After all, who among us is without fault? We must nurture kindness in our hearts and offer her a second opportunity. Upon hearing these words, Yun Ruoyue could hardly contain her frustration, deeming Jiang Muyu to be rather dense. Despite Yun Wanner's evident disdain, he still harbored intentions of marrying her. Truly, Yun Wanner was extraordinarily fortunate to encounter such an unsophisticated man. She ought to cherish this opportunity. This sentiment moved both Yunqing and the second madam. But unbeknownst to them, Yun Wanner, reclining on her chair, immediately retorted with gritted teeth, You wish. Jiang Muyu, do you think I am oblivious to your ulterior motives? You are merely coveting my father's power, seeking to leverage the Yun family's influence for your own gain. I refuse to believe your words are sincere. You merely wish to cling to the affluent. In any case, I will not marry you, so abandon this notion at once. Jiang Muyu's face flushed crimson with humiliation upon hearing her accusation. I swear I meant no such thing. I only feel pity for the third miss, fearing that no one would dare to marry her, and thus I was willing to consider it. I have never sought to benefit from the Yun family. I have always relied on my own efforts throughout my journey, never leaning on others. I assure you, I am not the type to ingratiate myself with the powerful. I hope you can see my true intentions. Humph, who would believe your empty words? Even in my current state, you would still consider marrying me, which is surely insincere. You clearly wish to exploit my father for personal gain, and I scorn men who depend on women. I shall annul our engagement and sever ties with your family. Yun Wanner had no regard for Jiang Muyu, the impoverished youth, and thus dismissed his every word as untrustworthy. She believed his willingness to marry her stemmed solely from a desire to exploit her father. Jiang Muyu, proud and dignified, trembled with indignation at Yun Wanner's slander. You are utterly unreasonable. How can you insult a scholar such as myself? I am a learned man, well versed in the principles of propriety and integrity. I genuinely feared for your reputation and intended to marry you out of goodwill, yet you accuse me in such a manner. It is truly excessive. Yun Wanner, disregarding the pain in her backside, furrowed her brow and responded impatiently, Enough of your prattle. Father, I insist on annulling our engagement. Given my current predicament, I am certain he does not genuinely wish to marry me. Please, let me sever ties with him. Yun Wanner resolved to tarnish her own reputation to compel Jiang Muyu to agree to the annulment. She had no desire to be entangled with this destitute fellow. Though he was handsome, beauty alone did not provide sustenance. Yun Wanner aspired to marry a man of noble stature, living the life of a lady of leisure. For the sake of this annulment, she would endure a few more lashes, as she was already accustomed to pain. Daughter, do not be so reckless. Since Muyu is willing to marry you, you should accept him. Listen to your father. Should you let this opportunity slip away, you will surely regret it. Yunqing sensed in Jiang Muyu a spark reminiscent of his own youthful ambition. At a younger age, Jiang Muyu had already excelled as a successful scholar, indicating he was a talent of remarkable caliber. Such a talent, undoubtedly, has a boundless future ahead, though the Jiang family may have fallen from grace. Jiang Muyu is truly an eagle poised to soar high. Conversely, Wanner is unworthy of him. Thus he hopes she seizes this opportunity to marry Jiang Muyu, which would be far better than wedlock with those frivolous scions who indulge only in revelry. Although Jiang Muyu was quite incensed, out of respect for Yunqing, he stated, My lord, our Jiang family has always valued integrity and honored our word. Since Miss Wanner and I are betrothed by design and have had an engagement since childhood, rest assured, I will not go back on my promise. As long as she is willing to marry me, I can overlook past grievances and continue to take her as my wife. Moreover, I will treat her with kindness, shower her with affection, and ensure she is never wronged. Upon hearing this, Yunqing recognized Jiang Muyu as an exceptionally pure-hearted young man. Such individuals are rare gems. Despite Wanner's harsh words, he showed no disdain. This indicated his inherent kindness. If someone of Wanner's obstinate nature could marry him, it would indeed be a blessing accrued over 3 lifetimes. He contemplated reprimanding Yun Wanner, hoping she would relent and agree to the union. Chapter 654. Consent to annul the engagement. However, unexpectedly, Yun Wanner spat at Jiang Muyu, exclaiming, "Pa, do not pretend to be virtuous. All this talk is merely an attempt to coerce me into marrying you. The audacity of the Jiang family is appalling. I have no desire to wed. Yet you persist in your pressure. Your ambition is overwhelming. I refuse to marry a man like you. I have declared my intention to annul our engagement. Yet you continue your shameless pursuit. Are you so afraid that without our Yun family, you will have no future or position? Pa, a man who seeks to live off a woman." In her fervor to dissolve the engagement, Yun Wanner dared to utter such words, leaving those present aghast. Initially, it was presumed that Jiang Muyu would endure yet again, but to their surprise, he clutched his chest, his face pale with fury, and pointed at Yun Wanner, declaring, "You are beyond redemption. Very well, I consent to the annulment. My lord, please bring forth the writing materials, and I shall compose the annulment letter on the spot. Once the engagement is dissolved, Jiang Muyu shall have no further ties with Yun Wanner. Henceforth, we shall lead our separate lives, and the Jiang family will consider this person a stranger." Well said. Yun Ruoyue applauded, reveling in Jiang Muyu's long overdue outburst. She truly admired Yun Wanner for provoking such a righteous and kind-hearted young man to this extent. Her prowess was remarkable. Noticing Yun Ruoyue's praise, Jiang Muyu cast her a bashful glance. He had not intended to annul the engagement, but was being compelled by Yun Wanner. "Are you finally willing to proceed?" "That is all I need, father. Why are you still hesitating? Quickly send for the writing materials. I wish to annul this engagement. If we miss this opportunity, it may never return," Yun Wanner urged, her excitement evident. She feared Jiang Muyu would have a change of heart. Little did she know, insulted as he was, Jiang Muyu was a man of principle. Given the current situation, even if Yun Wanner were to kneel and plead for him to reconsider, he would not relent. Once, Yunqing harbored a degree of skepticism regarding Jiang Muyu, hesitating to allow his daughter to wed him. However, after a moment of observation, he discerned that Jiang Muyu was indeed a remarkable talent, unfortunate only for his father's encounter with Chu Yao. Now, he felt an overwhelming desire to unite his daughter with him and was reluctant to see the engagement dissolve. Softening his tone, he inquired, "Young nephew, are you truly intent on breaking off your engagement with Wanner? Might you reconsider? This child, raised in the indulgence of her mother, has developed a somewhat willful disposition. Rest assured, should you still wish to marry her, I shall enlist the guidance of the esteemed nanny to properly instruct her, transforming her into a kind and gentle young lady." Jiang Muyu, with a hint of regret, clasped his hands and replied, "I apologize, sir. A fruit that is forcibly picked will not be sweet. Since the third miss does not harbor affections for me, I cannot impede her pursuit of happiness. It is best we heed her wishes and annul the engagement." His voice was resolute, reflecting a determination that brooked no argument. Impressive. Yun Ruoyue offered him a thumbs up. Jiang Muyu glanced at her, momentarily flustered, his face flushed with embarrassment. Chu Xianchen drew Yun Ruoyue into his embrace, casting her a warning glance, his eyes brimming with jealousy. "Silence. How dare you praise another man in my presence? Am I not handsome?" Yun Ruoyue returned his stare with a roll of her eyes, her interest solely in the unfolding drama, ignoring his complaints. Witnessing Jiang Muyu's steadfastness, Yunqing had no choice but to summon paper and ink. Jiang Muyu stepped forward, skillfully composing a letter of annulment. With deft strokes, he wrote with vigor and grace, the characters dancing across the page in a display of artistic prowess, revealing him as a gifted scholar. The letter, composed in duplicate, was completed with his signature, and he produced a grand seal, warming it with his breath before imprinting it onto the document. He then presented the annulment letter to Yun Wanner, saying, "Third miss, please sign here." Yun Wanner remained reclined on the chair, while Yunqing and the second madam anxiously watched her, both wishing she would refrain from signing the annulment. They had realized that Jiang Muyu was a distinguished talent, destined for greatness. "Hand it to me," Yun Wanner exclaimed, snatching the annulment letter and pen, signing her name with fervor. However, her writing, compared to Jiang Muyu's, resembled a child's scrawl against the majestic sweep of a phoenix's wings, completely incomparable. In the end, they exchanged the tokens of their prior engagement, 2 jade pendants. And upon the exchange, each retained a copy of the annulment letter. Only then did Yun Ruoyue breathe a sigh of relief. She handed the annulment letter to the second madam, saying, "Mother, please safeguard this document, lest some individuals regret their decision in the future and attempt to lay claim to our household." "Speak less," the second madam retorted angrily. Upon receiving the annulment letter, Jiang Muyu approached Yun Qing and bowed, saying, "Sir, it appears that my fate with the third miss has come to an end. Now that we have annulled our engagement, I wish her the best in finding a worthy match and a life filled with happiness. Today, I express my gratitude for your kind intentions. However, my engagement has been called off. I feel that I have done a disservice to your generosity. I shall inform my father of this development. With that, I shall take my leave." Having spoken, Jiang Muyu turned and departed, leaving behind a trail of regret. Upon witnessing this, Yun Ruoyue turned to Chu Xianchun and suggested, "Shall we also take our leave? She has already seen her mother. We can return in a few days to fetch the medicine for her." Just then, Yun Qingze approached, saying, "My dear, you and the prince have only just returned. You have yet to dine. How can you leave without at least partaking in a meal?" Yun Ruoyue discerned that Yun Qing was likely to have more to discuss. Given her position as the emperor's eyes and ears beside Chu Xianchun, a pawn in the game, naturally, she anticipated inquiries regarding the Li Wang mansion, which she wished to avoid. Therefore, she adopted a cold demeanor and resolved to depart. Before she could voice her intent, Chu Xianchun had already wrapped an arm around her, casting a haughty glance at Yun Qing. "Given how events have unfolded, do you truly believe that the prince and his consort can still enjoy their meal? We shall take our leave." "Ah, are you leaving so soon? You want to even stay for dinner?" Yun Qing's expression turned somewhat awkward. This son-in-law showed him little respect, not addressing him as father-in-law, and departing without dining. "We shall not dine. Father, you may enjoy the meal without us. We must take our leave now." Yun Ruoyue waved goodbye to Yun Qing, wishing to avoid a confrontation that could become unpleasant. Before long, they departed, leaving Yun Qing and the second madam to exchange glances, both wearied and troubled by the recent events surrounding Yun Ruoyue. Yun Qing had intended to converse with Yun Ruoyue privately, inquiring about Chu Xianchun's confidants and pawns, hoping she would provide him with a list. To his dismay, his daughter seemed indifferent to her duty and simply walked away, causing his countenance to darken with displeasure. Chapter 656. Concern for Jiang Muyu as Yun Ruoyue and Chu Xianchun exited the palace. They noticed several horses tethered at the entrance, indicating that their arrival had been by horseback. "You may ride back. I shall take the carriage, returning as I came," she declared. "I shall accompany you in the carriage." "Emoli, please ride the horses back to the palace," Chu Xianchun replied, promptly settling into the carriage beside Yun Ruoyue. She shot him an annoyed glare, unwilling to engage with him at that moment, yet he remained unabashed. Just as she was about to reprimand him, she spotted a tall, slender figure braving the cold winds ahead. Upon closer inspection, she recognized the frail-looking scholar as Jiang Muyu. In such frigid weather, with the ground slippery and the alley long, she pondered how long he would take to reach home. Recalling Jiang Muyu's kind demeanor during his stay at the Yun residence, she felt compelled to call out, "Jiang Gongzi, are you heading home? In this bitter cold, would you like us to offer you a ride?" Hearing her voice, Jiang Muyu swiftly turned around. His heart stirred upon seeing Yun Ruoyue's warm smile and inviting gesture. The beauty's concern for him left him feeling somewhat bashful. He turned to Yun Ruoyue, clasping his hands in gratitude, expressing his appreciation for the princess's kindness, yet insisting that he could manage the journey back on his own. "Where do you reside? Is it far?" Yun Ruoyue inquired. "I dwell within the prestigious Ingtian Academy, a room arranged by my teacher," Jiang Muyu replied, pride illuminating his face at the mention of the renowned institution of the Chu kingdom. "Ingtian Academy? That is quite a distance from here. You may have a lengthy walk ahead of you. How did you arrive?" "I was brought here by the carriage of the Lord," Jiang Muyu responded. "Your Highness, why don't you go ahead? I can walk quickly. I should reach the academy in about 2 hours. Observing the darkened expression of Prince Li, he hesitated to accept a ride in his carriage. "What? 2 hours? That translates to 4 hours, which is far too long. We must pass by the academy on our way back to the Li Princess residence. So please, join us in the carriage, Yun Ruoyue insisted. Displeased with Chu Xuancheng, she preferred not to share a carriage with him and sought to invite Jiang Muyu to ride along. Moreover, Jiang Muyu was a talented individual, and she genuinely admired those with noble character and intellect. As Jiang Muyu glanced up, he noticed Chu Xuancheng glaring at him with barely concealed anger, jealousy practically oozing from his eyes. I assure you, I am fine. Please do not worry, Your Highness. I shall take my leave, he quickly added, attempting to make his exit. Wait. A cold voice emerged from the carriage. Does the prince require something? Jiang Muyu felt a chill run down his spine as he slowly turned his head, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He certainly had not done anything to offend the princess, and he fervently hoped the prince would not hold him accountable. Chu Xuancheng turned to the horseman, Emoli, who was riding beside him, and commanded, Emoli, use my horse to escort young Master Jiang back to the academy. He is a rare talent. Do not treat him lightly. Yes, Your Highness, Emoli replied, swiftly dismounting and leading Chu Xuancheng's steed before Jiang Muyu. Young Master Jiang, allow me to escort you home. Please mount. Jiang Muyu was taken aback by the prince's generosity. I could not possibly ride the prince's horse. It is too much of an honor. Nonsense. Horses are meant to be ridden. It matters not who rides them, Emoli reassured him. Take good care of young Master Jiang, Chu Xuancheng instructed, drawing the carriage curtain and signaling the coachman to proceed. The horse seemed to think, what a perplexing situation. Soon, their azure carriage began to move forward. Feng and Jiao sat at the front of the carriage, helping the coachman steer. Young Master Jiang, since the prince has spoken, please do not refuse my offer. I shall ensure your safe return, Emoli said to Jiang Muyu. Your words are too kind. The prince is generous and treats me with such favor. How could I possibly refuse? Jiang Muyu replied, and with Emoli's assistance, he gracefully mounted the horse. Having learned to ride in Jiangzhou, his skills were modest. But with Emoli leading the way, he felt at ease. Emoli glanced at Jiang Muyu, thinking to himself that the prince had an excellent eye for talent. As he had taken a liking to her, he would ensure the safe passage of the prince. He hoped that a talent like Jiang Muyu would serve under the prince, working together to accomplish great enterprises. After the carriage had moved for a while, Chu Xianchen turned his gaze, fixing his eyes intently on Yun Ruoyue. Why were you so enthusiastic towards that scholar? Do you harbor feelings for him? His voice was laced with jealousy. Yun Ruoyue glanced at him in silence. It's freezing, and he looked so pitiful. What is wrong with showing him some sympathy? Do you think everyone is like you, falling in love with every woman they see? When have I ever fallen in love with a woman? Chu Xianchen furrowed his brow. Yun Ruoyue raised an eyebrow. Dare you claim that you haven tea? I just overheard some maidens gossiping. They said you are quite the charmer. Both my third and fourth sisters are infatuated with you. My third sister even lied for you. And my fourth sister boldly declared she would dedicate her life to you in gratitude for your saving grace. Not to mention, she wishes to bear your children and expand your lineage. TSK, your romantic fortune is thriving. Are you jealous? Chu Xianchen's captivating eyes bore into Yun Ruoyue. Under his intense gaze, she instinctively lowered her head. Who is jealous? I do not like you. So how could I be jealous of you? Yet your tone clearly suggests otherwise, Chu Xianchen remarked. Yun Ruoyue turned her head away, ignoring him. Chu Xianchen continued. Earlier in the front hall, a lovesick girl did express a desire to dedicate herself to me, but I rejected her. I came to Li Wangfu for you. Why would I entangle myself with them? Who knows? Just ensure you do not provoke me. Yun Ruoyue replied coldly. Why did you not inform me when you returned to your family? Why didn't you invite me to accompany you? You still need to attend to your favorite concubine. I wouldn't dare trouble you. But who told you I returned to my family? Why did you follow me? Yun Ruoyue was skeptical that Chu Xianchen had come to Li Wangfu simply to accompany her back home. Such a significant matter as your return home. How could I be unaware? If I hadn't come swiftly, what if you lingered in the Xiang residence and never returned? Chu Xianchen asserted. Have you sent someone to spy on me? Yun Ruoyue ground her teeth, her eyes glinting with cold light. You came to find me merely out of fear that I would remain at my family's house and not return to the princess residence? Thus, it became clear that he was not concerned for her well-being, but rather sought to control her. I do not need to surveil you. In this Li Wangfu, there is nothing I do not know. As the princess, you cannot linger outside for too long, not even in the Xiang residence. Chu Xianchen's demeanor was domineering. Furthermore, when you encounter Jiang Muyu, do not be overly warm. Remember your status as a married woman. Yun Ruoyue laughed coldly. What is this? You are allowed to entice others, yet I am forbidden from conversing with other men? Chu Xianchen, you are excessively domineering. By what right do you dictate my actions? If he forbade her from speaking to other men, she would insist on doing so, just because I am your husband. The title of husband holds paramount importance within a household. Yun Ruoyue glared at Chu Xianchen with resentment. If she were to divorce him, he would no longer have the audacity to act so arrogantly before her. Apologies, you are the husband of Nangong Ro, and I am irrelevant to this matter. Yun Ruoyue coldly remarked. Are you still consumed by jealousy over my relationship with her? I have stated before that I regarded her as you, which is why I consummated our union. I assure you, I shall not lay a finger on her from this moment forth, Chu Xianchen said, gently cradling Yun Ruoyue's face in his hands, gazing at her with a mixture of helplessness and affection. Nangong Ro had once saved him, and in gratitude, he had agreed to grant her a child, thus acquiescing to her request for intimacy. Yet, he found himself ensnared by his own emotions, having unexpectedly fallen for Yun Ruoyue. Her unhappiness mirrored his own, and he instinctively sought to explain himself. Throughout his life, he had never humbled himself to anyone as he did with her. Save for Yun Ruoyue, she was, after all, the daughter of his enemy, a thought that made him bitterly shake his head. Yun Ruoyue forcefully brushed aside Chu Xianchen's hands, exclaiming, What use is it now that you've touched me? You willingly chose her. My man can love only me. Since you have made your choice, do not draw near to me. We have only recently married, and there is no genuine affection between us. I believe it is unnecessary to prolong this any further. Let us simply choose a day to part ways, so that each may pursue their own happiness, unencumbered by the other. Do you still wish to divorce me? Chu Xianchen's voice suddenly intensified as he grasped Yun Ruoyue's shoulders, his gaze icy. Taken aback by the abrupt change in his demeanor, Yun Ruoyue instinctively took a step back. Is that not permissible? Since you so despise me and are deeply in love with Nangong Ro, I am willing to relinquish the title of princess to her, to facilitate your romantic endeavors. Before she could finish, Chu Xianchen leaned down, capturing her lips with fervor, silencing her words. After what felt like an eternity, he released her, asserting in a domineering tone, Should you dare to speak of relinquishing the title of princess again, I shall continue to kiss you until you can scarcely breathe. Suddenly, Yun Ruoyue raised her hand to strike him, but alas, he caught her wrist before she could connect. Enraged, she glared at him. Do not use lips that have touched Nangong Ro to touch me. I find you repulsive. With that, she angrily wiped her mouth with her sleeve. Chu Xianchen was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, he had kissed the woman in his bed that night, but he had never considered her as Nangong Ro, only as Yun Ruoyue, which was why he had kissed her so passionately. Chapter 659. Divorce is also an option, however. He had no intention of divulging this to Yun Ruoyue. With a stern expression, he coldly replied, I did not kiss her. I have only ever kissed you and no one else. Yun Ruoyue let out a derisive laugh. If you did not kiss her, then how do you explain the marks on her neck? Were they made by a cat or a dog? Do not feign innocence before me. You have kissed her, and you have consummated your union. In my eyes, you are tainted. Chu Xianchen paused, suddenly noticing the faint red mark on Yun Ruoyue's delicate neck, which resembled a kiss mark as well. He suddenly seized her collar, yanking it open. His gaze fixated on her neck, filled with jealousy. What are you doing? You beast. Let me go? Yun Ruoyue glared angrily at Chu Xuancheng, wondering if this scoundrel intended to force himself upon her. Chu Xuancheng gritted his teeth, staring at her. What is that on your neck? Is it a love bite? Tell me, who kissed you? Yun Ruoyue rolled her eyes at him in exasperation. Do you think I'm as disgusting as you? Kissing on the neck. It's a bug bite. Now let me go? Upon hearing it was a bug bite, Chu Xuancheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, the mark bore a striking resemblance to the one on Nangong Ro's neck, and it certainly did not appear to be from an insect. He cast her a dubious look. You haven't been sneaking around behind my back, have you? Furious, Yun Ruoyue lifted her foot and kicked him in the stomach. Her eyes blazed with anger. Are you sick? Not only do I not engage in such behavior, but even if I did, you have no right to control me. This man was truly infuriating. How could he not trust her? Did he truly believe she was that kind of woman? She had not divorced him and would never entertain another relationship. She understood the importance of preserving her dignity and was not one of those foolish women lacking clarity. She would never be deceived by any man. As Yun Ruoyue delivered the kick, Chu Xuancheng did not evade. His flat, smooth abdomen, though protected by fabric, felt the force of her blow. He hadn't anticipated her strength, but for someone trained in martial arts, her kick was little more than a tickle. Grabbing her foot, he discovered it was small and delicate, adorned with intricately embroidered shoes. Through her socks, the softness of her foot was undeniable, causing him to involuntarily swallow hard. That familiar sensation brought back memories of a night spent with Nangong Ro, when he had also touched such a dainty foot, encased in smooth satin socks. Shaking his head, he admonished himself. He could not dwell on her, nor allow that woman to occupy even a fragment of his thoughts. Seeing Chu Xuancheng either clutching her hand or gripping her foot, Yun Ruoyue kicked her legs in frustration. "Let me go? Are you some kind of pervert? Even liking my feet? You just said that even if you did that sort of thing, I would have no right to control you?" Chu Xuancheng recalled her words. His gaze ignited with fury. In an instant, he lunged at Yun Ruoyue, pinning her down. Caught off guard by the dangerous glint in his eyes, Yun Ruoyue swallowed hard. "Aren't you fond of Nangong Ro? You go your way, and I shall go mine. I have already resolved to seek a divorce from you, if it comes to it. You may also send me away." Chapter 660, Injured You Dare. Chu Xuancheng shouted angrily, moving to unfasten the buttons of her blouse. With a sharp tug, the button snapped, and her garment fell open, revealing her fair skin. After his furious outburst, he leaned down and captured her lips with his own. "Chu Xuancheng, release me, you scoundrel. If you dare to touch me, I shall despise you for a lifetime." Yun Ruoyue could not help but recall the moment when Chu Xuancheng first laid hands on the original owner, though it was the body of another he had touched. It felt as if it were her own. The mere recollection of that night sent a tremor through her body, her complexion paling in fear. When this man became ferocious, he could render her unconscious. Moreover, they were in a carriage, with Fenger and the others outside. If they heard any commotion from within, it would be utterly disgraceful. "Oh, Your Highness, we have arrived." At that moment, the voice of the coachman echoed from outside. The carriage came to a sudden halt, and upon witnessing this, Chu Xuancheng regained his composure. He cast a cold glance at Yun Ruoyue, his eyes brimming with dissatisfaction at her declaration of wanting a divorce. She had audaciously stated that even if she were to consort with another man, it was of no concern to him. Such words were truly scandalous and intolerable to him. The thought alone made him wish to confine her within the palace, to claim her for himself, and to demand her companionship night after night, forbidding her from stepping outside ever again. As the carriage steadied, Yun Ruoyue shot Chu Xuancheng a fierce glare, not waiting for Fenger to assist her. She swiftly lifted the curtain and leaped out. "Your Highness, be careful. The carriage shaft is quite high," Fenger exclaimed in alarm, rushing to support Yun Ruoyue. "I am fine. No need to assist me," she retorted, pushing Fenger away in irritation, burying her head, and striding forward. Suddenly, she stepped on a patch of ice, her foot slipping, and she fell heavily to the ground. "Ah, how painful!" Yun Ruoyue exclaimed, taken aback by her fall, her ankle throbbing as if 1,000 ants were gnawing at it. "Your Highness, have you fallen?" Fenger and Jiuer rushed forward, their faces filled with fright as they beheld Yun Ruoyue's contorted expression, prompting them to burst into tears. "What happened?" Chu Xuancheng, witnessing the commotion, leaped from the carriage and swiftly approached Yun Ruoyue. "Why are you so careless while walking? Are your eyes situated on the back of your head?" Though his words were sharp, they were tinged with profound concern and self-reproach. Had he disembarked alongside her, she would not have met with such a mishap. He gazed at her with a pained expression, anxiety etched upon his features. "Let me see if your leg is broken. I do not require your feigned kindness. Step away." Yun Ruoyue forcefully pushed Chu Xuancheng aside. This scoundrel had just attempted to claim her in the carriage, and she had no intention of allowing him to touch her. Fenger and the others gasped in shock. The audacity of the princess to berate the prince was astonishing. Chu Xuancheng disregarded Yun Ruoyue's words. He knelt down, pulling up her pant leg to examine her foot. Upon seeing her swollen ankle, he immediately realized it had been sprained. "Can you move your foot? It shouldn't be broken, right?" he inquired. If it were broken, she would surely be in agony. Not possessing the strength to push him away. "It is none of your concern. I do not need your care." "Fenger, help me up," Yun Ruoyue replied angrily. This man had been lewd with her in the carriage and now had the gall to pretend to be a good person here. Fenger hurried to assist the empress, only to discover that her garment was undone, with several buttons mysteriously absent. In that instant, she comprehended the situation. Chapter 661, Nangong Ro's Jealousy. It was evident that the prince had engaged in inappropriate conduct with the empress in the carriage, provoking her ire. Just as Feng'er was about to support Yun Ruoyue, Chu Xuancheng had already bent down, effortlessly lifting Yun Ruoyue into his arms and holding her tightly. Feng'er, fetch some medicinal ointment for bruises, he commanded, striding purposefully towards the royal residence with Yun Ruoyue cradled in his embrace. At that moment, a woman clad in crimson approached them. Upon sighting them, her previously normal gait abruptly transformed into a limp. She dragged one foot, her body swaying unsteadily as she advanced. Yun Ruoyue glanced up and recognized Nangong Ro. "Your Highness, what has happened to my sister? Is she injured?" Nangong Ro approached with a facade of tenderness, gazing pitifully at Chu Xuancheng. He cast her a cold glance, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Nangong Ro then turned her concerned gaze towards Yun Ruoyue. "Sister, have you injured your foot? Is it severe? Is it as bad as the injury I sustained that day?" Yun Ruoyue was taken aback. Nangong Ro's intentional remark served as a reminder to Chu Xuancheng of her own past injury. Observing Nangong Ro's pitiable limp, she quickly addressed Chu Xuancheng. "I see that concubine Ro's foot has yet to heal. Perhaps you should carry her instead. I can walk back on my own." "Utter nonsense. Your ankle is swollen and red. How can you walk? What if you exacerbate your condition?" Chu Xuancheng retorted. "Come with me to the Starry Pavilion for treatment." With that, he continued forward, holding Yun Ruoyue firmly. Nangong Ro shot them a resentful glare. She too was limping. Why did he not carry her? The last time she fell? He had entrusted her to Mo Zhu and the servants, unlike his tender care for Yun Ruoyue. Suddenly, she noticed the slight opening of Yun Ruoyue's garment and the red marks upon her skin, causing her body to involuntarily tremble. "Madam, what is the matter?" Danner, noticing, rushed forward to support Nangong Ro. "I am fine. Let us go check on my sister," Nangong Ro replied, already following after them. Inside the warm chamber of the Starry Pavilion, where the heated dragon was ablaze, Yun Ruoyue felt an overwhelming warmth as Chu Xuancheng brought her inside. He gently placed her on his bed, instructing, "Sit tight. Feng'er, bring the medicine box." The astute Feng'er had already prepared the box, opening it to retrieve the bruise ointment, which she handed to Chu Xuancheng. As a physician, Yun Ruoyue recognized the distinct, refreshing scent of the medicinal ointment, infused with a faint hint of traditional herbs. Immediately realizing it was suitable for her sprained ankle. Fortunately, her injury was merely a sprain, not a fracture. Chu Xuancheng knelt down, reaching for the hem of Yun Ruoyue's pants. She instinctively took a step back, saying, "There's no need to trouble yourself. I can manage on my own." "Not at all. I insist on applying it for you, and you shall not resist," Chu Xuancheng declared with an air of authority. Yun Ruoyue shot him a furious glare, exclaiming, "This is all your fault. Had it not been for your actions in the carriage, I would not have been so angered as to leap out and inadvertently step on that patch of ice, resulting in my fall. You are the root cause of this. Spare me your insincere concern. Leave me be. I do not require your assistance." Chu Xuancheng gritted his teeth and roared in anger, his eyes ablaze like those of a fiery dragon. "Sister, the prince is only looking out for your best interests. How can you speak to him in such a manner? He is a prince, the head of the family. You must show him the respect he deserves and refrain from opposing him." Nangong Ro limped in, supported by her maid. Chapter 662. Differentiated Treatment. Yun Ruoyue cast her a cold glance, questioning her presence. What was she doing here? Nangong Ro, despite her words, felt her heart bleed at the sight of the two together. The prince and the princess appeared to be quarreling, yet to her, this was a display of affection. She had not anticipated that the prince would engage in such intimate actions with the princess in the carriage, and that the princess would be so reluctant. If it were her, she would have welcomed it eagerly. The princess truly was oblivious to her good fortune. The princess's capriciousness went unpunished by the prince, who continued to indulge her. Why should she? Chu Xuancheng shot a cold glance at Nangong Ro. "What brings you here?" Her words dripped with sarcasm, clearly attempting to sow discord between him and Yun Ruoyue. Alas, he was no longer easily deceived. He had seen through her. "I came to check on my sister. Is that not permissible?" Nangong Ro bit her lip, feigning innocence as she looked at Chu Xuancheng with pleading eyes. Yun Ruoyue let out a cold laugh. Nangong Ro's eagerness to enter was merely to pry into her interactions with Chu Xuancheng. Clearly, she was invested in him. "Very well. But it would be wise for you to remain silent," Chu Xuancheng replied coldly, hinting that Nangong Ro should keep her mouth shut. Her words disrupted the harmony. Nangong Ro, incredulous, bit her lip in disbelief. The prince was actually telling her not to speak for this woman. His disdain for her was palpable. "Well then, your highness, Allow me to tend to my sister. After all, there is a difference between men and women. As a woman, my touch would be gentler. And it would also avoid any awkwardness, she suggested, hoping to prevent Chu Xuancheng from tending to Yun Ruoyue. Chu Xuancheng responded with a stern voice. Such distinctions are meant for outsiders. The princess is my wife. I shall care for her without concern for appearances. With that, he poured ointment onto Yun Ruoyue's ankle and began to massage it with utmost care and attention. Seeing Chu Xuancheng's tender demeanor, Nangong Ro was consumed with jealousy and fury, nearly choking on her emotions. The cool ointment, when applied to Yun Ruoyue's ankle, quickly alleviated her pain. The ancient remedies were indeed effective. Noticing this, Nangong Ro suddenly let out a soft groan of discomfort. Madam, what ails you? Is something amiss? Danner quickly inquired. My foot is quite painful. I injured it last time, and it has yet to heal. I walked a considerable distance just now, hence the discomfort, but it is nothing serious, Nangong Ro replied, extending her foot as if to remind Chu Xuancheng that since he was massaging Yun Ruoyue, perhaps he ought to attend to her as well. They are all his wives, and he cannot show favoritism. She is still his savior. Chu Xuancheng glanced at Nangong Ro's feet, noticing their pristine whiteness, which belied any sign of pain. He remarked, Danner, did you not hear your mistress's words? Startled, Danner nearly knelt, exclaiming, Your Highness, I heard her. She said her feet hurt. Then why do you linger? Hurry and apply the ointment, Chu Xuancheng commanded coldly. Trembling with fear, Danner quickly retrieved the ointment and began to tend to Nangong Ro's feet. Nangong Ro cast a discontented glance at Chu Xuancheng, saying, Your Highness, that was not my intention. I see that your technique is quite gentle. It should not cause pain. I would like you to assist me. At that moment, having finished applying the ointment to Yun Ruoyue, Chu Xuancheng stood up and coldly replied, Did you not just say that a woman's touch is more delicate than a man's? I am unfamiliar with your body, while Danner is more acquainted with it. Her technique will surely surpass mine. Enough. You may continue here. I shall escort the princess back. After cleansing his hands in a basin, Chu Xuancheng picked up Yun Ruoyue to depart. Frustrated to the point of feeling ill, Nangong Ro sighed. I am already yours, Your Highness. Yet you claim to be unfamiliar with my body. If you are not, I can serve you tonight to help you become acquainted. With that, she shyly lowered her gaze. Yun Ruoyue felt a shiver run down her spine. Chu Xuancheng intended to convey to Yun Ruoyue that even if he had consummated his marriage with Nangong Ro, he remained unacquainted with her body, indicating his lack of affection for her. To his astonishment, Nangong Ro shamelessly pressed forward, utterly devoid of modesty. He replied coldly, No, I shall rest at the Feyue Pavilion tonight. Danner, once you finish tending to your mistress, return her home safely. The implication was clear. They were to leave before his return. Nangong Ro's delicate face fell, tears welling in her eyes like rain-soaked pear blossoms. Yun Ruoyue shot a disapproving glance at Chu Xuancheng. What nonsense are you spouting? Do not stay at the Feyue Pavilion. And, dear concubine Ro, do not misunderstand. Aside from our previous intimate encounter, he has not touched me. Rest assured, he remains yours. Upon hearing Yun Ruoyue's words, Chu Xuancheng felt an overwhelming surge of anger. Sister, do not say such things. You are also a wife of the prince, and it is only natural for him to favor you. Your affectionate display in the carriage earlier truly made me envious, Nangong Ro said, casting a longing glance at Yun Ruoyue's bosom. The very thing Yun Ruoyue despised was what Nangong Ro yearned for. Realizing that Nangong Ro still harbored resentment about their earlier encounter in the carriage, Yun Ruoyue quickly defended. We did nothing in the carriage. We are entirely innocent. Do not overthink it. Enough. I did not act before, but I shall make amends now, shall I? Chu Xuancheng gritted his teeth and declared, sweeping Yun Ruoyue into his arms as he departed. This woman truly did not know her place, constantly pushing him towards Nangong Ro. Witnessing Chu Xuancheng's furious retreat, tears streamed down Nangong Ro's face. Initially, they did nothing in the carriage, leading her to a misunderstanding. She truly felt foolish. Her inquiries had compelled the prince to confront Yun Ruoyue. She had believed that the prince had been resting in the Feyue Pavilion, having engaged with Yun Ruoyue for an extended period. To her surprise, aside from that one occasion, he had not approached her at all. Her cleverness had ultimately led to her own folly. Throughout their journey, Chu Xuancheng wore a dark expression, escorting Yun Ruoyue back to the Feyue Pavilion. Upon their return, he thrust her onto the bed, glaring at her, demanding to know the meaning of her earlier remarks. Did she believe that he was unworthy of her, thus continually pushing him away? Xuancheng had always been confident in his own allure, yet today, he found himself thwarted by Yun Ruoyue. Not at all. The prince is undeniably handsome and charming. It is I who am unworthy of you. You and concubine Ro are a match made in heaven. Do not take her affections lightly. She is also your savior. You must not neglect her, lest others label you as ungrateful. Yun Ruoyue, fearing that Xuancheng might force himself upon her, softened her tone. How does it matter if I am indeed ungrateful? I care little for the opinions of others. Let them say what they will, Xuancheng retorted through clenched teeth. This woman, in her attempts to escape him, resorted to leveraging gratitude against him. Chapter 664. Crispy pork belly. These words ought to have come from Nangong Ro, yet they escaped her lips. The sentiment was indeed frustrating. But I do care. I do not wish for others to speak ill of my husband, branding him as ungrateful. I certainly do not desire to be seen as a jealous tigress, preventing my husband from enjoying affection with his concubine. Moreover, my foot is in such pain that walking is a struggle. How could I possibly engage in such activities with you? Yun Ruoyue was determined to refuse Xuancheng's advances. Such activities do not necessitate the use of your feet, nor require you to exert yourself. What is there to fear? Xuancheng's lips turned crimson, his mouth curling into a wicked smile. You are utterly shameless. Get out this instant. I wish to never see you again. Yun Ruoyue exclaimed, her face flushed, glaring at Xuancheng. He snorted disdainfully, rising to leave. Were it not for my pressing matters, I would not let you off so easily. Cherish your current freedom. When I have the time, I shall indulge you thoroughly. Go to hell. Leave. Yun Ruoyue screamed at his retreating figure, hurling a pillow in frustration. Unfortunately, Xuancheng departed too swiftly, and she failed to hit him. Fenger rushed in, frightened. Your Highness, you are far too bold. How can you treat the prince this way? He will be furious. Let him be. He can be as angry as he wishes. If he becomes truly enraged, he might choose to divorce me or cast me aside, and that would please me greatly. The thought of Nangong Ro filled Yun Ruoyue with ire, prompting her to shut her eyes in fury. Fenger shook her head helplessly and added, by the way, the eldest princess has returned. The emperor has permitted her to stay for another 15 days, allowing her to celebrate the Lantern Festival in the prince's residence before returning. She has brought Aunt May with her. Your Highness, would you like to pay her a visit? I would indeed like to go, but alas, my ankle is currently sprained, causing me considerable pain while walking. It is quite inconvenient to venture out at this moment, Yun Ruoyue expressed. Then let us wait until your Highness's ankle has healed before making the trip. I shall send Jor to inform Aunt May, Fenger suggested. The eldest princess has always been rather stingy. It would be prudent to clarify the situation, for without explanation, she is certain to misconstrue your Highness's intentions. Fenger, I suddenly find myself yearning for crispy pork belly. What do you think about preparing some? Yun Ruoyue mused, her thoughts drifting to the delectable dishes of the modern age, causing her mouth to water. Despite the abundance of exquisite delicacies in ancient times, they pale in comparison to their modern counterparts. The variety and seasoning of ancient cuisine lack the richness found in contemporary fare, resulting in a decidedly more subdued flavor. Your Highness, what exactly is crispy pork belly? I have never tasted it. Is it delicious? Fenger inquired, her expression one of curiosity. As Yun Ruoyue reminisced about crispy pork belly, her mouth watered profusely. Crispy pork belly is prepared by marinating the skin of the pork belly and then roasting it over a fire. Once cooked, the skin becomes crispy, and when bitten into, it produces a delightful crunch, releasing a savory aroma. The crispy skin, connected to the tender meat, offers a delightful contrast of textures and flavors. Leaving one's mouth glistening with oil, she elaborated, her enthusiasm palpable. Fenger, equally entranced, found herself salivating, having transformed into a bit of a foodie ever since the princess's change. Very well, Your Highness. Please wait here while I fetch the leanest piece of pork belly from the kitchen. If there are any ducks or chickens available, I shall bring a few of those as well. My roasted duck and spicy chicken are also exquisite, Yun Ruoyue declared. Chapter 665. Summoning the prince before long. Yun Ruoyue and her companions sprang into action. In this world, there is nothing that inspires such eagerness and fervor as the act of creating delicious food. Soon, Fenger and Xiao Lu returned from the kitchen with 2 chickens, 2 ducks, a wild hare, and 2 pieces of lean pork belly. Upon the arrival of the ingredients, Yun Ruoyue tapped into her memories of her parents' culinary methods, instructing Fenger and the others on how to prepare the meat. Before long, The courtyard was filled with an array of enticing aromas: roasted duck, rabbit, chicken, and crispy pork belly. Feng hung the duck on the roasting spit while brushing it with oil, the gentle flames licking at the meat, transforming it into a golden, crispy delight. The sight of the succulent duck, glistening and fragrant, was enough to make anyone salivate. When the duck is sliced and placed on a wrapper alongside scallions, cucumber strips, sweet sauce, and garlic paste, the flavor is explosively delightful. The rabbit and chicken, too, sizzled with juices, seasoned with pepper, salt, sesame, and cumin, creating an intoxicating aroma that made the maids present eager to indulge. Yet, it was the roasted crispy pork belly that Yun Ruoyue adored most. The skin, perfectly roasted to a golden crisp, emitted an irresistible fragrance that prompted her to swallow hard. "Wow, Your Highness, what are you roasting? It smells divine." The aroma has wafted all the way to the Xingtian pavilion. At this moment, the brothers Mo Li and Mo Zhu, along with Feng Qingyang, could not resist the enticing aroma wafting through the air and boldly approached. The roasted duck, chicken, wild rabbit, and crispy pork belly were a feast fit for a gathering. And Yun Ruoyue suggested, "We have more than enough meat. Why not join us?" Just the 2 large pieces of pork belly could easily satisfy 7 or 8 people. "Absolutely. Thank you, Your Highness. To be honest, the delightful scent has rendered me uninterested in any other dishes," exclaimed Mo Zhu, hastily placing his sword down to indulge in the feast with the others. Feng Qingyang, fanning himself with a palm-sized fan, cast a silent glance at Mo Zhu. "Mo Zhu, the prince has yet to agree. If you do not invite him, be wary of his potential wrath should he find an excuse to punish you." "Should I go fetch the prince?" Mo Zhu inquired, rising to leave. "Come back." Yun Ruoyue hobbled over, her voice tinged with anger. "Do not summon him. We would prefer to eat in peace. He has Nangong Ro. Why would he need to join us?" The 3 paused, realizing that the princess was still upset over the prince's encounter with Nangong Ro. Should they reveal the truth to her? In reality, it was the princess who had shared the bed with the prince. However, this was complicated by the fact that the prince had simultaneously been with Nangong Ro that very night. If they divulged this to the princess, she would undoubtedly be even angrier, unless the prince had only been with the princess and not with Nangong Ro. Revealing this would surely lead to her resentment toward them, jeopardizing their chance to enjoy the roasted meat. Exchanging glances, a silent agreement passed among them. For the sake of this feast, they decided to remain silent. "So, we truly won't call the prince? It's just us?" Mo Zhu asked nervously. They needed to eat quickly before their shifts began. If the prince learned of their gathering, it would spell trouble. Chapter 666. Do not call him, do not call him. If you summon him, you shall not partake in the meal. Yun Ruoyue declared with irritation. "We won't summon him." The 3 replied in unison, obediently taking their seats at the stone table, sitting in a manner reminiscent of well-behaved children in a kindergarten. At that moment, Feng Er and the others had already brought forth the freshly roasted crispy pork belly to the stone table. As the wind blew, the savory aroma enveloped them. Feng Qingyang, with his hands clasped behind his back and a charming tilt of his head, asked Yun Ruoyue in an adorable tone, "Your Highness, we are quite famished. May we commence our meal before discussing military affairs?" "Certainly. Would you care for some wine?" Yun Ruoyue asked generously. As the head of the household, she had recently received a considerable reward of gold from the emperor, which she had securely locked away in her private treasury, under the vigilant watch of Feng Er and the others. With newfound wealth, she was naturally more extravagant and generous in her gestures. The 3 hesitated. While they yearned for wine, it seemed unwise to indulge in case the prince caught wind of it. Indeed, that would be unwise, they concurred. "Very well, everyone. Take your seats and let us begin." With her command, they all gathered around the stone table and commenced their meal. Yun Ruoyue required no servitude. She took a small knife in hand and sliced a piece of crispy pork belly, dipping the succulent meat into a blend of spices and chili powder. She savored it with a delightful crunch. Oh, how exquisite it was! The golden, crispy exterior glistened, releasing an enticing aroma that enveloped her senses, elevating her spirit to the heavens. Observing her delight, others eagerly followed suit, wielding their knives to carve hefty portions of pork belly, pairing them with sweet sauce or chili powder. As they indulged, a chorus of satisfied exclamations filled the air. "Your Highness, I have never tasted such delectable pork belly. How did you come to know this culinary method? If sold in an eatery, it would surely become a sensation." Wen Qingyang exclaimed. His usual genteel demeanor cast aside as he succumbed to the primal urge to feast alongside the others. Though they had experienced roasted duck and chicken with millennia of history, the crispy pork belly was an unprecedented delight. Their admiration for her deepened with every morsel. Prompted by Wen Qingyang's observations, Yun Ruoyue concocted a brilliant idea. Now that she possessed wealth, why not invest in opening an eatery? She was well-versed in myriad culinary delights and could instruct Fenger and others to relay the recipes to the chefs, overseeing the establishment herself. This way, she could cultivate her fortune, transforming into a prosperous individual without the worry of depleting her resources. These recipes stem from my own studies, she proclaimed, gesturing toward the roasted duck before them. This duck is unlike any you've encountered. It surpasses even what I tasted in the palace. Her previous experience with roasted duck in the palace, though satisfactory, lacked the modern spices and techniques that rendered it less succulent and crisp compared to contemporary varieties. At that moment, under Yun Ruoyue's guidance, Fenger skillfully began to carve the roasted duck. The others, accustomed to merely consuming roasted duck without the accompaniment of thin pancakes or garnishes like cucumber and scallions, found it somewhat bland. Chapter 667. The aroma awaits. Yun Ruoyue instructed Fenger in the art of slicing the roasted duck and presented the freshly prepared pancakes and condiments. As the group gazed at the delicate wrappers, their faces reflected a mix of curiosity and skepticism. Your Highness, how does one consume this pancake? Is it truly delicious? Emily inquired. Rest assured, it is delightful. Simply follow my lead. With these pancakes and vegetables, the roasted duck becomes a sublime experience, rich yet not overwhelming. One could easily enjoy half a duck, Yun Ruoyue replied. With that, she took a piece of pancake, skillfully added a slice of duck, some scallions, and cucumber, drizzled on sweet sauce, and rolled it up before taking a bite. The explosion of flavors danced upon her palate as she savored the exquisite combination. The roasted duck, with its vibrant hue, tender texture, and a perfect balance of richness, was complemented by the aromatic wood smoke, while the crisp skin and refreshing cucumber and scallion enhanced her enjoyment immensely. As the crowd beheld the scene, they were all tempted, saliva trickling down their chins. I want to eat too, Emily declared, and without hesitation, she seized a piece of dough, imitating the princess's method, rolled it around a slice of duck meat, and stuffed it into her mouth. The others quickly followed suit, and soon, the plate of dough and the dish of sliced duck were completely devoured. Next, they indulged in roasted rabbit and chicken, both dishes surpassing even the exquisite cuisine of the imperial palace. In the starry pavilion, Nangong Ro had long departed, while Xuancheng remained in the study, engrossed in official documents. After a while, feeling fatigued, he opened the window to admire the scenery outside. The Lantern Festival was approaching, heralding the advent of spring. The snow in the courtyard had long since melted, and buds were beginning to sprout on the branches, signaling the arrival of the new season. Suddenly, a rich aroma wafted through the air, reminiscent of roasted duck, and Xuancheng realized he, too, had grown hungry and suddenly craved something to eat. He stepped outside to investigate. Where are Mo Li and the others? Why aren't they guarding outside? My lord, are you hungry? Would you like me to send for a meal, or would you prefer to dine with Consort Ro? Li San, who had been on watch outside, promptly inquired upon seeing the lord emerge. The reference to Consort Ro was well understood, as it was common knowledge that the lord held her in high favor. He had dined at Uro Pavilion several times before. Never mind. What is that delightful aroma coming from next door? Xuancheng asked coldly. It seems the princess is roasting meat. Mo Li and the others have all gone over. Would you like to join them? Li San had long wished to partake in the meal, but had restrained himself, knowing someone had to remain on duty. The enticing scent had made his mouth water, and in an effort to suppress his cravings, he even covered his mouth and nose with his hand and closed his eyes, forcing himself to think of blue skies, white clouds, and lush green pastures, determined to avoid thoughts of the roasted duck lest he succumb to temptation. Xuancheng was equally ravenous. He nodded and strode purposefully towards the neighboring room. Upon entering the moonlit archway, he saw Mo Li and the others grappling over a roasted chicken leg, their mouths stuffed with meat, thoroughly engrossed in their feast, completely oblivious to his presence as their lord. What are you doing? Xuancheng's voice rang out coldly. At the sound of his voice, all activity ceased, and an eerie silence fell over the scene, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. After a moment, Mo Li regained his composure. He had just snatched the chicken leg from Feng Qingyang, and was about to take a bite when he caught sight of the Lord, causing his scalp to prickle with apprehension. Chapter 668. Just in time, he grinned sheepishly at Chu Xuancheng and quickly extended the chicken leg towards him. My lord, you arrived at just the right moment. I was in the midst of securing this chicken leg for you. They were far too formidable. Had I not exerted myself for your sake, I would never have managed to acquire it. Please, indulge yourself. Chu Xuancheng shot him a disdainful glance. I shall not partake in something you have touched, especially since it bears the marks of your saliva. Emoli hastily withdrew the chicken leg, thinking to himself that this was quite agreeable. The prince commanded you to guard the Star Pavilion. Yet you have abandoned your posts and come here to indulge in feasting and revelry. Suddenly, Chu Xuancheng bellowed. His furious voice sent a shiver through the hearts of the three. Oh no, the prince is enraged. What to do? Amidst their trembling apprehension, Chu Xuancheng continued. You have gone too far, coming to seek food without even notifying me? With that, he cast a glance at the crispy pork belly roasting over the fire and the golden duck skin enveloping the tender meat within, swallowing hard as his stomach rumbled audibly. Upon hearing this, the three's anxious hearts settled. They had anticipated punishment from the prince, but instead, he took an unexpected turn, alleviating their fears. Fenger, noticing the prince's demeanor, quickly interjected, Your Highness, your arrival is most fortuitous. The princess has already instructed us to prepare a feast for you. We intended to serve it shortly, but since you have come in person, it is splendid. Please, take a seat. The finest wine and delicacies shall be served forthwith. Indeed, all of this has been personally overseen by the princess. She is aware of your exhaustion from the day's toils, and has specifically prepared these dishes for you. Your Highness, please sit. I shall slice the duck for you right away. Jiao chimed in eagerly. Yun Ruoyue shot an exasperated glare at the two. How could they be so fond of spinning tales? She had not prepared anything for Chu Xuancheng. In truth, she had wished he would not come. However, since he was already there, it would be impolite to usher him away. She relented, saying, Jiao serve the prince the meat. Without needing further instruction from the princess, and Jiao had already presented the sumptuous feast before the prince. Chu Xuancheng cast a sidelong glance at Yun Ruoyue, deeming her somewhat perceptive. The roasted meat is served. Do indulge, Yun Ruoyue said coldly. She had no desire to entertain him, yet with his audacity to appear, she could not dismiss him. A dignified prince, what delicacies had he not tasted? Why come to her for food? If he desired a feast, he could have summoned the kitchen staff. Yet, he chose to intrude upon her, which irked her greatly. Chu Xuancheng replied nonchalantly, proceeding to eat at a leisurely pace. His dining etiquette was exquisite. Even when faced with rare culinary delights, he maintained an air of poise and calm. This unhurried elegance captivated the young maidens, who found great pleasure in observing a handsome man dine. For the maidens, his presence was a delight. However, for Yun Ruoyue, it was a torment. The mere thought of his intimate connection with Nangong Ro soured her appetite, rendering even the most delectable dishes tasteless. At that moment, a voice from outside called, Your Highness. Your Highness, the concubine Ro has sent someone to request an audience. The maidservant bowed respectfully to the prince and the princess. As soon as she finished speaking, the matron Yu, who followed closely behind, bowed to Chu Xuancheng, maintaining her gaze straight ahead as she entered. Chapter 669. The prince's fortunate affairs. These maidservants, Yu Dan Kai Dai, and one named Xing, were all attendants of Nangong Ro. This month, the matron Yu had a faint impression of Yun Ruoyue. She shared a cordial relationship with the matron Zhang, who had previously deprived her of food and embezzled funds from the Wangfu. Originally, she was an esteemed matron of the Li Wangfu, yet she had been reassigned to the Yu Ro Pavilion. Danner, Kai Dai, and Xinger were handmaidens brought from the Nangong residence by Nangong Ro as part of her dowry. Typically, this matron appeared rarely and spoke little, exuding an aura of insignificance. However, upon glancing into her eyes, Yun Ruoyue noticed a sinister, cold, and menacing glint that evoked discomfort, reminiscent of the harsh old matrons guarding the cold palace within the imperial court. When Chu Xuancheng observed the matron entering, he coldly lifted his gaze, inquiring about her purpose. Replying to the lord, the madam has mentioned that today marks the return of the eldest princess to the residence. To welcome her, she wishes to invite the lord and the lady to the Yunxian Pavilion for a dinner with the princess. The eldest princess had previously expressed her loneliness in dining alone and believed that a shared meal would foster warmth and happiness. The madam desires for the princess to feel the warmth of the Wangfu, having prepared a sumptuous feast herself to be served at Yunxian Pavilion, and she requests that the lord and the lady grace the occasion with their presence. The matron stood rigidly, her gaze fixed ahead as she spoke. Yun Ruoyue was momentarily taken aback, sensing that the matron's tone seemed to wield the authority of the princess to impose pressure upon them. Yet, she could not sway Xuancheng. Return to inform the concubine Ro that I have already dined with the lady. Tell the princess that whenever I am free, I will visit her. Xuancheng replied displeased, harboring no desire to see Nangong Ro at that moment, and feeling quite irked by the matron's interruption of his dining experience. The matron faltered, "My lord, but the madam has toiled for much of the day and prepared numerous dishes, all of which are your favorites. Should you not attend, it would surely sadden her, and such an abundance of food would go to waste. If she finds it wasteful, she may distribute it to the servants." Xuancheng retorted, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "I still wish to dine with the lady. If you do not withdraw, you will disturb my enjoyment." The matron's expression stiffened, her body trembling slightly. She had assumed the lord was quite fond of concubine Ro, yet was taken aback by his indifference towards her. After all, concubine Ro was his lifesaver, and she could not fathom such treatment. Unaware of the truth behind Xuancheng's feelings, the matron feared failure in her task and attempted to persuade him again. However, upon meeting the terrifying intensity of his gaze, she promptly lowered her head, bowed, and hastily withdrew. As the matron departed, Yun Ruoyue cast a cold smile at Xuancheng. "My lord, you are indeed favored. There are always those who attend to your needs. Concubine Ro has prepared your favorite dishes. If you do not honor her efforts with your presence, would that not dismiss her heartfelt intentions?" Xuancheng instantly recognized that Yun Ruoyue was alluding to the entanglements he faced with her sister at the Xiangfu. He silently tugged at his lips, for he had not pursued those women. Rather, they had approached him of their own accord. What concern was it of his? He was, after all, an innocent party in this matter. Chapter 670. Are you jealous? As he leaned towards Yun Ruoyue, his enchanting eyes sparkled with intensity, his cheeks flushed, and a faint scent of wine lingered about him. "Who is jealous of you?" she retorted. "Someone has fulfilled the duties of the princess for me, which I could only wish for." Yun Ruoyue hastily stepped back, wishing to distance herself from Xuancheng. With a faint smile, Xuancheng toyed with his wineglass, saying, "So this means you acknowledge that you have obligations as the Princess of Li? We are destined to part ways sooner or later. Do not overthink it," Yun Ruoyue whispered. Leaning closer to him, Xuancheng clenched his teeth, leaning in towards her as well, a faint smile gracing his lips, yet his voice dripped with a chilling coldness. "As long as you draw breath, you shall never escape my grasp. This Li Wangfu will be your eternal home, and you shall not flee." "That sounds more like a lifelong prison. Are you suggesting that if I were to die, I could leave this place?" Yun Ruoyue scoffed. "Even in death, you shall remain within the confines of Li Wangfu. I will never relinquish my hold on you." A glint of coldness flickered in Xuancheng's eyes. The more she wished to escape him, the tighter he would hold on. "Is that so, your highness? Have you fallen in love with me? Hence your unwillingness to let go?" Yun Ruoyue mocked, fixating her gaze on Xuancheng, reminding herself that she was the daughter of his enemy. He had once despised her deeply, yet recently, like a tempest, he had suddenly begun to show concern for her, leaving her quite unsettled. She was well aware of her own standing and did not believe that his concern stemmed from genuine affection. Xuancheng faltered at her inquiry, questioning himself if he had indeed fallen for her. He was uncertain of the answer. All he knew was an uncontrollable desire to draw closer to her, to possess her, and to confine her so she would not leave. Seeing the shadow of doubt in his eyes, Yun Ruoyue silently laughed. He was indeed putting on an act. What was his true intention? Was he genuinely concerned for her, or was there another motive at play? Upon arriving at Yunxian Pavilion, Granny Yu respectfully approached the Grand Princess and Nangong Ro, reporting, "Your Highness, Madam, the Prince has stated that he wishes to dine with the Princess and has requested that I not disturb his enjoyment. He said he would join you for a meal when he is free." The Grand Princess's expression instantly darkened as she surveyed the table laden with delicacies, her appetite vanishing in an instant. Nangong Ro's face reflected her disappointment, and with a pale countenance, she coldly remarked, "I had anticipated this outcome. The prince's heart lies with my sister. How could he possibly join us for a meal? When you arrived, had the prince already dined with her?" Granny Yu shook her head, replying, "Not yet finished. They are still eating." I observed that the princess prepared a plethora of exquisite roasted meats, including crispy roasted pork belly, roasted duck, roasted chicken, roasted rabbit, and many other dishes. The prince and Emily appeared to be enjoying themselves immensely, drinking with great satisfaction. The elderly servant inhaled the enticing aroma, which was truly delectable, causing one's mouth to water with desire. Such exquisite delicacies would be even more delightful if the princess could invite the royal sister and the lady to partake together. After speaking, Granny Yu exchanged glances with Nangong Ro. Since she had accepted Nangong Ro's silver, she had become her ally, naturally seeking to sow discord between the princess and the royal lady. Nangong Ro was momentarily taken aback. Her sister had prepared such a plethora of delicious dishes. Yet she preferred to dine with the servants rather than invite the elder sister and herself. Was it due to past grievances that she had developed disdain for both her and the elder sister? If that were the case, it would be a burden too heavy to bear. As she pondered this, she rose and knelt before the princess, saying, "Your Highness, I apologize. You and my sister have no quarrel. It is because you spoke on my behalf and defended me that she harbors animosity towards you. She has chosen not to include you in any good fortune, and this fault lies with me." Granny Yu added, "What the lady says is true. The royal lady would rather dine with the servants than invite the princess, clearly showing her disregard. The princess has only just returned, yet she does not even take a moment to acknowledge her presence. Previously, when the lady sent a servant to invite the royal lady to greet the princess, she refused on the pretext of an injury. Yet, I saw her earlier, in good spirits and smiling, appearing far from injured. Her actions are a blatant slight to the princess." "Silence, Granny Yu. The royal lady is not someone you can criticize." Nangong Ro quickly shot a glare at Granny Yu. "I apologize, Your Highness. It was the servant's indiscretion. I shall punish myself," Granny Yu said, striking her own face with 2 resounding slaps. Her head bowed in a display of deep remorse. The princess was already seething with anger, her palm striking the table with a loud crack as she gritted her teeth. "I need not your words. I can infer her character. When has she ever invited me to enjoy her culinary creations? Even without rower, she would still disregard me. For she is inherently proud, arrogant, and short-sighted. This Yun Ruoyue has completely extinguished any goodwill I once held for her. Last time at the Wei State Duke's residence, Yun Ruoyue saved me. Though Rower and I later speculated that she delayed her rescue to invoke my gratitude, I still felt a flicker of appreciation. Yet, to my dismay, after finally escaping the palace, she has treated me with such contempt once more. Your Highness, the dishes are growing cold. Do have a bite, and do not dwell on this matter, lest you harm your health." Seeing her aim achieved, Nangong Ro used the serving chopsticks to place a piece of sweet and sour ribs into a ceramic bowl before the princess. The princess, feeling listless, shook her head. "Xianchen has not come. I have no appetite. You may eat." At the mention of Chu Xianchen, tears welled in Nangong Ro's eyes. She dabbed at the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief, saying, "If your Highness cannot eat, how can I? Without the prince's company, I too lack the desire for food. Just take these dishes away. Rower, you should return to rest. All of you, withdraw. I wish to be alone for a while." With that, the princess coldly rose, sweeping her sleeves aside as she departed. Nangong Ro hastily instructed Mama Yu to remove the food, returning to Yu Ro Gu with a countenance of despondency. Alone in her chamber, she simmered with frustration while contemplating how to contend with Yun Ruoyue to regain favor. That night, a dark moon hung in the heavens, surrounded by a myriad of stars that sparkled like pearls, adorning the sky with shimmering silver light. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying a faint scent of dragon's saliva. Suddenly, a fiery red figure leapt over the high walls of the Li Wang Fu, deftly evading numerous guards, and made its way into the royal residence. However, upon entering, the figure found itself lost within the confines of the estate. After aimlessly wandering the courtyard several times, it failed to locate the one it sought. "Xiao Yu heir, where art thou? Thou art proving difficult to find," mused the figure. Indeed, it was the stunningly handsome Su Changxiao, clad in a resplendent crimson robe, his posture alluring, and his gaze somewhat mischievous. Since their last encounter in the palace, where he discovered Yun Ruoyue was the celestial being he had been searching for, he had been plagued by restlessness and sleepless nights. Learning of her true identity only intensified his longing, yet he found no opportunity to meet her, prompting his decision to seek her out at the Li Wang Fu. Alas, his unfamiliarity with the estate led him astray. At that moment, He unexpectedly turned a corner to find himself outside a pavilion marked with the golden characters Yun Xiange. A wicked smile graced his lips. The presence of the character Yun indicated that this was undoubtedly where Xiaoyue resided. With a casual elegance, he stood tall, delicately tucking a strand of hair behind his ear under the moonlight, and with a charming smile, he strode into Yun Xiange. Upon entering the pavilion, he was surprised to find it devoid of guards, which conveniently facilitated his search for Xiaoyue. Suddenly, he looked up to see a delicate pink silhouette beneath the grand locust tree. Were it not for the many lanterns hanging in the pavilion casting light upon the woman, he might have mistaken her for a ghost. Upon closer inspection, he noted her slender form and graceful bearing, strikingly reminiscent of Xiaoyue. Moreover, her extravagant attire and opulent jewelry could belong only to the princess of Li Wangfu. He was now convinced that this lady was indeed Xiaoyue. He pondered what she could be doing alone beneath the tree at such an hour. Her silhouette appeared forlorn as she gazed up at the sky, releasing a gentle sigh that tugged at his heartstrings. Could it be that Xiaoyue was sorrowful over her lack of affection from Chu Xianchen? Truly, it was a shame. To have married her yet failed to cherish her was a grave injustice. With this thought, he approached her with a heart full of compassion, his steps light and ethereal. Then, instinctively, he reached from behind to cover her eyes, playfully asking, "Xiaoyue, guess who I am?" Startled, Xiaoyue froze momentarily. Just as she was about to scream in surprise, she recognized that familiar voice. He was the man she had once longed for, but dared not approach. Recognizing his voice, she made no resistance, her body trembling slightly as she remained rooted in place. However, their acquaintance was not particularly close. Why would he call her Xiaoyue? Upon seeing that Yun Ruoyue did not resist, Su Changxiao let out a sigh of relief. Could this mean that she did not despise him as much as he had feared? He promptly declared, "Xiaoyue, ever since our last encounter in the palace, I have fallen deeply in love with you. You are the first woman I, Su Changxiao, have ever loved. For you, I have lost my appetite and sleep. I realize that my visit is rather abrupt, but I cannot bear the longing for you any longer. I know that coming to see you at this moment is against morals and propriety, yet I truly wish to see how you fare in the Li Wangfu, to ensure no one is mistreating you. In the past, I have wronged you greatly, taking advantage of my father's power to tease many, and among them, you were the one I tormented the most. Now, I am filled with guilt and remorse, and I have come tonight to sincerely apologize." Chapter 673. Mistaken Identity. Yun Ruoyue's body stiffened momentarily, her shoulders quivering gently. He had actually professed his love for her, and her desolate heart suddenly stirred with excitement, leaving her somewhat lightheaded. Su Changxiao's other intention was to apologize for the times he had bullied her under the guise of his father's influence. While he had indeed teased her before, it had not been to a grievous extent. With her royal brother present, Su Changxiao initially did tease her, but upon seeing Xianchen, he quickly retreated and never bothered her again. In fact, she had heard that he had tormented the ugly girl from the Xiangfu, Yun Ruoyue, the most. Nevertheless, it was true that he had indeed teased her. Yet, she never expected that this notoriously mischievous and heartless young lord, who took pleasure in bullying others, would apologize to her and even confess his feelings. Her delicate face flushed instantly. Noticing that Xiaoyue had not spoken, Su Changxiao felt an increasing sense of guilt. With a pained expression, he said, "I am sorry. I must have caused you so many psychological shadows in the past. If you are willing, I would spend the latter half of my life making amends. Since our last meeting in the palace, knowing how much you despise me has nearly shattered my heart. I increasingly realize how excessive my past actions were. I do not expect your forgiveness. I merely hope you will not reject my approach in the future. If you can forgive me, that would be the greatest blessing. I am willing to forgive you." Unexpectedly, the petite Xiaoyue spoke, her voice sweet and her demeanor bashful. However, that voice sent a jolt through Su Changxiao, causing him to suddenly release his grip and step back in shock, exclaiming, "You are not Xiaoyue at all. Who are you? What do you mean? I am Princess Chu, named Jiyu, not Xiaoyue. Who else would I be?" The Long Princess turned in astonishment upon hearing Su Changxiao's words. When their gazes met, Su Changxiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Trembling all over, he pointed at the Long Princess, his teeth chattering. "How can it be you, Princess? This is my Yunxian pavilion. Who else could it possibly belong to?" "Su Changxiao, what do you mean by that? Were your earlier words not directed at me?" As the eldest princess realized this truth, her countenance darkened significantly. She had foolishly believed Su Changxiao's words and even developed feelings for him. She wished she could find a hole to hide in. It was utterly embarrassing. Is this Yinxian Pavilion truly yours? I thought it was. What was it called? You just referred to me by my childhood name, and I acknowledged it. Yet now you wear this expression. It is quite excessive of you. The eldest princess was already in a foul mood this evening, and now her frustration escalated. I mistook you for someone else. I meant no offense. My apologies. I shall take my leave. Naturally, Su Changxiao would not reveal to the princess that he was actually seeking Yun Ruoyue. Thus, he intended to turn away and depart. However, to his surprise, the eldest princess seized him by the arm. What? You think you can be frivolous with me and simply walk away? Su Changxiao, whom do you believe I am? If you do not clarify matters with me today, you shall not leave. I shall charge you with trespassing into the Li Wangfu, and for your indiscretion. Su Changxiao cast her an impatient glance, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Did she truly think she could ensnare him? He turned around, looking at her with disdain. I have already apologized. Why do you persist? Chapter 674. Taking advantage because you just laid hands upon me. The eldest princess, upon recalling how Su Changxiao had covered her eyes from behind, felt a rush of both shame and anger. Initially, she thought Su Changxiao harbored feelings for her and was confessing his affections. Little did she expect that he mistook her for another woman. In truth, she was not well acquainted with Su Changxiao. He had bullied her in the past and was, in fact, 3 years her junior. Moreover, the Su family and the Li Wangfu had a long-standing enmity. However, despite his notorious reputation as a rogue, Su Changxiao was the martial arts champion from 3 years ago. During the imperial martial arts examination, she had watched him with rapt attention. He had displayed exceptional prowess, moving with grace and confidence, showcasing his skills in acrobatics and combat, besting numerous martial artists without contest, and earning the title of champion. His remarkable martial arts skills and gallant demeanor had captivated many maidens, including the eldest princess herself. He was the very embodiment of a carefree, rebellious spirit, and yet, she found herself drawn to such a man. However, due to their family's grievances, she had never dared to express her feelings, fearing the scorn of those who would deem her shameless for harboring affection for the son of her family's adversary. Su Ming had been complicit in the tragic fate of her parents. When Su Changxiao had just confessed and apologized, she was deeply moved and chose to forgive him. Simultaneously, she was acutely aware that Su Changxiao and Su Ming were not of the same ilk. Su Changxiao had long harbored dissatisfaction towards Su Ming, often opposing him and disapproving of his political maneuverings that favored nepotism, causing chaos within the Su residence and leaving Su Ming in a state of constant vexation. This was also a source of her lack of disdain for Su Changxiao. If her rapport with him were to improve, perhaps she could win him over, sow discord between him and his father, and use him against Su Ming. Little did she expect that her hopes were but a figment of her imagination. When Su Changxiao noticed the Princess of Chang grasping his arm, he narrowed his eyes in displeasure, forcefully attempting to shake her off. The princess, however, was unwilling to relinquish her hold, gripping him tightly. In the midst of their struggle, she suddenly lost her footing and stumbled towards him. Su Changxiao, taken aback by her sudden lunge, retreated a step, momentarily forgetting his martial prowess. In truth, he was quite intimidated by this fierce woman. Unexpectedly, the princess fell heavily against him, and with a resounding thud, they both found themselves on the ground, their lips inadvertently meeting in an unanticipated kiss. In that instant, their eyes widened in shock. The princess was momentarily stunned, realizing she had landed atop Su Changxiao and kissed him. Her face flushed crimson, a flicker of indignation flashing in her eyes. Su Changxiao, astonished, was consumed by rage upon being kissed, his countenance darkening. Yet he was taken aback by the softness of her lips, which contradicted his expectations. Suddenly, he thought of Yun Ruoyue, and in his fury, he forcefully pushed the princess away, leaping to his feet, frantically wiping his mouth with his sleeve, spitting in disgust. How revolting! Chu Jiu, did you do this on purpose? How dare you take advantage of me? Chapter 675. She is a mother tiger. This was his first kiss, lost in such a manner, infuriating him to no end. You are the one who is revolting, you shameless one, barging into my residence. You are the one who did this deliberately. This was my first kiss. You scoundrel. Go to hell. The princess, incensed by Su Changxiao's accusation of her being disgusting, instantly lost any lingering fondness she had for him. In a fit of rage, she raised her hand and slapped him across the face. With a sharp crack, Su Changxiao's handsome visage bore the mark of her strike. His face twisted in anger as he bellowed, "You dare strike me? Do you realize this was also my first kiss? You, an old maid who cannot find a husband, deliberately fell upon me to take advantage and insult me. You scoundrel! How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Do you believe I would not kill you?" The princess, now utterly disillusioned with Su Changxiao, found herself regretting her initial admiration for him. As Su Changxiao clutched his aching face, glaring at her in fury, he retorted, "You wish to kill me? Do you possess any martial skills? With such meager abilities, this prince has never regarded you with any respect. You, like a leopard that cannot change its spots, have proven to be as insufferable as ever, Su Changxiao. I was truly blind to have believed you were not as frivolous as you appear. Alas, I was mistaken. You are nothing more than a good-for-nothing, arrogant heir," the princess declared with fury. Su Changxiao merely smirked, casting a disdainful glance her way. A fierce tigress indeed. No wonder everyone fears you, and no one dares to marry you. With your temperament, who could possibly endure you? I find it unlikely that you will ever find a husband. Who are you calling a tigress? The princess fumed, stamping her foot in rage. Is there a third party present here? Your character leaves much to be desired, and it seems your intellect has diminished significantly as well, Su Changxiao retorted sharply. You, go die? The princess exclaimed, picking up a stick from the ground and lunging it at Su Changxiao. Although proficient in martial arts, he never laid a hand on women. Startled, he leapt back, suspending himself in midair, and struck a pose reminiscent of the Monkey King probing for demons, before smugly declaring, "You cannot deny being a tigress. A gentleman does not brawl with a lady. I shall not stoop to your level. I advise you, do not be overly domineering, speak less coarsely, and refrain from being too brutish, lest you remain unmarried. Begone. Whether I marry or not is of no concern to you. You should worry about yourself. A layabout like you, who is uneducated and indulges in debauchery, is hardly a catch for any woman. Any woman who marries you will surely have bad luck for generations." The princess seethed, gritting her teeth in anger. With a nimble leap, Su Changxiao ascended the high wall, raising an eyebrow at the princess with a mocking smile. "It is quite amusing. Just moments ago, someone blushed and trembled at my declaration, sweetly asking for my forgiveness. Alas, you are not to my taste. You are far too fierce." Chapter 676. Forget me, it was not mere boasting. Women who wished to marry him could encircle the entire imperial city. Yet, the number of men brave enough to marry the princess was exceedingly few. Stung by Su Changxiao's mocking words, the princess felt a fierce urge to bash her head against a wall. She had genuinely believed that Su Changxiao harbored feelings for her and sought to confess and apologize, only to realize he had mistaken her for another. Squinting her eyes, she pondered, did he not call out to someone named Xiaoyu or Xiaoyu? Not Xiaoyu. It seemed she had misread the situation entirely. Who could this Xiaoyu be? Suddenly, she recalled Yun Ruoyue, and an alarm rang in her heart. The name Yun Ruoyue contained the character for moon. Could it be that Su Changxiao had affections for her? Furthermore, he had claimed to have bullied her the most, and naturally, that would be Yun Ruoyue. Yes, she was not mistaken, it must be so. To her astonishment, this debauched scion had developed feelings for Yun Ruoyue, causing a pang of jealousy to surge within her. After soaring from the Liwangfu, Su Changxiao did not leave, but returned stealthily after the princess had retreated to her chambers. He did not encounter Yun Ruoyue tonight, yet he remained resolute in his pursuit. Thus, he stealthily infiltrated the Li Wang mansion once more, continuing his search to ascertain where Yun Ruoyue resided. At last, diligence bore fruit. He found himself before a pavilion named Feiyue Pavilion, where he spotted the gatekeeper, a maid named Fenger. This maid had once accompanied Yun Ruoyue to the Su residence to attend to his ailment, and he recognized her. Her presence here indicated that this was indeed Yun Ruoyue's abode. By this hour, the night had deepened, and only Fenger stood at the entrance. Struggling to keep her eyes open, Su Changxiao picked up a small stone and gently struck her acupoint, causing her to immediately slump to the ground. Since she was so drowsy, it was best she succumb to slumber. With a smile, Su Changxiao proceeded stealthily to the door of the room Fenger was guarding. Who is outside? Fenger, where are you? At that moment, Yun Ruoyue heard the sound of Fenger's body collapsing and instantly stood up, gripped by tension. She swiftly seized a tranquilizer needle from the table, her gaze fixed warily on the door. Upon witnessing her reaction, Su Changxiao forcefully pushed open her door, his fiery red figure darting into the room, startling Yun Ruoyue. Who are you? How dare you trespass in this consort's chamber? Initially, Yun Ruoyue could not discern the identity of the figure before her, but she tightened her grip on the tranquilizer needle, glaring at him in anger. Just as her words fell from her lips, she saw the man lift his head, a smile gracing his features. Xiaoyue, have you forgotten me so soon? Have you truly cast me from your memory? He pouted, feigning sorrow, wiping non-existent tears from his face with his hand. It is you. What have you done to Fenger? Why have you intruded into my room at such an hour? What are your intentions? Yun Ruoyue's heart raced, for she had heard unsettling rumors regarding Su Changxiao's reputation. If he sought to impose himself upon her, what could she do? She regarded him with suspicion, desperately wishing for Xuancheng to arrive and rescue her. Seeing the apprehension etched on Yun Ruoyue's face, Su Changxiao placed a hand over his heart, feigning hurt. What do you take me for? I merely passed by and wished to see you. Why do you regard me with such suspicion? In my eyes, you are even less than a rogue. A grown man intruding into a virtuous woman's chamber in the dead of night. What do you intend to do? As she spoke, Yun Ruoyue gripped the tranquilizer hidden in her sleeve. If Su Changxiao dared to act impudently towards her, she would resolve him with a single prick. Then, she would strip him of his garments and toss him into the city moat to feed the fish. Simultaneously, she glanced outside, noting Fenger sprawled on the ground. Her eyes blazing with fury. You killed Fenger? No. I merely sealed her acupoint to halt her blood flow temporarily. She has merely fainted. Rest assured, she shall awaken shortly. How can you treat her thus? Release her acupoint at once, or I shall not spare you. Yun Ruoyue declared, her heart ablaze with wrath. There's no need for haste. I am parched. Let me quench my thirst here first. After Su Changxiao finished speaking, he casually took a seat, rolled up his wide sleeves, and lifted the small teapot simmering over the fire to pour himself some tea. Wait, I am the host. It should be I who serves you. Stop this, Yun Ruoyue said, snatching the teapot from him and pouring tea into the nearby blue and white porcelain cup. As the scalding tea poured out, she swiftly raised the cup and lunged at Su Changxiao, shouting, Die, you lecher. The tea splashed over Su Changxiao, startling him into an immediate jump. Fortunately, it was winter, and he was clad in warm clothing, so the tea did not scald him. Had his reaction been a moment slower, he might have burned his face. Little Yuer, I ventured here at great personal risk to see you, and this is how you treat me? It seems the ancient saying about a woman's heart being the most venomous is indeed true. Despite sharing similar tempers, he found himself disliking the princess while adoring little Yuer. He even thought her angry glare was rather endearing. Indeed, beauty often lies in the eyes of the beholder. Meanwhile, Yun Ruoyue looked at her scalded fingers and exclaimed softly, Ouch, that's hot. She had intended to scald Su Changxiao, but ended up burning her own hand while gripping the hot teacup. Upon seeing her distress, Su Changxiao immediately wore a worried expression and asked, Have you burned yourself? Does it hurt? Let me see. He had noticed the teapot was hot when he poured the tea, but being a martial artist, he found such heat trivial. He had no desire to lose face in front of Yun Ruoyue, so he endured the heat while calmly pouring himself tea. Unexpectedly, the cup burned her, filling him with guilt. Had he warned her to be cautious, perhaps she would not have harmed herself. Mind your own business. Take 3 steps back and keep your distance, Yun Ruoyue retorted, quickly sucking her finger to alleviate the pain. Unbeknownst to her, this gesture was irresistibly alluring to Su Changxiao. He had never seen this side of her. Previously, she had struck him as unsightly, even grotesque. Now, even a simple act of sucking her fingers stirred his heart, causing his cheeks to flush. He hastily swallowed and lowered his head, avoiding her gaze for fear of losing control and committing an act only a beast would dare. He was no beast. Despite his notorious reputation, he was a gentleman, never having entered a brothel, and had never even held a woman's hand. He would never bully Yun Ruoyue. Please, do not make such gestures. I cannot bear it, Su Changxiao murmured, his face aflame, his voice barely audible. Chapter 678. Utterly heartless Yun Ruoyue gazed at him incredulously. He could actually blush. Was this truly the arrogant Su Changxiao? She glared at him coldly and retorted, Stop with the nonsense. And do not pretend to be innocent in front of me. I told you to get lost, did you hear me? If Xuancheng discovers you in my chamber at this hour, how will I explain it? If the world were to witness this, she would rather not live. Xiaoyue, how could you treat me this way? I came all this way to see you. I even lost my way and nearly fell into the hands of another. How can you be so cold-hearted? Su Changxiao said angrily. Yun Ruoyue let out a cold laugh. She wasn't even angry, yet he blamed her. Moreover, what kind of man worries about losing himself? He was indeed a reckless libertine, his actions outrageous and his words senseless. He must be a fool. Yun Ruoyue glared at him, tightening her grip on the anesthetic. We are not acquainted. Your visit is unnecessary. Will you leave or not? If you do not depart, I shall call for help. Jiu and the others are lodging in the adjacent room. If I shout, they will surely hear and come to my aid. Yet, she hesitated to call out, not wanting anyone to witness Su Changxiao in her chamber. You just arrived, and you already wish for me to leave? You are quite heartless. I have yet to see how you fare in the Li Wangfu. I have heard that Chu Xuancheng scarcely favors you, lavishing his affection solely on that concubine. What use do you have for such a man? You would be better off divorcing him or casting him aside to marry me. I would cherish only you. Su Changxiao winked at Yun Ruoyue, his eyes brimming with affection and desire. A woman abandoning a man. Yun Ruoyue was taken aback. Su Changxiao was indeed amusing. Nevertheless, she maintained an unwelcoming demeanor, uncertain of his intentions. Whether he favored me or not is our affair. I advise you not to meddle, for I wish to have no association with you. I will count to 3. If you do not leave, do not blame me for being impolite. Yun Ruoyue declared, commencing her count. 1, 2, 3. Suddenly, Yun Ruoyue gasped. While counting, her right hand accidentally pressed against the scorching teapot, causing her to exclaim in pain. You burned yourself again? Su Changxiao hurried over, concern etched on his face. Do not come near. This does not concern you. You should leave at once, Yun Ruoyue insisted. Her face contorted in pain. It is all my fault. I should have moved the teapot further away. Extend your hand. Let me see, Su Changxiao said, drawing closer to Yun Ruoyue, attempting to grasp her hand. Yun Ruoyue was taken aback. What are you doing? You scoundrel. She reflexively extended her hand, injecting him in the waist with a needle. Su Changxiao immediately felt a wave of numbness wash over him, as if his lower body had lost all sensation. He slumped into the chair, gazing at Yun Ruoyue with confusion. Did you poison me? What is this poison? Why can't I move my lower body? Why is my body so weak and devoid of feeling? Seeing his state, Yun Ruoyue finally sighed in relief. As long as Su Changxiao was anesthetized, she needed to quickly inform Jiu and the others to take him away to avoid being seen. She had acted out of fear that he might take advantage of her. Chapter 679. Someone has arrived. She fixed a cold gaze upon Su Changxiao, her voice steady as she declared, You are unable to move now. It would be wise to heed my words. Otherwise, I shall end your life and discard your body in the mass grave to feed the wild dogs. Please, I hold sincere feelings for you. How could you treat me this way? Su Changxiao lamented, a look of unjust grievance etched upon his face. In truth, even with his lower half numbed, controlling Yun Ruoyue would have been a trivial matter. He merely wished to avoid causing her harm. Pray tell, what was your intention in stealthily entering the Prince of Li's residence at this late hour? Do you seek to take advantage of me? Yun Ruoyue inquired. Brandishing a fruit knife from the table, her anger directed at Su Changxiao's throat. Startled, Su Changxiao instinctively recoiled, his large, innocent eyes wide with surprise. What could I possibly wish to take? He protested, as Yun Ruoyue's fury intensified, her eyes narrowing. That is not what I meant. My purpose in coming to the Prince of Li's residence was solely to see you. I harbor no other intentions. My goals are quite simple, only for you. Simple, you say? A grown man sneaking into my room at such an hour is akin to a thief. What would this be considered in modern times? Yet, within the confines of this predatory ancient era, it was crucial that such matters remain undiscovered. At that moment, a sudden rush of footsteps echoed from outside. My lord, I have witnessed with my own eyes. The thief has entered the lady's courtyard. Clad in fiery red garments, he possesses remarkable agility, capable of scaling walls with great speed. Alas, I could not discern his features, but I am certain that the intruder is a man. The voice of the rough and deep-voiced Mama Yu reverberated. Yun Ruoyue's heart sank, and she raised her gaze, peering through the crack in the door to see Nangong Ro, Mama Yu, and Chu Xuancheng, accompanied by a throng of torch-bearing guards, approaching Feiyue Pavilion. Oh no, someone is coming. Yun Ruoyue whispered urgently. What shall we do now? If I cannot move, and you do not poison me, I could escape through the back window immediately. You truly are something else. Su Changxiao gazed at Yun Ruoyue in disbelief. Yet outwardly, he maintained his composure. He had committed no wrongdoing, having come solely to see Yun Ruoyue, and thus had no reason to feel guilty. However, the tremor in his hands betrayed his unease. Although they were innocent of any transgression, Their present predicament painted a different picture. Should they be discovered, their fates would be sealed. Known for his rebellious spirit and disregard for reputation, Su Changxiao felt differently about Yun Ruoyue, for she was a woman. A glint of cold resolve flickered in his eyes. He had resolved that, should they be caught, he would shoulder the blame alone, claiming he had infiltrated the Prince of Li's residence solely to gather evidence of Xuancheng's collusion with the enemy nation. This plan would preserve Yun Ruoyue's honor, allow him to extricate himself from danger, and lay a charge of treason upon Xuancheng. A brilliant strategy indeed. Just then, Yun Ruoyue observed Xuancheng amidst a throng of guards, entering the courtyard with a worried expression. Hastily, she closed the door and secured the bolt before retrieving an antidote syringe from her bag, advancing towards Su Changxiao. "Xiaoyer, what are you up to now? What is that?" As soon as Su Changxiao caught sight of the syringe resembling the one that had incapacitated him earlier, he gazed warily at Yun Ruoyue. She had previously used such a syringe to inject him, rendering him immobile. Surely, she couldn't be intending to eliminate him to silence him, could she? Chapter 680. There are thieves in the manor. This is the antidote. Spare me the trivialities. Once I administer the antidote, you must make your escape through the back door without lingering here, Yun Ruoyue instructed, efficiently injecting the remedy into Su Changxiao's side. Nonetheless, the antidote would take 5 minutes to take effect, leaving Su Changxiao still unable to move. After administering the antidote, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside. It was Li San's anxious voice. "Princess, are you inside? Someone has reported a thief breaking into the Feiyue pavilion. Are you unharmed? Who is it? It's the dead of night. Why are you knocking on my door?" Yun Ruoyue feigned a yawn, pretending to be fatigued. Upon hearing her voice, a collective sigh of relief passed through the crowd. Xuancheng's penetrating gaze swept over the room as he stepped forward. "Just now, Mama Yu came to report that she saw a thief enter the Feiyue pavilion. Are you all right? I was merely sleeping. How could anything be amiss? Please wait a moment while I dress. I shall emerge once I am ready," Yun Ruoyue replied, leaning her back against the door, resolutely barring entry. Su Changxiao had yet to depart. She needed to keep them steady and prevent their entry. She hadn't been asleep, having been engrossed in her reading, so her attire was already in place, requiring no further adjustment. Upon hearing that Yun Ruoyue was well, Xuancheng finally felt a genuine sense of relief. "Your Highness, look at Feng'er lying on the ground. What has happened to her?" At that moment, Nangong Ro noticed Feng'er sprawled on the floor. Earlier, due to the surrounding darkness, no one had noticed the figure on the ground. Now realizing Feng'er was indeed lying there, Xuancheng squinted in confusion and roused her from her slumber. Mama Yu promptly brought a basin of cold water and splashed it onto Feng'er's face. The shock of the cold water jolted her awake. "Is it raining?" she exclaimed, sitting up and wiping the water from her face. Once she cleared her vision, she noticed a group of shadowy figures before her. There stood the prince, concubine Ro, Mo Li, Mo Zhu, and Mama Yu holding an empty basin. Upon catching sight of the copper basin in Mama Yu's hand, Feng'er became so irate that she forgot to greet Xuancheng first. She pointed an accusatory finger at Mama Yu and exclaimed, "What was that for? Are you out of your mind?" Mama Yu cast her a disdainful glance. "I saw a thief infiltrate the Feiyue pavilion and noticed you lying on the ground. Hence, I splashed water to awaken you. Why were you unconscious on the floor? Were you harmed by that thief?" "What thief?" "I have no idea how I ended up on the ground," Feng'er replied, hastily inspecting her body. When she found herself fully clothed and without any marks, she finally felt a sense of relief. Suddenly, she recalled Yun Ruoyue and hurried to the door, knocking lightly. "Your Highness, they say there's a thief in the manor. Are you all right?" "I am well, Feng. Are you unscathed?" Yun Ruoyue inquired. "I am fine, but I did not see any thief. What on earth is happening?" Feng'er, with a perplexed expression, rubbed her head as she gazed at the throng of people, her heart gripped by fear. If there truly were thieves hiding within the Feiyue pavilion, the situation would be perilous. At that moment, Su Changxiao had yet to regain consciousness. He could only move his upper body, while his lower half remained numb and immobile. Yun Ruoyue grew increasingly anxious, fervently wishing for the antidote to take effect promptly so that Su Changxiao could escape. Chapter 681. Stalling for time, however, outside. The voice of Nangong Ro resonated. "Your Highness, just now, Mama Yu reported that she witnessed a man in red leaping into the Feiyue pavilion. Mama Yu would not deceive us. If such a person exists, could he still be hiding within? In my humble opinion, We ought to dispatch guards to search the Feiyue pavilion and ensure that the thief is apprehended, lest he endanger the princess. Only moments ago, as she prepared to wash up for bed, Mama Yu had unexpectedly arrived with news that their hired servant, Chen Feng, spotted a man clad in red, possessing formidable skills, stealthily entering the Feiyue pavilion. Chen Feng, a scullion in Chu Xuancheng's courtyard, had been bought off by Mama Yu 3 months prior, becoming an informant to monitor the prince and princess. Upon relaying this information to Mama Yu, she sensed urgency and immediately rushed to inform her. She hastily donned her outer garments and, accompanied by Mama Yu, reported the news to Chu Xuancheng. Subsequently, he followed them to capture the thief. Chu Xuancheng cast a profound glance at Nangong Ro and commanded Mo Li, surround the Feiyue pavilion. Allow no one to enter or exit. No, even a mosquito should escape. Yes, Your Highness, Mo Li replied, bowing before leading a squad of guards to conduct the search. Mo Zhu, Li San, take a team to search other locations. Every area must be thoroughly examined. If this thief truly exists, we must see him alive or recover his corpse. Chu Xuancheng ordered coldly. Yes, we shall obey your command. Nangong Ro and Mama Yu exchanged glances, their eyes fixated on the door, and suddenly she remarked, Sister, why are you taking so long to emerge? Implicitly, she suggested that someone was concealed within, causing her reluctance to step outside. What are you so anxious about? Did you not hear this princess request to dress? Yun Ruoyue replied icily, her gaze fixed nervously on Su Changxiao, her heart pounding with trepidation. She had initially contemplated letting Chu Xuancheng burst in to apprehend Su Changxiao, to accuse him of trespassing in the Feiyue pavilion. Yet, she soon realized that such a course was utterly unfeasible. Even as a victim, the world would not believe her. They would hardly accept that Su Changxiao was a mere flower thief, given his distinguished status. Instead, they would suspect an affair between the two. Furthermore, Chu Xuancheng had previously warned her against approaching Su Changxiao, and having treated him medically, no one would believe in their innocence, severely tarnishing her reputation. Thus, she was compelled to buy time, allowing Su Changxiao to escape before opening the door. At that moment, Su Changxiao's lower body remained unresponsive, and he shook his head helplessly, whispering, if you hadn't pricked this prince earlier, would we have found ourselves in this predicament? Now, not only is Yun Ruoyue anxious, but I am even more so, for I am utterly immobile. If Chu Xuancheng were to discover this, he would undoubtedly tear him apart. He is yet to marry and does not wish to meet his demise so soon. Had you not intruded upon my chamber, I would not have resorted to such measures. It is indeed your own fault. I shall count to 30, and if you do not depart by then, I shall cast you out, branding you as that scoundrel. Yun Ruoyue declared with indignation. Would they believe your words? Setting aside our acquaintance, you have treated this princess ailment. Considering they have waited outside for such a long time while you refused to open the door under the pretense of dressing, how could you now suddenly wish to expel this prince? Such contradictions would not earn Chu Xuancheng's trust, Su Changxiao remarked. Chapter 682. Suspicion within the room. Yun Ruoyue chuckled coldly, saying, I shall assert that it was you who threatened me with a dagger, compelling me to deceive them. Subsequently, I administered a tranquilizer to subdue you. You. Su Changxiao glared at Yun Ruoyue, grinding his teeth in frustration. To her surprise, he merely gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming, well done. However, in such a brief span, how might this prince make his escape? I shall not concern myself with you. I have commenced my counting. 1, 2, 3. Yun Ruoyue declared, beginning her count. A person, if not driven to their limits, remains oblivious to their own potential. Thus, as Su Changxiao listened to her enumeration, he steeled himself, striving to mobilize his internal energy to break through the barriers within his blood. Before long, he was drenched in cold sweat, his body trembling. Just as Yun Ruoyue reached 28, Su Changxiao exhaled a heavy breath and sprang to his feet. He had finally regained his mobility, and Yun Ruoyue breathed a sigh of relief. There is a back door. You must flee at once. The farther you go, the better. All right, little Yuer. We shall meet again, Su Changxiao replied, stretching his limbs before hastening towards the back door she indicated, having utilized the antidote along with his internal strength to regain movement. He still felt weak and unsteady, as though he might topple over at any moment. Just as he approached the back door, he suddenly turned back in haste. There were guards stationed at the entrance, blocking his escape. Open the door, princess. Are you still inside? Have you encountered trouble? It has been so long without a response. Is someone coercing you? came the urgent voice of Granny Yu from outside, knocking on the door. Indeed, Your Highness. Surely, it is improbable for her to take so long merely to dress. I noticed something peculiar in her voice earlier. Could that scoundrel be coercing her within? If that is the case, we must break in at once to rescue her. Nangong Ro voiced her concern. Fenger swiftly interposed herself before Nangong Ro, stating, "We cannot force the door open. My master is merely dressing. Cannot you wait a moment longer? If you burst in and someone sees her unclothed, who shall take responsibility? We are all women here. What is the harm? It is but a matter of putting on a garment. If she has not emerged after such a time, she may indeed be in peril. Do you not wish to save her?" Nangong Ro countered. Fenger bit her lip in confusion. "Of course I wish to rescue our esteemed lady. However, she mentioned she was changing clothes. Moreover, should she truly be coerced, your abrupt intrusion could provoke the assailant and jeopardize her life." For reasons unbeknownst to her, Fenger harbored a deep mistrust of Nangong Ro. Her instincts warned her that the more Nangong Ro sought to achieve something, the more imperative it was to thwart her plans. "I cannot elucidate this to you. You are utterly indifferent to your lady's fate," Nangong Ro declared, her expression laced with concern as she turned to Chu Xuancheng. "My lord, just moments ago, Granny, you witnessed a man infiltrate the premises. I suspect he is hiding within this very room, threatening my sister and preventing her from coming out. We must rush in to save her, otherwise, she may be harmed." Chu Xuancheng's gaze was profoundly penetrating as he coldly regarded Granny Yu. "Did you catch a glimpse of the brigandess' appearance?" Replying to Your Highness, this old servant could not discern clearly. However, I did notice he donned splendid red garments, the fabric of which seemed quite luxurious, far from that of ordinary attire. The silhouette and profile of the man resembled a handsome gentleman. I surmise his status is not trivial. He likely poses no threat to the princess, so please do not worry, my lord, Granny Yu replied. Chapter 683. The princess emerges if he is not a brigand. Then what is he? Clad in opulent attire and possessing the allure of a handsome man. Who could he possibly be? Nangong Ro gasped softly, hastily covering her mouth, and quickly added, "My lord, please do not misunderstand. That was not my intention. My sister has always maintained her virtue and would never engage in clandestine meetings." While Nangong Ro concealed her mouth, others discerned the implications of her words. She insinuated that perhaps the individual within the princess's chamber was not a brigand, but rather an illicit lover. How could a brigand be a dapper gentleman in luxurious attire? Typically, they are brutish and malevolent. Could it be that one among them was the princess's paramour? At this revelation, Chu Xuancheng's countenance darkened instantaneously. Nangong Ro, do not overthink this. The person within the princess's chamber is undoubtedly the brigand, not someone she would meet in secret, she hastily replied. Nangong Ro, are you so certain that there is someone in my chamber? A chilling voice sliced through the air, resonating with cold authority. In that urgent moment, a delicate hand pushed the door open, revealing Yun Ruoyue, her face flushed with fury as she emerged. As she stepped out, she stood defiantly at the doorway, her gaze icy as it swept over the assembled individuals, ultimately resting upon Nangong Ro. Upon witnessing Yun Ruoyue emerge unscathed, Nangong Ro's expression transformed into one of utter disbelief. Granny Yu had asserted that Shen Feng had witnessed a brigand infiltrate the Crimson Moon Pavilion, and the princess had lingered for an extended period. Surely, she should have encountered misfortune. Yet, to her astonishment, she appeared as if nothing had transpired. Sister, it is a relief to see you unharmed. I was worried for you. Do not dwell on it. Nangong Ro rushed forward, grasping Yun Ruoyue's hand, her face a mask of concern. Who claims that I am in peril? The presence of a brigand within the palace signifies that I am in danger? Do you imply that this brigand has specifically targeted me? Yun Ruoyue replied, her voice laced with icy disdain. I did not mean that. It was just that Aunt Yu had witnessed a thief enter, and fearing for your safety, she reported this to me, which I then conveyed to the prince before we rushed here. Sister, seeing you unharmed brings us great relief, Nangong Ro remarked. Given this, I must extend my gratitude to you for coming to my aid so fervently in the dead of night. Yun Ruoyue replied with a cold smile, her gaze icily sweeping towards Chu Xianchen. Upon hearing Nangong Ro's report, Chu Xianchen felt his heart leap into his throat. Despite his outward composure, his hands were clenched tightly, and his heart trembled incessantly. This woman lacked martial skills, was somewhat dim-witted, slow to act, and incapable of self-defense. He genuinely feared for her safety. Should any thief dare to harm her, he would ensure that the miscreant faced dire consequences. the moment he heard her voice. His trembling heart finally found solace. However, upon hearing Nan Gongrou's analysis suggesting that the princess might have been coerced, his previously calmed heart began to shake violently once more. Just as he prepared to burst through the door to rescue her, he was taken aback to see her emerge with an air of calmness. At that moment, he truly felt at ease. He stepped forward, scrutinizing Yun Ruoyue from head to toe, his voice steady yet slightly quivering. "It is a relief to see you safe. Were you truly sleeping soundly within? Did you not hear any disturbances or see anyone intrude?" Chapter 684. Was Feng'er knocked out? Yun Ruoyue shook her head. "No, I slept peacefully and heard nothing." "Is it true that someone intruded? Who saw it?" Replying to the princess, it was this old servant who witnessed it. Aunt Yu immediately stepped forward. "You? Were you not on duty at the Yuro Pavilion?" The Yuro Pavilion is so far from the Feiyu Pavilion. One to the east and the other to the west. They are worlds apart. In the dead of night, how could you see a thief enter the Feiyu Pavilion? Do you possess the eyes of a hawk? Or were you secretly monitoring the entrance to my pavilion? Yun Ruoyue questioned coldly. Aunt Yu was instantly unnerved, her legs trembling slightly. This old servant would never spy on the princess. "I merely stepped out to relieve myself and happened to see the thief." "Is there no privy at the Yuro Pavilion? Did you run all the way here to relieve yourself?" Yun Ruoyue remarked. Upon hearing this, the others suddenly understood. Given the distance between the two pavilions, a sensible person would not seek a restroom so far away. It was evident that Aunt Yu was lying. It appeared that the princess's suspicions were indeed correct. She had come expressly to monitor her. Feng'er, upon hearing this, coldly interjected. "Aunt Yu, speak the truth. Why did you come to the Feiyu Pavilion? Were you here to spy on the princess? Were there truly any thieves? Or is this all a fabrication of yours?" Aunt Yu was unperturbed by Feng'er's presence. With a stoic expression, she replied coldly, "I never claimed to be here to relieve myself at the Feiyu Pavilion. The restroom at Yuro Pavilion was occupied by Danner. I was in urgent need, and, fearing an accident, headed to the shared privy at the center of the residence. Once I finished, I suddenly spotted a thief clad in red darting towards the Feiyu Pavilion. Fearing for the princess's safety, I hastily followed. Then, I indeed witnessed that rogue leap into the courtyard of the Feiyu Pavilion, and I hurried back to the Yuro Pavilion to inform Lady Ro. The public latrine situated at the heart of the royal residence is not far from the Feiyu Pavilion. What is so extraordinary about seeing the thief enter there? Does this imply that I am spying on the princess?" Upon mentioning this, she wore a look of grievance and said, "I was merely concerned for the princess and brought the lady to rescue her. Who would have thought you would turn the tables and fail to recognize a good heart? Indeed, sister, Mother Yu also has your best interests at heart. How could you speak of her in such a manner? This will only dishearten the other servants." Nan Gongrouo reproached. Yun Ruoyue curled her lips in a cold smile. If she truly cared for me, upon seeing the thief, she should have immediately alerted the prince next door or the patrolling guards. Why did she first rush to the Yuro Pavilion? By notifying you first and then asking you to inform the prince, has she not wasted precious time that could have been used to save me? Exactly. If Mother Yu saw the thief, why didn't she inform the prince first? Why travel such a distance just to notify you? Does the decision to rescue the princess require your consent? Feng'er spoke coldly. Nan Gongrouo turned pale at the rebuke, then suddenly glared at Feng'er. "Feng'er, were you on night duty outside tonight? Why were you lying on the ground when we arrived? Don't say you were sleeping. With all this commotion, how could we fail to wake you? It took cold water to rouse you. Were you perhaps knocked unconscious by the thief?" I do not know how I ended up sleeping on the ground," Feng'er stammered, dazed as she touched her head, finding it clear of dizziness. Unlike someone who had been struck. Yet, she found it peculiar that she had been standing and dozing off, only to find herself on the ground. Chapter 685. The sarcastic concubine, Your Highness. Even Feng'er herself is unsure why she was found lying on the ground. If she had merely fallen asleep, there is no way we could have disturbed her. The only plausible explanation is that a thief truly infiltrated the Feiyu Pavilion and knocked Feng'er unconscious. Moreover, it is highly likely that he is still hiding inside. For my sister's safety, we must enter and search for that rogue, Nan Gongrouo asserted. Looking at Chu Xuancheng with a righteous demeanor, Chu Xuancheng's gaze suddenly pierced towards the room. Based on Feng'er's condition and Mother Yu's testimony, he too suspected that a thief had breached the Feiyu Pavilion. Meanwhile, an intricate net had been cast outside, preventing the thief from escaping, and he was likely still within. If he remained inside and, in desperation, harmed Yun Ruoyue, what would happen? Thus, He coldly gestured to the guards. You there, go in and search. Even if we must turn the Feiyue pavilion upside down, we shall extract that thief. Su Changxiao is still inside. Yun Ruoyue's heart tightened instantly as she stepped protectively in front of Xuancheng. Wait. Your Highness, this is my room. I am more aware than you if there are any thieves present. There are no thieves inside, and you cannot conduct a search. Regardless of whether you find anything or not, people will assume my room was breached, which would tarnish my reputation. The truth is, when Su Changxiao attempted to escape, he found himself surrounded by pursuers and blocked at every turn. Moreover, with Nangong Ro's urgency to confront the intruder, she feared that they might catch sight of Su Changxiao. Thus, she hastily concealed him within the wardrobe and swiftly exited, securing the door behind her. With Su Changxiao still inside, how could she possibly allow anyone to search the room? Nangong Ro fixed a piercing gaze upon Yun Ruoyue before shifting her attention to Mama Yu. Mama Yu exchanged a knowing glance with the hidden Chinfeng, and upon receiving his resolute nod, she promptly acknowledged Nangong Ro. Her eyes radiated a chilling intensity. The moment Nangong Ro met Mama Yu's gaze, an understanding dawned upon her. Mama Yu's implication was clear. There was someone within the room, urging her to brace herself and confront the situation. Furthermore, if that thief were indeed present, the moment someone ventured inside to apprehend him, regardless of whether the princess had engaged in an affair or been subjected to his advances, her reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Consequently, her position as the princess would be in jeopardy. A sinister smile curled upon her lips as she cast a furtive glance at Yun Ruoyue. Sister, for your safety, perhaps it would be prudent for the prince to investigate? Only through such inquiry can we find peace of mind. If I were in danger, I would have encountered trouble long ago. Presently, the Feiyue pavilion is heavily guarded. Not even a mosquito could escape. If a villain truly lurked within, he would undoubtedly know he could not flee and would resort to taking me hostage for his survival. Yet, here I stand unharmed, which indicates that there are no wrongdoers inside. Hence, a search is unnecessary. Yun Ruoyue retorted coldly. Sister, it is merely a search for a criminal. Why do you persist in obstructing us? Is there some unspeakable secret concealed within? Nangong Ro scoffed. Mama Yu, maintaining her composure, raised her gaze and remarked, just now, I observed that the intruder was elegantly dressed and possessed formidable martial skills. He is certainly no ordinary individual. If the princess refuses our search, could it be that this person is not a criminal at all, but rather someone acquainted with her? Mama, are you suggesting that this individual is not a criminal, but rather someone with whom sister is clandestinely meeting? Nangong Ro gasped in feigned astonishment. Surely not. My sister is not that kind of person. I have faith in her character. She would never betray the prince. Chapter 686. The room holds a scoundrel. As soon as Nangong Ro finished speaking, the servants began to harbor doubts. Observing the princess's anxious demeanor, refusing to open the door for inspection, they speculated that perhaps there was a rogue man hidden within. Upon hearing these words, Xuancheng's expression turned icy, and he issued a command with authority: bring forth the searchers. Dig 3 feet into the ground if necessary. But we shall unearth that thief. He cast a deep, penetrating glance at Yun Ruoyue, contemplating the potential betrayal. Should she be clandestinely meeting another man, he would ensure that the intruder met a gruesome end. Xuancheng, do you not trust me either? Yun Ruoyue stepped forward, holding her head high, meeting his gaze unwaveringly. I am solely concerned for the safety of the prince's residence. Xuancheng replied coldly. Yun Ruoyue smirked, feeling a chill settle within her. His lack of faith was evident. So what was the purpose of these excuses? She had foolishly believed he would trust her. It seemed she had overestimated his sentiments. Upon receiving their orders, the guards swiftly surged toward the door, forcefully pushing it open. Yun Ruoyue narrowed her eyes coldly, having made up her mind. If they discovered Su Changxiao, she would not offer any defense. Those who believed in her needed no explanation, while those who did not would find any reasoning futile. Should Xuancheng choose to dismiss her on this account, it would be all the more advantageous. If he dared to take action against her, she would ensure he faced dire consequences, willing to perish alongside him. Upon entering the room, the guards swiftly commenced their search. Soon enough, they pried open the large wardrobe at the bedside, prodding within with the hilt of their blades, and removed all the garments, yet found it empty. They then scoured beneath the tea table, under the bed, and in the adjacent chambers, but unearthed nothing of significance. Observing this, Yun Ruoyue let out a sigh of relief, albeit her heart was filled with confusion. Where could that rascal Su Changxiao have vanished to? As a living person, he could hardly hide within this room. With heavy guards stationed at both the front and back of the house, escape seemed impossible. Could it be that he had simply evaporated into thin air? Your Highness, we have searched the entire house and found no one within, one of the guards reported. No one. That is good. Everyone withdraw, Xuancheng commanded. How could there be no one? Mama, you clearly saw someone enter. Where could that person have gone? Nangong Ro's face contorted with suspicion as she scrutinized the room, her expression turning grave. Yun Ruoyue chuckled coldly. What is this, concubine Ro? It seems you are rather disappointed that there are no thieves in my quarters. Not at all. Sister, you jest. I am quite pleased. How could I be disappointed? Nangong Ro replied, her face pale as she turned to Mama Yu. Mama, did you perhaps make an error? Mama Yu shook her head firmly, stating, this old servant did not err. Otherwise, how could Feng have fainted on the ground? Perhaps the thief merely infiltrated the courtyard, incapacitated Feng and fled without ever entering the princess's quarters. Perhaps, Nangong Ro's heart chilled. After hearing Mama Yu's report, she had hastily come to inform Xuancheng, intent on unmasking the thief to tarnish Yun Ruoyue's reputation. Yet, it appeared there was no one inside. But just moments ago, both Mama Yu and Chen Feng had nodded in affirmation. What on earth was happening? Perhaps, Mama Yu, did you truly see that thief? I suspect you are fabricating lies, intending to tarnish my reputation. Yun Ruoyue's gaze turned icy as she directed her sharp words at Mama Yu. Even if the thief was not apprehended, the news of a male intruder entering the princess's quarters would inevitably spread, casting a shadow over her reputation, and a significant one at that. Mama Yu felt a twinge of anxiety within, yet maintained her composure. Your Highness, I assure you, I did indeed see that thief enter. If I were to lie, may the heavens strike me down. As she spoke, she raised her hand, solemnly swearing an oath. Regardless, she had genuinely witnessed that man in red infiltrate, or she would not have rushed to inform Nangong Ro. Their intention had been to bring the prince to witness the princess being sullied by a rogue, or to observe her clandestine meeting with a man. Yet they had miscalculated their approach. As for the whereabouts of that individual, it is of no concern to her. She spoke no falsehood, and thus harbored no fear of the princess. Sister, Aunt Yu has no enmity with you, neither in the past nor present. How could she wish you harm? She acts out of kindness, for your benefit. Do not mistake her goodwill for malice, Nangong Ro interjected coldly. Xuancheng cast a displeased glance at Nangong Ro. Refrain from speaking so much. Enough, since there is nothing to discuss here, you may all return. My lord, will you accompany me back? Nangong Ro gazed at Xuancheng with hopeful eyes, filled with affection and sweetness, clearly inviting him. Yun Ruoyue anticipated that this time Xuancheng would refuse Nangong Ro as he had done previously. To her surprise, he nodded. Very well, let us go together. With that, he stepped forward, striding out without so much as a glance at Yun Ruoyue. Seeing this, Nangong Ro hurriedly followed, her face alight with joy. My lord, you truly wish to return with me? Does this imply that you are willing to stay at the Yu Ro Pavilion? With that, the two exited the Fei Yu Pavilion. Yun Ruoyue let out a cold laugh, though she did not hear how Xuancheng had answered. It appeared he intended to accompany Nangong Ro back to the Yu Ro Pavilion. Naturally, they were in love, having consummated their union previously, and it seemed only natural for him to go to her. Why should she feel discontent? She shook her head. After all, he was merely an insensible fool, unworthy of affecting her mood. Fenger, are you all right? Come, let us go inside and change our clothes. Upon seeing Fenger drenched, Yun Ruoyue felt a surge of compassion. That old witch, Aunt Yu, dared to treat Fenger in such a manner. She would not let this transgression go unpunished. Your Highness, I am fine. And I am relieved you are as well. I am unsure how I fell. Fenger remained in a daze. Enough, go change your clothes first. We will discuss everything else later, Yun Ruoyue instructed. She was also curious about Su Qi's whereabouts. She simply wished to find him. After Nangong Ro followed Xuancheng outside, she wrapped her arm around his, pressing her face against his arm, blissfully exclaiming, My lord, you truly wish to go to the Yu Ro Pavilion with me? I thought you would ignore me, yet it seems you still think of me. The moment Xuancheng felt her proximity, his expression darkened considerably. He coldly shook her off. Stepping back 3 paces, his tone distant and frigid. When did I ever say I would go to the Yu Ro Pavilion with you? But you just said we would go together. You agreed to return with me. Nangong Ro looked at Xuancheng in confusion, her beautiful eyes welling with tears. I only said we would go together, but I never stated it would be to the Yu Ro Pavilion, Chu Xuancheng replied coldly. Returning together only implies we share the same path. Our destinations, however, differ. My lord, do you not wish to return with me? Yet last time, during our union, our relationship was so harmonious, so intimately entwined. You were so tender and caring towards me. Why, in an instant have you changed? As Nangong Ro spoke, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Do not utter the words consummation before me. Leave at once. Someone, escort concubine Ro back. At the mere mention of that term, Chu Xuancheng felt a piercing pain in his head, a profound discomfort enveloping him. Those words seemed to echo his betrayal of Yun Ruoyue, a notion he wished to avoid. My lord, I am already yours, yet you refuse to accept me. What does she possess that makes you forsake me for her? Nangong Ro gazed defiantly at Chu Xuancheng, unwilling to depart. What nonsense are you spouting? I harbor no intentions towards her. Chu Xuancheng replied coldly. In that moment, he was reluctant to acknowledge his feelings for Yun Ruoyue. Such an admission would lead Nangong Ro to wield the grievance of her mother's death as a moral weapon against him. How could he dare confess to Nangong Ro, or to his family and subordinates, that he had fallen for the daughter of an enemy? Is that so? Given your defense of her, I find it hard to believe your disinterest. My lord, you previously promised me a child. Nangong Ro caressed her flat abdomen, reminding Chu Xuancheng once more. His countenance darkened, eyes filled with an unsettling intensity. I have already consummated our union. What more do you desire? Is mere consummation sufficient? We have only shared that once. If I do not conceive this time, will you not uphold your promise to allow me to try again? Nangong Ro laughed bitterly, tears streaming down her face. In that moment, she felt like a wretched beggar for love, acutely aware that her shameless pleas bore no fruit. She continued to debase herself, praying and begging, lowering herself to the dust, surrendering all dignity, yet receiving not an ounce of his affection in return. As Chu Xuancheng beheld her pitiable state, memories of that snowy night when she had saved him flooded his mind, softening his heart. He gazed at her solemnly. Whatever you desire, I shall provide, including my wealth, status, power, even my life. But a child, I cannot grant. He would rather forfeit all his possessions, or even his life, to repay her for saving him. He no longer wished to betray his own conscience or engage in actions he despised. He refused to bear her a child, to be shackled by moral obligations. He was willing to give everything to repay her kindness. Nangong Ro staggered back in disbelief, trembling as she shook her head. It appears you have truly fallen for her. For her sake, you would willingly forsake your own life. Your parents perished to protect you. Yet you care so little for your own existence for the sake of a woman. Will you not seek vengeance for them? How can you face them in the afterlife? A tempest flashed in Chu Xuancheng's eyes as he glared coldly at Nangong Ro. My affairs do not require your commentary. Why? I retrieved your life. Thus I have the right to protect it. It was no easy feat to save you from the snow, and I will not permit you to devalue your life in such a manner. I wish for you to live well. I forbid you from uttering such words. Chapter 689. Once willing to attempt to love her, she had never anticipated that he would be willing to sacrifice even his own life to repay her for saving him. All for Yun Ruoyue. Her heart felt as though it had been brutally pierced by a sharp instrument, leaving it riddled with wounds and bleeding profusely. Chu Xuancheng was greatly displeased by Nangong Ro's tone at that moment. He gazed at her coldly and said, Are you implying that because you saved my life once, you can dictate the course of my existence? Am I to be denied the authority to determine my own fate? No, that is not my intent. You once promised me a child, yet now you seem to retract that vow, willing to barter everything in exchange. In my heart, our child is of utmost importance. I would not trade it for an empire. What I desire is you, not your wealth or power. I only want a child, nothing else. Nangong Ro replied icily. She had resolved that only by bearing Chu Xuancheng's child could she secure her position within the Li Wangfu. Without offspring to her name, what use were riches and power? Ultimately, they would belong to another. Seeing Nangong Ro's resolute demeanor, Chu Xuancheng retorted coldly, I have already granted you one opportunity. If you do not conceive, it can only be said that you and this child are fated to be apart. Some matters cannot be forced. His aversion to Nangong Ro grew. He despised her cunning and unscrupulous determination to achieve her ends. Had he known her true nature, he would never have acquiesced to her request to marry her. Had he foreseen this, he would rather have sacrificed everything to repay his debt of gratitude than to marry her in such a manner. At that moment, She had tarnished the favorable impression she had once held in his heart. He would have preferred to perish in the snow than to owe her a debt of gratitude. "Huh, my lord, how quickly you have changed. When you wed me, you swore to treat me well. Yet what have you done to me?" Nangong Ro could no longer contain herself, her voice rising in anguished protest. Tears welled in her eyes, her expression twisted and terrifying, a reflection of love unreturned. "You saved my life, and I bestowed upon you generous gifts, even granting you the opportunity to present 3 conditions, all of which I would honor if within my means. In gratitude for your life-saving act, I was willing to grant you those 3 conditions and ensure your safety for life, yet you refused them. You told me that life in the Nangong residence was unbearable for you as a concubine, subjected to constant oppression. You wished to escape that predatory environment and implored me to marry you as a secondary consort to provide you with protection. You claimed you did not care for status, only that you could remain by my side and have a place to call home. Out of gratitude for your life-saving act, I acquiesced to your request and brought you into my household. At this juncture, Chu Xuancheng spoke with a chilling demeanor. I had intended to care for you, to cherish and love you, to ensure your every need was met. Little did I know you would engage in so many treacherous acts behind my back. At that time, I was willing to attempt to love you, for you were gentle, kind, cultured, and had saved my life. I had even contemplated dismissing the princess consort to spend my life with you, disregarding all else. I never anticipated that beneath your gentle and kind exterior lies a venom that gnaws at the bones, that your cultured demeanor conceals a bloodthirsty coldness, that beneath your tenderness lies ruthlessness and malice. I have never known such a version of you. Before I had the chance to love you, you have committed numerous acts, revealing too many flaws, leaving me utterly disillusioned." Upon hearing these words, Nangong Ruo's body trembled, disbelief etched on her face as her lips quivered. "What did you say? You once expressed a willingness to attempt to love me?" To her surprise, he had not viewed her merely as a substitute for Su Changxiao. He was indeed willing to love her. Yet, it was her own actions that had shattered everything. She had believed that by having Danner and others take the blame, he would spare her from his ire. Little did she know, he seemed to be aware of everything. His gaze was penetrating, clear as day, as if he could see right through her. A chill coursed through her heart, and she hastily shook her head. "No, I do not believe you ever wished to love me. From the very beginning, you were willing to marry me only as a replacement for the crown princess. I know you have never loved me. I am merely a pitiful stand-in." In the past, hearing Su Changxiao's name would cause Chu Xuancheng immense pain and discomfort. Yet now, he felt nothing but a tinge of aversion. You need not be a substitute for anyone. Simply be yourself. As for matters concerning children, do not bring it up again. I shall not consent. If you desire something else, feel free to state it. For instance, I will honor the 3 conditions I initially promised you, provided they do not violate morality, conscience, the reputation of the Li Wangfu, or my own honor. Contemplate it, and you may present your conditions to me." Panic surged within Nangong Ruo as she responded, "No, I will not present conditions. What I desire is you, and a child with you." Once conditions were set, there would be no future for them. "You may take your time to ponder. Whenever you have made your decision, seek me out," Chu Xuancheng said. "Why must you force me to choose? I know that once I present conditions, after you fulfill them, you will undoubtedly sever ties with me. I simply wish to remain by your side. Your life is the one I saved. I would rather you owe me a debt of gratitude than for us to part ways. Ultimately, I want a child, and I will not set any conditions," Nangong Ruo declared. "Are you implying that you intend to use the debt of gratitude you believe I owe you as leverage against me?" Chu Xuancheng replied coldly. Nangong Ruo raised her gaze defiantly. "That is not my intention. If you insist on interpreting it that way, so be it." All she wanted was a child. She desired to make Chu Xuancheng eternally indebted to her, to ensure he would feel guilt and torment himself for a lifetime. "Is that so? Then I shall repay you with this life I owe you," Chu Xuancheng declared, suddenly drawing a sword from a nearby guard. He thrust the hilt into Nangong Ruo's hand and deftly pointed the blade at his own abdomen. "My lord, what are you doing?" Nangong Ruo trembled as she grasped the sword's hilt, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events. At this moment, her sword was coldly aimed at Chu Xuancheng's abdomen. Should she wish, she could take his life in an instant. Chu Xianchen closed his eyes with a chilling expression, declaring, "I do not wish to owe you any more favors. If you desire this life, then take it. From this moment forth, I shall owe you nothing. My lord, what ails you?" Mo Li and Mo Zhu, who returned from searching for the thief, rushed over in alarm, their bodies tense as they fixated on Chu Xianchen. Ruoxi, why do you hold your sword against the prince? Do you intend to assassinate him? Lower your sword at once. Emoli glared fiercely at Nangong Ro, the veins on his forehead bulging. He gripped his treasured sword tightly, prepared to strike her down should she dare to act. The other guards glared at Nangong Ro in fury, questioning who had given her the audacity to attempt to murder their war god. Observing their anxious expressions, Nangong Ro coldly chuckled. You truly overestimate me. Do you believe someone like me could assassinate your war god? You did not attempt to assassinate him? My lord, what is happening? Emoli looked at Chu Xianchen with concern and confusion. It is nothing. You all may withdraw. Chu Xuanchen's voice was icy. Mo Li and Mo Zhu exchanged glances before bowing and stepping aside. They now realized that someone of the prince's caliber could not be slain by Nangong Ro. Once everyone had retreated several paces, Chu Xianchen extended his hand, forcefully pinching the sword's tip and raising it towards his throat, speaking in a deep voice. Proceed. Kill me. Reclaim this life, and from henceforth, we shall owe each other nothing. Nangong Ro gazed at him in disbelief, trembling with anxiety, her eyes brimming with tears. No, I cannot kill you. I merely desire a child with you. Why must you be so heartless? Why treat me this way? With that, her hand trembled, and she cast the sword aside, letting it clatter onto the stone floor, emitting a jarring sound that tugged at one's heart. My lord, you are exceedingly cruel. You would rather die than grant me a child. It appears you have never loved or trusted me from the very beginning. If I were to say that I did not orchestrate those events, would you believe me? After her furious outburst, she fixed her piercing gaze on Chu Xianchen and turned to flee. Her heart felt so cold. She had believed that those actions were committed by the servants, thinking she could evade suspicion and that he would not blame her. Yet, she had overestimated his patience with her. Of course, she would never admit to her involvement, only denying it against her will as she sought to rise again. Thus, she must endure at this moment. My lord, Ruoxi has left. Emoli hastily approached, retrieving the sword and grasping the situation. He felt a twinge of sorrow for the prince, as he realized that for a life-saving favor, the prince was prepared to repay it with his own life. Was this not the male version of a life debt? Yet, the man was unwilling, forced by a woman's demands. Chu Xianchen said nothing and turned to enter the Star Pavilion. Meanwhile, Nangong Ro covered her tears, running desperately until she reached the rainy soft pavilion. Madame Yu and Danner, with expressions of deep concern, chased after her. They pursued her for quite some time before finally catching up. Madam, do not be disheartened. Some matters cannot be forced. We must deliberate thoughtfully and not rush. Madame Yu remarked, her heart heavy as she gazed at Nangong Ro. Though she was not originally in service to Nangong Ro, after following her, she was promoted from a mere cleaning maid to the steward of Yuru Pavilion. This elevation not only increased her monthly stipend significantly, but she also enjoyed numerous privileges under Madame Ro, gaining status and reaching the pinnacle of her life. Thus, she held a profound admiration and sympathy for her mistress, understanding that only when the master was well would those in service find favor. Seated in her chair, Nangong Ro wiped her tears with a handkerchief, glaring at Madame Yu. Did you not insist that Chen Feng witnessed someone enter the Feiyue Pavilion? Why was no one found during the search? Is it possible that Chen Feng has lied? This has caused me great embarrassment before the prince. Chapter 692. It turns out he was hiding in the beams. Uncertain, she thought to inquire further with Chen Feng. Madam, please wait, Madame Yu said before stepping outside. After a brief interval, she returned, leading Chen Feng inside. Chen Feng approached with trepidation, cautious of being seen in collusion with Madame Yu. Upon entering, he quickly lowered his head and said, Madam, I did not lie. I truly saw that man in red enter the Feiyue Pavilion. Moreover, he incapacitated Fenger and entered the princess's chamber, after which he never emerged. Are you certain? Then why did the guards fail to locate him? Nangong Ro inquired. I do not know. As soon as I saw him slip inside, I hurried to find Madame Yu. Then, I quickly returned, reasoning that if the thief intended to harm the princess, he could not have left so soon. Thus, I concluded that he must still be inside. To my surprise, he was not. Chen Feng was equally perplexed. Within such a short span, the intruder should still have been present. Yet, why had the guards found nothing? Nangong Ro narrowed her eyes, coldly pondering. Could it be that the thief escaped while you were seeking Madame Yu? Or does he possess some form of earth evasion technique that eludes detection? Madam, such a technique would undoubtedly mar the ground. The princess's room remains intact, as if untouched. It seems this time the princess was fortunate, for the thief must have fled prematurely. Should there be a next time, her luck may not hold. Madam, you said ominously. Nangong Ro, biting her silver teeth in disappointment, thought to herself, I would rather hope for another opportunity. With Chu Xuancheng's temperament, should he discover that Yun Ruoyue had indeed betrayed him, he would not let her off easily. Soon after, Nangong Ro bestowed a few silver ingots upon Chen Feng, instructing him to continue observing the movements at the Feiyue pavilion before sending him on his way. Once Chen Feng departed, Madam Yu leaned closer to Nangong Ro, speaking in a sinister tone, rest assured, Madam, another opportunity will arise soon. Only by eliminating that woman will the prince's heart return. The prince has already consummated the marriage with you, indicating he holds feelings for you. However, the princess currently stands in the way. Only when she is gone will the prince completely belong to you. The thought of their consummation sent a jolt through Nangong Ro's heart. Only she knew that it was Jiang Heng, not Chu Xuancheng, who had shared her bed. If Jiang Heng were to expose her, her fate would be sealed. For now, she was merely grateful that Jiang Heng remained imprisoned. It seemed imperative that she seize an opportunity to eliminate him to prevent any revelation of her secret. This time, Yun Ruoyue had been fortunate, but she knew such luck would not last. Nangong Ro spoke coldly. This time, she would let it go. In the Feiyue pavilion, once everyone had departed, Yun Ruoyue instructed Fenger to take a rest and avoid catching a chill. After switching out for Jior to keep watch outside, she entered her chamber and closed the door. To her astonishment, as soon as she shut the door, a figure suddenly descended from the beam above, startling her greatly. Upon steadying her gaze, she recognized the unexpected visitor as Su Changxiao. No wonder the guards had failed to locate him. He had been concealed atop the expansive beam. Viewed from below, the beam was high, wide, and dark, making it exceedingly difficult to detect anyone hiding above. The guards had been preoccupied with their search below, and likely did not consider looking up, underestimating Su Changxiao's remarkable agility. Chapter 693. At your command. As Su Changxiao landed, he glanced outside once more, then patted his chest and sat down, still shaken. Pouring himself a cup of tea, he remarked, Xiao Yue, your little concubine is truly malicious. I merely wished to share a cup of tea with you, and she brought Chu Xuancheng along. What a scheme to endanger your life. It's clear that Chu Xuancheng does not treat you well. Why must you remain in the Li Wangfu? Why not leave this place? Why is it any of your concern? Yun Ruoyue shot him a cold glance. Feeling that their relationship had not reached the level of intimacy where they could share their innermost thoughts. After sipping his tea, Su Changxiao regarded her with a look of pity. Do you not think it a waste for such an exceptional woman as yourself to be merely a nominal princess in the Li Wangfu? A talent like you ought to shine brightly and achieve greater feats. You are remarkably beautiful, yet Chu Xuancheng neglects you. Such a travesty. How about this? Run away with me. Marry me, and I shall care for you for a lifetime. To me, there is no distinction between you and Chu Xuancheng. Yun Ruoyue scoffed coldly. These two fellows are hardly virtuous. They are both insufferable. How can there be no difference? I may have been too harsh on you before, but I have now recognized your merits. Who isn't he been young? I have matured, reformed, and turned over a new leaf. Following me will surely lead you to a life of luxury. Apologies, but I can enjoy the finer things in life without following you. Yun Ruoyue firmly declined. Su Changxiao rested his elbow on his head, gazing at her earnestly. All right, our relationship is not particularly good, and we have scarcely met. I do not expect you to elope with me. However, I believe you are leading a rather stifled existence, constantly tormented by Chu Xuancheng. I heard that you mentioned a divorce in front of the emperor, yet he refused, and Chu Xuancheng intervened, blocking your escape. It seems you are indeed inclined to leave the Li Wangfu. If you still wish to depart, I can assist you. Yun Ruoyue looked at him and asked, Will you assist me? How will you aid me? If you help me, what is your objective? He replied, What aim could I possibly have? I am merely your free laborer at your disposal. Su Changxiao took another sip of tea and remarked, I possess a method that could facilitate your divorce. What is it? Yun Ruoyue inquired, her skepticism evident in her gaze. If he were genuinely inclined to assist her, life would become considerably less burdensome. Chu Xuancheng was no ordinary man. Seeking divorce from him was an arduous task. Had it been a common man, she would have departed long ago. Su Changxiao pondered for a moment, then spoke with an enigmatic expression. In the kingdom of Chu, the only person capable of exerting pressure on Chu Xuancheng is Emperor Han Yuan. Should you manage to persuade him to agree to your divorce, You would then be free to leave the Li Wangfu. Yun Ruoyue had anticipated a more formidable strategy. But upon hearing this, she shook her head, declaring, "This method is unfeasible. I have attempted it before, and it was futile. The last time." The emperor vehemently opposed it and was infuriated by the mere suggestion. "If I bring it up again, he will only grow more irritated. This avenue is no longer viable." "This situation is different from the last," Su Changxiao countered. "Previously, you merely saved Chu Xuancheng, and the emperor deemed your act insufficient to warrant any conditions. However, if you can resolve a significant issue that has plagued the Chu family for years and set the condition of divorce with the emperor beforehand, he will undoubtedly acquiesce." Su Changxiao blinked his alluring eyes and smiled mischievously. "What significant issue?" Yun Ruoyue asked, momentarily bewildered. "Is there truly any insurmountable problem within the Chu royal family?" The crux of the matter lay in how Su Changxiao could be so confident that she could resolve it. Su Changxiao chuckled softly. "Are you not skilled in the medical arts? You have cured the Empress Dowager's tuberculosis and healed Vice General Shun's severed hand. Surely you can treat the illness afflicting the Xian Wang? Are you referring to the Xian Wang's peculiar ailment? I must examine his condition to ascertain the cause of his affliction. Moreover, even if I attempt to treat him, I cannot guarantee success. What if my efforts backfire?" Yun Ruoyue replied, "I have faith in your abilities. You will undoubtedly succeed. Besides, if you do not attempt it, how will you know your limits? This is an excellent opportunity to escape the Li Wangfu." It was rumored among the populace that the Xian Wang had fallen out of favor due to his ailment, and the emperor held disdain for him and his mother, consort Jing. The emperor, who was so dutiful to the Empress Dowager and reliant on Chu Xuancheng, refused to entertain her conditions even after her rescue of them. Would he agree to help just for the sake of one Xian Wang? Yun Ruoyue questioned incredulously. Provided you can effect a cure, the emperor would certainly agree. Although the Xian Wang's status may not be as elevated, his health bears significant implications for the dignity of the entire kingdom of Chu. In recent years, rumors have circulated that the Chu family has produced a bizarre anomaly. The third prince is purportedly pregnant. What sense does it make for a man to be with child? Moreover, to remain in this state for 5 or 6 years without giving birth, is that not a monstrous tale? The common folk, lacking in education, have resorted to attributing his condition to the emperor's immoral actions. The common folk assert that it is due to the emperor's treachery and the murder of the late emperor that he has faced retribution. This retribution has manifested upon the virtuous king, leading the populace to believe that the emperor is unworthy of leading the state of Chu. They contend that because the emperor has slain his own kin and usurped the throne, he has been cursed by heaven. Furthermore, the people claim that as long as the virtuous king's illness persists, it signifies the emperor's ill fate, indicating that he is not a legitimate monarch recognized by the heavens, nor of rightful lineage, rendering him unfit to be the emperor of Chu. In the past 2 years, a band of destitute marauders, driven by their misfortunes, sought to incite rebellion under the pretext of the virtuous king's ailment, alleging that the emperor was cursed and calling for a change in dynasty. However, they were mere rabble and posed no real threat, as they were swiftly quelled. Since that incident, the tales spun by the commoners have grown increasingly bizarre, with whispers of the Chu family harboring a monster, all attributed to the emperor's ill fortune. The emperor is eager to dispel such rumors. Yet the words of the people are beyond his control. No matter how he attempts to silence them, they persist, causing him great distress. If one were to cure the virtuous king's ailment, it would signify that the emperor is indeed untainted by curses, and could further validate his claim as the true dragon among men. This would undoubtedly lead him to acquiesce to any requests made by such a healer. As noted by Su Changxiao, upon hearing this, Yun Ruoyue realized the hidden implications of the virtuous king's malady. She recalled the last encounter with Chu Luyun by the carriage, where he had so gallantly saved her, embodying grace and nobility. She had even donned male attire to save him, performing artificial respiration in a moment of desperation. The thought of such an ethereal man suffering from illness and being ridiculed as an aberration filled her with compassion. If she could not only save the virtuous king, but also secure a separation from Chu Xuancheng, it would indeed be a most favorable outcome. She looked earnestly at Su Changxiao and stated, "I believe I can cure the virtuous king's illness, but I cannot guarantee success until I have seen him." Chapter 695. Where are you going? Very well, I have a good rapport with him, and I shall introduce you at the appropriate time. However, you must not directly heal him. The emperor must come to you in supplication. You should lay down your terms before offering your assistance, otherwise, it would be inappropriate to impose conditions, advised Su Changxiao. It is indeed wise to establish the terms beforehand. But how can I compel the emperor to seek my aid? If he learns of my ability to heal, yet refuses my help, waiting for him to ask would surely incite his wrath, Yun Ruoyue pondered. Ah, you are naive. I have my own means. I shall wield the power of public opinion and rumor, much like the strategy employed by the Li Wang residents to save their prince. Tomorrow, I will discreetly spread the whispers circulating among the populace, bringing the emperor's ill fortune to the forefront. I shall subtly suggest that you might possess the ability to cure the virtuous king, which would certainly prompt the emperor to seek your assistance. At that juncture, you can present your conditions, Su Changxiao declared confidently. Is such a plan truly feasible? Yun Ruoyue inquired, having initially perceived Su Changxiao as a frivolous scion devoid of intellect. To her surprise, he not only excelled in martial prowess, but also displayed keen intelligence. A sense of possibility began to bloom within her. She resolved that it was imperative to keep the conspiracy hidden from Emperor Hongyuan. Rest assured, as long as I am involved, success is assured, Su Changxiao proclaimed, thumping his chest in assurance. Yun Ruoyue cast a suspicious glance at him. You've helped me so much. It is inconceivable that you would do so without reason. What are your conditions? It would be best to state them up front to avoid any future disputes. She detested the notion of being indebted to anyone. Su Changxiao looked at her in silence. Is that how you perceive me? Even if we are not family, we can still be friends. Is there a need for such formalities between friends? Though his words conveyed camaraderie, his heart was steeped in profound lament. He harbored no desire to merely be friends with the goddess. He aspired to be her husband. Alas, she seemed indifferent to his affections. And if he did not lower his expectations, he might not even secure a friendship. Reluctantly, he feigned the pretense of friendship to draw closer to Yun Ruoyue. Very well. I shall not neglect my friends. After the matter is settled, I will treat you to a meal, she replied. A meal sounds agreeable, but you seem to have forgotten that I was afflicted with lovesickness, and it was you who rescued me. In truth, I owe you my life. I should be the one treating you, he countered. Fine, that sounds acceptable, but let's not make a fuss over a single meal. It is late, you should leave now. And we can reconnect later, Yun Ruoyue urged, anxious that others might arrive soon. All right, I shall take my leave for now. Once I have arranged everything, I will come to find you, Su Changxiao stated, opening the door to step outside. At that moment, a towering figure loomed like a colossal stone, coldly standing there. The aura emanating from him was one of cataclysmic power. His face was as frigid as glacial ice, and his expression was one of stern discontent. His eyes shimmered with the intensity of a raging storm, an unmistakable harbinger of impending turmoil. Where do you think you are going? His thunderous voice erupted, startling Yun Ruoyue. It was then she realized that Chu Xuancheng had somehow appeared at her doorstep. Meanwhile, Jewel trembled on the ground. Her eyes reddened and biting her lip as she gestured towards her, but it was too late. Chapter 696. The Princess Consort You Cannot Afford to Offend. Jewel had intended to alert the Princess Consort upon seeing the prince's approach, but the murderous intent in his eyes had paralyzed her with fear, causing her to collapse to her knees, too terrified to speak. Having overheard the conversation within, she knew the rogue was still in the Princess Consort's chamber and was acquainted with her. She had remained outside, intending to wait until the rogue departed to clarify the situation. However, the prince's arrival thwarted her plans. She had a premonition that had she dared to speak earlier, she would have faced the wrath of the enraged prince, likely resulting in her demise. What are you doing here? Yun Ruoyue stammered, her throat dry as she instinctively took a step back, confronted by Chu Xuancheng, who loomed before her like an immovable mountain. Su Changxiao cast a cold glance at Chu Xuancheng, his eyes devoid of any warmth, starkly contrasting with his earlier charming demeanor. Observing the two alone in the room, Chu Xuancheng's fury reached a boiling point as he spoke in a deep, restrained voice. Is this how you repay my trust? You dare to meet with Su Changxiao in secret behind my back. You possess such audacity. Your Highness, do not blame her. If there is anyone to hold accountable, it is I, for it was I who sought her out, and she bears no responsibility in this matter. Moreover, our relationship is merely that of friends. We have not transgressed any boundaries. You already possess a favored concubine, and it is evident you hold no affection for her. Why then do you come to trouble her? Su Changxiao remarked, his expression icy and laced with sarcasm. Chu Xuancheng's gaze bored down upon him, deep and intense. Even if I do not favor her, She is still the Princess of Li. You dare trespass into my Li Wangfu and invade the princess's quarters. Archers, prepare. At his command, Mo Li and Mo Zhu, along with a host of guards, swiftly entered, bows drawn and eyes fixed coldly upon Su Changxiao, encircling the entire Feiyu pavilion with an impenetrable barrier. A flicker of disdain crossed Su Changxiao's eyes as he let out a defiant snort. Your Highness, do you truly believe that these few lackeys can threaten me? I do not regard you with any seriousness. If you have the courage, direct your ire at me and spare the princess. With that, he swiftly positioned himself in front of Yun Ruoyue. Seeing this, Xuancheng's fury intensified. His eyes gleamed like cold stars, murderous intent unmistakable. Abruptly, he waved his hand, issuing the command, release the arrows. Instantly, Mo Li and the others began to let loose a barrage of arrows towards Su Changxiao, who stood defensively behind Yun Ruoyue. Your Highness, would you truly sacrifice the princess? Do you not see she stands behind me? Su Changxiao scoffed, preparing to shield Yun Ruoyue with his own strength against the incoming projectiles. Suddenly, Xuancheng's formidable figure appeared before him, forcefully shoving Su Changxiao aside and pulling Yun Ruoyue into his embrace, declaring coldly, the only life I seek to extinguish is yours. The princess is not someone you can afford to provoke. As Su Changxiao was thrust away, the relentless rain of arrows descended upon him. He hastily raised his sleeve to evade, darting about the courtyard to escape the onslaught. One must concede that Su Changxiao, having achieved the title of martial champion, possessed remarkable prowess, deftly deflecting the multitude of arrows with ease. However, he remained but one man, unarmed, and the odds were against him. Yun Ruoyue feared he might be struck. Chapter 697. Release the arrows. She urgently turned to Xuancheng. I have no ties to him, but I implore you to spare him. Ah, are you beginning to concern yourself for him? Should something befall me, would you worry for my well-being? Xuancheng's tone was frigid. During his initial search, he had caught sight of Su Changxiao's garments from the rafters, but had not known it was he at the time. To protect Yun Ruoyue's reputation, he had remained silent. After the guards reported no findings, he ordered them to withdraw. Had they lingered any longer, they would surely have discovered the intruder above. He understood then that Yun Ruoyue must know this man, which is why she defended him so fiercely. Subsequently, he had summoned Nangong Ro and the others away, only to return and confront the thief. Indeed, his princess held great regard for this man, igniting a flame of jealousy within his heart, leaving him in an unsettling state. You shall not come to harm. Your situation differs from his. He is my friend. I implore you to show mercy and command them to cease. At this moment, Yun Ruoyue finds herself unable to elucidate the events of the evening, nor would she divulge her collusion with Su Changxiao in a bid to save the Prince of Xian in exchange for a divorce to Xuancheng. Upon hearing the term friend, Xuancheng's gaze grew even colder. This man had bullied you relentlessly, even going so far as to cast you into the lake during the frigid winter. Had it not been for my timely intervention, you would not have survived. How can you possibly call such a person your friend? Yun Ruoyue, are your eyes blind? From her tone, it seemed as though this notorious Su Changxiao was somehow superior to him. Yun Ruoyue was well aware of Su Changxiao's misdeeds in the past, yet she now required his assistance and thus temporarily regarded him as a friend. Rest assured, Li Wang, that was the old me, naive and foolish. I have matured now. Su Changxiao, while fending off a barrage of arrows, cast a charming glance at Xuancheng. Spare me your words, Mo Li. This scoundrel dares to trespass upon the sacred grounds of Li Wang's estate. Show him no mercy. Xuancheng issued a cold command. As another volley of arrows was unleashed towards Su Changxiao, a glint of malice flickered in Su Changxiao's eyes as he leaped, seizing an arrow mid-flight. A wicked grin spreading across his bloodied lips. You wish to play for real? Very well, I shall indulge you. With that, he soared into the air, his crimson robe billowing in the wind, exuding an enchanting grace. Simultaneously, he released a handful of poison powder upon the guards below. Instantly, some guards inhaled the toxic powder, their bodies collapsing, while others began to bleed from their eyes, ears, mouths, and noses, a testament to the potency of the poison. Everyone, be cautious. Mo Li warned his comrades urgently. He regarded Su Changxiao with a frigid stare. Indeed, he was renowned as the Poison Prince, claiming the second spot in the realm of toxic arts, with none daring to contest his supremacy. Yun Ruoyue was taken aback by the extent of Su Changxiao's poisonous prowess, witnessing an array of toxic substances, pills, needles, and concealed weapons emerging from his sleeves. all hurled and scattered towards the guards, resulting in a multitude of them collapsing, grievously injured. Should he choose to escalate his assault, these guards would surely meet their demise. Out of respect for Xuancheng and Yun Ruoyue, since that Su Changxiao had chosen to restrain himself. How foolish she had been to think she could threaten him with a dagger after having pricked him with a tranquilizer. She had underestimated his capabilities. Had he wished to evade her grasp, she would have failed. Had he aimed to kill her, a single concealed weapon would suffice to seal her fate. Chapter 698. Struck by an arrow, it appeared he had shown her mercy, feigning weakness before her. She ought to have been unworried about Su Changxiao. Xuancheng, witnessing his men wounded and fallen, his gaze turned even more frigid. He raised his hand once more, commanding, "Send reinforcements and unleash poison arrows." The arrows previously fired were mere standard projectiles, lacking in lethality. Now, with poison arrows unleashed, should Su Changxiao inadvertently come into contact with even a trace, his wrath would be ignited. With a command from Xuancheng, Mo Li and Mo Zhu summoned all the hidden guards from the shadows, and a multitude of cloaked figures surged into the small Feiyue pavilion. As the guards entered, brandishing poisoned arrows, they shouted, "Attack!" A torrential rain of poisoned arrows immediately soared towards Su Changxiao. No matter how potent the poisons in Su Changxiao's possession, he could not evade such a deluge of arrows. Moreover, given his expertise in close-range poison usage, Xuancheng opted for a distant assault, ensuring that his guards remained unharmed while Su Changxiao found himself in grave peril. "Are they truly serious?" Su Changxiao exclaimed, witnessing the swarm of arrows approaching, and quickly raised an iron fan to shield himself. Drawing upon his formidable internal strength, he deftly redirected the incoming arrows back at the guards. A series of rustling sounds echoed as he successfully deflected the arrows, sending them hurtling back towards the guards, prompting Mo Li and the others to hastily evade. Su Changxiao was indeed formidable, with a cunning mind. One could not underestimate him simply because of the numbers on the side of the Li Wangfu. Observing the unfolding situation, Xuancheng abruptly seized the bow and arrows from Mo Li's hands, declaring, "The last time, the princess saved your life. This time, I shall reclaim that debt." With that, the imposing figure of Xuancheng drew back the bowstring, aiming directly at Su Changxiao. Startled, Su Changxiao quickly raised his folding fan to defend himself. Xuancheng narrowed his dark eyes, and with a swift release, the arrow shot forth, imbued with tremendous force, hurtling towards Su Changxiao's chest. Su Changxiao attempted to block it with his fan, but the arrow, infused with potent internal power, pierced through and struck him squarely in the chest. A pained gasp escaped Su Changxiao's lips, and upon witnessing this, Yun Ruoyue cried out, "Stop! Everyone! Cease at once!" At her command, the guards halted, their expressions stern and resolute. Should they act now, the lethal arrow would surely spell doom for Su Changxiao. Without a moment's hesitation, Yun Ruoyue rushed towards Su Changxiao, who had been struck by Xuancheng's poisoned arrow. After a few muffled groans, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, resembling a vibrant flower in bloom. Seeing this, Yun Ruoyue's heart trembled in fear. This was a poisoned arrow that could claim a life. She quickly supported Su Changxiao, asking, "How are you? Is your injury severe? Can you still walk?" Wiping the dark blood from his mouth with his sleeve, Su Changxiao flashed a dazzling and exquisite smile at Yun Ruoyue, saying, "Are you concerned for me, my lady? I had thought you loathed me so much that you wished for my demise." The moment she rushed to him had touched him deeply. Yun Ruoyue realized that, despite his smile, there was a sorrowful undertone to it. She had long perceived him as a frivolous and venomous scion, yet she now discerned a profound loneliness concealed within his laughter. "You've been struck by an arrow coated in poison. We must act swiftly to neutralize it, or you may lose your life." Even though Yun Ruoyue was not well versed in toxins, she understood that the poison Su Changxiao had encountered was exceptionally dangerous. The arrow was embedded just below his chest, perilously close to his heart. Even without the poison, it still posed a grave threat. "Thank you, I am fine. You should be more concerned about yourself." After Su Changxiao finished speaking, he smiled and looked towards Xuancheng, who was approaching them step by step. At this moment, Xuancheng's face was as dark as water, his eyes ablaze with anger and filled with murderous intent. He gazed intently at Yun Ruoyue and said in a deep voice, "Come here. I will not go to you. If you wish to kill Su Changxiao, you must first kill me," Yun Ruoyue declared, stepping protectively in front of Su Changxiao. She spread her arms wide, Her petite figure could hardly shield the towering Su Changxiao, yet she bravely lifted her chin, her face radiating courage. Su Changxiao was taken aback. He had bullied Yun Ruoyue in the past, yet she stood up for him so fiercely. His cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and he increasingly felt he had been a scoundrel to treat a girl in such a manner. Seeing Yun Ruoyue's steadfast demeanor, he could not help but think that, at this moment, her petite form appeared immensely grand and majestic. Xuancheng did not anticipate that Yun Ruoyue would risk her life for Su Changxiao. Had their relationship grown so profound? He regarded her coldly, his eyes blazing with fury, yet he restrained the anger boiling within. He extended his hand towards her, softening his voice. "Come here, I shall wait for you here. He is not worth any sacrifice on your part. Do not oppose me for him." Yun Ruoyue was astonished that Xuancheng would lower his tone. His voice was soft, yet carried weight. She noticed Su Changxiao's lips turning purple, his pupils dilating, as if he were on the brink of collapse. She immediately shook her head at Xuancheng. "If you do not release him, I will not come to you, unless you set him free. Do you truly wish to oppose me for him? Yun Ruoyue, do you not fear death?" Xuancheng's voice was frigid, his heart aching. Yet the typically strong and domineering man despised displaying his vulnerability in front of others. To the world, he appeared as an invincible figure, a man with a heart of stone, seemingly impervious and unyielding. Only he understood the sorrow and pain that resided within him. As he observed Yun Ruoyue and Su Changxiao standing together, defending one another, a wave of desolation surged from deep within his heart. "Xuancheng, you are the heir of the Duke of Loyalty and Valor. Must you truly condemn him to death simply for intruding upon the Li Wangfu? How will you explain this to the Duke of Loyalty and Valor?" Yun Ruoyue pleaded. Xuancheng let out a cold laugh, his piercing gaze radiating solitude. "I know not of any Duke of Loyalty and Valor. All I know is that a thief has emerged from the Li Wangfu, and a thief deserves to die. This is my territory. Killing Su Changxiao is as easy as breathing. Finding a pretext is equally simple. After all, it was Su Changxiao who trespassed first, intruding into my queen's private chamber. No man can tolerate such a thing." Upon hearing Xuancheng's words, Yun Ruoyue felt a chill run through her. She looked at him in disbelief. "You truly intend to kill him? You are fully aware that there is nothing between us. Why will you not let him go?" "Because he covets what he should not desire. He may yearn for anyone, but he must not yearn for you." Xuancheng replied icily. You are truly cruel and cold-blooded. Very well, since you refuse to spare him and are determined to take his life, then you may as well end my life as well. Today, I am resolute in escorting him out." Yun Ruoyue, no longer wishing to plead with Xuancheng, supported Su Changxiao and made her way towards the entrance. Chapter 700. Willing to face death suddenly, all the guards closed in around them, brandishing poisoned arrows, their expressions solemn as they fixed their gazes upon her. Mo Li and Mo Zhu stood at the forefront, their faces etched with sorrow as they stared at Yun Ruoyue. Mo Li gritted his teeth and said stiffly, "Your Highness, please reconsider. Do not accompany him. It is not worth it for his sake. Your Highness, you cannot go with him. Please return," Mo Zhu added, tears glistening in his eyes as he spoke with a rigid tone. At that moment, witnessing the rift between the princess and the prince, both brothers felt a deep sense of unease. After Mo Zhu finished speaking, he looked beseechingly at Xuancheng. "Your Highness, I believe wholeheartedly in the integrity of the princess and young Master Su. I implore you to release Su Changxiao and heed the princess's wishes." "Indeed, Your Highness. We all trust Her Highness. She is a divine healer dedicated to saving lives, with a heart that is generous and kind." "She is certainly not the sort of person you think," the other guards echoed in agreement. Xuancheng replied in a deep voice, "Of course I trust the princess. I simply do not appreciate others coveting what belongs to me. If I did not trust Yun Ruoyue, I would have killed her long ago. There would be no need to wait until now." Yun Ruoyue scoffed coldly. "I am the master of my own fate. I belong to myself. I am not your woman, and you have no right to dictate my affairs. Today, by any means, I shall not allow you to harm him." Su Changxiao, feeling distressed, coughed violently, expelling a pool of dark blood. With a self-deprecating smile, he thought to himself how unexpectedly his illustrious life had led him to this moment. He cast a cold gaze at Xuancheng, his smile both desolate and hauntingly beautiful. "Prince Li, I have no connection with Princess Li. This matter concerns me alone. If you wish to kill or maim, then let it be directed at me." With that, he suddenly raised his hand and forcefully pushed Yun Ruoyue towards Xuancheng. As he did so, he implored, "All of you, come at me. Do not trouble Princess Li. In pushing her away with great force, Su Changxiao distanced Yun Ruoyue from him significantly. He then slowly closed his eyes, as if finding solace in the acceptance of death. Yun Ruoyue, propelled by the immense inertia of the push, nearly crashed into the wall opposite. Fortunately, Chu Xuancheng swiftly sidestepped and caught her, sparing her from calamity. As Chu Xuancheng held Yun Ruoyue, he spun her around several times before they finally came to a standstill. When she regained her balance and lifted her gaze, she met his deep, star-like eyes, which regarded her with a calm indifference. She cast a glance at him, feeling a twinge of guilt. After all, from his perspective, it was entirely reasonable for him to be furious upon discovering his wife entangled with another man, and defending that man at that. It was simply his lack of faith in her that left her feeling utterly disillusioned. At that moment, Su Changxiao, who had originally closed his eyes, suddenly found a poisoned plum blossom dart in his hand. With a cold toss, he sent the darts flying towards Mo Li, prompting those present to instinctively shield themselves with their sleeves. In this brief interval, Su Changxiao, clad in crimson, deftly leapt onto the high wall and soared into the night. He flew with remarkable speed, his posture agile and graceful, entirely unbothered by the lethal poison coursing through him. Rather, he appeared effortlessly dashing. Above the Li Wangfu, his chilling voice echoed, "Li Wang, today's events have been duly noted by this heir, and I shall not rest until I seek retribution." Chapter 701. No thoughts of any man. Chu Xuancheng cast a cold gaze towards the sky and commanded in a deep voice, "Prepare to shoot." Instantly, a deluge of arrows was unleashed towards the wall. Upon witnessing this, Su Changxiao turned his head and, upon seeing the multitude of arrows hurtling towards him, was seized by fear. He trembled and hastened his flight. However, the exertion of his inner energy exacerbated his poison, causing him to misjudge his flight and plummet to the ground. In an instant, his previous elegance was shattered. A piercing scream, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, erupted from beyond the wall, startling the birds into flight. Su Changxiao, once the epitome of charm and allure, now fell to the earth like a wounded bird, having unexpectedly miscalculated his grand exit. "Chase him! Capture him!" Chu Xuancheng ordered coldly, and the guards swiftly rushed out of the palace. As soon as Su Changxiao hit the ground, he understood that Chu Xuancheng would undoubtedly send men after him. Gritting his teeth, he wiped the black blood from the corner of his mouth and quickly rose, fleeing towards home under the cover of night. In his haste, he appeared quite disheveled, resembling a fugitive rather than the suave figure he intended to portray. After Mo Li and his men pursued from the Wangfu, they spotted the crimson hem of Su Changxiao's attire disappearing in a state of distress into the darkness. He immediately ordered, "No need to pursue. Halt." He then returned to report to Chu Xuancheng, "My lord, it was our incompetence that allowed Su Changxiao to escape." Chu Xuancheng fixed a penetrating gaze on Mo Li, discerning with his keen intellect that Mo Li had intentionally let Su Changxiao slip away. Had they not shown leniency, Su Changxiao would not have evaded capture. Nevertheless, he had no intention of killing Su Changxiao outright, as that would leave him unable to account to Su Ming. He declared, "Enough, there is no need to pursue further. All must keep tonight's events confidential. No one is to speak of this. You may all withdraw." "Yes, my lord," the crowd responded before retreating. Mo Li understood that the lord's decision aimed to protect the reputation of the princess. The incident involving Su Changxiao's nighttime visit to the princess's chamber was known only to their brotherhood, and they would certainly remain discreet. As the others departed, Yun Ruoyue expressed her concern. "Su Changxiao has been gravely poisoned. He must be all right, right?" However, recalling his agile departure moments earlier, she reassured herself that he hardly appeared affected by poison. His own mastery of toxins was formidable. He should have the means to counteract such venom. Is she still worried about Su Changxiao? He possesses an exceptional mastery of poison, and the toxin I utilize is exceedingly simple to neutralize. Thus, there is no need for your concern. You ought to reclaim your thoughts. Observing Yun Ruoyue's demeanor, Chu Xuancheng coldly reminded her. His voice was laced with barely restrained fury, his eyes swirling with the tempest before a storm. In response to his intense gaze, Yun Ruoyue defiantly fixed her gaze upon him, proclaiming, "Whom I choose to worry about is of no concern to you. Do you not think you are overstepping your bounds? Should I not be entitled to worry about you? You are the princess consort of Li, and your worries should solely revolve around me. No other man shall occupy your thoughts." Chu Xuancheng gritted his teeth as he spoke. Yun Ruoyue chuckled at his absurdity, retorting, "You truly are amusing. What connection do we share? Your lack of affection for me is mutual. I find you equally detestable. It is best we remain as distant as two rivers flowing separately. I may think of whomever I wish, and you possess no authority to interfere. Repeat that. Xuancheng suddenly stepped forward, advancing towards Yun Ruoyue with deliberate intent. Chapter 702. The bite. His shadow loomed over her like a mountain, pressing down on Yun Ruoyue, causing her to swallow hard as breath escaped her. She retreated step by step towards the wall, asserting, "You prompted me to speak. And I declare that I may think of any man, and you have no right to interfere." Innately defiant, she refused to yield to his threats. The more he intimidated her, the more resolute she became in her stance. Even if her heart whispered otherwise, she would not concede. "You dare," Xuancheng declared, his hands gripping Yun Ruoyue's shoulders with fierce intensity. He suddenly leaned down, capturing her lips as if to consume her whole. Taken aback, Yun Ruoyue was dismayed to find that this man's method of argument involved forceful kissing. Angered, she attempted to push him away. Yet her body was firmly pressed against the wall, rendering her immobile. Xuancheng restrained Yun Ruoyue tightly, closing his eyes as he savored her exquisite beauty. Whenever she attempted to speak, her words were swallowed by him, leaving her to endure his kiss. After a prolonged moment, she found herself breathless, her face flushed with heat. When Xuancheng finally withdrew, he gazed deeply into her eyes, while Yun Ruoyue glared back at him, her eyes ablaze with fury. She raised her hand and delivered a slap towards his face. However, this time, she was thwarted once again. As she lifted her hand, he caught her wrist. Xuancheng smirked, scoffing at the notion that a renowned warrior could be struck by her. "You scoundrel, shameless lout. Release me." With her strike thwarted, Yun Ruoyue, seething with frustration, abruptly thrust her head against his chest with force. Regrettably, his chest was as unyielding as steel, leaving her impact as ineffective as striking a wall. Undeterred, Yun Ruoyue resorted to biting down fiercely on his right arm. A sharp pain coursed through Xuancheng's arm, causing him to furrow his brow. This woman was relentless, biting with the ferocity of a dog that had spotted a thief, inflicting considerable discomfort. If he did not push her away soon, she might well tear a piece of flesh from him. "Woman, are you a dog?" Xuancheng shouted in anger, suddenly lowering his head to tug at her shoulder-esque garment, sinking his teeth into her delicate, fair shoulder. In the fleeting moment when he bit her fragrant shoulder, Xuancheng was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to push her away, yet he found himself mirroring her actions and biting back. The allure of her snow-white skin, delicate and smooth like the finest egg whites, was irresistible, compelling him to take a taste. He had long harbored a curiosity to see what it would feel like, but had never found the opportunity until now. However, he had not intended to be as forceful as she had been. "Ouch, that hurts." Yun Ruoyue gasped in pain as his bite elicited a sharp cry, her small face paling instantly. Xuancheng quickly released his grip, his gaze falling upon her slender shoulder, where a faint red mark was beginning to appear. The residual taste of blood lingered in his mouth, a testament to the fact that his gentle bite had drawn blood, leaving behind distinct impressions of his teeth. "Xuancheng, how dare you bite me, you scoundrel!" Yun Ruoyue exclaimed, her anger directed at him as she glared at the marks on her shoulder. The pain made her expression twist in discomfort. "But you bit me first," he retorted smoothly. "This is merely a mark I have left on you, signifying that you belong to me, and none shall encroach upon what is mine." Chapter 703. Whose portrait is this? Yun Ruoyue had not anticipated this man's pettiness. She had merely nipped at him, yet he retaliated in kind. Her eyes blazed with indignation. "You took advantage of me first. I assure you, there is nothing between Su Chi and me. If you use that as a pretext to bully me again, I will retaliate." With a cold snort, Xuancheng replied, "It is best that nothing exists between you two. Should I uncover any evidence otherwise, I will not hesitate to allow him to experience the life of a eunuch. You shameless fiend. He is merely my friend. If you dare lay a finger on him, I will never forgive you." Yun Ruoyue declared, her anger causing her to snort in frustration as she turned on her heel and stormed into her room, slamming the door behind her. She had no desire to see Xuancheng at that moment. Watching her retreat, Xuancheng shook his head, pondering how he might win her heart. He lifted his gaze to the starry sky, which shone brightly, yet his own heart felt shrouded in darkness. That night, upon returning to the Star Pavilion, Xuancheng made his way to the study. On the long table lay a sheet of rice paper, an inkstone, a brush, and various other materials required for painting. He glanced out at the moonlit night, sighed softly, and picked up the brush. It had been some time since he had last painted. Today, feeling despondent, his thoughts were consumed by her visage, one he could not shake. Perhaps it was better to immortalize her on canvas. He gathered the wide sleeves of his silk robe and, with his elegantly formed jade-like fingers gripping the brush, he made a few strokes on the paper. Gradually, a beautiful woman in red came to life upon the canvas. Her face was as exquisite as a silver plate. Her eyes bright and intelligent, exuding an air of dignity and noble grace. When his maid, Xuancheng, entered with tea, she was greeted by the sight of the vividly rendered woman on the canvas. So lifelike it seemed, as if she could step out of the painting. Was this not the very image of the princess? It is said that the prince possesses both literary and martial prowess, excelling not only in warfare but also in the art of painting. Today, upon witnessing his skill firsthand, one cannot help but acknowledge the truth in such praise. At this moment, Xuancheng feels immensely fortunate to serve as a maid in the Li Wangfu. Attending to such an extraordinary man, even merely observing him each day, is a considerable blessing. While many believe the prince dotes on the gentle consort, they are astonished to discover that he spends the late hours creating a portrait of the princess. After finishing the painting, Chu Xinshan inscribes a few lines of poetry. In spring, 100 flowers bloom. In autumn, one gazes at the moon. In summer, a cool breeze blows. In winter, one listens to the snow. If one's heart is free from worries, every moment is a splendid season of life. Once he sets down his brush, he turns to Xuancheng, who is pouring tea, instructing her to place the painting in the cabinet once the ink dries. Your artistry is remarkable, my lord. Shouldn't we hang it on the wall? Xuancheng inquires. If the princess were to see it, she would surely be moved. A valiant warrior creating a portrait for his beloved princess is a dream come true for countless young maidens. The princess would undoubtedly be overjoyed. That is unnecessary. I merely practice my brushwork. It is sufficient to leave it casually aside, Chu Xinshan replies, casting a nonchalant glance at the beauty captured on the canvas. Oh, I understand. Xuancheng responds outwardly, though inwardly she contemplates. Practice? Is that truly plausible? Why not use the gentle consort for such practice? It is evident that the prince harbors feelings for the princess, compelled to depict her. Yet, he chooses to keep this from her, revealing a rather stubborn and proud nature. Despite his insistence on casual placement, she dares not take such liberties. She must carefully preserve this painting, lest her carelessness result in the end of her service at the Li Wangfu. Chapter 704. Rumors in the streets after completing the painting. Chu Xinshan finds himself devoid of sleep. He strides to the window, gazing up at the starry sky, a subtle melancholy reflected in his brow. As Xuancheng tidies up the portrait, she steals a glance at the prince. From her vantage point, she observes him clad in a sky-blue brocade robe, adorned with gold-threaded borders and silver cloud patterns, exuding a faint luster that is understated yet elegant. A jade pendant of ice blue hue graces his waist, and his obsidian hair is tied with a jade crown, flowing like clouds and gleaming with the smoothness of silk. In his every gesture, there is an aura of cold nobility, exuding unparalleled grandeur. One glance at his demeanor reveals his noble lineage. He is evidently born of wealth and privilege, embodying the very essence of imperial bearing that one cannot help but admire. Once Xuancheng has safely stored the painting, she quickly retreats, aware that the prince prefers solitude and would not welcome interruption. To provoke his displeasure would indeed be unwise. In recent days, Yun Ruoyue has been preoccupied with concerns for Su Changxiao's condition. After sustaining an arrow wound that night, with poison lingering on the arrow, she worries for his well-being. However, within a couple of days, Su Changxiao sends his servant Su Qing to inform Feng Er of his situation. Upon hearing the news, Feng Er relays to Yun Ruoyue, Your Majesty, Su Qing has said that the poison is not severe. Su Changxiao is a master of detoxification and has already neutralized the poison himself. The arrow, having been thwarted by the iron fan, did not penetrate deeply, and thus the physician was able to extract it without leaving behind the arrowhead or causing significant blood loss. With merely a period of recuperation, he would recover. Yun Ruoyue breathed a sigh of relief. Her concern for Su Changxiao was not profound, for he had previously treated her with such disdain. It was inconceivable that she would forgive him simply because he had shown remorse and uttered a few words of contrition. She merely recalled his promise to assist her in obtaining a divorce. At that moment, Feng Er glanced outside and whispered, Your Highness. Su Qing mentioned that regarding the matter you entrusted to his master, as soon as his master returned to the estate, he began making arrangements. It has already yielded significant progress, and I have heard that many people in the streets are discussing it. Your Highness, what exactly did you entrust to young Master Su? What are people discussing in the streets? Yun Ruoyue inquired. I am not entirely certain, but this morning while I was out shopping, I overheard many voices speaking about the emperor. Those individuals were ragged and filthy, resembling vagrants, and they were fervently proclaiming that our emperor, due to his bloodthirsty actions against the late emperor, has incurred retribution. Furthermore, they claim that this consequence has befallen his own son, asserting that the reason the virtuous Prince Chu Luyun has become pregnant after years of gestation is due to the emperor's lack of virtue and compassion, which has now rebounded upon his child. They even suggested that the prince must be carrying a monstrous offspring, declaring that the imperial family is ill-fated and unworthy of leading the people. Feng recounted in hushed tones. Do they truly dare to speak in such a manner? These individuals possess remarkable audacity, Yun Ruoyue remarked. Indeed, they seem unafraid of execution, boldly voicing such opinions. However, they are homeless vagrants, so impoverished that they can scarcely afford a meal. Individuals like these, devoid of a home, tend to fear nothing, hence they will speak freely. Now, the entire capital is abuzz with this news. Even those within the royal palace are whispering about it. Yet, such rumors are detrimental to the emperor. Might he blame our Li Wangfu for this? Feng expressed her concern. Chapter 705. The Lantern Festival Banquet. Yun Ruoyue replied, it matters not. This is a concern for Chu Xuancheng, not ours. In fact, it may even be advantageous. With that, Yun Ruoyue rose to depart. What could possibly be advantageous? Your Highness, you have yet to disclose what matter you entrusted to young Master Su, Feng inquired, her face alight with curiosity. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck her mind, connecting the rumors she had heard. Was it possible that the matter entrusted to young Master Su involved these very rumors? However, what purpose could the master have in disseminating such tales? Time swiftly passed, and soon it was the 15th day of the Lunar New Year, the day of the Lantern Festival. On this day, the palace hosted a grand banquet, inviting princes, princesses, officials, and royal relatives to attend. Naturally, Yun Ruoyue and Chu Xuancheng were among the first to be invited, for the rampant rumors outside had compelled the emperor to demonstrate familial affection towards them. According to protocol, the Grand Princess was also required to return to the palace and could no longer linger at the Li Wangfu. Yet, the mere thought of the predatory palace filled the Grand Princess with reluctance to return. In the palace, others enjoyed their freedom. Yet she remained under constant surveillance by the emperor's men, unable to go wherever she wished or do as she pleased. In contrast, at the Li Wang residence, she roamed unfettered, with no one daring to interfere. Most importantly, at the tender age of 25, she remained unwed. Should she return to the stagnant confines of the palace, her hope of ever marrying would likely vanish. If only she could devise a means to remain at the Li Wang residence, living in companionship with her brother, she might still find a suitor for herself. That would be the utmost fulfillment. Thus, before the eunuchs from the palace arrived, she conferred with Aunt May and resolved to feign illness. She instructed her maid to apply a makeup that would make her appear unwell, and then she lay in bed, sending someone to inform Chu Xuancheng of her condition. At that moment, Chu Xuancheng had donned a black court robe, crafted from luxurious cloud-patterned silk, the collar embroidered with silver and pale yellow swirling clouds, and the cuffs and hem adorned with golden thread depicting auspicious clouds. A jade crown adorned his elegantly tied back hair, his eyes gleaming like cold stars, and his lips tinted a rosy red, presenting an imposing, noble, and handsome visage, akin to a king descending to earth. Once attired, he led Mo Li and others to the Feiyue Pavilion to await Yun Ruoyue. According to protocol, Yun Ruoyue was also to accompany him to the palace for the Lantern Festival banquet. As they approached the entrance of the Feiyue Pavilion, he caught sight of a figure clad in delicate pink, exuding an air of ethereal elegance, adorned with 2 white jade hairpins and a light touch of makeup. She resembled a celestial being untouched by the mundane world. Her rosy cheeks, sparkling eyes, and lips like blossoming petals rendered her breathtakingly beautiful, pure as ice and jade. Truly a vision of unparalleled loveliness. As Chu Xuancheng gazed at her, his heart involuntarily fluttered. Yun Ruoyue, stepping out of her room, spotted him at the courtyard entrance. Today, Chu Xuancheng's attire was particularly grand, befitting a royal prince. The The sumptuous fabric of his princely uniform radiated opulence and grace. However, no matter how handsome he appeared, in her eyes, he was merely a fierce dog. Have you all prepared yourselves, great dog prince? As the mistress of the Feiyue pavilion, it was only natural for Yun Ruoyue to greet him. Great dog? Xuancheng paused, taken aback, wondering if he had misheard. Are you ready? Ready? Then follow this prince into the palace. Xuancheng raised his head with an air of arrogance. I've been ready for quite some time. Let us go, Yun Ruoyue replied. Xuancheng cast her a sidelong glance. You seem quite eager for the banquet? Chapter 706. The eldest princess has matters to attend to. Could it be that she was so excited because she might see Su Changxiao at the banquet? Yun Ruoyue smiled. Naturally, there will be plenty of delicious food, delightful entertainment, and the opportunity to admire beautiful dancers and handsome men. Who wouldn't enjoy that? Admiring handsome men? Am I not handsome? Xuancheng ground his teeth, vexed at her audacity to appreciate other men in his presence. Beside them, Emoli exchanged glances with Yun Ruoyue, his eyes twitching slightly. The princess's boldness was astounding. Did she not realize that the prince was a jealous man? Emoli, have your eyes gone awry? Yun Ruoyue cast a glance at Emoli, leading Fenger and the others as she made her exit. Emoli couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. The princess had failed to grasp his subtle warning. He merely wished to caution her about conversing with the jealous prince, yet she seemed utterly unappreciative. Lord, the carriage is ready. Shall we set off now? Should we call for the princess? Emoli inquired. Xuancheng shot him an irritated glare, about to respond when suddenly a small girl's voice rang out from outside. My lord, my lady, it's terrible. The princess is arguing with the eunuch who came from the palace. You must go and see. Xuancheng narrowed his eyes, maintaining a calm demeanor. What transpired? The eunuch claimed he was sent by the emperor to escort the princess back to the palace. The princess said she was ill and could not rise from bed today, asking if she might return on another day. The eunuch insisted it was impossible. He could not defy the emperor's command, stating that even if it meant carrying her, he must take her back. He even accused the princess of feigning illness, which angered her greatly, prompting her to curse him as a dead eunuch. The eunuch then began to mock the princess cruelly, reducing her to tears. My lord, you must hurry, the girl said, her face filled with urgency. Upon hearing this, Xuancheng's expression remained unchanged. He spoke in a low voice, lead the way. He then strode purposefully towards Yunxian Pavilion, followed closely by Yun Ruoyue and Emoli, as the monotony of their lives made them avid gossipers, eager for a diversion. As they arrived outside Yunxian Pavilion, the princess's furious voice could already be heard from within. You, Su Gongong, how dare you make light of my condition when I am this unwell? I am genuinely ill. On what grounds do you claim I am feigning? A sharp, biting voice responded languidly from inside. Princess, if you truly are unwell, you may accompany this old servant to the palace for the royal physician to examine you. However, I do not believe you. You look radiant and full of vigor while hurling insults, hardly a picture of illness. Should the royal physician determine you're not sick, you will find it difficult to explain to the emperor. Moreover, how curious it is that you fall ill just as I arrive to escort you. How absurd. You, a mere eunuch, are not a physician. How dare you assert I am not ill? Regardless, I will not accompany you to the palace today. Return to the emperor and inform him that I am unwell and shall return once I have recovered. That is no longer within your purview, princess. The situation has changed. You are no longer in a position to act as you please. Once, you were the esteemed grand princess, second only to none. Now, you must recognize your current status. You are no longer that lofty figure. I advise you to be prudent and not compel me to summon others to carry you back. That would not end well. Su Gongong sneered, his eyes glinting with malice. Hearing this, the grand princess felt a surge of anger, her chest tightening. What is this? Is it not my father and mother who hold power now, that even a mere eunuch dares to bully me? If you dare to bind me, I shall not let this matter rest easily. The old servant replied, I apologize, but I am merely acting on the emperor's orders. If the princess wishes to create a disturbance, she should confront the emperor directly, rather than making things difficult for me. Today, I have come on the emperor's command to escort you back, and I must fulfill that duty. I am unwell. And should anything happen on our way back to the palace, can you bear the consequences? The princess retorted angrily. I am sorry, but I am only responsible for the escort, the old servant replied with a cold laugh. Whether the one I escort is alive or deceased is not my concern. Princess, there is something I must mention Though I hesitate to do so, this is now the emperor's realm. Do you still believe it belongs to your family? I now serve the emperor, and I cannot tolerate your insults. You have demeaned me, calling me a dead eunuch, and have refused to cooperate with my task. Do not blame me for being ungracious." Upon hearing these words, Yun Ruoyue suddenly understood. It seemed that the old servant had been provoked by the princess's remarks. Hence his scornful response. The princess had always held herself in high esteem, believing her status to be exalted and her demeanor proud, looking down upon others. Little did she realize that while the emperor might overlook her arrogance, offending the eunuchs would make her life in the palace quite difficult. This old servant could easily create obstacles for her, leaving her helpless and voiceless. As a favored servant of the emperor, he held considerable influence among the eunuchs, akin to Lu Gonggong. Once the princess returned to the palace, she might find herself in grave trouble. It must be said that while the princess possessed beauty, she lacked wisdom. It was indeed remarkable that she had survived until now. After hearing the old servant's words, she recognized that she should not have insulted him. Her outburst had only served to provoke his animosity, and he was now relentless in his pursuit of retribution. Yet, had he not mocked her for feigning illness, she would not have lost her temper. Such was the folly of this eunuch. But the insults had been exchanged. What use was there in dwelling on them? She truly wished to avoid returning to the palace, yet her fate lay in the hands of a servant, which was quite frustrating. Had she known better, she would have refrained from offending the old servant. With this in mind, she bit her lip and softly said, "Old eunuch Su, I acted impulsively and spoke without thought. Here are 2,000 taels of silver. Please accept it for some wine. Can you kindly inform the emperor that I am unwell and require some time before returning to the palace?" Upon hearing this, the old servant grinned wickedly. "Ah, princess, if only you had recognized the situation sooner. Unfortunately, I am not in need of your silver. Though I am a servant, I possess my own dignity. I have always despised being insulted. I am indeed one to hold grudges. Therefore, I must decline your request. Please prepare yourself to return to the palace with me. You were the one who first mocked me for feigning illness. I lost my temper and insulted you in return. I have humbly apologized. What more do you desire to grant leniency?" The princess seethed through gritted teeth. The old servant smiled ominously. "Are you not the exalted princess? As long as you are willing to lower your noble head and kneel before this humble servant, offering 3 respectful bows in apology, I might consider granting you some leniency." Chapter 708. The overbearing prince. Upon finishing his words, eunuch Su chuckled with a sense of pride. Though he served these nobles, he harbored a deep-seated resentment towards them. Why should the royal family be elevated above others, commanding them as if they were mere tools, devoid of humanity? Why must they endure being subservient, reduced to mere slaves? Thus, he took a certain pleasure in witnessing the misfortunes of the esteemed, and now that the grand princess sought his assistance, he was determined to humiliate her. Finding joy in her plight, his mind was indeed twisted. "What? You dare ask me to bow my head in apology? You have gone too far." The grand princess fumed, pointing angrily at eunuch Su, her body trembling with rage. "Do you think the Chu family has no one left?" At that moment, the cold voice of Chu Xuancheng resonated, filled with a formidable presence. He entered the room, accompanied by Yun Ruoyue and Mo Li. "Prince Lily, what brings you here?" Eunuch Su quivered at the sound of Chu Xuancheng's icy tone, his body shaking uncontrollably. Chu Xuancheng fixed a piercing gaze upon him, his eyes glinting with lethal intent. "This is my royal residence, and she is my elder sister. How dare you humiliate her here? What do you take me for?" "Your Highness, the servant has erred, but it was the grand princess who first insulted me," eunuch Su stammered. In the palace, he had grown accustomed to flaunting his power due to the emperor's favor. Yet now, faced with Chu Xuancheng, he trembled like a frightened mouse. His earlier audacity stemmed from his habitual boldness, fueled by arrogance and a desire for retribution. Momentarily forgetting that Chu Xuancheng was a formidable tiger not to be trifled with, he recalled that the grand princess and her brother were orphaned, lacking protection, and that the emperor would not hesitate to see them eliminated. In his folly, he had dared to bully the grand princess. He had momentarily forgotten that Chu Xuancheng was the guardian of the Chu state, someone whom even the emperor must regard with caution. He regretted his earlier bravado. Chu Xuancheng narrowed his sharp black eyes, his voice as frigid as a glacier. "You have offended the princess in the Lily Prince's residence. Tell me, will the emperor blame me for your punishment?" Eunuch Su's legs weakened at once. "No, the emperor dotes on the prince too much to hold him accountable. Your Highness, I acknowledge my wrongs. I implore you for another chance. Please spare my life." Eunuch Su trembled violently, his heart chilled. He understood that regardless of the emperor's affection for him, he would not risk offending Chu Xuancheng for the sake of a mere eunuch. Even if the emperor harbored animosity towards Chu Xuancheng, he would not let a lowly eunuch dictate his actions. For the emperor needed Chu Xuancheng far more than he needed eunuch Su, who could be easily replaced. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Is that so? I might consider it. However, since you acknowledge your fault, you must first express your contrition to me in a manner that satisfies me. Only then will I spare your wretched life, Chu Xuancheng declared coldly, settling into a chair. He delicately lifted a cup of tea poured by a young maid and began to savor it. Upon hearing this, Eunuch Su realized that the prince had already formed a deadly intent against him. If he does not sincerely admit his faults, he may find himself facing an inescapable demise, at which point even the emperor will not come to his aid. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly knelt before the grand princess, pleading for mercy and forgiveness. Acknowledging his previous transgressions and making things difficult for her, he bowed his head 3 times, hoping the prince would spare him. In chapter 709, punished to kneel for 3 days, he lowered his head and knocked it against the ground thrice with a resonant thud. Yun Ruoyue observed that those around seemed to harbor a profound fear of Chu Xuancheng, as if he were capable of devouring men. Yet, she sensed that he bore no fear at all, appearing rather like an exquisitely crafted pig's trotter. The grand princess, emboldened by her brother's support, let out a cold huff. Just moments ago, you were so arrogant, relying on the emperor's favor. Did you not look down upon the people of the Li Wangfu? Xuancheng. His disdain for the Li Wangfu extends to the late emperor and empress. He openly insulted them and humiliated me. This cannot go unpunished. How shall we deal with such a treacherous scoundrel? Chu Xuancheng narrowed his eyes coldly, declaring, to insult the late emperor and empress, and to demean their bloodline, bring Su Gongong out and administer 50 strikes. Upon hearing this, Su Gongong was struck with terror, his body weakening. He hastily pleaded for mercy. My lord, spare me. My health is frail. 50 strikes would surely cost me my life. Perhaps I could enter the palace to inform the emperor that the grand princess is gravely ill and needs treatment at the Li Wangfu, requesting a delay in her return. What do you think? Too late. I shall inform the emperor about the grand princess, replied Chu Xuancheng, setting down his teacup and rising coldly. Hasten to the palace and report Su Gongong's insult to the late emperor and empress to the emperor. Let us see how he shall punish him. My lord, last year, an official was publicly condemned for insulting the late emperor and empress and was executed. His entire family was exiled to the frigid northern territories. Su Gongong, merely a eunuch, will likely face an even harsher fate. I suspect he may be sentenced to dismemberment, Mo Li interjected. Mo Zhu sighed, patting Su Gongong's plump head. The emperor holds the late emperor and empress in great esteem and cares deeply for you and the grand princess. Should he learn of Su Gongong's actions, he would not let it slide easily. Alas, dismemberment, such a gruesome fate, leaving a corpse unrecognizable. This is the consequence of offending the grand princess. At this, Su Gongong's neck quivered, and the others felt a chill run down their spines. The prince was demonstrating a grim warning to all. His kin were not to be trifled with. Suddenly, Su Gongong knelt once more, knocking his head against the ground. My lord, I beseech you, just give me the 50 strikes. Please do not inform the emperor of this matter, or I shall surely perish. He understood the emperor all too well. The emperor despised Chu Xuancheng more than anyone yet. On the surface, was the most protective of them. The emperor would undoubtedly sacrifice him to preserve his own reputation and for the sake of Chu Xuancheng and his sister. Can your frail body withstand 50 strikes? Chu Xuancheng asked. Endure, I shall endure, the old servant replied, nodding earnestly. Enough, I shall administer 50 strokes, which will burden my guards, and considering your injuries, who shall enter the palace to report to the emperor. Thus, you shall kneel at the entrance of the Prince of Li's residence for 3 days. Only once the time has elapsed may you rise, otherwise, I shall dispatch someone to the palace to inform the emperor of this matter, proclaimed Chu Xuancheng. 3 days? My frail body cannot withstand such punishment. My lord, it would be far kinder to administer the 50 strokes instead. I would rather pass away swiftly. Moreover, should I fail to return to the palace for a report after 3 days, the emperor shall grow suspicious, lamented the old servant, his face a picture of despair. Chapter 710. Is there movement in the abdomen? Chu Xuancheng's lips curled coldly. Fear not. I shall inform the emperor that the princess is unwell and recuperating, and you shall accompany her outside the palace until her recovery. Please, my lord, begged the old servant. Yet, before he could plead further, Emoli brandished a gleaming sword, casting a chilling glare his way. Aware of the blade's grim history, the old servant recoiled in fear and dutifully followed Emoli to kneel at the grand entrance of the Prince of Li's residence. He never imagined that a few careless words against the princess would lead to such a fate. Clearly, the Prince of Li was not to be trifled with. Consequently, the princess remained at the Prince of Li's residence and did not accompany Chu Xuancheng and the others to the palace. In the afternoon, Chu Xuancheng and Yun Ruoyue entered the palace. Occasions such as this were not suitable for Nangong Ro unless under special circumstances. Upon learning of their entrance, Nangong Ro was consumed by rage and smashed her belongings in her chamber. She would forever be a concubine, lacking even the privilege to accompany Chu Xuancheng into the palace. With a fierce glare, she swore silently that one day, she would eliminate Yun Ruoyue and become the sole mistress of the Prince of Li's residence. Once inside the palace, Yun Ruoyue and Chu Xuancheng first visited the Empress Dowager in Shokong Palace. Granny Xue diligently administered medication to the Empress Dowager at the prescribed times, leading to significant improvement in her pulmonary tuberculosis. She now merely required a few more months of medication for consolidation. The Empress Dowager's condition was no longer contagious, allowing her to roam freely when in good spirits, without the need for others to avoid her or don masks. Upon seeing Yun Ruoyue, the Empress Dowager grasped her hand and inquired, "How are you? Is there any progress?" "What progress, grandmother?" Yun Ruoyue replied, puzzled. At this, Princess Zhao chimed in with a playful smile. "Sister-in-law, grandmother is inquiring about your abdomen to see if there is any movement." Yun Ruoyue glanced at Chu Xuancheng and quickly bowed her head. They had not shared a bed in months. How could she possibly be with child? They had only been together once several months prior, and after such a long interval without conception, it was undoubtedly improbable. Grandmother, my husband and I are still young. There has been no movement," Yun Ruoyue said, her voice tinged with embarrassment. The Empress Dowager sighed in disappointment. "What is the matter? You have been married for nearly a year and a half, yet there is still no news? The Princess Zhao, younger than you, has already conceived." "Princess Zhao is with child?" Yun Ruoyue asked in disbelief, turning her gaze toward Princess Zhao. The Princess of Zhao shyly nodded, her face radiating happiness as she gently caressed her belly. It was true. She was expecting, though it was still in the early stages, having only just discovered the news a couple of months prior. After speaking, she cast a bashful glance at the Zhao Wang beside her. The Zhao Wang, with an affectionate gaze filled with deep emotion, looked at her, equally blissful. No matter how many months, the joy of expecting is what matters. "Xianchen, Ruoyue, you should take a leaf from the Zhao Wang couple's book and strive to follow suit," the Empress Dowager urged with a sense of encouragement. Yun Ruoyue lowered her head even further, unsure of how to respond. Chu Xianchen glanced at her and assured, "Rest assured, grandmother. I shall make every effort and will not let you down." "That's splendid. Do have more children." The Empress Dowager also has red envelopes to give. "Otherwise, with so many envelopes, it would be a pity if no one received them," the Empress Dowager remarked. "Is there a reward for having children?" Upon hearing about the red envelopes, Yun Ruoyue quickly raised her head, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Chapter 711. 5,000 Tales for One Child. Seeing her greedy expression, Chu Xianchen could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth. The Empress Dowager then chuckled, "Of course. My little treasury holds many treasures, all reserved for your future children. Hurry and exert yourselves. For each child, I shall bestow 5,000 taels of silver. For two, it will be 10,000 taels. The more you bear, the more generous my rewards will be, not to mention other bounties." Yun Ruoyue felt tears welling up, moved by the prospect of earning such wealth for giving birth to a child. Just the thought of bringing forth a child for Chu Xianchen would yield a significant fortune. Many common folk earn merely a few dozen taels a year. Alas, the medical conditions of ancient times were perilous, with childbirth fraught with dangers. No amount of money would entice her to take such risks. However, in modern times, under superior medical conditions, if the reward for having a child were 100 million soft currencies, she would be inclined to consider it. Upon hearing the Empress Dowager's words, the Princess of Zhao joyfully touched her belly, exclaiming, "How wonderful! I am already carrying a golden nugget. Sisterly Wang Fei, you must also do your best." Yun Ruoyue nodded helplessly. "Yes, let us strive together." After visiting the Empress Dowager, Yun Ruoyue and Chu Changxiao departed from Shokong Palace, intending to pass through the Imperial Garden to attend the banquet at Taiha Hall. The Empress Dowager would also be present but, due to her esteemed status, did not need to arrive early, preferring to wait until after her afternoon medicine. As they walked through the Imperial Garden, Yun Ruoyue lifted her gaze and noticed that the snow had melted, the ice on the lake had thawed, and the branches were sprouting new buds, some even preparing to blossom. This heralded the arrival of spring. While she was savoring the early spring scenery, she suddenly heard Chu Changxiao say, "You just promised the Empress Dowager that you would bear children for me. Tonight, I shall rest in your chambers." Yun Ruoyue looked at Chu Changxiao in disbelief. "When did I promise the Empress Dowager? Did you not? You clearly said let's strive together, and you must not go back on your word," Chu Changxiao insisted. "I merely said let's strive together. Does that equate to bearing children? How naive of you. Why not let Nangong Ro bear your child? You two have already consummated your marriage. And I am confident she will conceive soon," Yun Ruoyue retorted. "I do not desire her child. I only want yours," asserted Chu Xuancheng, positioning himself resolutely before Yun Ruoyue. Gazing intently at her, Yun Ruoyue suddenly perceived that this man was rather obstinate. Had he not noticed her evident disdain for him? At that moment, a soft, ethereal voice wafted through the palace corridors, delicate and melodious, akin to a gentle stream, resonating with a sweet, lilting charm reminiscent of a yellow aureole emerging from the valley. The sound was so soothing, so exquisite, that Yun Ruoyue, being enamored by beautiful tones, turned her gaze towards its source. Approaching her were 4 or 5 palace attendants, among whom strode a woman clad in a pale pink palace gown at the forefront. This woman possessed captivating bright eyes and a radiant smile, her beauty transcending the ordinary. Her stunning eyes exuded an exotic allure, her face delicate like a silver plate, and her figure was graceful and slender, gazing deeply and affectionately at Chu Xuancheng. Her long, lustrous black hair was elegantly styled in a celestial bun, adorned with merely a couple of jade hairpins, devoid of any ostentatious embellishments. Yet she was breathtakingly enchanting, her beauty akin to a lotus emerging from clear waters, untouched by artifice. Her attire was embroidered with patterns favored by her foreign kin, distinctive of her ethnicity, accompanied by a palace maid dressed similarly in exotic garb. In the kingdom of Chu, Yun Ruoyue had yet to encounter such a stunning foreign woman. Judging by the woman's hair and attire, she must be a favored concubine of the palace. As the woman approached, she appraised Yun Ruoyue with a friendly smile, unlike the haughty disdain exhibited by others. "Greetings, you must be the princess consort of Li. I am Su Changxiao, a friend of the prince, known in the palace as Consort Shui." Yun Ruoyue could not quite place this figure in her mind. Casting a glance at Chu Xuancheng, she promptly replied, "Consort Shui, it is a pleasure to meet you. Since you are a friend of the prince, I shall leave you to your conversation and not intrude." With that, she turned to depart. However, Consort Shui called out to her, "Princess Consort, there is little to discuss between the prince and me. I merely stepped out for a breath of fresh air and happened upon you. Please do not take offense." Chu Xuancheng cast a profound look at Su Changxiao and stated, "Consort Shui, the princess consort and I have matters to attend to. We must take our leave." He then took Yun Ruoyue's hand and began to walk away. Su Changxiao nodded in acknowledgement, her gaze lingering on them with a hint of envy. Once the couple had departed, Amina, Su Changxiao's personal maid, discreetly dismissed the other attendants and leaned closer, speaking cautiously in a hushed tone, "Your Highness, your earlier actions were quite reckless. His Highness has made it clear that, unless absolutely necessary, you must avoid contact with him. Should you inadvertently encounter him, you must feign ignorance. Approaching him directly, as you did, could raise suspicions. As a foreign concubine who seldom ventures beyond the palace's confines, how could you possibly know the Li Prince? Such inquiries might provoke the emperor's suspicion, which would be detrimental." Su Changxiao gazed wistfully at the retreating figures, murmuring, "I understand, but it was such a rare chance to see him. I merely wished to speak with him, nothing more. I recently observed that no one was monitoring us, which prompted me to approach and speak. However, it would be prudent to refrain from such actions in the future. This palace is rife with spies, and our indiscretions could inadvertently implicate the prince. We are but pawns trained by the prince, shadows in service to him. Shuefei, you must not entertain frivolous thoughts. Besides, the prince is already wed. You ought to remain aware of your position and refrain from unwarranted musings," Amina advised. "I understand my station. How could I ever be worthy of the prince? I merely wish to catch a glimpse of him, to exchange a simple greeting. Is it too much to desire to see what his princess looks like and how he treats her? Su Changxiao's countenance turned pale at Amina's words. Have you not observed? The prince holds the hand of his princess, which signifies he treats her quite well, contrary to the rumors circulating outside. You are now the emperor's favored concubine. Your focus should be on winning his heart and aiding the prince in achieving greatness. The prince has always been steadfast and honorable. He rescued us from the destitute and has cultivated and trained us, allowing us to attain our current status. We must diligently serve him to assist in his grand ambitions, for our future prosperity will undoubtedly stem from our loyalty. Amina feared that Su Changxiao might harbor ill feelings towards the prince due to his marriage, so she sought to counsel her. She knew that Su Changxiao had long held affection for the prince, but had never confessed her feelings due to her role as a shadow guard. Chapter 7:13. Do not dwell on forbidden thoughts. I am well aware of the prince's virtues. How could I ever betray him? My heart for the prince is as evident as the heavens and the earth. When the prince was attacked and gravely injured, his life hanging by a thread, did we not disseminate the information we overheard to protect him? I merely feel that a man of his caliber should not be bound to a single woman. If he were to ascend to the throne in the future, he would surely require additional consorts. My aspirations are modest, as long as I can remain by his side. Even as a minor concubine, I would find immense satisfaction, Su Changxiao expressed with anticipation. Being a bold girl from a foreign land, she openly voiced her sentiments without fear of Amina's ridicule. Amina regarded her with exasperation. Such thoughts were premature, and given your current status as the emperor's favored, it would be wise to entertain fewer such notions. The palace banquet is about to commence. We must hasten, lest we incur the queen's disdain. Currently, Xue Fei is the most favored new concubine in the palace, a thorn in the sides of the queen and other consorts. After leaving the shadow guard camp, she and Su Changxiao adopted new identities and sold themselves to the Qihong Lu. This establishment is among the most prestigious pleasure houses in the imperial city, though few realize it is, in fact, a private enterprise of the Li Wang, merely operating under another's name. They lingered there for quite some time, awaiting their quarry. At that time, the Shadow Guard organization had spread word near the Su residence that a stunning foreign beauty had arrived at Qihong Lu, quickly ascending to the position of its courtesan. Su Ming, the treacherous minister, delighted in gathering beautiful women from all corners of the realm to present to the emperor, hoping to win his favor. Given his disposition, it was no surprise that upon hearing of the arrival of exotic beauties at the Qihong building, he would immediately seek them out. Indeed, just 2 days later, Su Ming visited the Qihong building, specifically requesting to meet Su Changxiao. Upon laying eyes on her, he was instantly captivated by her beauty. He immediately spent a fortune to redeem her and her maid, nurturing them for a few days at the Su residence before presenting them to the emperor. In the emperor's palace, no one was as stunning as Su Changxiao. The moment he beheld her, he was struck with awe and instantly took a liking to her, bestowing upon her the title of Xue Marin. Before long, she was elevated to the rank of Xue Fei, making her the fastest rising consort in the entire palace. Everyone was aware that she had been gathered by Su Ming for the emperor, assuming her to be one of his own, while only she and her maid understood that they were, in truth, under the protection of Chu Xuancheng. The entire affair was merely a ruse to conceal their true identities. When Yun Ruoyue and Chu Xuancheng arrived at the Taya Hall, they were met with a multitude of attendees. Suddenly, her gaze lifted, and she spotted the dignified Prince Chu Luyun, clad in white, sitting there with an expression of indifference. The prince's face appeared taut and somewhat pallid, yet it did not diminish his striking beauty. His lavish attire, voluminous enough to conceal his midriff, was surrounded by an array of exquisite food and wine, all of which he showed no interest in. A trace of melancholy shadowed his brow, his furrowed expression hinting at unspoken burdens. Princess Li, you have arrived? At that moment, the already approaching princess, Zhao, took Yun Ruoyue's hand. Chu Xuancheng cast a glance at Yun Ruoyue and remarked, "You may enjoy your time with Princess Zhao. I shall converse with Prince Zhao." With that, he draped his arm over Zhao Wang's shoulder, and the two brothers exited together. Yun Ruoyue glanced back at the prince, noting his pallor reminiscent of a fragile, innocent creature. Unable to restrain herself, she remarked to Princess Zhao, "Look at the prince's complexion. He appears quite unwell. He clearly suffers from a serious ailment. Why does he still attend the banquet?" As a healer, she could discern his condition at a glance. Such a patient required ample rest, and should not be present at a royal feast. Sighing heavily, Princess Zhao leaned closer to Yun Ruoyue and whispered, "You are unaware." But the prince did not wish to attend. It was the emperor's command that he appear at the banquet as long as he is not dead. There are rumors circulating among the populace that the prince is on the brink of death, and the emperor's intention is to demonstrate that the prince is still healthy, thereby proving that he is not the harbinger of misfortune. Yun Ruoyue was taken aback. The Emperor Han Yuan was indeed ruthless. Despite his son suffering from a grave illness, he showed no concern and insisted he attend the banquet, risking potential calamity. For the sake of his reputation, the emperor was willing to sacrifice his own son. Yet, she understood. In the days of Emperor Han Yuan, his treacherous ambition led him to commit heinous acts against the former emperor. Such a ruthless individual is capable of anything. Just then, a sharp voice pierced the air from behind them. Yun Ruoyue immediately recognized it as the voice of the seventh princess, Chu Yunyan. Indeed, upon turning around, she saw the seventh princess supporting Su Changxiao, approaching with a decidedly unfriendly demeanor. Seeing the two of them, Yun Ruoyue sighed, lamenting her ill fortune. It seemed that misfortune followed her wherever she went. "What do you think, Princess Zhao?" she inquired. Princess Zhao, linking arms with Yun Ruoyue, replied, "Indeed, everything was fine until this wretched creature appeared, barking incessantly and disturbing the peace." "Who are you calling unfortunate? Who is the dog?" The seventh princess narrowed her eyes, glaring at the two with palpable irritation. "Whoever speaks will be addressed," Princess Zhao retorted with a light huff. "Ah, it's you, Princess Zhao. Now that you've ingratiated yourself with Princess Li, do you think you can flaunt your power before me? After marrying my brother Zhao for so many years, why have you not borne him a son or daughter? If you fail to produce an heir for our Chu family, your position as princess may soon be in jeopardy," the seventh princess sneered. Unlike her, who remained a princess regardless of offspring, a princess consort could easily be replaced. Her strategy against Princess Zhao was to constantly taunt her about childbearing, a tactic she believed would guarantee her victory, except for the last time, when she was bested by Yun Ruoyue. Hearing the seventh princess's tone, Yun Ruoyue discerned that they were still oblivious to the fact that Princess Zhao was pregnant. It seemed Princess Zhao preferred to keep this matter to herself. Nearby, Su Changxiao interjected, "Seventh princess, tread carefully. She is still the Zhao princess consort. Even if she cannot bear children, your brother Zhao would not abandon her." Princess Zhao let out a cold laugh. "Princess Jin, what do you mean by even if she cannot bear children? Are you cursing me to be childless forever? You have been married to Prince Jin for nearly 2 years now. Why have you not conceived?" Su Changxiao's expression stiffened. "How long have I been married to Prince Jin? You married Zhao a year before us, and you still have not conceived. Why should I be anxious?" "Apologies, but I am indeed pregnant," Princess Zhao retorted, unable to hold back the words any longer. "Do not be envious. Do not be disheartened. You are pregnant? No way." Su Changxiao's eyes widened in disbelief, her face cracking like shattered glass. The seventh princess gasped, "You are with child? Is it true or merely a ruse? The royal physician just confirmed it before the Empress Dowager. How could it be false? If you doubt it, feel free to inquire with him," Princess Zhao asserted. Upon hearing this, the seventh princess's demeanor turned ominous. "Humph, I see you as someone ill-fated. Even if you are pregnant, what of it? Given your misfortune, you may not sustain this child. Be wary of miscarriage, or even if born, it could be stillborn. Even if he were to survive, he would inevitably meet an untimely demise and would never mature." Upon hearing the words of the seventh princess, the crowd collectively gasped in shock. How audacious of her to speak so. In this place, where mothers are present, such utterances are intolerable. The attendees were struck by the sheer horror of her statement, deeming her exceedingly excessive. Upon hearing this, the Zhao Wangfei trembled with rage, taking a step back in distress. Yun Ruoyue hastily supported her, who, gritting her teeth in fury, exclaimed, "Seventh princess, your malevolence knows no bounds. How dare you publicly curse my unborn child? You possess a heart as venomous as a serpent. I have not cursed him. I merely stated the facts. This child, once conceived, is prone to miscarriage. Even if born, he may suffocate, and should he survive, illness may claim him, leading to an early death. What have I said that is incorrect? Do not attempt to lay blame on me," the seventh princess retorted, though a hint of uncertainty flickered within her. You are utterly intolerable," the Zhao Wangfei cried, her stomach churning with anguish, her complexion paling to a ghostly hue, nearly causing her to falter. Yun Ruoyue quickly steadied her, offering words of comfort. Zhao Wangfei, do not be disheartened by her vile words. Rest assured, I shall avenge this affront shortly. At that moment, a commanding voice resonated from outside. The crowd turned to see Emperor Hongyuan, the Empress, Su Changxiao, and various envoys from foreign lands arriving at the hall. The sight of the emperor sent a wave of trepidation through the assembly, compelling them to stand aside. Heads bowed in respect. Your Majesty, it is a joyous occasion that the Zhao Wangfei is with child, yet shockingly, the 7th princess has cursed her, claiming she will not carry this child to term. We implore your Majesty to dispense justice for the Zhao Wangfei. Yun Ruoyue stepped forward, kneeling before Emperor Hongyuan as she spoke. Upon hearing this, the emperor's countenance turned icy. The empress, noticing Yun Ruoyue daring to report her daughter, fixed her with a cold, piercing stare, her gaze sharp as a blade, as if she wished to cut her to the core. She had borne 2 sons and a daughter, Jin Wang, the 6th prince Chu Xiling, and the 7th princess Chu Yunyan, each a cherished treasure, especially the 7th princess, whom she adored most. In the palace, none dared to provoke the 7th princess, yet this wretched girl had the audacity to accuse her. Meanwhile, Chu Xuancheng, who had been conversing with the Zhao Wang outside, overheard the commotion within. As a martial artist with keen hearing, he quickly grasped the unfolding situation. To prevent any undue intimidation of Yun Ruoyue by the numbers, he promptly parted the crowd and strode in with an air of arrogance. Chapter 716. Refusal to acknowledge fault upon entering the hall. He first inclined his head in respect to Emperor Hongyuan before positioning himself beside Yun Ruoyue, his demeanor serious and detached. What has transpired? He inquired. The 7th princess has cursed the Zhao Wangfei, asserting that her child will not survive to be born. Should he be born, he would be stillborn. And even if not stillborn, he may succumb to illness, leading to an early death, Yun Ruoyue replied. Upon hearing this, the Zhao Wang was incensed, dragging the Zhao Wangfei to kneel as well. He glared fiercely at the 7th princess and addressed Emperor Hongyuan. Father, the 7th princess has audaciously cursed my unborn child. She has gone too far. I beseech you to punish her severely and provide an explanation for this child. You speak in folly. How could I possibly curse that child? I merely addressed the circumstances commonly encountered during a woman's pregnancy. The journey of pregnancy is inherently fraught with challenges, and I merely intended to kindly advise the Princess Zhao to be mindful of her health, declared the 7th princess coldly. With the Empress as her ally, she reasoned that such a trivial matter would surely not provoke her father's ire. The Empress retorted icily, Lady Li, is it truly just a trivial matter? If you have grievances, they should be discussed privately with His Majesty, rather than creating a scene before so many witnesses. Have you not noticed the foreign envoys still waiting outside? They are to return home after today's banquet. How can you publicly criticize the 7th princess? Such behavior only serves to make a mockery of our nation. Upon hearing this, Chu Xuancheng swiftly positioned himself in front of Yun Ruoyue, realizing that in his absence, she might indeed be vulnerable to mistreatment. His towering figure, broad shoulders, and resolute stance deterred anyone from meeting his gaze. The earlier altercation in the hall had not escaped the attention of the foreign envoys, and if the emperor remained uninformed of the true circumstances, the implications could lead to further speculation. To avert unnecessary conjecture that might tarnish the reputation of the Chu royal family, it would be more prudent to present the matter openly, allowing the emperor to address those deserving of reprimand, thus demonstrating to foreign dignitaries that the state of Chu upholds justice and fairness, regardless of one's royal status. Chu Xuancheng's penetrating gaze fixed upon the empress as he spoke with formidable authority. The empress, witnessing his defense of Yun Ruoyue, felt a tremor of unease. She harbored a genuine fear of this princely. As the national protector and a celebrated general, he commanded immense respect and was not obligated to kneel before the emperor or empress, a status that had long instilled trepidation within her. In times past, he would never have defended a woman he despised, yet now he repeatedly stood up for Yun Ruoyue, compelling her to reevaluate their relationship. Even she recognized that Yun Ruoyue was a pawn of the emperor, and now with princely's protection and their apparent closeness, it boded ill. Emperor Hongyuan cast a fierce glare at the empress before turning his attention to the 7th princess, Yun Yan. You have offended Princess Zhao. Will you not promptly apologize? He sought to downplay the incident, wishing to preserve the dignity of the royal family. However, the 7th princess remained obstinate, asserting, Father, I have done no wrong. Why must I apologize? It is Lady Li and Princess Zhao who conspired against me. They are my sisters-in-law. I merely offered them a well-meaning warning, and instead of gratitude, they choose to report me. Is this the behavior of family? They are clearly intent on undermining me. Indeed, Your Majesty, we are all family. There is no need for such discord, interjected the Empress, her tone softening. In my view, Yun acted with good intentions, merely misunderstood by Princess Zhao. If we can settle this matter amicably, there is no need for further entanglement. The foreign envoys are still awaiting their audience. Perhaps we should allow Yun to stand down? The Empress's demeanor turned gentle, yet her intentions remained resolute. Chapter 717. Silencing and Confinement. How could she possibly demand her daughter apologize to Princess Zhao? An admission of wrongdoing would unjustly label her daughter as one who curses children, making her future prospects for marriage exceedingly bleak. At that moment, Su Changxiao approached Emperor Hongyuan, drawing near to him and speaking softly. Your Majesty, it is not my place to comment on this matter, yet my deep affection for you compels me to voice my concerns. Recently, many rumors have circulated among the populace. Should the words of the seventh princess reach the public, it could cause them to believe these rumors hold truth. Our royal family has always enjoyed peace. The news of the Zhao princess's pregnancy should be a joyous occasion, yet the seventh princess's remarks may transform this blessing into a misfortune. Upon hearing this, Emperor Hongyuan's expression darkened ominously. Indeed, the public had been whispering that he was an ill-fated emperor, and the seventh princess's words seemed to align with those very rumors. Her curse upon the unborn child implied that it was he, the emperor, who brought misfortune, suggesting that even if his daughter-in-law were to conceive, the child would not survive. Furiously, he glared at the seventh princess and exclaimed, "Such audacity from one so young. You have insulted the Zhao princess. Guards, take her away, give her 20 lashes, and confine her for a month. Father, why must you punish me? I have done nothing wrong." The seventh princess felt a surge of anger and anxiety at the decree. Unable to fathom that her usually indulgent father would penalize her for the sake of a Zhao princess. This was the wicked doing of the Li princess and Shui Fei. Though Shui Fei's voice had been soft, those near the emperor had heard her, while the foreign envoys remained oblivious. Had it not been for her instigation, her father would not have resorted to punishment. Seeing the emperor's wrath, the empress hurried over, grasping the seventh princess and giving her a pointed look. "Silence! You have erred and must be punished. Guards, swiftly take the princess away." Upon her command, several attendants promptly dragged the seventh princess off. Recognizing the empress's silent warning, the seventh princess chose to remain silent, refraining from further protest. Once this farce concluded, Emperor Hongyuan turned to the assembled envoys, saying, "Esteemed guests, I apologize for the mischief of my young daughter, which has caused you such amusement. Today is the Lantern Festival, and I have instructed my people to prepare fine wines, delicacies, and performances for your entertainment as a farewell gesture. I hope you enjoy your final day in the state of Chu and that your experience of our customs and culture inspires you to return as frequent visitors." Tomorrow, these envoys would depart for their homelands. Feng Lingtian smiled and approached, saying, "Your Majesty, you are too kind. The seventh princess is charming and innocent. Her youthful naivety is to be expected, and she will surely mature with time." Others echoed, "During our visit to the state of Chu, we have been met with the warm hospitality of both the sovereign and the people. Chu is vast and rich, its citizens content and prosperous, with an abundance of culinary delights that leave us reluctant to depart. We are grateful for your generous hospitality and extend an invitation for you and your esteemed courtiers to visit our homeland, to experience our unique customs and culture." Thus, the assembly engaged in light-hearted conversation as they entered the grand hall, paying their respects to the emperor before taking their seats. This time, Emperor Hongyuan once again assigned a favorable position to Chu Xuancheng and Yun Ruoyue, the closest to him, evoking envy from the Duke of Jin and other princes and nobles. Chapter 718. Recognized? Dressed in resplendent attire, Chu Xuancheng exuded an air of noble grace as he sat there composedly, embodying a demeanor that seemed to look down upon the world, emanating a chilling aura that deterred any underestimation. Emperor Hongyuan, with his dragon-like spirit and phoenix-like eyes, radiated a fierce brilliance as he donned a bright yellow dragon robe, exuding an imposing presence that compelled one to avert their gaze. Once seated, Yun Ruoyue suddenly felt an intense gaze directed toward her from the right. Turning her head, she discovered that the person beside her was none other than the Sage King, Chu Liyun. Upon realizing that Yun Ruoyue was looking at him, he appeared somewhat flustered and quickly withdrew his gaze, only to glance back at her an instant later, offering a gentle smile and a nod of acknowledgement. This gesture signified that he recognized her. They had previously encountered one another before his carriage, where she had narrowly avoided being injured by the horse of the jailer, Chui Fong. Thanks to his timely intervention, he had swiftly subdued the horse, injuring its leg to prevent further disturbance to the citizens. Seeing the Sage King's friendly gaze, Yun Ruoyue reciprocated with a smile, a form of greeting. Yet, she felt a twinge of anxiety. Had the Sage King discerned that she was the one who had disguised herself in men's clothing to save him? It would be best if he remained oblivious, lest the matter be revealed to Chu Xuancheng, whose explosive temper would surely cause an uproar. After their brief exchange, the Sage King's gaze inadvertently lingered on her, and he found her perfect profile strangely familiar. Her features bore a striking resemblance to that dashing young man who had saved him, especially today, with her hair tied back, her oval face, shallow dimples, and large double-lidded eyes mirrored those of the gallant figure. However, she was Princess Li, a woman, while the one who had rescued him was a man. They could not possibly be the same person. Since the last time he was rescued, an inexplicable obsession with that handsome young man had taken root in his mind, to the point where he found himself unable to eat or think of anything else. This perplexity led him to question his own inclinations. Had that singular encounter altered his very nature? This matter plagued him, rendering him restless and melancholy. At that moment, the Empress Dowager arrived, prompting everyone to rise and pay their respects, marking the official commencement of the royal banquet. Once the banquet began, Emperor Hongyuan encouraged everyone to indulge in the sumptuous feast before turning his attention to the Sage King, inquiring, "Sage King, I observe that your complexion has improved significantly. Is there any sign of recovery in your health?" The crowd, overhearing this, thought it quite obvious. Had the Sage King's condition not improved, would the emperor have summoned him to the banquet? Certainly, he must have shown signs of improvement to be invited. The Sage King inwardly scoffed, well aware that his health was deteriorating, to the point where even walking was a challenge. Yet, he had been brought here, forced to endure excruciating pain, all for the sake of preserving face in front of others. He replied, "Thank you for your concern, Father Emperor. I am feeling much better." The astute Emperor Hongyuan scrutinized the Prince of Virtue, and upon hearing his response, nodded in satisfaction. "Your health is greatly improved. I am relieved. A son of the imperial family is naturally blessed, and I believe you shall soon regain your strength." A hint of melancholy flickered in the prince's eyes. In the past, the emperor had never allowed him to attend court banquets, considering him an ill omen, a source of shame. Chapter 719, A Test of Resolve. Today, he was merely a pawn to silence the whispers of the masses. The emperor wished to convey to the world that the Chu family harbored no ill-fated members, no anomalies, that he would recover. He was convinced that as soon as the banquet concluded, the emperor would send someone to confine him back to the prince's residence, preventing him from stepping outside, lest suspicions regarding his health arise. Such was the nature of his own father, tragic and lamentable. Yun Ruoyue cast a sympathetic glance at the prince. Noting his pallor, the fine sheen of sweat upon his brow, he was clearly unfit for prolonged sitting or exposure to drafts, evidently enduring the pangs of illness. The emperor, with a callous disregard for his son's suffering, proclaimed his recovery as if he were merely a tool for consolidating his reign. At that moment, a woman clad in purple palace attire, seated beside the empress, looked up, exchanged a glance with the empress, and then coldly regarded Shui Tianxiang. Turning to the emperor, she remarked, "Your Majesty, I have heard that you recently acquired another beauty. I have long wished to meet Sister Shui. Yet your protection has made it impossible for us elder sisters to see her. Today, we are fortunate indeed to lay our eyes upon her. I must say, this Sister Shui is truly a vision of surpassing beauty, a rare gem." The speaker was Xu Fei, mother of the second prince, Rui Wang Chu Ruoqing, and one of the 4 concubines. As soon as she finished, Hui Fei, mother of the 4th prince, Yin Wang Chu Lingxian, added, "Indeed, Sister Shui is extraordinarily lovely. However, such beauty should surely be accompanied by exceptional talents. I, for one, am eager to witness her abilities." The empress interjected coolly, "The concubines of the palace are all gifted in both beauty and talent. I trust that Consort Shui is no exception, otherwise, how could she be deemed worthy of His Majesty? Consort Shui is of foreign lineage, It is said that those from her kind are particularly adept at dance, especially the celestial dance. With her intelligence and excellence, surely she must perform this ethereal dance? Xu Fei remarked with a sly smile. Xue Tianxiang was momentarily taken aback, her complexion paling unnaturally. She cast a nervous glance at Emperor Hong Yuan, seemingly apprehensive of Xu Fei's suggestion. Yet, the emperor regarded her with an inscrutable gaze, remaining silent. No one could decipher Emperor Hong Yuan's intentions. His deep, imposing presence suggested that he could lavish affection upon a woman one moment and cast her into obscurity the next, making his desires nearly impossible to interpret. Even though he currently favored Xue Tianxiang, she dared not act with impunity in his presence. She had anticipated that the emperor would defend her against Xu Fei's provocation, but to her dismay, he remained silent, his expression unreadable. At this moment, beside her, the mother of King Zhao, De Fei, chuckled, saying, "Sister Xu Fei, you jest. Who claims that a foreigner must perform the flying immortal dance? This dance is no trifling matter. It requires a certain foundation in lightness and agility, as well as the ability to leap and twirl. Without a decade or so of practice, it is indeed challenging to achieve any significant results." Hui Fei remarked, "Indeed, the flying immortal dance is difficult." Previously, in the palace, the favored concubine Mei Tai Fei, who was also a foreigner, executed this dance to perfection. She would dare to claim second place, for none would presume to claim the first. Those who have witnessed her dance are invariably captivated by her skill. However, she began her training from a young age. I wonder how skilled Sister Xue Fei is in dance. I truly hope to have the opportunity to witness the allure of the flying immortal dance once more. Xue Tianxiang's gaze inadvertently swept over Chu Xuancheng, as if seeking his opinion. Chapter 720, Provocation Tactics in his hand. Chu Xuancheng held a white jade porcelain wine cup and gave a faint nod. Upon seeing this, Xue Tianxiang understood that he wished for her to perform. The others, naturally oblivious to their interaction, were nonetheless observed by Yun Ruoyue, who sat beside him. She couldn't help but glance at the two. One was a handsome man, the other a beautiful woman. Could there be some clandestine relationship between them? The earlier incident of Xue Fei deliberately greeting Chu Xuancheng further fueled her suspicions. Xue Tianxiang said, "Sisters, I do possess some skill in dance, but my technique is lacking. I fear it may dampen everyone's spirits." Xu Fei retorted with a cold smile. As a favored concubine of the emperor, one must certainly possess a noteworthy skill. Dance is a natural talent for us women, especially for you people from Shazhou, who are all adept at it. Xue Fei, being close to the emperor is a tremendous fortune, yet you claim to lack skill, revealing a lack of true substance. Otherwise, might others think you are merely a beautiful figure, winning the emperor's favor solely through your looks? Each year, many newcomers enter the palace, many of whom have been here longer than you. They toil diligently in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, practicing day and night. Yet they do not even catch the emperor's eye. Yet you, having entered the palace merely 2 months ago, have swiftly ascended from beauty to concubine at such a young age. If you lack genuine skill, it would be hard for you to earn respect. In the eyes of the public, a person without talent or virtue who gains favor appears akin to a seductress, enchanting the ruler while contributing nothing to his grand endeavors. Hui Fei remarked calmly, "Xu Fei, Hui Fei does not come with goodwill." Xue Tianxiang's complexion turned even paler, darker with distress. She could not comprehend why the emperor, who had been so protective of her moments ago, offered no assistance now. At this point, those seated began to murmur quietly among themselves. They were astonished that Xue Fei appeared to possess no skill whatsoever. As a favored concubine and a foreigner from Shazhou, she was unable even to perform the flying immortal dance. What merit did she possess to rise to such a status? Was it truly only her alluring visage? They questioned what enchantment she had used to ensnare the emperor, who seemed utterly entranced. Such individuals, devoid of talent and virtue, relying solely on their beauty to beguile men, were the ones I hold in the deepest disdain. And I feel great pity for those noble maidens who have served in the palace for many years without ever having seen the emperor. Do not speak of those court ladies. Let us focus on our empress and the 4 consorts: noble consort, virtuous consort, esteemed consort, and benevolent consort. Each hails from illustrious families, well versed in the arts of music, chess, literature, and painting, and truly exceptional in dance. Yet, despite these talents, they fail to capture the emperor's affection, let alone those lesser ladies. In comparison, The snow consort has only been in the palace for 2 months, and apart from the 1st and 15th days of the month, the emperor summons her to his chambers every night. As a newcomer, she has inexplicably become the sole favorite. One might think she possesses exceptional qualities. However, it is revealed that she lacks both talent and virtue, unable even to perform the celestial dance, a true embarrassment. Although the voices of the princes are hushed, they are just audible enough for Emperor Honyuan and the Empress to overhear. The emperor cast a cold glance at them. Most were supporters of the Empress and the 4 consorts, thus their remarks are hardly surprising. Yet, he has grown accustomed to their factionalism, and he coolly lowered his eyelids, casting a profound gaze over the assembly. At that moment, the Empress flicked her handkerchief and coldly declared, "Since the snow consort cannot dance, let us have someone who can." Chapter 721. Playing the fool to catch the tiger. Emperor Honyuan surveyed the crowd, shifting his intense gaze, and said, "Snow consort, please perform a dance for us. Feel free to express yourself, let it be for our amusement." At his command, silence enveloped the room. All eyes turned towards Su Changxiao, eager for the spectacle. Hearing this, Su Changxiao's complexion paled further. She rose and said, "Yes, your majesty, please allow me to change into my dance attire." Observing Su Changxiao's pallor, the empress, along with the virtuous and benevolent consorts, exchanged glances, their eyes glimmering with triumph. Today, Su Changxiao was sure to make a fool of herself. The empress particularly harbored jealousy and disdain for Su Changxiao, as she had just spoken in defense of the Princess of Zhao. Had it not been for that remark, the emperor would not have punished the 7th princess. Thus, the empress regarded Su Changxiao as a thorn in her side, eager to remove her. As Su Changxiao entered the chamber to change her attire, Amina looked at her in confusion. "Snow consort, you are clearly proficient in the celestial dance. You have practiced for over a decade. Why did you feign ignorance just now?" Su Changxiao smiled softly and replied, "This is a strategy taught to me by the prince. It is called playing the fool to catch the tiger. The emperor has encountered countless beauties. If I do not provide him with a novel experience, how could he ever grow fond of me?" Amina nodded in understanding. The prince is indeed astute, deeply understanding human nature, particularly adept at discerning imperial favor. Just now, everyone believed you could not dance. When you emerge and astonish them, you shall surely captivate the emperor. Regrettably, while the emperor had previously shown me great kindness, his lack of support in the hall was somewhat disconcerting, Su Changxiao mused. Amina's heart suddenly rang with alarm. Could it be that the emperor harbors suspicions about us? Why did you greet the prince earlier? You know well that there are many eyes and ears in this palace. Our encounter in the imperial garden may have already reached the emperor's ears. If he suspects our connection with the Prince of Li, what shall we do? Who knows? Even if the emperor discovers the truth, what of it? On my way, I encountered the couple, the king and queen of Li. It was only natural to greet them. Should I pretend not to see them and walk away? Surely, the emperor is not so petty. Do not be anxious. Let us observe for a moment before proceeding. In the snow, the fragrance of the season fills the air. Very well, it seems this is our only course of action. However, remember not to gaze at the queen. I noticed you stealing glances at her just now. If someone were to notice, it would not bode well. Soon, Su Changxiao and Amina donned their dance attire, accompanied by a troupe of skilled palace maidens, and made their way to the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Amina and the maidens wore delicate pink dance garments, while Su Changxiao adorned herself in a golden exotic costume that accentuated her slender waist. Each of them fluttered in vibrant sashes, their garments dancing in the breeze, resembling celestial beings descending from the heavens. Su Changxiao styled her hair in an exquisite flying fairy bun, adorned with 2 strands of gold and sapphire tassel earrings. A veil of fine pearls graced her face, and she wore a splendid dance outfit embellished with tassels and jewels. Holding a beautifully crafted pipa, she entered the center of the hall, bowed gracefully to the emperor, and prepared to commence her performance. "Wait a moment, your majesty," the queen interjected. "Last time, we witnessed the Princess of Li's mastery of the stringless zither. Today, I wish for her to accompany Xue Fei on the zither. Where there is music and dance, there is joy, a splendid affair indeed." A collective gasp rippled through the crowd upon hearing the queen's words. Her remark clearly belittled the Princess of Li. While the queen called upon Xue Fei to dance for the entertainment of the audience, she audaciously requested the Princess of Li to provide musical accompaniment, treating her as if she were a mere performer. Though Xue Fei now held the title of a consort, Her humble origins from a flower house could never compare with the noble lineage of the Princess of Li. The Queen's actions were a blatant display of disdain for the Li royal house. Given the princess's temperament, it was certain she would not acquiesce. Xuancheng cast a cold glance at the Queen before turning his attention to Yun Ruoyue. "Do you wish to play?" he inquired. "If you do not, I shall decline for you." Yun Ruoyue met the Queen's gaze and replied with a faint smile, "Is it merely playing the zither? What is there to be embarrassed about? I have no objections." Unfazed by the Queen's attempt to ensnare her, she thought to herself that only the most illustrious artists could perform in front of a president in the 21st century. If she declined, the Queen would surely mock her further. Seeing her willingness, Xuancheng raised an eyebrow in surprise. He leaned closer and remarked, "That music box you had last time. I have kept it safe, but it is not with me now." The implication being that she, lacking in talent and virtue, would struggle to perform without it. Yun Ruoyue smiled slyly. "You underestimate me. Do you think I cannot play without the music box? As long as it is not a stringless zither, I am capable." Although her family hailed from a lineage of physicians, her parents had compelled her to learn various traditional instruments in her youth. While her skills were modest, she was well versed in many popular melodies. Once she played a delightful tune, who would care whether her technique was flawless? As long as it was not utterly dreadful, she would suffice. Noticing Yun Ruoyue's unwavering confidence, Xuancheng could not help but regard her with renewed admiration. This woman continually defied his expectations. She resembled a hidden treasure, consistently revealing intriguing facets that captivated him further. Observing that Yun Ruoyue remained silent, the Queen let out a cold chuckle. "Princess Li, your performance on the zither last time was quite commendable. Today, instead of the Wu Xianqin, you shall play the zheng. Tell me, will you grant me this favor?" She had heard whispers that Yun Ruoyue was once a talentless and unattractive figure. Although she had performed the Wu Xianqin, it had raised suspicions, leaving the Queen feeling uneasy. Thus, she could not believe that Yun Ruoyue truly possessed any musical skill. That previous performance must have been a mere ruse, a display of trickery to dazzle the audience. Therefore, today, she was determined to have her play the zheng to test her true abilities. Seeing Yun Ruoyue's silence, Consort Shu interjected, "Princess Li, could it be that you are unfamiliar with the zheng? If so, it is perfectly acceptable to refrain from performing." Like the Queen, she too harbored doubts about Yun Ruoyue, for the previous performance had been rather peculiar. "Your Majesty, my expertise lies in the realm of medicine. I am indeed an amateur when it comes to music. However, since the Queen has so graciously invited me, I shall offer a humble tune to accompany Consort Shui." Yun Ruoyue replied. At that moment, as skepticism filled the air, she rose with a cool demeanor. Consort Shui nodded at Yun Ruoyue, revealing a knowing smile. Then, "I thank you, Princess Li, for accompanying me." As it was the Lantern Festival, the Emperor declared, "I too wish to witness this grand performance of zither and dance. Bring forth the instrument." At that time, Eunuch Lu had already led a young attendant to bring in a particularly exquisite and grand zither. Yun Ruoyue approached the zither and took her seat. She exchanged a glance with Consort Shui, both nodding in agreement that it was time to commence. With delicate fingers, she gently plucked the strings. Instantly, a cascade of enchanting melodies poured forth. The piece she played was titled Mo Hu Luo Jia, characterized by its rich exotic charm, lively rhythm, and vibrant allure, perfectly complementing Consort Shui's attire for the day. This had once been one of her favorite pieces, often practiced, and as she played, she found her fingers had not forgotten the notes. Upon hearing this familiar tune from her homeland, Consort Shui's sinuous form began to sway harmoniously with the music. Her slender waist twisted like a serpent, hands gracefully intertwining above her, executing a variety of skilled poses that blended seamlessly with Yun Ruoyue's melodies, creating an intoxicating atmosphere rich with exotic colors, mesmerizing and enchanting. Consort Shui was strikingly beautiful, and every movement she made, every smile and frown, drew the captivated gaze of the audience. It soon became apparent that she was not incapable of performing the Fei Xian dance. On the contrary, she danced remarkably well. The golden-hued attire flowed around her as she moved, resembling a butterfly unfurling its wings, exuding confidence and vitality, like a sprite flitting through the forest. The ribbons adorning her attire danced in the air, and her garments billowed as if woven from clouds, each gesture shimmering with brilliance. Truly embodying the essence of a celestial maiden, no wonder this dance was named the Fei Xian dance. In that moment, The crowd below was left utterly astonished. Even the empress stood there in a daze, having thought that Snow Concubine would not perform this dance, which was why she had allowed Shu Concubine to create difficulties for her. To her surprise, Snow Concubine had feigned ignorance, only to astound everyone with her remarkable talent now. Accompanied by the enchanting and unique melodies of Yun Ruoyue, all eyes were drawn to Snow Concubine. Even the emperor, who had previously exhibited indifference, now gazed at her with admiration, his eyes reflecting a hint of infatuation. She cast a cold glance at Yun Ruoyue, thinking to herself that soon there would be quite a spectacle to behold, eager to see how Snow Concubine would continue her performance. Yun Ruoyue was playing the piece with fervor when suddenly, a loud snap echoed through the air. One of the strings had broken. The sharp pain radiated through her hand. Yet she gritted her teeth and endured, refraining from any outcry. The moment the string snapped, gasps filled the room, and everyone turned to witness the incident. Xuancheng felt a jolt of alarm. Leaning forward, tension etched across his face as he looked at Yun Ruoyue. How could such a flawless performance lead to a broken string? Remembering that the zither had been sent by the empress through eunuch Lu, his gaze turned icy as it swept toward the empress, who felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, swiftly averting her eyes. Oh no! How will Sister Li Wangfei continue to play now that her string has snapped? Zhao Wangfei exclaimed, her face fraught with concern. There is no sound. What shall we do? Someone murmured as Snow Concubine's dance faltered, struggling to keep pace. Shu Concubine whispered, Li Wangfei's skills on the zither are rather mediocre, and Snow Concubine's dancing is merely passable. To perform like this on stage is quite audacious, Hui Concubine derisively added. At that moment, the music resumed, even more lively and melodious than before. Within the joyful, exotic rhythms lay a subtle tinge of melancholy. Seizing the opportunity, Snow Concubine continued her dance seamlessly. Unfazed in the face of adversity, Yun Ruoyue maintained her composure, skillfully continuing to play. Those knowledgeable in music understood that even with a broken string, one could still perform by simply avoiding that particular string and adjusting the melody. Chapter 724. Unflappable in the face of change. The sudden break had indeed startled her, but she knew that in such a setting, panic was not an option. She had to remain poised. Thus, she played on with calm assurance, a smile adorning her face, as if nothing had transpired, fully engrossed in her performance. At this juncture, Snow Concubine gracefully unveiled her face by removing her veil, revealing a breathtaking beauty that captivated all who beheld her. She was akin to a radiant blossom drenched in dew, with the spring breeze stirring the fragrant petals, and her enchanting eyes hinted at untold stories. She resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens, her beauty surpassing the ordinary. The audience, witnessing this spectacle, erupted into applause, their excitement palpable as they praised the performance. Soon, as Yun Ruoyue concluded her piece, both Snow Concubine and the dancers froze in place. Bravo! Someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed, and the applause cascaded through the hall. Yun Ruoyue rose to her feet, nodding in gratitude towards Snow Concubine and the audience. The empress and her companions, upon witnessing this, were instantly consumed by fury, their faces darkening with visible distortion. Although Emperor Hongyuan harbored some dissatisfaction towards the Li Wangfu, he nonetheless held a deep admiration for Yun Ruoyue. Upon observing her exquisite performance, he inquired, Li Wangfei, what caused your string to break? I am uncertain. Perhaps it was merely the result of prolonged use. Reaching its limit, replied Yun Ruoyue. She had noticed that the break was remarkably clean, bearing the marks of a deliberate severance, yet she chose to keep this revelation to herself. The empress, upon hearing this exchange, exhaled a sigh of relief. Feng Lingtian also cast an appreciative glance at Yun Ruoyue, exclaiming, even with a broken string, Li Wangfei's artistry and composure are truly commendable. Most would falter in such a situation, perhaps even embarrass themselves, yet Li Wangfei remained unflappable and performed splendidly, earning my utmost respect. Yun Ruoyue was taken aback by Feng Lingtian's defense, considering she had previously embarrassed him and expected him to seize this opportunity to belittle her. Your Highness, your musical prowess is unparalleled. A mere broken string would pose no challenge to you. Though one string is lost, it is hardly a catastrophe. Other strings can still create beautiful melodies. Just as the moon experiences phases of obscurity and brilliance, life too has its share of misfortunes and lows. Yet, even in adversity, like this music, beauty can prevail. Feng Lingtian regarded Yun Ruoyue with even greater admiration, while Feng Wu, standing beside him, felt a pang of jealousy. She had long set her sights on Chu Xuancheng, aspiring to be his concubine, only to discover he was already entwined with Yun Ruoyue. She had once thought of Yun Ruoyue as an ordinary individual, inferior to her, but it became clear that she was mistaken. No wonder Chu Xuancheng's gaze was so often drawn to Yun Ruoyue. This woman indeed possessed remarkable talents. Nevertheless, she would not concede easily. For the people of Tianxing Kingdom never surrendered without a fight. Beautiful and without regret, well said, Li Wangfei. Emperor Hongyuan nodded in approval, increasingly charmed by her. Alas, she was wed to Chu Xuancheng, yet she remained his piece on the chessboard, one he could manipulate. The empress glared at Yun Ruoyue with venomous eyes, perceiving her words as a veiled mockery, implying that even if she had orchestrated the severing of the string, Yun Ruoyue could still produce enchanting music, rendering the performance flawless. Truly, Yun Ruoyue was like an indomitable cockroach. Chapter 725. The artistic performance. Emperor Hongyuan continued. Not only does Li Wangfei excel in music, but Xuefei's celestial dance is also splendid. Their collaboration is harmonious and captivating, a true feast for the eyes. Summon the rewards. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yun Ruoyue promptly knelt alongside Xuefei to express their gratitude. After their thanks, a eunuch presented the prepared rewards, bestowing upon them 2 exquisite jade rui, 1 for each. A fair distribution. As they received the jade rui, Yun Ruoyue and Xuefei exchanged a glance filled with mutual respect before returning to their seats. Seeing the praises bestowed upon Yun Ruoyue and Xuefei, the empress felt an overwhelming surge of jealousy. She perceived their exceptional performance as a direct affront to her own dignity. Just moments ago, they had doubted Xuefei's ability to dance the fairy dance, intending to embarrass her. However, to their astonishment, she captivated the audience and earned the emperor's favor, igniting a fierce anger within the empress. Despite her simmering discontent, she maintained her composure, rising gracefully to address Emperor Hongyuan with a gentle smile. Your Majesty, she began, at today's palace banquet, with so many esteemed ladies present, have you not prepared any rewards? It would be delightful for the noble women to showcase their talents, and the one who secures first place could receive your gracious prize. Your rewards in previous years have always been splendid. What have you prepared for this year? It was the empress's duty to ensure the enjoyment of the guests, and she had a few noble ladies from the Su family whom she wished to see perform and shine, hoping to enhance their prospects for advantageous marriages. After a moment of contemplation, Emperor Hongyuan removed a resplendent dragon-shaped jade pendant from his waist. This year, with distinguished guests in attendance, any lady, whether married or single, may participate. They are free to choose their performance, be it music, chess, literature, or dance. Soon, I shall have tokens distributed to each of you. Once the performances conclude, you may cast your votes for the participants. The one with the most votes will receive the dragon-shaped jade pendant, which I have cherished for a decade. The second prize will be 800 taels of gold, and the third, 500 taels. Upon hearing this, the noble women clutched their instruments, eager to take part. They relished this segment of the banquet, as it provided an opportunity to display their talents and, perchance, catch the eye of the emperor or the sons of noble families, leading to advantageous matrimonial prospects. Thus, each year during the Lantern Festival, the noble women adorned themselves splendidly, vying for the coveted prizes. This year, the emperor's reward was his personal jade pendant, a most esteemed accolade. Though it bore no extraordinary power, possessing such a pendant from the emperor would bestow great prestige, and in times of need, it might even serve as a safeguard for one's life. Very well, ladies, this year's reward is particularly precious. You may now take the stage to perform, announced the empress. As this was a casual competition, there was no predetermined order of performance. No sooner had the empress concluded her statement than a noblewoman, clutching her zither, rose boldly to the stage to entertain the audience. Meanwhile, guests and foreign dignitaries mingled harmoniously, raising their glasses in camaraderie. However, the noblewoman's performance was rather mediocre. Halfway through her piece, a bold prince, emboldened by drink, exclaimed, "What is this wretched sound? It is utterly displeasing. Withdraw at once and do not waste our time." The noblewoman, feeling a wave of humiliation and urgency, quickly gathered her zither and bowed her head as she retreated from the stage. Yun Ruoyue cast a silent glance at the elder princes. Accustomed as they were to a patriarchal society that afforded no respect to women, these intoxicated men, emboldened by drink, revealed their most unsavory selves. She then surveyed Chu Xuancheng and his peers. Thankfully, this cohort of young princes and noble sons was engrossed in their own libations, showing no inclination to mock others. At that moment, a few noble ladies took to the stage to perform. Some sang, others painted, and a few recited poetry. Despite their efforts, they garnered little attention, as the guests were too preoccupied with their revelry to notice the performances. Suddenly, the Shu Fei and the Empress exchanged glances and turned their gazes toward Yunri, who was savoring her wine. With a faint smile, the Shu Fei remarked, "On the last New Year's Eve, the talents of the Princess of Li opened my eyes. The sound of her guqin still lingers in my memory. I wonder if tonight, the Princess of Li might grace us with another display of her artistry?" Inwardly, Yun Ruoyue shot a cold glare at the Shu Fei, yet maintained a composed exterior, replying, "I have already played the guqin, offering a humble contribution. Now, I believe the opportunity should be afforded to the unmarried noble ladies." Her implication was clear. She had no desire to perform again. She was not a dancer, and merely being called to entertain did not obligate her to comply. The Shu Fei, taken aback by Yun Ruoyue's refusal, wore a displeased expression. "We have only witnessed the guqin skills of the Princess of Li. We have yet to see your dancing prowess. Given the splendid nature of this evening, and since Shu Fei has already danced, might you also indulge us with a performance?" The Shu Fei's words were laced with a smirk of malice, as she and the Empress had conspired to force Yun Ruoyue into a dance, believing that a woman of her stature would be incapable of such an art. Yun Ruoyue hesitated, recognizing that in the palace, lacking any talents was indeed a disadvantage. Aware of the Shu Fei's renowned dancing skills, she suggested, "Since you speak so highly of dance, why not showcase your own talents, Shu Fei? It has been said that your skills are extraordinary." At that moment, Chu Xuancheng, holding his wine cup, interjected coldly, "If the Shu Fei is so skilled, why not grace us with a dance?" The Shu Fei's face fell, for as a favored consort of the emperor, it was unthinkable for her to dance publicly at her age. While new concubines might entertain with a dance or two, her esteemed position as one of the 4 consorts precluded her from engaging in such frivolity. Furthermore, she was acutely aware that her beauty had waned with age. Should she dance, she would surely become the subject of ridicule. With a nervous laugh, she replied, "Your Highness jest. I have not danced in many years and would be quite out of practice. If the Princess of Li is reluctant to perform, let us dismiss the notion altogether. Indeed, if the Princess of Li cannot dance, we shall not press her. After all, the palace has certain expectations of its consorts. Yet the Princess of Li is not held to such standards. Given her worthiness in the eyes of the prince, her lack of dancing ability is of no consequence." The Hui Fei chimed in with a smile. Implied within the context, when a princess need not possess any particular talent, it suggests that even the most inconsequential individuals can ascend to such a status. In chapter 727, Honey of 100 Flowers, it is evident that at that time, Yun Ruoyue's reputation was rather dismal, regarded as a talentless and unattractive woman. If such a figure could secure a marriage into the Li Wangfu, what further talents could be expected? The Empress, with an air of disdain, remarked on the inability of the Shuyi and Hui Fei to dance, asserting that they should not be compelled to do so. "I indeed cannot dance. However, given the enthusiastic invitation from my aunts, it would be rather ungracious of me not to perform at least one piece," Yun Ruoyue replied, rising abruptly with an air of nonchalance. The Empress, evidently keen to provoke her, inadvertently set the stage for her performance, which would serve to embarrass the Empress further, though she had no intention of competing with them. Their insistence left her with no choice but to respond. Upon hearing her words, a smug smile curled at the corners of the Empress's lips. "Oh, so you lack the ability to dance, yet still dare to take the stage. Your courage is commendable. Everyone should take a leaf from the Li Wangfei's book." With gracious insistence, the Empress extended her invitation, and Yun Ruoyue, as a dutiful niece-in-law, could hardly refuse. "Allow me a moment to prepare," Yun Ruoyue said before gracefully exiting. "Sister, I shall accompany you." Zhao Wangfei, witnessing this, trailed behind her like an eager shadow, admiring Yun Ruoyue's audacity and willingly accepting the role of her devoted follower. As Yun Ruoyue departed, she did not cast even a glance towards Chu Xuancheng, leaving him feeling somewhat wounded. He maintained a stoic visage, his gaze lingering on her retreating figure, all the while continuing to drink from his cup of spirits, feeling a profound sense of insignificance for not receiving her acknowledgement. Upon exiting the grand hall, Yun Ruoyue led the palace maid to a side chamber, where a plethora of dance costumes and performance props, such as musical instruments and chess, awaited her selection. Zhao Wangfei, filled with concern, glanced at her. Sister, you truly cannot dance. How will you perform? Do you require me to accompany you? If I dance poorly, it will only serve to highlight your prowess, Zhao Wangfei added, playfully suggesting that her clumsy movements would make Yun Ruoyue appear more graceful by comparison. Yun Ruoyue found Zhao Wangfei endearing and could not resist caressing her petite, oval face. Dancing does not necessitate perfection to be captivating. Mastering the technique allows for even an ordinary performance to shine, perhaps even bringing good fortune. Really? Do you possess a method? Zhao Wangfei inquired, producing a sweet bun from her sleeve and taking a hearty bite. Just then, Yun Ruoyue noticed a glimpse of pale blue fabric at the entrance of the side chamber. Feigning nonchalance, she strolled toward the wall as if searching for a dance costume, peering through the lattice to see Su Changxiao, accompanied by a palace maid, eavesdropping on their conversation. From within the grand hall, she could clearly discern Su Changxiao's face, yet he remained oblivious to her awareness of his presence. His ulterior motives for eavesdropping were evident. He likely intended to disrupt her performance. A subtle smile graced her lips as she retrieved a white jade porcelain vial from her cloth bag, presenting it to Zhao Wangfei. Do you see this vial of medicine in my hand? It is called honey of 100 flowers, crafted from the nectar of a myriad of blossoms. I shall apply it to my costume, and it will attract a multitude of butterflies. At that moment, one could truly astonish the world. Wow, is that really true? Sister, you are remarkable. How did you manage to attract butterflies? The Princess of Zhao exclaimed in disbelief. As I passed through the imperial garden earlier, I noticed a hot spring pond nestled within the residence. The temperature there is quite high, and it is adorned with a myriad of flowers and plants, making it an ideal habitat for butterflies. I observed numerous butterflies within. Once I use this potion to entice them, they shall surely flutter over, leaving everyone in awe. Yun Ruoyue remarked, gazing at the hem of her garments outside the palace.